Alrighty, welcome back everybody to our latest severe weather coverage. Hope everybody's having a good afternoon thus far. We are going live right off the bat with a couple of different tornado warnings right now in western Illinois, in addition to a large rotating wall cloud right now near Griggsville and Pittsfield in western Illinois. This storm literally just produced a tornado warning, or tornado, excuse me, just moments ago, and is actively rapidly rotating and may be about to drop another tornado here in the next few minutes. So if you are in this warning, okay, it is actually on the ground. All right, let me go to Connor. Apparently Connor has a rain-wrapped tornado. So this is actually on the ground. So we are getting a report either from Connor.
Oh yeah, off to my left.
Connor is saying that there is a rain-wrapped tornado on the ground. This is, again, near Milton, Illinois right now. This is western Illinois, bottom right of your screen, west of Winchester. If you are in this warning and you need to be in your safe place, it is rapidly rotating. Easily could be a strong tornado as well. Make sure that you're in your safe place. Milton, Griggsville, and also near Montezuma. The setting towards Winchester, Exeter, and eventually going towards Bluffs in Illinois.
Where is it?
Once again, this is a rain-wrapped tornado. It is on the ground, though, according to Connor, and then also Storm Media. I think we'll have a view here in a second. This is once again just south of Griggsville right now, just south of I-72.
Right here.
Let me go to Storm Runner. They might have it.
Oh, you can see the wind.
Yeah.
Just in front of us, guys. You see that wind up there?
Tornado on the ground right.
All right, so Storm Media is reporting a tornado on the ground right in front of them. Yeah, you can actually see it right there. Look at the rain curtains and everything. There's definitely a tornado on the ground. So again, this is a tornado in progress west of Pittsfield. This is already the second tornado that this storm has produced. So again, the tornado's gonna be off right here in the middle somewhere, but there's definitely a tornado down.
Okay, we're in the
Connor's near it too.
Let's cross the road.
And by the way, this tornado warning is huge. It includes a large area from New Canton back through Griggsville. Also goes towards Bluffs, but this is again a tornado in progress. Storm Media just had it. I think again this is likely going to be a rain-wrapped tornado near Milton, going up towards Winchester here over the next few minutes. Bottom right of your screen, you can see the rotation.
Might be just on the road.
We don't have a CC drop yet, but we may get one here in a second. We had a tornado a little while ago
rain-wrapped
that did have a tornado debris signature. We go back to Storm Runner. So this tornado will be near Detroit, Illinois, and then going up towards I-72 over the next few minutes.
All right, well, we're on the board for today. We got one. I just didn't, I mean, clearly that was weak enough to where it didn't even damage that house.
Getting rain-wrapped.
Go back to Storm Runner, or to Connor, excuse me. This is on Highway 100 for reference, for those that are familiar with this area. Audio and video are out of sync. What do you mean? Delay in video? Mic check? Am I audio delayed? What's going on?
Could be just off to my right, too.
What is out of sync?
Somewhere in the rain now. Dang, I got rain-wrapped at the wrong
This
freaking
delay
time.
is crazy. What delay is going on? My audio is delayed. Test.
I want to get a road so I can go get it. Got a road up here. Got a road right up here.
Test. All right.
We're gonna have to get
Is it
east
better now?
for this one and for the next tornado.
All right, we're gonna go back to live radar. Once again, we do have a new severe thunderstorm warning that was just issued as well. That's for Winchester and Bluffs. If you are in this severe thunderstorm warning, stay away from windows, 60-mile-per-hour winds, and there's also a tornado possible label on this. I want to point out that pretty much every storm in this area is rotating. This is near our mesoscale convective vortex, which is basically an area of spin. It's like a weak low pressure system, essentially, and that is why we have this elevated tornado threat right now in western Illinois. And we are expecting that tornado threat to start to increase even further off to the east. We got multiple little cells that are going up right now just south of Springfield. We have Tornado Pagey and Freddie McKinney in this general area where supercells are starting to go up, and these will likely become tornadic here within the next hour or so. I'll be keeping an eye on the one that's just to the south here, Springfield. This one isn't rotating quite yet, but it is starting to really ramp up, and it will likely start to produce a elevated tornado threat as it comes up towards the east side of Springfield, also heading towards I-72. The biggest key with today's severe weather setup is that we are watching for discrete supercells. If we start to see stuff go linear or get clustered together, I think our tornado risk will struggle a little bit more. So we need to be watching again for all of this activity here to be more discrete. If we have more discrete activity, we will likely see several tornadoes today with this particular severe weather setup. Also, we have a big update from the Storm Prediction Center. This literally just came in within the last like 20 minutes. We have a new outlook for today, and we have two different updates to our SBC outlook. First off, we now have a larger enhanced risk of severe weather. So this now includes more of Michigan. It includes basically all of Indiana, western Ohio, northern and western Kentucky, southern and eastern Illinois, and also southeastern Missouri, where a threat of significant damaging winds, large hail, and a few tornadoes are likely. We also now have a slight risk of severe weather back over in parts of the mid-Atlantic region. The slight risk goes all the way back down into Texas. On top of that, they have upgraded the tornado threat. So the tornado threat is no longer just your ordinary 5% tornado risk. This is the first time in, I think, weeks that we've had a 10% tornado risk at all. So we now have a 10% tornado risk that does include Illinois, parts of Indiana, and also the 5% tornado risk does go back up into southern Michigan and also back into western Ohio. Connor's looking at this storm.
This thing.
Connor was just had a tornado again a few minutes ago, and it looks like he is
Overshot this.
looking in that direction, or he was just a second ago. This is again a tornado that was just on the ground moments ago near Pittsfield and Griggsville, and it may still be on the ground. We don't know for sure. But if we have a tornado, it'll be coming up towards I-72 near Highway 100. It's likely going to be rain-wrapped. By the way, is the video good and everything? Just want to make sure. It's good. Okay. Sounds like everything's fixed. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, I have an update from Florida actually, heading into West Palm Beach. We just had a report of 2 water spouts with the area storms offshore right now. It is moving onshore, so we may see a tornado warning for West Palm Beach.
Alrighty, thank you for the update. So there's actually a couple little cells here apparently producing water spouts near West Palm Beach, Florida. So if you're tuning in from over there, a little heads up, there are reportedly water spouts currently that are going to be potentially coming ashore. And if they do, they don't usually cause much damage. But if we were to get a legitimate tornado, it could actually produce a little bit of damage, at least to the coastal regions there. Let's go back to live radar. So again, we got multiple areas of rotation right now between basically New Canton all the way back through Winchester. We got broad rotation near New Canton. We got another little area near Pittsfield, and then this is really the main corridor that we're watching for, which is where both Connor and Storm Intermedia are on. That is where we just had a tornado moments ago west of Winchester, and if we have a tornado, it would be coming up on Chapin, Concord, and eventually going up towards Jacksonville in Illinois. So again, seek shelter if you're in this warning. I'm going to go back to Connor, who is again very close to where there would be a tornado. We're also going to check in on Freddie and Tornado Pagey here in a few minutes as we have a supercell going up just south of Springfield. That may be tornadic here soon. Let's go to Hunter's kind of buried in the rain. I'm going to look at Storm Hunter. They're a little bit less
Another guy turned around too.
in the rain right now. They're also on this storm. Did you get any sleep? Not as much as I would hope for, or was hoping for.
less that I worry about is just that we just don't pay close enough.
Hey, Chris, for the $5 super chat from Champaign, Illinois, hoping to get a picture of a tornado today. Hopefully, if we get a tornado, it does not do any damage. But unfortunately, this is a very populated region that we were talking about today for severe weather. I think today, let me go to the exact numbers here, but just in the enhanced risk of severe weather alone, we have 20 million people included in that. So there are a lot of people in today's risk of severe weather. This is, again, the general outline from the Storm Prediction Center. It includes Indianapolis, Fort Wayne, Columbus, Cincinnati, Louisville, all the way back into southeastern Missouri near Cape Girardeau. Also, 46 million people are in the slight risk. So we have, and if you include the marginal threat too, we have 34 million people. So basically across the board, we have about 100 million people under the gun for the potential for severe weather today. It's a very large area. Granted, our greatest threat of severe weather will be in our 10% tornado risk, which does include Urbana, Logansport, Fort Wayne, Indianapolis, Fishers, and also back into Terre Haute and Bloomington. That is where we're expecting the most elevated tornado threat. What is very interesting is where we are currently seeing tornadoes, or have seen tornadoes already, is not even in a general outlined tornado threat. There is nothing here. It is just outside of our 2% tornado risk. So that is a very interesting little tidbit that I wanted to show you guys. I mean, it's literally not even in our tornado risk, but this is right next to where our mesoscale convective vortex is, which is basically an area of spin. And that is why this area is already performing and producing tornadoes. And that is why our tornado threat is so elevated today. We have so much spin, a lot of turning winds, a lot of veering winds here across the entire Illinois region, where we are expecting this tornado threat to rapidly ramp up. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max. So we do have that tornado warning for Connor and SRM's location right now. However, I do think we need one further off the east as well, because we do have one hook that has made its way outside of that tornado warning. So we may see another tornado warning for towns such as Winchester, Bluff, Chaplin, Concord, and Aaronsville, all in Illinois.
All right, thank you for the update. So this is just off to the west of Jacksonville. This is an area that we do currently have a tornado possible severe thunderstorm warning, but it is possible that they do go ahead and issue a tornado warning here in the next few minutes. If this thing is able to organize a little bit more, Connor is literally punching into this right now, and Storm Intermedia, so we're going to see if they have something. Let me go to Connor, who is coming up into this right now. But this would be the next storm to really watch for around our mesoscale convective vortex, just south of Bluffs. Thank you, Henry, for the $10 super chat.
Possible tornado down in front of me here.
Connor's saying there might be a tornado down in front of him. Thank you, Trax, for becoming a member, and also Eddie for the $20 super chat. Southwest Michigan, I'll definitely be ready for some large hail.
And behind me. I got tornadoes trying to drop in front of me and behind me.
Again, this is near Winchester, Illinois. If you're just tuning in, this is where we have an active tornado warning just back off to the west. And then where Connor is, he's actually in a tornado possible severe warning. But in my opinion, it should be tornado warning. It does have a hook on radar, pretty clearly bottom right of your screen. This looks exactly like what we just had about 30 minutes ago before we went live. There was a similar looking storm just like this that produced a tornado for about 10 or 15 minutes. It's also Storm Intermedia. They're in pretty much the same area. See how low the clouds are, by the way. Look at the right side of your screen there. You can see how low our storm base is. These clouds are very, very close to the ground level. So again, like, it's not gonna be hard for tornadoes to happen, especially in this environment. It really does not take much. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, there are reports of a funnel cloud to the southeast of Springfield. So Springfield, Illinois, let's be ready for a potential tornado here if it does manage to make ground contact.
All right, thank you for the update. Yeah, this is definitely rotating. This needs a tornado warning. South of Springfield, we are likely going to get a tornado warning in a moment. If you're near Springfield, Illinois, be ready to go to your safe place. Freddy's en route for that. Tornado Pagey's also en route for that. This storm is already rotating quite a bit. We definitely have a mesocyclone. Reports of a funnel cloud definitely verify with this area of rotation that has literally just come up near I-55. There was actually a tight couplet a few moments ago. So this thing's definitely rotating, coming up into Beamington, and then it will be moving into Rochester, Buckhart, and then again, moving towards I-72 over the next few minutes. So if you are in this area, make sure that you're ready to go in your safe place. Connor is reporting that there is a tornado. Let me go to Connor.
Oh, tornado down to the right! Tornado down to the right!
There's report. Okay, so there's a tornado down. It sounds like tornado on the ground here near Winchester.
Right behind the hill. Right behind the hill.
So there's a tornado down near Winchester, Illinois. This is currently not warned
Tornado down in front of us.
as a tornado warning. It is a severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible tag. But Connor's reporting a tornado just beyond the hill here.
Of course, it's right by this hill.
This would be the third different tornado we've already had with this complex of storms in western Illinois. We had one before we went live, we had one as we went live, and this will be the third one.
Freaking what is this place?
And the terrain is not favorable for chasing, but again, Connor just reported that there was a tornado on this. This will be near 106 coming up into Winchester.
Little patch of unchaseable terrain in the most inconvenient location. This thing is right in front of me somewhere. Sketchy stuff. Literally might be right in front of me. Yeah, there's a tornado here. Raining down leaves. There's motion in front of me. It literally is right in front of me.
All right, so there's a tornado down once again near Winchester.
A new tornado warning.
Also, they have issued a tornado warning on the storm just southeast of Springfield, I believe.
Might be just to my right.
Tornado cross right in front of them here.
There it is. Tornado right here. Tornado right here.
Yeah,
crossing the road.
Here's the tornado. It's coming right over the road. So tornado's down right here near Bloomfield and Winchester.
Weak tornado crossing the road right here.
This is not currently tornado warned. If you're in Winchester or in Merritt, you need to be in your safe place.
Debris right in front of me. Pull up leaves.
It's not a really strong tornado, but it is down.
Oh, right on the road in front of us. Taking out trees right here.
So tornado's down here near Winchester, Illinois. It's moving into Rigston, Merritt, and Chapin over the next few minutes.
Tornado circulation just to the left. In the field.
It's a weak tornado. You can see the little bowl above right there at the top of your screen too. All the debris that's raining down here.
I gotta get to it.
There are leaves absolutely everywhere. It's definitely a weak tornado, but it's down. No debris signature yet.
I'll get to the main road. Still down, still down. Hang on, guys, I got a road.
So again, just moments ago, we had a tornado here near Winchester. You need to be in your safe place again. If you're in Winchester, they should have a tornado warning on this. It is still a tornado. It's still a tornado possible tag for Winchester. I want to bring our attention real quickly while Connor's still driving here. I want to go back to Springfield. We have a brand new tornado warning here. This is off to the east of Springfield with a very strong area of rotation. We've already had reports of funnel clouds on this storm, and it could drop a tornado at any time. This is moving up towards I-72, going to be crossing Highway 29 here in a few minutes, approaching Rochester, and it's also near Cotton Hill, near Lake Springfield. And it'll be approaching Dawson, Buffalo, and Buffalo Heart here over the next 10 minutes. So if you're in this tornado warning, you need to be in your safe place, get away from windows, and get on the lowest floor possible. We have Storm Chaser Freddie McKinney, bottom right of your screen.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
They have upgraded. They have already issued a confirmed tornado warning on this storm. Again, Connor just had a tornado moments ago. There is a tornado in progress here near Winchester, Illinois. This is going up towards Jacksonville, Virginia, and eventually going towards Bluff Springs. So if you're in this tornado warning, you need to be in your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom. Get away from windows and get on the lowest floor possible. The tornado is going to be located right about here, just northeast or northwest, excuse me, of Winchester. It'll be crossing I-72 over the next couple minutes, and then tracking towards Rigston, Merritt, and eventually towards Chapin. So seek shelter immediately if you are in this warning. This is back to Connor, who just had the tornado moments ago. It'll be off here to the middle of your screen. Storm Intermediate is also just a little bit behind them. We're keeping an eye on them too. Thank Travis for the $20 super chat. Also thank you Doris for the $10 super chat. Appreciate that. We are already at 3 tornado warnings, and we are very early into today's setup. Again, the tornado will be back.
Tornado there.
What you guys thinking?
Let's see the tornado right now, but it'll be off to the right, I believe.
Tornado.
Yeah, across the road, 300 feet in front of me.
Yes, they just issued a tornado warning for the tornado that Connor had.
Still on the ground, I believe.
I do want to point out, on top of this storm just producing a tornado near Winchester, we have another hook that is forming east of Winchester. This could also go on to produce another tornado. That's going towards Jacksonville, and Jacksonville is a more populated area here in western Illinois. So again, be ready to go. You should be in your safe place on the west side of Jacksonville, but do not be surprised if we get an additional tornado warning a little bit further off to the east. I also want to point out that we just got a new severe thunderstorm watch back over in the mid-Atlantic for isolated hail and wind over in Maryland, and also including parts of New Jersey. I also want to mention that we have a tornado watch already in effect. This is across parts of the Midwest, including Illinois and Missouri, with a couple of tornadoes being possible. I think we've already met that threshold. We've already had 3 tornadoes, and we're literally only 10, 15 minutes or 20 minutes into the stream. So we've already had 3 different tornadoes. We are likely going to see a bunch more out of these other storms. Scattered 2-inch size hail is possible, and then scattered damaging wind gusts up to 70 miles per hour is also likely. We will likely get a new tornado watch soon as well. The Storm Prediction Center has issued a mesoscale discussion, which does include parts of Illinois, Indiana, and Michigan, where the severe weather and the tornado threat will be increasing, with a downstream tornado watch expected here within the next couple of hours. And notice that the most probable peak intensity for tornadoes is upwards of 100 to 130 miles per hour, which does mean that strong tornadoes are a possibility today. Even though it's not super likely, it is definitely a possibility out of a couple of these storms that do fire up. Back over near Winchester, we just had a tornado on the ground. We may still have one. This is currently located near I-72. It is going up into Rigston right now in Merritt. Connor, again, is very close to where this tornado would be. We're going to go back to Connor. He had it just moments ago. It's pulling off, so we might have a view of this here in a second.
Right there.
That might be the tornado right there. Is that
Don't go
down?
off the road.
Or is that just rotating? That's the area of interest right there.
Weak tornado right there.
All right, so there's still a tornado down by the looks of it. We have not had a debris signature, but there is still a tornado down here. This is back over near Rigston, Illinois.
Weak tornado.
See everything just rotating right there in the middle of your screen. That's our entire little bowl lowering that we've had with this storm for several minutes now. Hey, Travis, for the $10 super chat as a truck driver in the Midwest. Thank you for your coverage, keeping everybody informed. Glad I can help. I don't think this is fully down anymore.
Find a funnel right there.
But it's definitely a funnel cloud right there. You can see how much it's spinning. Look at the wrapping rain currents too. You can see the rain currents wrapping a little bit around this thing.
Leaves in the air. It's coming directly at me. It's coming directly at me and quick.
This is a rotating funnel cloud here near Winchester, Illinois. It's already produced a tornado, maybe about to drop another one. It's literally going to go right over Connor.
It's right here. Really weak. Probably could just intercept.
Right above his head. It doesn't look like it's down again, but it is definitely rotating still. Still a funnel cloud above him. The rain is making it harder to see as well now.
Just dissipated, I think.
It's also Storm Intermediate's view. They're right behind him. You can see it right there to the left.
Still rapidly rotating rain curtains in there, though.
You can see all the rain currents just wrapping around that area of rotation. It's a little bit clearer since he's not in the rain.
I need to, I can run east real fast. So we're okay here. Now, it's not too often I've gotten to just sit here and watch debris fall on us.
There are leaves still in the air, by the way, from our initial tornado, which is what he's referring to. The tornado that we've had with this storm, at least for a few minutes, is, again, a weak tornado. Just a lot of leaves that were picked up and kind of thrown around. All right, Storm Order Media is repositioned. Let me go back to live radar. Let's go back over to Springfield. Again, we do have a tornado warning just southeast of Springfield, Illinois. This storm has been rotating. It was rotating quite a bit just a few minutes ago, but it quickly, over the last couple scans, has gotten a little bit weaker. So it's unknown if this thing is still rotating at this point, at least near the low levels. Freddie McKinney is in downtown Springfield, and he's going to be coming up into this storm here over the next few minutes, so we'll be keeping an eye on him. Back over near Verdon, we actually have a broad area of rotation just off to the west of Verdon. I'm going to put bottom middle of your screen tornado Pagey. They're actually going right towards this thing, but this storm near Garrard and Verdon is beginning to rotate. That's heading up towards Deaver, Nunn, and eventually towards Pawnee, and Auburn's also in the path of that. This is a look from tornado Pagey.
They did that at the update.
Who is coming up on this storm, and right now it's not rotating a whole lot, at least from what we're seeing, but I do think that this storm could become tornadic here soon. This is very similar to one we just saw near Springfield, where the rotation started to ramp up pretty quickly. It only took a few radar scans, and this is already a supercell that is already discrete. So as long as this thing stays discrete, I do think this will have a chance of producing a tornado. Keep in mind, in today's environment, these are not your typical, supercellular storms that we see in the Great Plains. Those ones are usually, they can be very photogenic and whatnot. These ones are very low top storms, very low cloud bases too, which means that a tornado that drops will be very low to the ground. Like, it's not going to be, upwards of 1,000, 2,000 feet off the ground. This is very close to the ground level here with how low these LCLs, aka our lift and condensation levels are, which is where our cloud base is. So how low they are, these tornadoes are going to be very, very low to the ground. It's not going to be like what we saw in North Platte. That tornado was, pretty tall. But this is a storm that we're going to have to keep an eye on here.
Tornado warned right now, but it is ramping up for sure.
I do think this will probably get tornado warned though in a moment. Also, we're going to probably get another tornado warning. Tightening rotation west of Springfield. So just west of Springfield, there's another area of strong rotation that's developing. That's east of New Berlin. This will likely get a tornado warning here in a moment. That is moving over I-72 here in a few minutes and then coming up into the west side of Springfield. So if you're in Springfield, be ready to go to your safe place. That is a strong area of rotation that's moving to the northeast. That'll likely get tornado warned. The one near Verdon is still rotating as well, which is what we're keeping an eye on right now. Further off to the east, we also have rotation near Decatur that is ramping up. This storm is also discrete. And again, any discrete supercells in today's environment will be capable of producing tornadoes. And this one may try to produce a tornado here soon, going up towards Decatur in Illinois, also going towards Long Creek. You can see how it's starting to spin a little bit here on radar. Further off to the east, back over near Shelbyville and Effingham, a lot of these storms are kind of clustered together, but we are at least seeing some broad rotation on the storms, one of which is south of Avenna and another one near Effingham. Almost every single storm that we have right now is rotating, which is actually kind of crazy. This is very interesting starts today. Almost every storm right now in central Illinois is already rotating. Once again, we have a mesoscale convective vortex back over to the northwest of St. Louis, and we have a lot of spin and vorticity. Connor has a tornado apparently, and now it's gone. Apparently there was a brief tornado on Connor's feed. It was a weak land spout apparently. I guess we just missed it.
Tornado down, Stormer. They're gonna cross the highway.
It's still...
Yeah, I just saw the dust from it. I'm Florida.
Not there anymore. Oh yeah, I see the funnel. Funnel's gonna cross the highway right here.
Yeah, right there in the middle. Right there in the middle of your screen. Little funnel right there. We have a tighter area of rotation too. That's just north of I-72 now in the latest radar scans.
Oh, structure vortex crossing the highway. I just saw it.
Looks like we have another
structure vortex on the highway.
Another weak tornado here. All right, so we just had a weak tornado cross the highway here on I-72, and I don't think it's down anymore, but it would be in the middle of your screen.
Fully visible.
It's still there. I don't see it, but there was actually, before I went to him, there was a clear
just had a suction vortex on the
view
highway.
of it. I'm going to show it in a second. This is literally the 4th different tornado that we've had with this storm. There's still a funnel off here to the left of the highway. This is, again, just what we're looking at is north of I-72. Right above the tree line, that little funnel.
Oh yeah, tore down. Just off to the left of the road here.
I think there's a tornado down. I do not see anything, though.
It's gonna go into Jacksonville. It's gonna go into town.
I do not see a tornado. This is what it looked like a second ago, though. This was from Connor. You can see I'm just trying to put it on this screen, but you can see that right there was actually either a land spout or a weak tornado. We've had multiple of these already. It looks like at least some dust being kicked up, if not possibly even just some like rotating, you know, some sort of like just weak debris, basically either dirt or some sort of leaves or something like that. So that was moments ago. And I mean, I do believe that there was a tornado just a moment ago. I don't think there is one right now, but there was one more than likely just a moment ago. This is what it looks like again on radar. We have a little hook here. Velocities are still pretty strong right now as well over the Jacksonville area. At this point, if we were to have a tornado, this would be the one to produce one. We still have a little bit of rotation near Exeter, but it's a lot more definitive on our storm just off here to the barely to the southwest right now of Jacksonville. This is also, let's go back over to the east first. First off, I want to go back to Springfield. Freddie McKinney is currently on our storm near Springfield that is tornado warned. This is what it looks like right now. The velocities have gotten a lot weaker.
Maybe we tossed the coin wrong.
But this is what the storm looks like right now. There's trees everywhere here in central Illinois.
We're off to a good start, especially that we already have those initial tornado.
But he is on the tornado warning east of Springfield. The rotation's gotten a lot weaker. I don't think the storm that they are on is going to be nearly as concerning. I think the one back off to the west of Springfield is actually more concerning. If you look at the one west of Springfield, we did have a tightening of rotation over the last couple scans. It's gotten slightly weaker on the latest scan, but this thing may get tornado warned if the rotation ramps back up again. That is going to be moving into Springfield over the next few minutes. But you can see if you look at a little loop on radar here, you can see how this storm has kind of fallen apart over the last few scans. So it's not nearly as concerning. And then the one back over near Verdon has been broadly rotating. You can see a little mezzo here, very strong winds going towards the radar, a little bit weaker going away from the radar. And so we do have at least some level of rotation right now moving off to the northeast. They'll be going up into Divernon and eventually going towards Pawnee, also crossing over I-55 here in just a few minutes. This is back over to Storm Runner. Oh, that's a funnel. That is a very clear funnel cloud. That's about to be a tornado. We got a funnel cloud. This is on the storm near Jacksonville.
There's two. Look, there's twins.
I think there's... Looks like there's two. We definitely have a funnel cloud here. It's where we just literally had a tornado with Connor a second ago. There's definitely a funnel cloud off to the left.
I think the one on the right is going to become more dominant. There's we got trees here. Yeah, it's handing off, I think.
There might be a tornado on the ground right now in Jacksonville. We just had a funnel cloud visible. Connor's going towards this.
Second tor forming. The other one, there's the funnel. Funnel's up there. Second tornado is forming.
Also, we just got a new tornado watch for Indiana and Illinois. We'll go to that in a second.
The other one was doing damage. This is going to be a bigger one, I think.
There may be a tornado down over
just
Jacksonville.
North of town.
Looks like there's a tornado debris signature here.
Again, tornado in progress here. Oh, there's another tornado. I see another tornado back off in the rain. There's 3 tornadoes happening here. Again, this tornado's forming right here. I see another tornado back further off to the west.
This may be a tornado here. Looking at just radar purely, I do think that we have a tornado in progress over Jacksonville. We have a tornado debris signature. This right here is not rain. That is actually debris. Look at the CC drop. We actually may have a significant tornado right now down in Jacksonville, Illinois. They downgraded the warning to radar indicated, but this is almost 100% still on the ground on the west side of Jacksonville, which is a very populated area. You need to be in your safe place if you are in Jacksonville. You can see the debris signature. It's even getting larger. I mean, this is almost undoubtedly a tornado. It's probably picking up a lot of leaves and at least small debris, but it could even be on the stronger side of things. We're looking at Connor again, who's coming up into Jacksonville right now. The tornado would again be beyond the tree line here.
Yeah, it's gonna take forever to get through this town.
But this is a large TDS and almost undoubtedly, again, potentially a large tornado here on the north side of Jacksonville. Connor's coming into town right now.
God dang it.
This is also Storm Intermedia, who's also on this storm. See how ominous the skies are, but we have a huge tornado debris signature on this storm. So this tornado again on the north side of Jacksonville right now. Literally just went through the west side of town. Velocities are pretty crazy too.
Why are we braking on a green? Go.
But yeah, we do think that there is a potentially strong tornado right now on the north side of Jacksonville. Moving up towards Philadelphia and Ashland over the next few minutes.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
It's a very strong couplet there. Very strong.
I'm going to go back to both Connor and Storm Intermedia in a second. They're both on the tornado that is on the ground near Jacksonville. We have a brand new tornado warning for Cotton Hill, Pawnee, and Divernon, and as well as Auburn. This is a small little mesocyclone that we have near Highway 4 that is tracking up towards I-55. Seek shelter if you're in this tornado warning. Get away from windows and get on the lowest floor possible. The storm west of Springfield's been falling apart, even though that there's still rotation. I don't know if this is going to be enough for a tornado warning, but there's at least still some rotation coming up into the west side of Springfield here over the next few minutes. So seek shelter in that warning. We also have rotation ramping up back over near Altamont. That'll be going into Effingham, Illinois here over the next few minutes. So seek shelter back over even in this severe thunderstorm warning. We actually have a large severe warning now also east of Shelbyville back through Charleston and Tuscola. That is for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds with a tornado possible label on that. Back over near Jacksonville, this is where we've had a tornado for the last few minutes, and we may have two. I think we have two different tornadoes. We got one definitive tornado that is on the north side of Jacksonville. So that's a big debris signature. We have another one that is forming right now just southeast of Joy Prairie. So there's actually a possibility for twin tornadoes right now off to the north here of Jackson, which is a very interesting situation that we are currently looking at. Let me go back over to Connor. Connor is the closest to this right now.
But again, baited for this. Meanwhile, the one near Springfield.
There are two different tornadoes here. Connor can get through this town. We'll be able to see it. We do believe there may be two tornadoes, which again would be twins. And it has been upgraded back to observed. So this tornado warning has been upgraded again to observed.
Yeah, I'm trying, guys. I'm trying.
I'm gonna go back to Connor in a second. This is what it looks like here on the latest radar scan. Very tight couplet right now on the northwest side of Jackson. This is an emergency management confirmed tornado, even though we've seen it pretty clearly on radar as well. The CC drop is huge again on the first tornado that we had. Now that's up near Highway 78. And then the one that's back over here near Joy Prairie is likely on the ground or is dropping right now. Velocities are very tight here. So likely tornado right now on the northwest side of Jacksonville that is going to be coming up on Highway 78 as well in a few minutes, and also tracking towards Arcadia, Litterbury, Old Princeton, and also Little Indian will be in the track of that. So seek shelter again if you're in this tornado warning.
Might have lifted.
It definitely, I highly doubt it's lifted for the record. The CC drop is huge though.
Okay, once I get...
Yeah, I'm caught at the same red lights. Damn it.
Yeah, but it's impossible to get through here. There's more on the other side of town too.
He's probably about 2 minutes out, assuming he doesn't have any more lights. Probably about 2 minutes out from at least clearing here.
Again, strong circulation to my north. I can't
It's on the north side of Jacksonville.
I'm almost free.
We'll almost have a view here in a second. Thank you, Martha, for becoming a 12-month member. Shout out also to Jordan with the $20 super chat, watching from Florida. Shout out from Jordan and Patty. I appreciate that. So if there's a tornado, we'll probably see it in the middle of your screen at some point here in the next minute or two. Velocity's, again, super strong. New radar scans coming in right now. Got two very strong areas of rotation.
Tight circulations just to my north. Might be twins. I'll be able to see them right when I get out of town.
I still think we have two tornadoes on the ground. Okay, here's a bit more of a clearing.
Yeah, I might have one off to the left.
There's definitely, I still think there's two. The first one may be occluding, that there's definitely one though, west of 78. Very tight couplet still.
This thing's incredible though.
After this hill, we might see it.
Alright, we're about to see if anything's down.
Alright, we should have a view here in a second on the left. If it is down. There should be one in the middle and one on the left.
Oh yeah, big tornado down.
I don't see anything yet. ACF for the super chat. There's a tornado be in the middle of your screen. You still have a tight couplet. There is a small CC drop, so this tornado likely has just dropped. I don't see anything clearly yet. It might be rain wrap too.
Big tornado on the right! Big tornado on the right!
Oh wow, that's the initial tornado. That's still on the ground. Look at that. Yeah, that's a tornado down right there.
Tornado on the right and
so tornadoes down here on the right. This is on Highway 78. That's the
tornado on my left. I gotta be careful of.
There's two different tornadoes. Look at the debris signature, by the way. That right there is the tornado. Bottom right. That is not rain. That is a tornado.
One on the right, one on the left.
So that is a tornado down on Highway 78.
Oh yeah, debris in the air off to my left. Debris in the air off to my left. Tornado down off to my right. Two tornadoes down.
So we got a large tornado in progress near Highway 78 that's going up towards Litterberry, and then the other one's east of Joy Prairie.
One to the left of the road that I can't get to the right tornado because I'm going to get hit by the left tornado, and the tornado's also down to the right of the road.
So that is a tornado debris signature, and then we have another one off to the west of where he is. So there's possibly twins right now on the ground.
Hopefully I can get north enough to see this.
Oh yeah, tornado just to my left. Oh, big vortex.
Oh yeah, right there in the middle. I think that's another. I think that's the other tornado.
The tornado to my left I have to worry about.
Is that another one on the left?
Oh, look at this tornado, guys.
Yeah, we got two different tornadoes. This is the second one.
The one up north,
so there are twin tornadoes, as we've been talking about for multiple minutes now. So we got two tornadoes in progress near Arcadia.
I can only show you guys the tornado down in front of me. There's two down. So tornado just to my left, lofting debris. It's going to cross the road. Oh, this one's condensing up in front of us. What is happening? Dang it. Yeah, there's a big tornado down to my left, big tornado down in front of me.
The one in the middle is getting even larger. Dude, this might go PDS. Look at the one off to the latest scan shows a huge tornado debris signature now.
Figure this out.
This is.
I want to get to that tornado
warning.
This could go PDS. We got a huge tornado debris signature over Highway 78.
To my left. I'm recording it with another camera.
There is a large tornado once again in progress going towards Old Princeton and Philadelphia. We have a huge tornado debris signature just crossed over Highway 78, going towards Old Princeton and Litterberry. This is a huge tornado. This does already meet the criteria for a PDS tornado warning.
Literally right here. Oh yeah, tornado's just to my left, gonna cross the road in front of me. Oh my gosh, it's strong. Strong tornado just to my left.
We literally have 2 different tornadoes.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
Connor is in between 2 different tornadoes. He has one off to his left as well. That's the smaller one. And again, there's 2 tornadoes with this storm. If you look bottom right of your screen, we got one couplet that is off to his left. We got another one, which is the large tornado, moving into Litterbury.
All right, I'm about to go inside this one. It's right here.
Look at the bottom right, though. This already meets PDS criteria. I want to go full screen for a second. This right here is literally this is a large tornado. Could be strong to intense right now, moving to Litterbury and Old Princeton. This is not rain. That is debris. We have a pink reflectivity pixel here. That is debris that is being lofted up into the atmosphere. This is a substantial tornado. The other one off to the left of Connor is a weaker tornado, but that one is also down. So we have 2 different tornadoes that are in progress right now. They are twin tornadoes. They've issued an entire observed tornado warning going all the way up towards Mason City, also going towards Havana. So seek shelter immediately if you are in this tornado warning.
We got a tornado here.
So we got a tornado again off to the left where Connor is, and one off to the right, which is the larger one, which may be a little bit more rain wrapped. I think the one off to the left is just weakened. I think the one to the right is way stronger. But we have a huge TDS right now going to Litterbury. Also, just north of Detroit in Warren, there's also a tornado warning going towards Sterling Heights and Clinton Township. Got a tornado crossing right in front of Connor right now.
Throwing trees around.
Tornado. At least the remnants of that first tornado. The one that's larger is still up in front of him, off to the right.
Yeah, we're literally inside the tornado.
So I think the small tornado may have just occluded. The larger one is still off to his right by like about a mile. That tornado is now moving into Litterbury.
See that again in a second.
The latest scan still shows a substantial tornado in progress. We have a huge TDS signature, tornado debris signature, still on this storm.
Stronger tornadoes just up here.
It's also Storm Intermediate's view. And there is a large tornado right now near Litterbury.
Sorry, chat. I tried. I mean, I'm still trying, but throwing their damn dog.
Both of them are closing in on it.
That'll bring us to it in a second.
Just lost Connor for a second. Storm Intermediate's bottom right of your screen as well, coming up on this as well. But again, look at the radar here. We got a large tornado currently in progress near Litterbury. Still a significant tornado debris signature. This is likely a strong, if not intense, tornado. This already meets the criteria for a PDS tornado warning. It's going to be coming up into Old Princeton, Philadelphia here in a few minutes, and then crossing over Highway 125. So again, you need to seek shelter immediately if you are in this warning. Get away from windows and get on the lowest floor possible. This is a very dangerous tornado moving to the northeast. It will eventually be tracking towards Petersburg, Mason City, and Havana. I also want to point out we have a tornado warning just outside of Detroit, Michigan. This is near Sterling Heights. Rotation's pretty broad here, but we may get a brief or weak tornado near the Warren Village Historic Township here over the next few minutes as this storm moves off to the east-northeast. It is also going towards the Clinton Township and also Sterling Heights here over the next few minutes. Let me go back off here to the confirmed tornado warning. Also, the one that is south of Springfield, we still have a mesocyclone. It's a little bit broader, but we're keeping an eye on that in case a tornado does drop. We still have a significant tornado near Litterbury, which Connor is literally right next to, but he is in low signal. I'm going to go back to Stormrunner, who's also in the same area. The tornado will be just off to his right whenever he comes back. We still have a very tight couplet. This is definitely still on the ground. Connor's punching into it right now.
Tornado could be right here.
Just lost him again. I'll go back to him in a second.
Yeah, I think that's it. I think that's it, chat.
Yeah, I think that tornado's right back in there. There might be a decent view of it right there. Still a little rain wrapped, a little bit hazy. This tornado will be off to Connor's left now.
Where is this sucker?
Connor's literally going into the tornado debris signature from like 2 minutes ago.
It's still down.
I'm like about to be in it. I can't see it.
Should be to the east a little bit.
About to be in this thing.
Connor, on at least on the map here, is literally inside where the TDS signature is.
It looks like it's just north of that road you're on.
Here it is. Here it is.
Is that it right there?
Big tornado just crossed, maybe?
I literally can't tell. It is so humid today that it also makes it more hazy in a way. And there's just so much rain too.
Yeah, there it is.
There's a lot of moisture in the atmosphere today. It's not as photogenic as what we were seeing over in the Great Plains. And this tornado's still down. Like, he's literally next to it too. We just don't have, for some reason, we cannot see it.
Just to my north.
Be off to his left.
Just to my north.
Bottom right of your screen, still on the ground near Old Princeton. Going up towards Philadelphia, Illinois. Just south of Virginia.
Just to my north. I'm gonna go get it here.
Look at the TDS. I mean, there's so much debris that's been lofted up. Bottom right of your screen, we still have a very large debris field here. All of this is literally debris. Look at the radar. This is crazy. Can't believe we can't see it because look at the debris field here. Like, this is all right here, debris that is being lofted up into the atmosphere. Like, that is all just debris. This is not even rain. Connor's gonna be punching up to the north now. He's going towards it.
So right here. Still debris in the air. I wish this thing would condense.
Thank you, Yvonne, for the PayPal donation.
Right here, though, it's down.
Maybe a non-condensed tornado.
Can't see it because of the sun now. I got the debris flying across the road. My windshield wipers are going to stop working now at the most inopportune time. There's literally debris everywhere. Where is this thing at? It's almost 2 tornadoes. There's one, it's cycling, I think. There's another one forming just to my north. And then I'm like in the circulation of the old one here. That's freaking...
That's debris right there.
Debris everywhere. Sheet metal raining down from the sky.
Literally a piece of sheet metal or something that just went flying by.
Look at sheet metal raining from the sky. Yeah, it's like right here. The old circulation is right here. I'm almost in it.
It's in Old Princeton,
Illinois.
Illinois.
Almost in the old circulation. It's still down. It's rotating like crazy right above me. Strong, literally tornado right in front of me.
That might be it right there in front of it. It literally might just be rain wrapped.
Wow.
It's still an observed tornado warning.
Right in front of me.
They have not upgraded this to
Oh,
PDS.
big suction vortex.
Hey, right there. Look at that. That's the tornado right
here,
there.
close range.
That was a suction vortex literally right in front of him.
In the field.
That was in the field. Like literally in the, I think this is corn crops. So that was at least part of from this tornado.
Suction vortex dancing to the right.
The latest scan got a little bit stronger on the velocities again.
I'm now stuck behind a cop, so...
Suction vortex in the field.
So once again, we just had a view of this tornado a second ago, at least part of the tornado near Old Princeton. Going up towards Philadelphia right now. Still have a huge debris signature on this thing.
Trying to condense.
See it all
Trying to
rotating right
condense
there.
again.
Look at all the rotation up there aloft in the low levels. You can see the entire thing rotating. It's likely a non-condensed tornado right now. We'll be back to Connor in a second. This is what it looks like on radar right now. Again, we do have a very tight couplet. That is our tornado. It is currently moving up towards Philadelphia over the next few minutes, and then we'll be tracking towards 125. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, I believe we have another low precip debris ball south of the town of Ashland, Illinois. It's not really connected to the storm, but the CC is very, very low, and there's an area of increased reflectivity along with the velocity couplet, so probably 2 strong tornadoes. Ashland, this tornado is probably about 2 minutes out, so we need to be taking shelter right now. We're not technically in a tornado warning, but please take shelter.
Hey, Riley, for the update. That is actually likely a tornado. This has, I mean, like, literally, that is, yeah, that's a tornado, too. This is on the ground near Ashland. This is another really weird kind of tornado. This is near a mesoscale convective vortex. I think Storm Intermedia actually has a view of a funnel cloud right now. Let me go to them. They have a view, it looked like, of a funnel cloud somewhere. Where'd it go? Yeah, I think off to the middle there. Their camera's going all over the place. I literally just, oh, yeah, right there on the right. There's a funnel cloud or a tornado. I literally just saw it. The camera's all over the place.
Is it still there?
Yep, it's still there. Oh, it's a beautiful one, too.
It's literally a tornado. What is going on with this camera? There it is, right there. It's literally right there. There's a tornado right there on the right. You can see it.
Yep.
Okay. So yeah, that's a tornado right there. That's down. I don't even know which tornado this is. This might be the one that Connor's on.
Gorgeous tornado.
Oh yeah, Connor's literally on it.
Yeah,
I think.
It's
Close to see them because they won't fully condense.
Bro, I don't even know what's going on anymore. I don't know where this tornado is. This might be the one that's near Old Princeton, but I think they're looking to the east. They might be looking at the one near Ashland.
Still ongoing?
yes.
Dude, southeast of me?
Or is it the one west of Ashland? We have 3 couplets right now. We got one where Connor is. We got one that's near 125, and the other one's near Ashland. There are 3 areas of rotation.
Connor,
So that's a tornado down right there.
With a different storm.
That's what I'm looking at, south of Ashland.
All right, that's south of Ashland. So this is the one that Connor or Riley was just talking about. So this is the other tornado. We literally could have 3 tornadoes on the ground right now with this complex of storms. It's absolutely insane.
I see that one.
That is a tornado down. That's the one that's going into the town of Ashland, Illinois, which does not currently have a tornado warning for.
I think that one.
And then that is looking in the direction of our tornado that's near Connor.
It's coming back down again.
It's going into Ashland. I feel like I need to.
But there could be as many as 3 tornadoes right now.
Where's this thing at?
We could literally have triplets.
It's right there. It's behind the trees.
That is still down.
Yeah, this is a tornado south of Ashland. I do need to move, though.
Bottom right of your screen, that is the tornado debris signature. That is what's coming from that tornado that you see right there on your screen. Go back over to live radar right now. You can see, again, if we look at velocities, the last scan that we had a moment ago, we had 1, 2, 3 couplets. All 3 of which could be producing tornadoes right now, all around the Ashland area, also near Burlingame and Philadelphia. Latest scan still showing a tight area of rotation north of where Connor is, which is where we just had a tornado. And then the one near Ashland is also on the ground. We have a tornado debris signature currently on this one. Pretty large TDS right there. So this is also lofting debris up into the atmosphere. We also may get a tornado warning in a moment for this area of rotation that is also going towards Cantrell.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
That's also going up towards Williamsville and Sherman. They may have just issued a tornado warning on it. Yeah, I think they literally just issued a warning as I said that. So this one just got warned. So that's from Macon, Sangamon, Logan, and Christian counties in Illinois. It has not popped up yet, but this one is also rotating a ton. Oh, nope, this is the other storm. But that one is probably going to get tornado warned. The new one is going to be for Rochester, Dawson, Buffalo Heart, Iopolis, and also going towards the west side of Decatur. Freddie McKinney's actually coming up on this right now, so I'm going to put him bottom, bottom middle. But he's currently on the north side of the storm. This one is rotating quite a bit still has a large mesocyclone moving over Highway 29 in a few minutes, and then that'll eventually be tracking towards Buffalo and Iopolis, and eventually going towards the Niantic area here of Illinois. So again, if you're in this tornado warning, get to your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. Almost every single storm, as if we've been talking about pretty much this entire stream, basically every storm is rotating right now. I mean, like every storm around our mesoscale convective vortex back over here in western Illinois is rotating, which is why we have such an elevated tornado threat today. We've already had, I think, 6 tornadoes.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
They've issued a confirmed tornado warning. That is going to be for Ashland, Tula, Petersburg, Greenville, Middletown, and Mason City, Illinois. We have a pretty clear tornado debris signature right now that is crossing over Highway 125. So again, that is a tornado. Storm Intermedia just had that a moment ago. That is going to be heading up into Tula in the next few minutes, and then Lewisburg and Pittsburgh. So seek shelter immediately if you're in this tornado warning. That is another confirmed tornado. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, we have another tornado potentially, probably south of Pleasant Plains, Illinois. It's literally in this same line. It's going to do the exact same thing as all the other ones. There's another low reflectivity debris ball. It's even there more on the late scan with more reflectivity. So this is, now I'm confident to say this is a tornado on the ground. This is going to go to the town of Richland, Illinois, and eventually cross 125 as well.
All right, thank you for the update. Yeah, this is another tornado on the ground. We were just talking about this storm a moment ago. Should be tornado warned. There is no tornado warning currently for this particular storm, and it does appear as if we do have a tornado on the ground. It is another low precip tornado, but that is currently down, going across Highway 125 in a few minutes, also coming up on Pleasant Plains near Richland. We have a full-blown tornado outbreak happening right now. This would, I mean, this is like our 9th or 10th tornado probably already. I mean, and it's all from this little mesoscale convective vortex. We've had so many tornadoes with these storms here over the last hour, and we think that this one is also on the ground, which I fully think that this one is definitely on the ground right now. Coming up on Highway 125 and 97 here over the next few minutes. That is west of Springfield. So assuming that they issue a tornado warning on this one, it would go probably for those in Athens and also just west of Williamsville. So be ready to go to your safe place if you are in any of those areas. Athens, you should be in your safe place. Cantrell, I would also be in your safe place right now. Also, the Philadelphia tornado that we did have, that one is fully occluded. Connor is currently coming up towards the one near Ashland, which was on the ground, and it may still be on the ground. We still have a tornado debris signature here east of Ashland, so there's at least some level of debris that is being lofted up into the atmosphere. It's not really known right now if this tornado is still on the ground, but we do think that there's at least debris to some extent in the atmosphere that is still lofted. There might be leaves or something along those lines that are still up. Let me quickly go over to Connor because he's coming up on it. Just going to see if we still have it or not. But Connor would be coming up on this thing. And don't clearly see anything. It looks like a little bowl back there, though. The Pleasant Plains tornado is getting larger, bottom right of your screen. There's definitely a tornado down south of Pleasant Plains. So again, we have a tornado down near Pleasant Plains. This needs to be warned, and it is currently not tornado warned. That is heading up towards 97. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, looking at the storm that's tornado warned southeast of Springfield, it looks like there's a low precip hook. There's an area of lowering on Tornado Pagey and Bryce Shelton's feed as well. This is actually, I think, just barely in the corner of the tornado warning. If we do get a tornado out of this storm, which I think we will, is going to be on the far eastern side of that tornado warning. So if we are anywhere near the east side of that tornado warning, even if we're not officially in it, we should be taking shelter now.
Thank you for the update. So yeah, Freddie McKinney and Tornado Page are coming up on this. There is definitely rotation on this storm as well. Plenty of rotation. That is, again, on the very southern quadrant here of our tornado warning. It's going to be coming up on New City, Cascade, and then going into Breckenridge here in a few minutes. So if you're in this area, make sure that you are in your safe place. This is a live look at that storm from Tornado Pagey and Bryce Shelton, and it is definitely spinning. Look how low the clouds are off there to the right. That is a really low wall cloud. So this thing may be gearing up for a tornado as well. We go over to Freddie McKinney, who is also on this.
Third eye.
Yeah, there is actually. That wall cloud's rotating.
Oh yeah.
This is definitely
It's
organizing.
spinning pretty good.
Yeah, it's spinning pretty good there.
Oh, it's getting thick too.
We're locked in.
This is one of the. This is not really
I might throw.
necessarily a part of
Not
our
looking.
mesoscale
I'm
convective
not trying to. I'm
vortex.
getting ready to put up the 360.
Okay, we're gonna switch.
All right. Am I clear to put up the 360?
All right,
Yeah,
you
go for
360 is clear.
All
That
right,
wall
I'm gonna
cloud's
get
getting
it.
blockier.
Put up the 360 really fast, because then I also have to do exactly what Freddie just did.
All right.
Charlie took a little peek.
Yeah, right there in the middle is a large wall cloud that's forming right now southeast of Springfield, and this is probably going to drop a tornado here in the next few minutes.
And there is some left to right.
Oh, that thing is getting...
Wow, surface winds are cranking. I think there's a shot we get a tornado here really soon, chat.
There's a little bit tighter of a couplet on this latest
Right
radar
in
scan.
there.
We might have a tornado dropping
2
right now.
seconds. Get it unwound. Oh, wow, look at that.
Wow, she's ripping.
360.
Don't turn it on yet.
Where should I put it? Put it right here.
360's going up.
How many tornadoes so far?
Let me clamp it down.
We have to have had at least 6 tornadoes, but I'm pretty sure we're up to
recording
10.
on it?
9 or 10.
Eli, start!
Go back to him in a second, but again, there's a tight area of rotation that's going to be crossing over Highway 29 here in a minute. That is what we're looking at right there. Large rotating wall cloud, likely going to drop into a tornado here in a moment. As we've already mentioned, there is an unwarned tornado, which is now technically in our tornado warning near Pleasant Plains. Connor's going to be coming up on that here in a few minutes. We'll keep an eye on him, but that is a tornado in progress moving towards Lloyd and Salisbury, also going up towards Athens. So if you're up near Athens, be ready to go to your safe place. You should already be there if you're on the west side of town, but this is a tornado on the ground. It's actually going to be moving, it looks like, into our confirmed tornado warning. And again, that is currently moving off to the north. The tornado that we had on the ground northeast of Ashland, we think this is still on the ground. We still have a tight couplet here, and that is likely still a tornado near Tullahola, or Tullahoma, going up towards 97 in the west side of Petersburg over the next few minutes. So again, be in your safe place if you're in that warning. This particular supercell is really not necessarily a part of our mesoscale convective vortex, at least not associated with the northern segment. So that means that this thing has a slightly better chance of producing something a little bit more photogenic compared to the other stuff. There's a little bit less moisture here. Temperature is also slightly higher.
Where are we at right now?
But again, you can see right there in the middle of your screen a large rotating wall cloud.
Illinois here. This
About to cross
storm
over
is
29 here in a
ramping up,
moment.
Trying to do a tornado here. Thing is trying to do a tornado here. Dude, I like the way that looks right there. I really like the way that looks.
Oh, it's really starting to get that left to right
really
in the middle
cranking,
now.
bro.
It is definitely rotating.
Really cranking. Yep. Go ahead and hop back out.
Hey, Bill, for the $10 super chat. I really appreciate that. Also, thank you, Harry, for the super chat.
All right, here.
Eli, now what are you thinking?
Here too. It's looking pretty nice. I enjoy this. Get these things running here real quick. Get the cameras running. What? Got the cameras just recording, just in case. Still not anything rapid, but
it's trying. It's trying so hard.
It is trying to drop. It's going to happen quick.
It's also back over to Connor, who's near Ashland, which is where this is where we do have a confirmed tornado.
What are you doing? Why are you pulling off right now? Fully condensed tornado.
I said there's a fully
dang it, I can't get these on camera.
I said there's a tornado off to his
They're all
north
too
that's
quick.
condensed, but he can't see it, or he can't get it on camera or something. Let me go back to Freddy. It's the wrong person.
Yeah. Oh, it's really spinning now.
Come on. I'm going to look at our roads here for a second.
Come on, do it.
Got to get into skate
Do it for us.
Hold on. We do have some roads to get down there. Take this tornado to the teeth.
I'm okay with
On
that.
your screen, we still have
got
at
some
least
roads.
moderate rotation. It's not really tight or strong yet on this storm southeast of Springfield, Illinois.
Look at
Go
how
up towards
fast it's spinning
Buckhart.
aloft.
Yep. We'll see if it translates down, though. I don't know if it will, but we'll see. It's pretty far removed from the main core. We're actually getting some precip here as well.
I'm going to save the receiver.
Yeah, I might have to hop in for a second. There's the precip.
All right, we'll go back to him in a second. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max. So one of the things I do want to sort of strike through hard while we're waiting for the main part of the system to kick up is this is an MCV. We've been talking about that, and it can be a little confusing what that actually means. But for the most part, let's just take a look at the way that this system is shaped. We have basically 2 bands of convection associated around our low pressure system. I've actually drawn a beautiful picture of what this looks like. So this is what the system looks like, in case you're wondering. It's literally a 1-to-1 representation of it. We basically have 3 areas of storms. We have that first line and then that second line. This part here to the north, it's sort of east-west, or going off from the west to the east of our low pressure system, is never going to produce tornadoes. The first part of the system to produce tornadoes will be the second band moving east to west from the low pressure system, sort of that northern part. This is what we are seeing produce tornadoes right now. However, it is eventually going to be this part over here, and that is where we have our tornado watch in Indiana. If you go and take a look at those storms, they are firing and they are getting a lot stronger. We cannot let our guard down over there just because the other part of the MCS is producing tornadoes right now. I promise you guys that there will be tornadoes tornadoes over there, and it's just a matter of time until those storms get fired and start becoming the dominant storms of the day.
Alrighty, thank you for the update. Let's go over to... I'll go back. Connor, I think, just had a tornado a second ago, at least briefly. Go back to Connor.
There's nothing I can do about it. I'm behind.
There was a tornado a moment ago north of Tallulah just a moment ago.
I'm going as fast as I can.
I think Connor had it a second ago. I'm gonna go back to radar. This is what it looks like on radar right now near Petersburg. We have a very strong area of rotation near Tallulah going up towards Petersburg right now. We still think that this is likely on the ground. Velocities are still very tight. This is where we had a tornado back down near Ashland a few minutes ago. Storm Runner Media had it on their feed a few minutes ago. That is now going up towards Petersburg. We also have a stronger area of rotation south of Petersburg. That could still be on the ground. That may be a tornado. Still a very large CC drop, but it's a very low reflectivity area. I would still say, though, that this is likely a tornado. Moving up towards the south side of Petersburg and Athens. So we likely have two different tornadoes that are currently in progress moving up into the town of Petersburg, Illinois. That'll go towards Greenville, eventually towards Mason City, and then tracking up towards Lincoln over the next few minutes. And the storm back over near Rochester, this one's been rotating quite a bit. Nothing that has made ground contact yet, but it has been rotating. This is a look from Freddie McKinney, who's on that storm.
Oh, wait, I got it.
You can see it's rotating quite a bit right now.
Windows taped.
Storm spotter. I can kind of
Sue.
see it. Super chat saying, good afternoon, Freddie and Charlie and Chad. Let's go. Hunting tornado.
Very low clouds.
And Eli. Hi.
By the way, the tornado warning that was in Michigan is no longer ongoing.
It's trying. Is it? It wants to. It really wants to. Just not quite there yet. Yeah. Just needs more time in the oven.
No tornado yet. It's not focused enough. But this thing really could do one. We just gotta get up to this highway. Pretty much right where it would drop. Right underneath where this thing would drop.
And it's just southeast of Springfield right now.
You can shut that one off to the A7.
By the way, real quickly, I forgot to talk about this, but we do have a new tornado watch until 8 o'clock tonight. Does not include Chicago, but it does include southwest Michigan, almost all of Indiana, and eastern Illinois, where a few tornadoes are likely. Additionally, scattered ping pong ball sized hail is possible, and then scattered damaging wind gusts up to 75 miles per hour is also likely. So in case you didn't already see that, which I forgot to talk about that, but we do have a tornado watch now further to the east. It includes literally almost all of Indiana and Illinois. So yeah, make sure that you're staying weather aware, have multiple ways to receive warnings. The St. Louis area is no longer included in a tornado watch, but elsewhere we are in a tornado watch for most of Illinois. Back over towards Petersburg, we have a very strong area of rotation. This is likely a tornado moving up towards the west side of Petersburg right now. You can see Connor Croft. He is just to the south of this. We're going to go back to him in a second once he gets a bit clearer of a view, but that is very strong rotation. This is what we've seen multiple times already, further back off to the west with our mesoscale convective vortex, and this is likely a tornado that'll be coming up on 97 west side of Petersburg here in a few minutes, and then coming up on the Sangamon River, and then going up towards Greenville and Mason City. So seek shelter immediately if you are in this tornado warning. This is a dangerous storm. On the other hand, Freddie McKinney is basically underneath a rotating wall cloud here east of Springfield.
If you see anything, just let me know. All right.
Spinning.
I do not have eyes.
I don't see it right now. I feel like it'd be directly behind us if there was anything.
Also, Hurricane Eric in the Pacific is now a Category 2. Not on topic for today's stream, but here, I'll throw that out there. Connor's looking in the direction where there would be a tornado. He's up near Tullahola right now. I think he has it. Connor's saying that this tornado is on the ground. That would be the tornado back there. So there's a tornado down going towards Petersburg, excuse me. Petersburg, Illinois. Yeah, this is definitely on the ground.
Oh my, big stovepipe.
It's a big tornado back there. So there's a large tornado here.
Stovepipe.
Large tornado west of Petersburg. There's a large tornado back there. I don't believe there's two, even though the one on the left kind of looked like one. We do have a TD, or not, no, not yet.
Tornado.
I don't see a clear TDS yet, but we definitely have a tight couplet. That is a tornado back there. Cars behind a lot of trees. I'll get back to him in a second. You can see the velocity couplet, though. This is a very tight area of rotation, likely a strong tornado. Velocities going towards the radar are currently peaking at around 75 miles per hour. So this is a likely strong tornado embedded in our mesoscale convective vortex. This is going to be moving up towards Petersburg over the next few minutes. We don't have a clear CC drop yet, but we should have one at any moment as this storm moves off to the northeast. Latest scan just...
tornado in progress.
You can see the large tornado. It's a little bit more distant because he's further down to the south, but you can see it just barely there.
Why is everyone turning north here? Gosh dang it. Why?
This is the latest scan, and there it is. All right, we definitely have a tornado on the ground. So another tornado debris signature. This is a confirmed tornado west of Petersburg that is going to be moving up towards 97, Curtis, Greenview, and eventually going towards Mason City. You need to be in your safe place if you're in this tornado warning. Connor's looking in the direction of that tornado, which again is definitely down, and it is likely a large tornado.
Yeah, there's a big tornado in there. It's getting wrapped in the rain. It's so far north of me, I just can't keep up.
Now, for reference, Connor's about 4 miles to the south of this tornado. But it's right there in the middle left. But we do have a tornado debris signature again on this storm west of Hilltop.
Tornado trying to form up to my right.
This might be, we might be nearing a dozen tornadoes so far today.
People, of course, on this road.
Any music for the sewer chat? Appreciate that. But once again, there is a tornado down here west of Petersburg. Connor's coming up on it right now. He's about 3 miles now to the south of it.
Hello? Hello? Yeah, there's a big tornado in there. It's wrapped in rain. It's wrapped in rain now.
Where is you guys?
This is the latest radar scan. The TDS has gotten a little bit larger, again, encompassing areas just west of Hilltop and Petersburg. It's fairly rural areas west of Petersburg, but nonetheless, there is debris being lofted up right now, crossing Highway 97, just to the southeast of Atterbury. So, again, that's moving to the northeast pretty quickly. Seek shelter. Once again, if you are in this tornado warning, get away from windows and get on the lowest floor possible. The tornado's gotten rain wrapped over the last few minutes, but clearly still a pretty strong area of rotation that's crossing over the highway. Connor, again, is coming up on it right now. I'm going to go back to him. And we're keeping an eye on the one southeast of Springfield, too.
Why'd it get rain wrapped, dude?
Every single tornado, for the most part, has gone from being slightly visible to rain wrapped back over near the north side of this mesoscale convective vortex.
Right when I get up on it, it's freaking rain wrap now, man. Tornado trying to form off to my right again, I think. Again, there's the big tornado down up ahead of me. I'm about to run out of roads.
So again, that is your tornado right there.
Wrapped in the rain.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Probably pretty strong, too.
We have yet again another tornado warning. This one is in eastern Illinois near Oakland, and that is also west of Crispin, southwest of Ridge Farm. So this is going to be way further to the east than the majority of our tornado warnings thus far. Seek shelter if you are in this warning. That is west of Paris right now, moving to the northeast. This will be heading up towards Georgetown and Westville eventually. We already have a full-blown line of storms that is forming well out in front of our mesoscale convective vortex. And this is one of the biggest things that I want to talk about too, is that with this line of storms forming right now, this is going to lead to more of a wind threat rather than a tornado threat with this segment. However, we are likely going to still see tornadoes embedded in our line of thunderstorms thunderstorms here as this line continues to push into Indiana. So even though that this is linear right now, we are still expecting tornadoes. And on top of that, everything that we've seen back off here towards Springfield is all from our mesoscale convective vortex, which basically all of these storms have been rotating ever since we went live. I mean, there's literally almost nothing that has not been rotating. Even the one that Freddy's on, that one's still been rotating. It hasn't really dropped anything yet, but we've had a rotating wall cloud for quite some time. And then our mesoscale convective vortex still actively producing a tornado northwest of Petersburg, which again, Connor is near right now, so we're keeping an eye on him. But that's going to be moving up towards Curtis, Greenview, and eventually going into the direction of Mason City. But we are getting a lot more severe thunderstorm warnings now off to the east. We're up to 4 now, which is the highest we've been at today, only 2 of which in Illinois. But we will likely continue to see more extensive severe warnings as the wind threat and the tornado threat starts to increase further to the east.
Yeah, and if this one to the left could just drop.
It's back to Connor, who's on the, again, confirmed tornado near Petersburg.
Is that a tornado down over there?
I'm still on here.
That's a tornado down over there, I think. What the heck?
It's still to the east. I'm going back to tag too, because I don't want to take.
I have a completely different tornado.
See you over there on 2, Brandon.
All the way off to the west.
Apparently there's a tornado off to his west, which would be the tornado that is the one that's large.
Again, a completely different fully condensed tornado. And again, I can't even show it to you guys. It's so far away.
Max has a several-minute delay. We do not have a several-minute delay. The stream is nearly live. You might have to click the live button on the stream, though.
This might be the most frustrating chase of my career. The most frustrating good chase.
Connor has basically been on, I think, 5 or 6 different tornadoes. Almost every single one of them has not been visible. Because of it being either rain-wrapped or he's just a little bit behind.
And the other tornado is somewhere in the rain here. We got a rain-wrapped, fully condensed tornado over there.
This tornado is likely still down near Alterberry, just northwest of Hilltop. Connor's looking in the direction of it. I believe it is still rain-wrapped, though.
Okay, I don't even know if that's down anymore. I see where it would be down. Alright, we have to go this way now. Alright, is this one any closer to dropping? No, I'd argue it's further away from dropping. We'll
go back to him in a second. Freddy is also underneath the other storm that is rotating southeast of, or east of Springfield.
What'd you say?
See how low the clouds are. I haven't had any tornado drop on this storm yet,
Putting
but
the hat in sport mode.
been rotating right underneath it. Hey, Melinda, for the $10 super chat. Yeah, I will try to. I will try to do that.
Yep.
I'm gonna go back to live radar. Back over to, let's go first to the west. This is where we've had a confirmed tornado. We actually have 2 tight couplets right now. We got one south of Bobtown, and then the other one is starting to weaken. That's where we just had a large tornado southeast of Oakford. That is gonna be moving up in the direction of Greenview over the next few minutes. So if you're in this area, make sure that you're still staying in your safe place. This actually may drop a tornado. Actually, I think it might already be on the ground. I think we have another tornado on the ground. So this one's southwest of Atterbury. We literally have had nonstop tornadoes. We got another tornado on the ground. This one is going to be near Highway 97, just southeast of Oakford. And then it's going to eventually go up towards Easton and Mason City. So there could be 2 different tornadoes on the ground right now, both of them moving to the northeast. So seek shelter in that area. We've been watching a rotating area back over near Mechanicsburg, east of Springfield, that is moving towards Islopolis and eventually going towards Latham. And then we also have a tornado warning in far eastern Illinois. That is going to be back over to the west of Crispin. This is definitely a pretty disorganized area. We got a lot of convection that's kind of messing with, I think, the inflow of this storm. But we definitely have at least some rotation over Oakland that'll be going towards Crispin over the next few minutes. Also, Tornado Pagey has a pretty good view of this storm back over just to the east of Springfield.
Right here, that's why. Did it fall? No.
Pretty low cloud, still a rotating wall cloud there on the right.
It must have fell.
It'll be in here somewhere.
Yeah, that's what it is.
You started early? I did not start early. This was, I mean, we mentioned this yesterday's stream. We'd probably be live by 11, 12, and it's not even 1 yet, but we're already live. Not super surprising. Hey, Robin, for the $15 Venmo donation. Who needs Twister when you can have Max Velocity to watch? I mean, hey, we've basically had... I don't know how many tornadoes we've had now. We've probably been up near a dozen now.
Right here.
All right, let's back to Connor. He's on the confirmed tornado warning. He's coming up on that tight area of rotation, which I'm not sure if this is still on the ground, but if it is, he's next to it. This is west of Curtis. You can still see the velocities couple at bottom right. He is right on my X that I just drew.
Oh, you gotta be kidding me. Yeah. Right here. No tornado to my left, too.
I think there might be another tornado developing inside of that rain. Latest velocity scan shows possibly a rain-wrapped tornado.
There's a tornado off to my left. I don't know how to get to these, man. I don't. Okay, I'll just go this way. This one doesn't look like it's down anyway. This one over here is insane. This one over here has been down for a while. It's looked pretty crazy the whole time.
This tornado might be back there, over here to the west of where he is.
Yeah, there's a tornado down right there. Or at least it was down. I can't see ground circulation right now. There's a tornado down right there. Tornado just crossed this road. Or is crossing the road.
There's a tight couplet inside of the storm now, which is near where he is. There's two different areas of rotation. I think the initial one included, but there might be another one off to his north that may be on the ground now.
I mean, I've seen probably at least 10 tornadoes, guys. And I can't even keep track of them. I have, like, no footage of half of them because they were all so quick. This needs to just turn into one freaking, like, one big supercell and produce one tornado. Because this is just chaos. Can't even see what's happening.
No tornado debris signature as of right now, but we still have multiple areas of rotation, bottom right of your screen.
Okay, this must have been where it crossed. There's sticks. This is the only evidence.
He's currently located about 5 miles west of Curtis.
Sticks in the road. Okay, if you guys are just tuned in, if you guys can hit that like and sub button for me, I know it hasn't been.
Maybe back over to Freddy. He's looking at the rotating wall cloud back over to the southeast of, or east of Springfield.
Spilling into this thing.
This thing's been rotating the entire time. Still has yet to drop a tornado.
I think it's definitely north. Yeah.
Hey, Storm Chaser for the $10 super chat. I think Cleveland, Ohio will be mainly a wind risk late tonight.
We gotta get to that road and go north.
Yep. Ow, my nose.
Bro, what?
By the way, this was from earlier. This is from OtterWX on Twitter. They had a video of in Jackson. You can actually see a funnel cloud. This is from Jackson, Illinois, just a little, about 20-30 minutes ago, I think. There's actually a funnel cloud right over town. This was, I believe, a tornado moments after this. We did have a tornado on the ground in the Jacksonville area, but that was a view of that just a few minutes ago. Also, I think Ryan Scholl may have just had a tornado. If I pull him up. Let me actually get a tornado pagey first. Tornado pagey's on the storm east of Mechanicsburg. See the large wall cloud there in the middle of your screen?
Oh, hey, Andrew, I see you're in the chat. Hello, Susan, Costa Poet.
Also, let me go back to Connor. This storm that Connor's on was just downgraded. It was confirmed. It is back down to radar indicated, but this has produced already multiple tornadoes going towards Mason City. There could still be a tornado here. Velocity's going a little bit broader.
Cannot tell if there's anything there.
This is back over to Freddie McKinney.
Oh, yeah. Trying. Might be a good time to start the 360.
It's east of Springfield.
Maybe.
I don't feel like it is.
No, I'm keeping up with it pretty good here. I've got a pretty good rotation here now. It's trying again. That is really rotating right in front. Connected. It is trying to drop a tornado here, guys. Right about over the interstate. 360 is rolling. All right, I'll slow down. Got a road here. Make sure we're clear.
Are clear right.
Right, okay, good.
Oh, my GoPro. Not the GoPro.
Not the GoPro. Rapid rising motion, too.
Hey, James, the $10 super chat. I think the Chicago suburbs will be mostly a wind threat. The tornado threat should stay low there. It's not zero.
Is that a funnel? To the right? Is that a funnel? You see that? Up and I swear I just saw a funnel coming down. Just a second ago. Saw a noodle. I don't know if 100%. It is really trying to drop. Sorry, guys. It is really trying to drop right here. Rapid rising motion. She's trying to drop. She's trying to drop. Come on, Storm. Give it up.
Tornado warning for this storm just expired. They may issue a new tornado warning in a moment.
A new tornado warning.
Oh, they
has
issued
been
a tornado warning, but for a different storm.
Oh, yeah, it's probably about
The new tornado warnings for Mason City. Bottom right of your screen, also northwest of Petersburg. This is the storm east of Springfield, which the warning just expired.
It should be right here. Right here. Yep.
Hey, Furbo for becoming a VIP Velocity member, really appreciate that.
It's trying to drop.
Yeah, Atrocity also for the super chat.
It is about to drop a tornado here just north of 72. Oh, yeah, it's trying right up there. Rapid rotation.
Oh, look at that. Look at that. Right up there. Right up there.
Yeah. Oh, to the left. Cinnamon bun. It's going to drop here. We're going to get a tornado in a second. We got to go. We got to go. We got to go.
Oh, yeah, look at that right there at the top. You barely saw it. That was the thing that's rotating. We're not looking at it. It's above. It's almost above their head.
Look at that cinnamon bun.
Look at that right there rotating.
Look up to the
Got a little
left.
cinnamon bun rotating literally above their head.
Cinnamon bun there. Holy cow, this thing's really trying to drop now.
That's literally about to drop a tornado.
There's so much vorticity. This thing is, if it doesn't drop now, I bet the next cycle it drops.
Look at that. Straight to our right.
Cinnamon bun going overhead.
Really rapid motion to our right.
Copy.
This entire there's so many areas of rotation. Every part of every storm seems like it's rotating today.
It's all over. It is all over
The whole thing's spinning.
Is that a scud finger? Is that a funnel? Is that a scud finger or a funnel?
Gotta watch these intersections.
That's just scud.
All right.
Everything just looks like
Loosened
something.
up. It's loosened up.
Oh, look at that. Eli, you're seeing that too, right?
Yeah. I don't know. What do you see it?
To our, what's that? 3 o'clock?
3 o'clock, 2:30. 2:30. We're getting specific. 2:32 in 40 seconds.
Everything's just hanging down low. Hey, Don, give me the $20 super chat.
Dude, I can't believe that didn't just drop there.
Dude, I thought that was coming.
I think it'll be mostly a wind
It was
threat in
trying.
Michigan, but there could be an
There's a funnel
elevated
for
tornado
sure.
threat if things stay a bit more discreet.
There's a funnel for sure there.
Look at that right there. Sending motion.
It still might drop here in a second. All right, here's our road. Yeah.
Another one to our right again.
To the right.
Two. There's one in front
Dude,
of us.
there's so much. There's so much where I don't know where it's gonna be.
We'll go back to him in a second. This is what it looks like on radar right now. So this is the storm that we're talking about. There's no active tornado warning on this, but the rotation has been pretty, at least it's still rotating. We've had multiple areas of rotation, a lot of scud hanging down as well near Islopolis. It is heading up towards Latham. They may issue a new tornado warning here soon as this storm tracks to the northeast. There's been a few issues with convection coming out of the south and merging out in front of it, but I do think this thing is organizing now, and it's starting to turn more to the right. So there's a better chance that this thing does produce a tornado down the road as it eventually goes towards Clinton. Back over towards Mason City, which is where Connor is. The rotation's gone a lot broader over the last few minutes, but this would be our main area of circulation heading up towards Mason City, Illinois, here over the next few minutes. That is right around our mesoscale convective vortex, which is basically just an elevated area of spin that we have all circulating here back over near Springfield. In eastern Illinois, we got a big line of storms that has gone up over the last hour. It is extending literally as far north, almost as Joliet. It'll be mostly a damaging wind threat with this line, but there is a chance for a few tornadoes as well. We also have a few storms going up near Fairfield. None of these are rotating right now, but damaging winds is a possibility. And just west of Terre Haute, we still have a tornado warning for Hume and Metcalf that is currently warned for some rotation that is rain-wrapped. That'll move into those towns over the next few minutes, and then we'll go towards Georgetown and also heading in the direction of Ridge Farm. We've had one little storm go out way out in front of our line, too, near Crawfordville, back over in western Indiana. Not concerned about this one as of right now, but gusty winds and small hail would be the main concerns as that storm moves off to the northeast. But I do think that this storm here west of Decatur may get tornado warned here soon. We are starting to see a little bit more spin now west of Latham. That would be really the main area we have to be keeping an eye on as that goes off to the northeast. Again, Freddie McKinney and Tornado Pagey are near that storm right now. But yeah, for those that are wondering, back up near Chicago, I know we have some people tuning in from Chicago here, but right now the biggest concern is going to be wind. There is a chance, though, for a tornado or two. It really will depend, though, I think, on this mesoscale convective vortex. I think we're probably going to at least get a tornado somewhere in here. We usually get an isolated tornado on the northern segment here of a mesoscale convective vortex, which, again, is mostly localized down here. But with this line forming, if we're able to get anything a little bit more semi-discreet, the tornado threat would be a bit more elevated. And we got a few storms rotating near Milford. Nothing warned in this area yet, but a little bit of rotation starting to pop up on radar near Waseca. Let me go over to Ryan Scholl. Get Scholl's location real quick. He is on something.
I mean, the clouds are lower than the frickin' wind turbines itself.
It's in Greenview, Illinois.
How low these clouds are.
So this is back over on the storm northwest
A new
of
tornado
Springfield.
warning has been issued.
Those are very low clouds. All right, new tornado warning. This one is the one that Freddie and Tornado Page are on. This one's back over to the northwest of Decatur, southwest of Clinton. This one I agree with. If you're in this tornado warning, seek shelter. Get away from windows and get on the lowest floor possible. This storm's moving into Latham over the next few minutes, and then we'll be going towards Tunbridge, Clinton, and then Maroa, just east of Chestnut. So seek shelter if you're in this warning. Let me go back. We're going to stay on Scholl for a second, but that's a look at the storm right now. Tornado warning northwest, or west of Lincoln, northwest of Springfield. We got very low clouds once again. This is why tornadoes have been dropping so frequently. Very low lifting condensation level today, making it easier for tornadoes to drop.
Reconnect.
Back to him in a second. Also, we just got a new mesoscale discussion from the Storm Prediction Center. This is across parts of northern Illinois, southwestern Michigan, and northern Indiana, with flash flooding increasing, especially around Chicago. We could get rainfall rates as high as 2 inches an hour, so be ready if you're on the roadways to turn around. If there are flooded roadways, and if you're in low-lying areas, definitely have a plan in place in case you are under a flash flood warning. So that threat is beginning to increase right now. Let me go back over to Freddie, who's on the storm northwest of Decatur. Actually, this is Tornado Pagey. Where'd Freddie go? 3. This is Freddie, so he's on the new tornado warning just west of Decatur.
I think I can see what you're talking about.
up in there. I think it's trying up in there right now, I think. On radar,
Hey, Muzz and Maria for becoming members. Welcome to the Velocities.
And further up. There's maybe a wall club back in there, too. See that?
Yeah. There we go. Stop messing with me.
Looking for anything hanging below. Just got Latham in my GPS.
As a reminder, if you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe down below. Again, we are live with severe weather coverage across the Ohio Valley, even back through the southern plains. We've already had upwards of a dozen tornadoes, and we've been live for only an hour and 40 minutes, which is absolutely absurd. I don't know if that might be a record for how many tornadoes we've had in a short amount of time. A lot of them have been pretty brief and weak, but
There's a bowl.
man, it's been crazy. Also, rotation west of Mason City is starting to intensify a little bit.
Right now.
Bottom right of your screen.
Yeah, this thing's cooking along pretty good right now. Yeah, there is like a little signature back behind us, so we gotta watch that too. Do you see anything back?
Hey Taz, the super chat. Please don't forget to your animals.
Yeah,
they need protection too. 100% agree.
So we should be able to get a good view of everything up here.
Connor's view of our storm. Back over near Mason City. This might be gearing up for another tornado. Velocities have been intensifying again. Just off to his west. See how low the clouds are from a distance here. It's coming up into Mason City over the next few minutes.
I think this is a tornado. Looking at radar now. Could be down. I'm actually gaining ground on it quick. It's gonna be over here. It's gotta be down. Finally, I'm back with the storm.
We go back over to Freddie for a moment.
Yeah, I just really drop. You know, it's so confusing right now.
Freddie's underneath our mezzo, back over to the northwest of Decatur.
That would make a lot
Got another
more
storm
sense,
merger on this
because
storm.
I feel like that's usually how this stuff works. It plants on the southwest side, but there's still that convergence signature, and you have this kind of merger coming in up here. I'm wondering if that's going to jumpstart this thing to the north, though.
Back over to Connor. Hey, Atrocity for the super chat. How does Sandwich, Illinois look for today?
It's down, I can't see it yet.
Sandwich, Illinois. Should be mostly, honestly, I think anywhere near Chicago will have the biggest concern of flooding. Maybe some damaging winds and maybe an isolated tornado, but I think the greatest threat will just be to the south of Chicago today. I'm gonna go back to Connor in a moment. We'll go back to Freddie.
Also, Susan, welcome to the storm.
It's a broad area of rotation right now where Freddie is.
In front of us, we have
Got a little
broad,
cinnamon bun a few minutes ago.
Yeah, dude, I literally, it could be anywhere at this point. Literally anywhere.
Everything is rotating.
Diana with the 10 gifted.
That's what
Even the
thinking.
Taco Bell toilet over
Yeah,
in
thank you,
Decatur.
Diana, for the 10 gifted.
Where's your microphone? That way. Get it out from underneath your shirt.
I like this up here.
People are just saying you're quiet.
Chat, do I sound better?
Chat, can you guys hear me? Can you hear me okay?
Back over to Connor.
Yeah, I think it is. Blocked by the hill.
Connor thinks there may be a tornado, but it's impossible to tell right now. So again, just west of Mason City. We've already had a few tornadoes with this storm. More than a few. But basically a dozen at this point.
I can't tell. Rain wrapped. Yeah. Rain wrapped. Oh, I got one trying to drop in front of me now. One trying to drop right here. Oh, it's on the ground, I think. I think I see circulation. Again, I got a possible tornado right there. Rotating quick. Oh my gosh, the freaking Mason City Fire Department's in front of me. We're going so
Hey, most of the $10 super chat.
Yeah, it's trying to drop right there. I don't know if it's down or not, but certainly trying.
Appreciate you watching from Sydney, Australia.
Oh yeah, there it is, there it is. Oh, I think it's condensing. Oh my gosh, the other one off to the left is rain wrapped if it is down. Dude, guys, please go.
Hey, David, for becoming a member.
Again, I cannot if it's down, it's not strong. It's right there though.
So Connor thinks there's a tornado down here. It's west of Mason City or just east of it. Actually, yeah, I think there might be. Oh, yeah, there is a tornado dropping. All right, so what he's looking at is actually a tornado. It's northeast of Mason City. It literally just dropped. You can see up bottom right of your screen, there is a hook echo, and there is a tighter velocities couplet that just developed on the latest scan. There may be a small CC drop, too, so he is looking at a tornado. So Connor has another tornado on the ground here just north of Mason City. We'll see if he can catch up to this one. But he's only about a mile and a half southwest of it. There's some trees in the way here. Yeah, there's definitely a tornado. I'm going to go back over to radar for just a brief moment here, but you can see there's definitely a tornado in progress here. We got a tight couplet on the north side of Mason City, Illinois, and there is a small little debris signature. It'll probably grow more in the next scan, but that is a tornado again down just north of Mason City. That's going up towards San Jose and Emden, and eventually towards Delavon and Hopedale and Minier are going to be in the path of this. But there is a tornado down. Connor apparently just saw it, which I would believe. There is definitely tight couplet here. It's just to the east of Highway 29.
See, the LCLs are so low, it's engulfing a windmill. You'll see that up here. Like, oh, it's down, I think. It's down, I think, on latest radar. We're close to seeing it. We're close to seeing it. I think it's down. We should get a visual of it here in a minute. It's blocked by trees.
Tornado to be off to his right.
That latest scan looks real convincing.
I think Freddie just
Yeah, that happened really quick. It's going overhead.
Freddie just had a funnel cloud a second ago. Back over northwest of
The
Decatur.
main funnel's still here, though. It's about to go overhead. Good eye, Charlie. That's a full-blown funnel. It could have even been a tornado.
This is the one that's northwest of Decatur that's tornado warned. There was a funnel a second ago.
Have to.
Everything's just spinning.
So bright. Oh, it was gorgeous. It was a gorgeous funnel.
That went from 0 to 60 real quick.
Oh my gosh. Had like no time to react to that one.
Yeah, there's a funnel. Wait, that's literally a funnel right there, is it not? I think that's literally a funnel.
Alright, we got a car coming.
Legit a funnel cloud south of Latham.
It's coming overhead.
Also, I think
I got a road.
Connor has a tornado.
Large tornado in progress.
Connor has a large
Just
tornado.
north of Mason City.
A new
So there's a tornado in
warning.
progress right there on the right side of your screen. Large tornado north of Mason City. You can see it right there in the middle.
I got a road.
They've just issued a new tornado warning on this, but there's a large tornado in progress near Mason City.
Wedging out! Wedging out!
So we got big tornado going up towards Natrona. We just had a view of it a second ago, but that is a tornado.
Where's my road? Where's my road?
It's still down over there. Velocity couplet is tight. There's definitely still a tornado. He's heading right at it.
Tornado right there.
Yeah, tornado on
Just crossed the road.
Tornado's down still. See it right there in the middle.
Vortex.
So we got a tornado again down, going towards Natrona, San Jose, and Allen.
Large tornado.
The non-condensed large tornado there on the left.
Multi-vortex.
We do have a debris signature popping up on radar now. More definitive. That is a large tornado. Look at that thing. It's literally wedging out. It's a big tornado right now going towards Natrona, Illinois.
Range.
It is definitely a large tornado. It is so low to the ground. All the clouds are so low to the ground.
I have to go north. I got a north road. Close range intercept incoming. Big time close range intercept. Oh, my road's right here. Ah, I did it again.
There's another road up here, I think.
Missed my road. Got a little too excited there. Large wedge tornado.
Still 4 roads ahead. Yeah, we'll be off to the right here. Still got a large tornado going towards Natrona. Right there on the right. You can barely see it. It looks huge.
Large wedge.
That looks like a huge tornado. Hard to tell if that entire thing's touching down, but that is huge. It's literally going to go into San Jose.
Huge wedge.
Got another radar scan coming in a second. If you're in Natrona or San Jose, you need to be in your safe place.
Multi-vortex again.
A little bit smaller. It's still on the right, though. It's non-condensed again. Look at the velocity couplet. It is very tight.
About to get a good view here.
Drawing right towards it again.
Here. On the road. It's on the road.
Still a multi-vortex tornado. It is rapidly rotating. Look how fast the thing's rotating.
Just left of the road here. Close range intercept.
Look at that right there.
Very close range.
Little vortice just hit right there on barely to the left of the road. It was condensed.
It's lifted. Dang it.
I don't know how this isn't a confirmed tornado warning yet.
Just on the edge of the circulation here.
It's not on the ground anymore, but it is probably going to drop again.
Not condensed at the moment. Uncondensed. Got a road right here to get on it again.
Tornado's about to go into Natrona.
I got a road right here.
It's got a tree down right there, so there's damage from this. Looked like that was where one of the vortices hit. This thing is rapidly rotating. Look how fast the clouds are moving.
Power line's down right here.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
That's been upgraded to a confirmed tornado warning. The tornado's gonna be right in front of him.
Still down.
It's just not condensed right now, but he's coming up on it still.
It's right here.
Huge shout out to Maria with the $100 super chat. That was in the chat for Maria.
Hey, this weekend a little bit, otherwise these houses would be getting hit.
Glad I can help. Really appreciate the super chat. Look at that little vortice up there. It's spinning too.
Thank you. Weekend. Right at the moment. Oh, it's right in front of me. Vortice right in front. Vortice right here. We are close.
Yeah, there's a tornado right there. Look at that.
Field.
Right there. That's the tornado. It's down again.
In the field. We are close. That's like a satellite. The main vortex is still up here.
Maybe a tornado. A satellite tornado is a tornado that happens kind of outside of our actual main area of circulation.
Right.
Just like a separate vortice.
There's a tornado right here. This whole thing is a tornado.
It doesn't happen very often. It only happens usually with the larger tornadoes.
It's just off to my right now, I think the main circulation. Oh yeah, tornado in the field just to my right. I'm gonna get a visual in a second. I think there might be one right here too though. Might be a tornado right here too.
This tornado again moving to San Jose and Natrona in Illinois here over the next few minutes. Connor's punching through the storm just for a moment. He'll be back out of it in a second. The Electro for becoming a member. Once again, this is northwest of Lincoln going towards Delavon. Delavon may get a tornado warning at some point.
Where is this? There's a bunch of little tornadoes in here. I gotta make sure I don't get hit.
Thank you, Eric. Appreciate the $20 super chat. Delavon, thank you.
Again, the main tornadoes, I think, still to my north.
Is this a potential PDS? Maybe? It depends on if the velocities tighten again. It got a little bit broader on the latest scan, but if it tightens again, it's definitely possible. The tornado that we had earlier that Connor was near, I think it was near us. What was it again? I think it was Jacksonville. I think that one was, that already met PDS criteria, but it didn't get warned as PDS.
To my north.
And Connor's gonna be turning north here in a second.
To my north, I think.
You can see velocities bottom right of your screen. Still pretty strong rotation, and we could still get little vortices that spin up around our tornado as well.
Getting nice and messy in here now. I got a north road right here.
All right, we'll be looking at the storm here in just a second.
Really rain wrapped.
Oh, yeah, it got a lot more rain wrapped here over the last minute. We'll go back to Connor in a second. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, I think we may have a tornado in between Washington, D.C. and Baltimore, Maryland. There's a considerable severe thunderstorm warning there, warned for 70-mile-per-hour winds and golf ball-sized hail. However, there's a bit of a velocity couplet on that as well.
Alrighty, thank you for the update. Yeah, we actually have strong rotation right now. This is just outside of Millersville, south of Washington, D.C. There is a tight couplet, so this could produce a tornado here in the next few minutes, going towards Herald Harbor, Severna Park, Arnold, and eventually going towards Cape St. Clair. So if you're in this area, be ready to go to your safe place. We may have a tornado dropping right now, moving towards the very far eastern side here of Maryland. It will eventually cross over the river and go into the eastern side of Maryland. So be ready to go to your safe place in Severna Park. Should already be there for 70-mile-per-hour winds, and on top of that, there could be golf ball sized hail near Glen Burnie, and that is again currently tracking to the east. Also, we got a few severe storms that have gone up back over just to the south of Cleveland. That is only for 60-mile-per-hour winds. This is not the main event if you're back over in Cleveland, Ohio. And then back off to the west of that, back over in Illinois, we still have a tornado warning for Clinton, northwest of Decatur, where we've had some rotation. Nothing as of now, though, that is currently tornadic, at least from what we're seeing. And then Connor has had a tornado over the last few minutes. Let's go right back over to Connor. He's coming up on a possible tornado. And you can actually see a leaf just went across the screen. There is some debris still flying in the sky. There may be a tornado, and if there is still one, it'll be coming up on San Jose here in the next couple minutes here in Illinois.
Yeah, this thing's close.
So the tornado will be very close to him. It's got a little bit more rain wrapped from his vantage point.
Yeah, it's just a dark, big wedge, I think.
So we'll eventually go towards Delavon in Illinois. Nick with the super chat asks, what are the odds of me golfing at 4 p.m. in Joliet, Illinois? And if you like rain, the odds are pretty high. Thank you, Emily and LDW for becoming a member.
Oh yeah, big tornado on the road in front of me, it looks like.
Connor still thinks this tornado's down. What new velocity scan should come in here in a second.
Right in front of me.
This is still an observed tornado warning for Mason and Tazewell and Logan counties. They just updated it. So there's likely still a tornado on the ground. Connor's literally only like not even a half mile behind it. If it is still on the ground. He's just stuck in the rain right now. He's on Highway 29. This tornado will be on the west side of San Jose coming up towards Delavon over the next few minutes.
Getting dark in front of me.
They also issued a new severe warning for Baltimore County and Anne Arundel counties in Maryland. But it's not tornado possible labeled as of right now, even though there is rotation there.
Real dark in front of me.
Yeah, a little bit of the RFD picking up right now. Still punching into where the tornado would be. He's kind of, at least on radar, he's basically in the velocities couplet area, but it's probably a little bit further to his north now. This tornado's still down beyond the northwest.
Just to the right of the road.
Is that it right there? That might be, yeah, that might be the tornado.
Right, I think it's just to my right.
Might be a non-condensed tornado, or at least rotating right there to the right. It's very low. Everything's
right,
rotating still. It says it's down. Possibly a non-condensed tornado.
Tornado down for sure right there.
The northwest side of San Jose.
Not fully condensed, still down.
Is Connor's windshield cracked? It is.
I gotta figure out which way I want to go here.
It's still a rain-wrapped area of rotation.
I've been south of it all day.
We can very barely see it.
Try and get out ahead of this thing.
All right, while that's happening, I do want to go back over to this. This was actually from earlier. This is from Even on Twitter, back over near Jacksonville and Ashland in Illinois. This is a video of a tornado that we had earlier. This one, I believe, was the one in Jacksonville. You'd see a little tornado there, and then there was another one. There were two. This one was over near... This actually might have been the one near... No, I think this one was probably the one near Jacksonville. The other one was probably Ashland. See how strong this tornado was? You could barely see it, but like that right there is very strong motion. So that was likely a strong tornado near Jacksonville. We had very strong rotation at the time of that tornado happening. That is a crazy tornado right there. We've had multiple tornadoes today, and if you're just tuning in for the first time today, we have at least hit, I think, 12 different tornadoes, maybe even more than that. So... yeah, we've had a bunch of tornadoes. Also, this tornado warning has continued as confirmed. Still a tornado in progress on the northwest side of San Jose. It will be coming up on Delavon here over the next few minutes. If you are in Delavon, Illinois, you need to be ready to go to your safe place. We will likely get a tornado warning for Delavon here shortly. Eventually, this is going towards Dillon and Hopedale. So be ready to go to your safe place if you're in those areas. And then back over in Maryland, we were alluding to this a few minutes ago, but they did add a tornado possible label to this storm. There is some strong rotation over Herald Harbor. They'll be moving to Cape St. Clair and Arnold over the next few minutes and near Oakmont. And then eventually that's going to track into Centerville and Chestertown. So if you're in those areas, be in your safe place. I'm going to go back on to Connor, who is on the confirmed tornado warning. This is our only active tornado warning, believe it or not, and it will probably get an extension here in a minute. The rotation's still pretty strong near Winkle. Holmes is in the path of this, and eventually Delavon. We just had a large tornado with this storm just a few moments ago. Connor's punching out in front of it. We'll have a view again here in a second once he turns to the east. Thank you, Tim, for the super chat. Western Pennsylvania may see some isolated damaging winds later.
I'm almost to my road.
Hey, Cassidy, for the super chat. Got a straw on my DoorDash order, but I didn't even order a drink. Should I send it to you? That's diabolical.
Circulation is a little loose.
One thing that could happen with this storm, if we go back to radar, this thing actually may try to cycle. We may be seeing that occlusion near Winkle, and there may be a new tornado trying to form on the east, kind of on the north side here of San Jose. So that may be what's happening right now. We had a little bit of convection get out in front of us, and then after that happens, we may get a better shot of a tornado here in a few minutes as it gets towards Delavon. So something to keep an eye on. But I mean, again, there's still plenty of rotation here for there to be a tornado. I think Connor, what he's going to do is go on 122 and then go east towards Delavon. So we should have a view again here in a moment. The one near Mason City, not really seeing any rotation on. That storm's gotten very, very small. Very low chance of a tornado with that storm. And then the storms near Clinton right now, mainly a wind threat. Not seeing a whole lot of rotation with those right now, but we'll keep an eye on that. We also got a huge line of storms ongoing across all of eastern Illinois and western Indiana. Damaging winds being the biggest concern, but embedded tornadoes in this line do remain a possibility. We are keeping an eye on also a potential for a QLCS tornado threat to develop out of this, which means tornadoes embedded in a line of thunderstorms. If that were to happen, that would be going all towards Lafayette, Logansport, and Indianapolis. Tornado watch again for this entire area goes for another 5.5 hours. So that is quite some time until that tornado watch is officially done. All right, Connor is now getting a little bit closer to this. He's now on 122, I think it was. Yeah, 122. So he'll be closing in on that rotation here in a moment. We should have a better view of this too. It might not be nearly as rain wrapped. Get a little bit more of a view off to the right now. Thank you, Glenn, for the $10 super chat. If I can help you guys in Oklahoma last night. The warning was just downgraded back to radar indicated. But if we have a tornado, it'll be off to the right.
Trying to get out in front of this thing.
Thank you, Dominic, for the $5 super chat. I think the Chicago suburbs, the biggest concern will be flooding.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, they have issued a tornado warning in Indiana. This is back over in western Indiana, just south of Covington. So seek shelter if you're in this warning. Get away from windows and get on the lowest floor possible. This is actually a little bit concerning. We actually got a large hook echo here just to the west of Highland. That'll be coming up on State Route 63 over the next few minutes. And then that is moving to the east-northeast. So seek shelter immediately if you're in this warning. This is a dangerous supercell that is definitely organizing very quickly east of Chrisman. And that'll eventually go towards Marshall. And also, we have strong rotation developing embedded in our line northwest of Paris. So there's a chance of a tornado there as well as that moves to the northeast. All right, let's back over to Connor on
right
our
there.
tornado.
Right there. Tornado. Right there.
That might be that might be a tornado right there.
Tornado in progress. Right there. Coming right at me.
Either that or a
looks
funnel.
like it might be roping. Tornado right there.
This is just southwest of Delavon. This is where we had a confirmed tornado.
Nice. Yeah, roping out, it looks like.
A few minutes ago. That is a tornado, though, that's down east of Winkle.
A new tornado warning
right
has
there,
been
roping
issued.
out. overexposed.
They just issued a new
but-
tornado warning for this storm for Dillon, Tremont, and Delavon. That's a tornado that is likely roping out right now, east of Winkle.
Beautiful rope out.
At one point, this was a large tornado. I'm gonna be honest, I think Connor has seen probably about 10 or 12 different tornadoes on his own today. It's been a historic day for him.
It's gone now, I think. Still might see ground circulation.
Hey, Mike, for the super chat. Yeah, Bloomington should see severe weather.
There, maybe.
So we just had a tornado occlude, and there may be another one trying to drop.
Might be something back in that, right back there. A lot of motion going in there. Pick a speed wipers. Oh, there it is! Back down!
Yeah, we got another tornado down.
Strong tornado, that's strong right there.
Oh yeah, that's a
Strong
tornado
right there.
Got another tornado down, just southwest of Delavon, and it may have just
Strong
occluded.
vortice. Whole thing's coming back down. It looks like it's heading right for me.
We literally just had another. This thing has produced so many tornadoes, it's unbelievable.
A new tornado warning
Oh yeah, it's
has
about to
been
condense.
issued.
It's gonna be a big tour.
That new tornado warning is a very small tornado warning
does.
for Raven in Illinois, very far eastern Illinois. It's the one that's going into Indiana right now that may be about to drop a tornado, going towards Highland, Indiana.
It's down. It's heading right for me. It might go just to my south. Oh yeah. Oh, it's right there, I think. It's gonna go just to my south.
This whole thing is just spinning.
Still uncondensed.
Is this an outbreak?
It's
this
down.
is 100% a tornado outbreak. We've literally had like at least 10 or 12 tornadoes, and we've been live for 2 hours.
It's gonna go just south of me.
Minimum, it's a small-scale tornado outbreak.
Large
But
circulation just had a really intense vortex.
if this thing keeps dropping tornadoes,
Rain wrap those crap. I'll get out though.
We're back to Connor in a second. Bottom middle of your screen is storm intermedia. They're coming out of the south right now, approaching this storm too. But again, that tornado that has been on the ground, we've had multiple tornadoes with this. It's going to be moving to Delavon over the next few minutes, and then it's going to be approaching Dillon and Tremont just west of Mackinac. So seek shelter if you're anywhere in this tornado warning. On top of that, the storm that is in western Indiana is a discrete supercell, and this is likely going to produce a significant tornado if it does drop. It has a large hook echo and a very strong inflow near Highway 36, coming up on Highland, Bloomingdale, and eventually going towards Marshall and Kingman. So if you're in western Indiana on this tornado warning, you need to be in your safe place. It could turn into a dangerous tornado if it does drop.
It's back in the rain.
This is back over to Connor, who has intercepted a ton of tornadoes. Sounds like there's another tornado. Is that it right there in the middle? Yeah, so there's another tornado down in the middle.
Coming down. Trying to keep an eye out to the
Literally
right, so I don't
another
get hit by
tornado
the
dropping on this. Johnson Nathaniel with the $25 Venmo donation. Really appreciate that.
Things intensifying. Just to the south of me. What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do, tornado? Are you gonna plant? Are you gonna go north? What are you gonna do? This is heading right into town. This is not good.
Yeah, we have a tornado be going right into the town of Delavon.
Please just lift, tornado. It's heading right into Delavon.
Right now in a bunch of fields and farms.
just left.
And that tornado's off to the right.
Right there.
If it's down, it's not condensed right now, but it would be on the ground. Hey, Elaine, really appreciate the super chat. This is Storm Intermediate coming in from the south as well. This is their view.
But there's a lot of rotation right there, right over this town.
I would say this is directly over town right now. I don't like this.
Go back to Connor.
Large multi-vortex. I don't have visual like that cone funnel anymore. Getting rain wrap too. Oh, yeah, there it goes. Trying to condense over there.
This tornado again. If it's on the ground, it's moving into Delavon.
Big problems, guys. Big problems.
Just Storm Intermediate coming into town right now. This is from the south side of Delavon. Connor's on the west side, where there's a lot more rain.
Like one is just gotta watch it, but one is down. It's on its way down over here.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, we have another tornado warning in Illinois. This one will be for Clark and Edgar counties in Illinois. I even have a little bit of rotation ramping up near DeWitt. Waiting for that to pop up. Let me go back to Western Indiana real quick. This discrete supercell back over near Highland. We are starting to see a hook echo kind of enclosing, still strong inflow moving towards Kingman, Illinois. There's no debris signature as of right now, but velocities are still very strong, and we could have a tornado at any time coming up on State Route 63 here in just a few minutes. Our new tornado warning is a discrete supercell that is near Melrose, going up towards Darwin, and then eventually towards Prairie Creek. This will be going towards Terre Haute. So if you're in Terre Haute, Illinois, or Indiana, make sure that you're ready to go to your safe place. The rotation on the more eastern radar site does show a pretty tight couplet near Melrose. That'll be going into Walnut Prairie, Snyder, Darwin, and then eventually going into Marshall. So seek shelter once again if you are in this tornado warning. Again, that is a storm that could easily produce a tornado. It's more of a semi-discrete supercell that is kind of embedded in our line of thunderstorms. And then back over to the north and west here of Delavon. That is where we may have a tornado. Honestly, there could be a tornado here. The couplet got tighter. So there may be a tornado down again here near Delavon. Connor is on this right now. And then Storm Intermediate is coming into town. We're keeping an eye on them. We'll go to them if they have it. But Connor's looking into where the tornado would be. Next to a farm. Unfortunately, if there is a tornado, it would be hitting the northwest side of town.
There's one over top of me almost, I think. Oh, it's right in front of the road, I think. I think I see it. I think we just got a glimpse. It almost went on top of me.
It's also Storm Intermediate.
Yeah, tornado right there, guys. That might be about to come all the way down.
There is a tornado down for sure. Storm Intermediate is also relaying that. So this is a tornado down on the northwest side and west side of Delavon. Yeah, you can see it right there. That is definitely a tornado. So we got another tornado down.
Rapid spin up there in those clouds.
Yeah, it's just, like you said, having a hard time fully condensing.
Look, there's
This tornado's about to cross over the north side of Delavon near Delavon Road. And and going up towards Brownwood and I-155. It is very active today. It has been very active today.
Yeah, just for now, yeah.
We are already over, I think, a dozen tornadoes. We have to be. There's been so many with this mesoscale convective system, or convective vortex, excuse me.
Also gotta watch that area of very low cloud right there.
There's still very strong rotation on radar. Even though this tornado may have just lifted, it is probably going to drop again. This thing's already produced like half a dozen tornadoes on its own.
Something in the rain that I can't see. And I'm looking at the
Hey,
wrong
Wolves, for the
area.
$20 super chat. I'll check that out in a
I
second.
think that's a possibility.
No, I think we saw where the our main area.
I mean, I would believe that. This rain right here is completely like, can't see anything in there at all.
We're gonna go back to live radar. Again, this is where we have a tornado warning near Delavan. We've had again, a bunch of tornadoes with this storm. We just had one a moment ago, and if we still have a tornado, it'll be moving off to the northeast towards I-155. That is just to the north of 122. Further off to the east, we are starting to see rotation uptick, actually back over near Farmer City. This is off to the northwest of Urbana, and this will be tracking towards Rantoul, and as well as Gibson City. Velocities have gotten a little bit stronger here over the last few scans, just to the north of Fullerton, going into Farmer City, and then approaching I-74. They may issue a tornado warning on this. I know Tornado Pagey's coming up on this, so we're keeping an eye on it. But one of the biggest things I want to point out is that this is a very rain-wrapped area of rotation. So don't try to go look outside for this if you are anywhere in this severe thunderstorm warning. It is definitely not safe, especially if we end up getting a tornado. Back over in western Indiana, we still have a tornado warning for this discrete supercell, which has actually had pretty strong rotation at times.
A new tornado warning
It still
has
has
been
strong
issued.
rotation, crossing over State Route 63 here in a few minutes, and that'll be going towards Marshall and Kingman in about 5 to 10 minutes. And then southwest of Terre Haute, this is a discrete supercell that is becoming a little bit more linear now, moving towards Terre Haute, but there is still some rotation near Melrose. It's a little bit hard to see, but that is our area of rotation. It's still pretty tight as of about 5-10 minutes ago. It'll be moving towards Darwin over the next few minutes. We just got another tornado warning. I'm going to talk about that in 2 seconds, but I also want to point out that the Storm Prediction Center has issued a new mesoscale discussion. This one is going to be across southwestern Indiana, western Kentucky, and southern Illinois, where a new watch assurance is expected, mainly for a damaging wind threat. So they may just issue a severe thunderstorm watch here for Kentucky and southwestern Indiana. That does include Evansville, Madisonville, Kentucky, Owensboro, and Corydon. But notice that there is a chance for, again, a tornado or two. Damaging winds could also be as high as 70 miles per hour. The new tornado warning is going to be back off to the west of Bloomington. That is just to the west of Minier. That is going to be moving up to the northeast, going towards Mackinac, and eventually going towards the west side of Danvers. So if you're back over there, make sure that you are in your safe place, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. We go back over to Connor, who's on our tornado that's been on the ground multiple times near Delavan. He's coming up on it right now. I'm keeping an eye on Storm Intermediate too, who's also on that.
It's a big multi-vortex again, I think.
Hey, Wayne, for the $10 super chat. Temperature can definitely affect it, especially if the temperature's too high. If we have temperatures in like the 90s or 100s, it's hard for a tornado to happen because you get this big dew point temperature spread. This is a very noticeable trend. We literally just talked about this a second ago, but we have a very tight area of rotation, literally to the north, barely to the north,
A new tornado warning has been issued.
48. They literally just issued a tornado warning, I think, for it. Yeah, so brand new tornado warning. Empire, I-74, northwest of Fisher. This is likely going to be a tornado. Oh, it is a tornado. We have a tornado debris signature. Tornadoes in progress near Highway 8 north of Parnell going towards I-74. So this is definitely on the ground. It currently says radar indicated, but this is a confirmed tornado. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Yeah, Max, I was just going to talk about this storm with how quick the TDS pops up and how tight that velocity couplet got in just a few seconds. I would expect it is probably going to be a strong to violent tornado. Hopefully it doesn't last that long, but if it does, it's going to track probably just the south end of Empire, Illinois.
Thank you for the updates. Yeah, again, this is 100% a tornado. Latest scan still showing a tornado debris signature just east of Leroy Road, and that's going to be crossing into Watkins in a few minutes. It could also impact Empire and Farmer City, so seek shelter immediately. Tornado Pagey is on this tornado. They are barely to the south of it. They're looking to the north to see if they can see it. So be off to their left. They're moving the camera to go left here. So be off to their left. It may be rain wrapped. They've just mentioned that this is a rain wrapped tornado, but I do agree with that. A lot of rain around this thing. This is likely a strong tornado, by the way. Again, if you look at velocities, they are very tight and strong. The wind's going away from radar at 84 miles per hour right now. All right, they are punching north towards this tornado. We may get a close range intercept here in a second.
This thing is buried in rain.
Truly. It's on the ground.
Yeah, it is.
For sure.
Without a doubt, this is on the ground.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
So that's been upgraded to a confirmed tornado. Just northwest of Farmer City. Going towards Watkins. Still have a tornado debris signature. There's still a tornado here. They might have a view of it here in a minute.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
We have a brand new confirmed tornado warning update. That is going to be the storm back over in... What is that? That's going to be for McLean and Tazewell counties in Illinois. So that's going to be for, I think, Mackinac, right? Yeah, that's going to be back over here. So that's going to be for Mackinac, just north of Minor. This is also a confirmed tornado going off to the northeast. Mackinac, Lilly, and Tazewell, you guys are in the path of another confirmed tornado. So we have 2 tornadoes currently in progress in Illinois. This one is, again, going towards Highway 9 as well, and eventually towards Goodfield, and then approaching Congerville.
Nope.
Back over to Tornado Pagey, who's approaching this tornado back over to the south of Empire.
Right back where that patch of trees is. Barely. Oh yeah. It just came across right here.
The tornado just crossed the road right in front of them. You can see their location, by the way, bottom right of your screen. They're literally going to punch into it. The tornado's still down. It's going into Watkins. It's about across I-74, also near Watkins, Illinois. Hey, Tara, for becoming a member. This tornado is about to cross I-74 here in the next minute. Literally be right off to their right here. And it is definitely still down. By the way, the northern tornado warning near Mackinac and Tazewell, this is an observed tornado. It is confirmed by weather spotters. So this is a confirmed tornado just outside of Tazewell that is going towards Lilly and Mackinac over the next few minutes, and it will eventually be going towards Eureka. The one near Delavon is not rotating as much anymore. That one had a bunch of tornadoes. Looks like it is finally weakening, and now this is going to be the dominant supercell near our mesoscale convective vortex back off to the west, which has spun up again a bunch of tornadoes. We've had upwards of 8, 10, 12 tornadoes at this point just out of that alone. And then this little complex of storms near Empire just produced a tornado, and it is likely still on the ground. Again, right next to where Tornado Pagey is. That is going to be crossing I-74 and then coming up on 11 and 136, moving towards Weedman, Kumler, and then eventually going towards Bellflower, Foosland, and Lotus. So seek shelter again if you're in this warning. This is a, again, confirmed tornado via radar, and also we've not had a visual of it quite yet, but it would be off to their left, I believe. The tornado has now just crossed over the interstate. We do still think this is on the ground. There's also Freddy's POV on this storm. Tornado will be back in there somewhere. He's on Highway 8, a little bit further west of the storm.
You're still clear up to me.
Hey, Jessica, for becoming a member. Starting to get a little clearing. Might be able to see it here in a second. Again, the tornado will be right over Watkins now. A lot more clearing here. Still don't definitively see it. It's probably rain wrap still. If you look at radar, this is what it looks like on radar here. So again, our tornado would be located right just barely to the east now of Watkins. That's the tornado there. If you look at the rain, it is pretty much all wrapped in rain. This is what we talk about when we talk about rain-wrapped tornadoes. So this is likely still fairly wrapped in rain here over Watkins. It'll be going towards Bellflower here over the next few minutes as well, just northwest of Urbana. We still have multiple tornado warnings also back over along the Indiana and Illinois border. The one that's southwest of Terre Haute does not look as concerning as before. It's merged with our line of thunderstorms. So generally speaking, the tornado threat a little bit lower on that storm for now. And then the one that's back off to the west of Rockville, there is still some rotation here going towards Bloomingdale and Marshall. But generally speaking, I think the tornado threat is at least a little bit lower since the discrete supercell that we had has merged with our line of thunderstorms. But we are looking at a pretty much a almost numerous to widespread threat of damaging winds right now across western Indiana and eastern Illinois. And on top of that, there will be some embedded tornadoes in this line of thunderstorms. Let's go back off to the west here. I'm going to go back to Empire, where we likely still have a tornado. We do not have a debris signature anymore. It's a very small one, if that. So likely not a tornado anymore, but there is still a pretty strong area of rotation, and it may drop another tornado as it moves towards Bellflower. And then let me go back over to here. We'll go back to Tornado Pagey and see if we can see anything, but this is near Watkins. The one in Mackinac is also still in progress near Tazewell. This was just sent in a few minutes ago. This is near Hopedale in Illinois. This was a tornado that touched down just a few minutes ago back over in Hopedale. This was from WX Brady on Twitter. So this was within the last 10 minutes. That is pretty clearly a fully condensed tornado. Again, this has been an unbelievable day. We've had so many tornadoes. Crazy. That is just one of many tornadoes that we've had today. That was this one, by the way. That's the storm now near Mackinac that's going up towards Congerville, which is why this has been upgraded to a confirmed tornado warning. And Connor's coming up on that right now, so we're keeping an eye on him. Riley has an update for us. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, so just a little update on what we can expect from the next few hours of this event. So it seems like these storms over here in Illinois, although they are still producing tornadoes right now, are starting to die out, which is of course a good thing. I've seen a lot of people in chat from the Chicago, Aurora, and Joliet area asking if these are going to make it all the way up there. They are not. They might get up there in the very shell form of the storms, but they are not going to be tornadic by the time they get to Chicago. We are starting to just basically lose all of the convection that we used to have in here in that second band, which is something we talked about earlier. And we are starting to shift towards more of a MCS threat or a linear threat. We do have this line of thunderstorms making its way into Indiana now. And there are a bunch of different embedded areas of rotation that are either tornado warned or could be tornado warned in the near future. I would not be surprised if we start moving to the blanket warnings for a lot of these lines, like especially up here from Lafayette to Crawfordsville. We can sort of just see all of these different areas of rotation. They're not producing a tornado right now. However, these are all areas that could very quickly spin up a tornado if the environment gets a little better. Over on the HRRR, we can start to see more storms firing off to the south. This is something that we're seeing as well on radar when we look on the or we also had the MCD for a potential severe thunderstorm watch down here, but they're actually firing more storms way further south as well. I don't think these are going to be tornadic by any means. However, it is still something to keep an eye out. I know it's a summer and there's a lot of people outside doing outdoor activities, so we need to be ready for some potential thunderstorms all the way down to like Louisiana, central Mississippi, and central Alabama.
Alrighty, thank you, Riley, for the update. Also, we just got a new tornado watch. Speaking of the mesoscale discussion that we just got, this is going to be for southern Indiana and western Kentucky and southeastern Missouri, which goes until 8 o'clock tonight. This is going to be for a large area, Madisonville, Elizabethtown, Leachfield, Louisville, Madison, Jasper, Evansville, back through Sykeston, just outside of Cape Girardeau, where a couple of tornadoes are possible. Scattered 2-inch size hail is also possible, and then on top of that, scattered damaging wind gusts up to 75 miles per hour is likely. And this includes a little over 2.5 million people. If you know any friends or family in this tornado watch, make sure that they're staying weather aware. Again, we are doing a fully commercial-free live stream today, so you can go ahead and share the stream, get the word out there, and we'll be, again, live pretty much throughout the rest of this afternoon and probably throughout a lot of the evening tonight, as we are expecting a large continuation of severe weather to continue here. We still have multiple confirmed tornadoes that we've had here in the last several minutes, only one of which is now confirmed. The one that is east of Empire was downgraded to radar indicated. Freddie McKinney's actually punching into this. It looks like we may have a new couplet forming on this storm further off to the west, which may be slightly more visible. Let's go over to Freddie.
I think it's still in front of us, though.
He's coming into this right now.
I am trying to find
There's a small little couplet on 136. Freddie is right here, so he's coming into this.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Very hard to see still. And a very common trend today.
Still might be in front of us.
136 then.
Yes, sir, 136.
All right, brand new tornado warning was just issued. This is for Tippecanoe and Carroll counties in Indiana. That'll be for Lafayette Battleground going towards Delphi. Rockfield is also in the path of this. If you are in this tornado warning, get to your safe place away from windows and get on the lowest floor possible and get to an interior room of your home or building. There are a few cameras actually inside of this tornado warning. Let me know if we have anything on any of them, but main area of rotation right now is just on the west side of Lafayette. That'll be crossing over 52 here in a few minutes and then going towards Battleground. This is a very populated area in western Indiana. So if you have any friends or family here, make sure that they are heeding the warning and seeking shelter, getting away from windows and getting on the lowest floor possible. Just at me if there's any cameras that have anything, but I'll have them up ready to go. Yeah, again, that's pretty strong rotation. Again, this is more of a QLCS tornado threat that's going to be moving into this area. This is embedded in our line of thunderstorms that is tracking pretty quickly to the east at about 50 to 60 miles per hour. This particular storm is actually going 66 miles per hour to the northeast, so it's very fast moving, and it'll be in Logansport within the hour. So this is a very fast moving line of storms, which is one of the reasons why this tornado watch only goes for 5 hours until 7 o'clock, because this line will probably be all the way into Ohio and also across most of Michigan by 7 o'clock tonight. So these storms are racing off to the east right now. Also, the tornado warning north of Rockville will likely be canceled. It looks like the rotation is now moving outside of that tornado warning polygon. And then the tornado warning that was ongoing just south of Terre Haute has now been canceled. But we are still watching for an elevated damaging wind threat, and embedded tornadoes are still possible in the line of thunderstorms. All right, Connor's coming up on this tornado warning that was confirmed, but right now I do not see anything that's very definitively indicating that we still have a tornado here. It'll be just west of Lilly near Mackinac. It'll be going up towards I-74 here over the next few minutes. Let's go ahead and check in on Connor, who's coming up on this right now from the southeast. He's already intercepted probably upwards of a dozen tornadoes so far. Be off to the middle of your screen. Just to the east of Tazewell is where he's located.
Chat, we're on fire, baby. This is why you watch the Connor Croft YouTube channel right here. Because when we get hot, we don't miss. Tornado after tornado. Okay, see if we can get another one. Yeah, I'm going to intercept this. I'm going to get out ahead of all this stuff because I don't know how long these things are going to go for. But there's an arc of supercells that I've developed.
It might be trying here.
There's also Freddie McKinney. I'm going to go back further to the east. Freddie McKinney's on the eastern tornado warning going towards Gibson City. It's near Bellflower and Blue Ridge. He's punching into it right now.
What are you guys seeing this white funnel?
Apparently there's a funnel.
Intersection of 54 and 136 off to the north of you.
Tornado Pagey, I think, actually has it. There's apparently a funnel. I think it's maybe right there. What's that? Or what that is? Apparently there's a funnel cloud with this storm.
I'm gonna. Oh, okay. When I get on this road, I'll hold it. There's Jordan. Yeah, tornado progress. Oh yeah, I see it. Oh, that's a big, thick tube. Am I clear, right? Yeah.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, I can take the phone here. Wow. That was the old occlusion, and it's still. I gotta find a north road.
Apparently a tornado down with this storm.
Where's it going? It's gotta be going up here. See it up there? Yeah. Yeah, there's a tube.
All right, so there's a tornado down here near Bellflower.
Yeah, I got it.
Right there.
Coming this way. Oh, I see it. Oh, I got a great. Is it still on the ground?
I don't see the ground contact anymore. Where's it at? I can't see the ground contact right now.
Hey, Daryl for the 5 gifted, and also thank you, Jen, for the super chat.
It's on the ground right now.
Yeah, right there in the middle.
Coming down. I'm hanging out.
Yeah, this is tornado daddy.
It's on
See
the
actually
ground.
the full funnel right there, kind of roping.
Yep. Can you hold this for a second? Yep, go for it. Heads up, I'm hanging. Yeah, it's in progress. I see it on the ground. Be careful.
Outside.
Charlie, oh, you're out, Charlie? Okay. I'm good. Okay. Am I good to go? Yeah, you're good. Okay. Still on the ground. It's gonna cross the road right in front of us. Cross the road right in front of us.
So yeah, there's a tornado down here. This is located just outside of Bellflower. You need to seek shelter again if you're in Bellflower. Saybrook going in the direction of Gibson. This is back to Freddy. This tornado again literally just dropped.
Oh, dude, I bet you're there. Crossing. Crossing. It's right in front of us. Right there. In the field.
In the field off to the left here.
There it is. There it is. Gonna cross the road. Right here.
Oh, look at that. Holy crap. Look at this thing.
Oh, it's gonna hit Coppin.
Literally gonna... It's not even like...
Let's freaking go.
It's not even doing any damage. It literally just crossed right in front of them. It's going to the cornfield.
It's right here.
Look at that thing. Just spinning.
Corn ripper.
Is it even picking up anything?
Is there a funnel on it?
Can't see it.
Yeah, there's a cinnamon bun up there.
There is a cinnamon bun overhead, so this is a tornado.
On the road?
It's a very
on the
weak
road.
tornado.
Dude, I just got the most insane shot. Did you? Let's go, Charlie. Dude, hanging out in the tour.
East of the north-south highway 54.
So that was one of the weakest tornadoes I think we've ever seen. I don't think it picked up anything.
All right, we gotta get.
Good shot, Charlie.
Dude, that was insane. Good tornado intercept, boys. Good tornado intercept. Wow.
That's what we call a Timunado.
I had the 360 on.
I literally don't think it did
Let's
anything.
go, Charlie. Let's go. That's how you do some shooting there.
Incredible, but I caught it with the vortex directly in front of me. That was so awesome.
Way to go, boys.
That was
Brandon,
such-
I got you
that was
driving
such
in the
a weak
vortex
tornado.
Video, 4K Ultra HD.
So that just happened. I do want to bring our attention back to western Indiana. We still have a tornado warning for Lafayette, Indiana, which is a fairly populated area. Little update. Our strongest area of rotation is now off to the north of Lafayette. It is moving over Battleground, and it'll be moving into Americus and Delphi here over the next few minutes. So seek shelter again if you're in this warning. This storm has already produced a tornado. Look at the rope, by the way. Look at that rope funnel.
Big tube coming down.
Look at that thing. That's from our tornado. That little rope right there was just from our tornado. Losing connection, but literally that entire rope right there is from our tornado.
Oh my gosh, where'd it go up there?
It's such a small rope. It's getting a little bit larger. Look at that thing. Right above their head.
Whoa. I'm getting the wide angle. Hydroplane out. You get it still? No. Yeah, I still see it.
Hey, tip canoe for the super chat.
Dad. Is it behind us? No, it's straight to our right. Just to our right. Okay, let me know how close it is, because we're like getting ahead of it now.
Is this thing like right on the back side of this?
Yeah, I don't see it anymore. Exact location is about half a mile southeast of Bell.
Tornado Pagey actually has a bowl coming down. It looks like in the middle there too. Little bowl funnel. See that like on the bottom right there? It's like a little bowl right there.
Might slow up.
I'm hoping if we keep going east as it lifts northeast, we'll clear out.
I'm gonna slow down. I don't know where it's at now. Whoa. I got a little place to pull in.
I'm gonna go back to Tornado Pagey.
Yeah.
I can't even tell what's going on. Do you see that? All those rain curtains pulling back that way.
And this thing is trying to drop another tornado. We just had a very weak tornado with this storm south of Gibson City. It's trying to drop another one.
What's strong again on this thing?
It's also Freddie McKinney. This again east of Bellflower. It's heading up towards Gibson City and Paxton over the next few minutes.
Trying to come down here. So I'm on passenger side, Freddie.
I'm gonna turn point in here. I think it is. I don't have a visual of it.
I do not have a visual either. I'm continuing east. If you guys see it, let me know.
What do we see? I gotta fix this.
What's up, nerd?
What do we?
I almost lost the locking hat in that tornado.
Oh no! It's got to be somewhere near here where it's trying to drop.
It's got to be in front of us.
See the rain bands wrapping to the south right now.
Where is it?
Yeah, I see that too.
I'll hop out for a second.
Here, I'm gonna join you.
Just want to see. I want to get an idea of what's happening. It's so ill-defined.
Looks like the rain currents there on the left are wrapping a little bit.
Battery very low.
Is it?
You still east on this road,
It's gotta be up in front of us
That
somewhere.
PDS windmill.
It's got to be up here. Bull. Is that a bull? Is that a bull?
I see it too.
A little tight rotation over where Freddy is. Literally where his location is.
I think it's a little bull.
Rain currents are spitting. This might be dropping another tornado going towards
This might be a
Foosland.
nice tornado about to drop.
Oh, yeah. I'm ready to hang out the window in it again.
Dude, plugged in, bro. Bull coming down.
Somebody just said in the chat, that was a PDS tornado, pretty
Is that a
darn
funnel?
small.
Can you see any rotation in that? That looks like a bull funnel coming down.
Bruh.
To me.
It's like a cinnamon bun type thing, but it's not quite rotating that I can tell.
It's not rotating.
It's
Southwest of us.
This is definitely trying to drop right now. You can see the velocity's bottom right. There is definitely a couplet here. He's trying to drop another tornado right there where he's looking.
Just stop at the next point I can. It looks like I may have an eye on the circulation.
Yeah, I got like a bowl-shaped lowering. I don't see I don't see any like tornado or anything or rapid rotation.
Lovely RP coming around. If there was anything, it's gonna be to our.
I'm gonna turn south on
A
this
little bull
road.
coming down right there in the middle.
Look at it.
Little bull.
Broad left to right.
You go over the railroad tracks?
See broad left to right.
Okay.
Up. Yeah, I don't. It's all so ill-defined right now.
Just went over the railroad tracks. Oh yeah, big low right off to my west.
I'm sorry. I mean, to
Oh,
roll
no,
that.
close to us. 2 o'clock. 2 o'clock.
2 o'clock.
Right over the wind turbine.
Wait, what's that about? Yeah.
Right above the
Oh,
window.
right above their head.
Not seeing anything that says
Is it close?
Might be a funnel right there.
Hold on. I'm gonna.
These rain bands are ripping into it though.
Right at us.
Is it?
Yeah.
Where did you drop? Just got to that stop sign.
It is rotating pretty good there.
Had a funnel there for a second. Nice
Yeah.
cone.
Okay. I gotta find a little.
Boy, oh wow. Oh, look at that.
The motion's definitely to the left.
The rain bands are ripping over here.
Yeah, I think
Alright,
two
got a
different
little
areas of
spot here to stop.
circulation. There's like one right in front of them, and there's one a little bit more distant where all the rain
Trying
currents
right
are.
here. Trying right here. There's a funnel in front of us.
Thank you, Luciana, for the
There's a
super
funnel in
chat.
front of
I
us.
have to do a little more of a jog east.
Appreciate you tuning in. Thanks for tuning in for a year.
I think I may see vortices in the field occasionally. It's not strong, but I thought I saw
Yeah.
some just get
It's a funnel right there. It's not on the ground though.
Yes, vortices. Just didn't feel to the west of me. Vortices.
I think I got the same thing. I got like a rotating funnel. I don't see anything on the ground at the moment. All right, I'm gonna shoot east. Flying through here.
You're good.
All of a sudden, there's 500 cars parked behind us. I didn't expect that.
Dude, you're not gonna believe the shot I had when that was crossing the road. It's like a
Dude.
full tube and then just rips right over.
I
the
cannot wait to see it. Got a little cinnamon bun in front of us. Definite cinnamon bun in front of us. See it? See the little nipple?
Hey, Wayne, for the one gifted.
Got a nipple in front of us.
By the way, this area of storms that we are looking at right now is entering into our 10% tornado risk. We're literally just getting there right now.
Well, that's okay. That's okay. Right over the road, right over the road.
Bottom right of your screen, you can see that tornado warning. That where we're looking right now is literally on the edge of our western edge of the 10% tornado risk.
Crazy cinnamon bun overhead.
There's rotation literally above them. You can see it spinning right above their head.
See that, Eli? Right overhead.
It is. It was to you guys.
Cinnamon bun is straight overhead. Oh yeah, it is right overhead.
Yeah, it'd be going over the road we've all been on, right?
Underneath the cinnamon bun here, I don't see a tornado. It's just spitting, but it's not on the ground. From what I can tell, it's still spinning like a top up there. Yep.
A cinnamon bun is basically, it literally looks like a cinnamon bun. All right, I don't know how else to describe it. Literally looks like, I can try to draw a photo, but I'm not very good at drawing.
It's also like a little.
Maybe Riley can draw a photo of a cinnamon bun.
North there too.
I'm gonna draw a photo, I think.
Actually, you can't see that, Charlie, but see that, Eli?
He's gonna try.
RFD cut.
I'm not very good at drawing.
I don't see anything.
We had a much more definitive cinnamon bun earlier.
Now. I think this one's.
All right, ready for this, guys? Ready for this legendary cinnamon bun? That right there. No, basically what it is though, it literally just looks like a cinnamon bun. It like looks like a little spiral in the sky. It's basically what it is. Almost looks like a hurricane. That's basically what we've seen. We've seen it a couple times too. That's not the only time. We saw that earlier too.
Yo, yeah, it's funnel.
Oh, I think it's not done yet.
We saw a much more definitive one earlier.
Where is it?
It's dropping straight west.
Overhead?
Yeah, it is. Yeah, shit.
Oh, we got really strong.
Where is it?
Should be to our left.
Be like right on my tail.
Where did it drop it?
A new tornado warning.
They've issued a new tornado warning for McLean County in Illinois. This is going to be back over in, I believe, oh, that's going to be north. So that's going to be for Lexington, as well as the Chinoa and Weston areas. So seek shelter if you're in this tornado warning. Get away from windows and get on the lowest floor possible. Main area of rotation is going to be over near Lexington. This could even drop a stronger tornado as well. That velocity signature is pretty strong. That is northeast of Bloomington going towards Fairbury and also heading in the direction of Chatsworth. So seek shelter again if you are in this tornado warning, away from windows and get on the lowest floor possible. All right, let me go back over to Freddie. There have been reports of a funnel cloud, possibly a tornado touchdown on this storm. Near Fisher.
Yeah, there's rapid rotation north of it too. Looks like another wall cloud to the north.
I can hold them, Eli. They're over here.
Tornado pages on the storm too. I haven't had anything
Right
from
here,
the
guys. It keeps trying to drop.
There's definitely rapid motion in that cloud base. Oh wow. Yep, that's why you can see the funnel up into the cloud base.
Cinnamon bun merch? We're not doing cinnamon bun merch.
Oh wow, right here. It is trying. It's trying to drop a tornado again. I'm gonna hit up this
Plant.
I'm gonna try this next north road here. Oh, right here, rapid. Rapid rotation. Funnel coming down, tube. Funnel coming down, straight north, 9 o'clock. Got a road here. This road goes due north.
Little funnel there, up at the top. This is again northwest of Fisher. They may issue a new tornado warning for Fisher going towards Ludlow and eventually Rantoul. Rantoul?
Clear. Right in front of us, dropping. Right now.
Look at the rapid rotation there aloft.
All right, tornado trying to drop right now, just south of Foosland.
Rapid rotation.
Rantoul,
wow,
thank you.
That's a much more prominent area of circulation.
Ooh, it's windy.
We're almost under it.
Moving eastbound now, just about a mile north of you, Corey.
I think rotating above. It's definitely trying to drop another tornado. Hey, DG for the, or DJ for the super chat.
Should be pretty much in the circulation here, I think.
You're right in it. Just to my north.
What are you seeing?
Should be to our 1 o'clock.
1 o'clock? Okay.
I'm on the north side of the mezzo.
Can't see it.
Look at it.
It's cranking like a top up there.
Copy. Here's our road.
Nothing down from your position. I'm closing in on.
Oh, it is cranking, dude. You ain't kidding.
Look at it. I see Brandon. It's gonna.
You ain't kidding.
Drop. It's gonna drop right behind you.
Gotta find another road. Look at it spin there, Eli.
That is insane.
If it drops, it's gonna be an amazing tornado. Breaking like a top. I'll take this next north road. Dude, it's spinning like it. Oh my gosh. I can't believe it hasn't dropped yet.
We'll go back to him in a second. By the way, little tornado warning update. Northeast of Terre Haute, we have multiple areas of rotation right now in our line of storms. Coming up on Bridgeton, that'll move into Mansfield. They may extend this tornado warning further to the east, going towards Greencastle and Rochdale. And then off to the northeast of Lafayette, this storm is still rotating a little bit, going towards the Logansport area, but I don't think this tornado warning will continue. It's a very weak and broad area of rotation that is currently moving off to the east-northeast. Also, we are starting to see some broad rotation near North Judson, also heading towards Valparaiso, South Bend, and LaPorte. So be ready for a damaging wind threat and some embedded tornadoes possible moving off to the northeast. That will eventually move into Michigan within the next hour or so. There's 2 tornado warnings still ongoing also in central Illinois. We have one right now for Lexington, which still has some rotation going up towards the Weston area near Fairbury. And then our tornado warning near Fisher has just been canceled, but they may issue a new warning. I don't know. This one's been rotating quite a bit. We've been watching Freddy. And it looks like, I mean, it already dropped at least a brief tornado. Might try to do so again. This thing's been spinning like crazy.
Get that circulation. Yeah, 3.
All right.
Right up into it.
We're gonna take this next road and take it east.
Hey, Disney for the $5 super chat. Fort Wayne should be mainly a wind threat, but a low tornado risk. You'd see how it's still spinning a ton above their head. It's a broad area of rotation, but it's a large area too.
Crank.
Cranking 90.
Crank.
It's cranking 90.
It's cranking.
This road go east.
Wow, I hit that thing just like hose down.
It's not the best.
It's on the ground over there. Is that moisture coming up off the trees?
There's a road up here. There's a more prominent up here, I think.
Rotation to get off to our
There's a little nipple.
going north.
Also, new severe thunderstorm warning. This is a large one in northern Indiana, Logansport, back through South Bend. All included in this new severe thunderstorm warning. This will be for damaging winds up to 70 miles per hour. It is a large area that we are seeing this high wind threat right now move through. It's going also towards Plymouth, LaPorte, and also, again, South Bend. Very populated area here in northern Indiana. If you are in this severe thunderstorm warning, make sure that you're staying away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. Could easily see some trees fall down out of this. And there are some areas of weak rotation that have tried to develop here on the leading edge of this line, most notably south of North Judson. Otherwise, it's mostly just wind as of right now. We still have some rotation north of Delphi that's going towards Logansport, so that'll be something to keep an eye on. And I do think there is a chance for an embedded tornado or two. They could still go unwarned in this area.
It's trying right there.
Looks like Freddy has a little bit of, yeah, you can see the rotation right there. That looks like a little bit of scud, but
That's where it's trying.
it's where it's trying to develop into a tornado. This is again near Fisher.
Wow. Crazy motion in that. There's so much turbulent motion. Dude, look at that. Look at that. Wow.
Also don't want to be stuck behind chaser traffic.
Yeah.
Losing Freddy. Thank you, Shane, for the super chat. Go back to Freddy in a second. Can't tell what he's saying. But this storm is still rotating. There's no tornado warning on it. The storms themselves have gotten very small. But believe it or not, they are still rotating. The cloud tops have gone down to about 38,000 feet on our northern storm. The southern one's at 24,000 feet, and it is still spinning. It is still rotating, which is quite literally unbelievable. The tornado warning near Lexington and Chinoa is weakening as well, going towards Weston. Does not look like this warning is going to last much longer, but stay in your safe place at least for the next few minutes, as long as that is tornado warned. The storms near Bloomington really not rotating either. This is all near a mesoscale convective vortex. One of the biggest reasons why these storms are struggling right now in comparison to what they were earlier is because we've had this huge line of storms form, and it sucked out a lot of energy across eastern Illinois. So the tornado threat, not zero, but it is going down a little bit, at least in the short term. But if these storms can somehow maintain their intensity that they're at right now, or even increase in intensity, we may see the tornado threat uptick again as these storms continue to track to the east. But one of the biggest concerns that we are really starting to see now is this huge line of storms that is forming across western Indiana, and this is, again, a large line. I mean, this literally stretches from Evansville all the way back up towards South Bend. That is approximately 280 miles, which, by the way, this line of storms is actually larger than the line of storms we had yesterday across Oklahoma. So this is about 2 times the size, and it is going to be producing probably around the same amount of wind damage compared to yesterday. So make sure if you're anywhere in any of these severe warnings that you're staying away from windows, as this is a dangerous line of storms producing widespread damaging winds between 60 to 75 miles per hour. Embedded tornadoes are also going to be a possibility. They also may issue a tornado warning here soon near Brazil. There is a little couplet on radar that is popping up here just west of Center Point. That is going to be heading up towards Manhattan, Putnamville, and just west of Cloverdale, and that'll eventually track towards Greencastle. So if you're over in Greencastle, I'd be ready to go to your safe place for damaging winds, but also the potential also for a tornado as that moves off to the east-northeast. We go back over to Freddie here.
There's so many areas. So many areas of interest on this thing. It's hard to pinpoint now. For a while, we had a really concentrated area. So I'm surprised it didn't drop.
So a little bit of a lowering there, off to the right.
Nice, dude.
That's pretty good.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a good little corn ripper.
You can see it plug him up.
Look to the right. Look there. Yep, still got an area there. 2 o'clock. Big bolt.
Yeah, we gotta do something here.
See all spinning still there. It's just all spinning.
Big bolt.
We really need to find a way to draw on these things.
Dude.
It'd be so cool if I could actually draw stuff. Gotta figure that out.
That place you pointed out before is kind
See
of
if we can't gain some ground here.
that darkness
Yeah, let's give
back
it the
there.
beans.
Yeah.
2 o'clock. An actual lowering off of it.
Yeah, but there's a pickup in front of me here a little ways.
Nice. A little scud.
Yeah. Everything
Yeah.
looks
Everything looks like it wants to, but it's not, you know?
Looks like we just had like 2 big cuts behind this thing. I wonder if they're gonna coalesce into something.
That's always looking nice at least.
I think I'm just gonna go all the way up to this Gibson City potentially, and then take it east. Just try it like that.
We're back to Friday in a second, but again, that storm is not tornado warned right now, but it has been spinning like a top here for a while. There is still some rotation also northeast of Gibson City. This will probably be the dominant supercell out of the storms that we've had here off to the east of Bloomington. The other one has been weakening to the west of Paxton. This is moving up towards the Cissna Park and also going towards Gilman and Milford. So still something we need to keep an eye on. The tornado warning will continue for the Chinoa area in Weston for at least a few more minutes. They have condensed the warning. Again, I really do not see much rotation at all here, but just stay in your safe place just in case something does come out of that. Generally speaking, the rotation, though, is much weaker than what we had a few minutes ago. They have canceled the tornado warning northeast of Terre Haute. There are some areas of rotation, though, embedded in this line of storms, one of which is over I-70 right now. It is actually crossing I-70 as we speak, back over to the east of Terre Haute. And this will be moving over towards the Manhattan and Cloverdale areas here over the next 15 to 20 minutes. Keep in mind that this entire line of storms is moving east at about 60 to 65 miles per hour, so it is a very fast moving line of thunderstorms across the board. I'm going to go full screen so we can get it all into the shot here, but Again, this is a huge line of thunderstorms. The greatest tornado threat will likely come out of this segment here that is moving towards Indianapolis. We have multiple areas of circulation east of Terre Haute. And then back off to the north, we still have that tornado warning for 8 more minutes just to the southeast of Monticello, which right now I don't see a whole lot of rotation there. It's gotten a lot weaker to the west of Logansport, but there is a little bit more of a definitive area of rotation coming together west of Royal Center. You can actually see the velocities increasing going towards the radar. A little bit of an inflow going also away from the radar that is currently moving towards Grass Creek. So we may get a tornado warning on this here in a few minutes, but this is a pretty classic looking QLCS tornado spin up that is attempting to happen. And then all the way off to the north near Valparaiso, this is just an area of wind for the most part, but I would not rule out an isolated tornado or two as this moves towards South Bend and then eventually goes into southwestern Michigan. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, we are starting to see the first of the damage reports. Widespread 70-mile-per-hour winds everywhere, and that's why we have considerable severe thunderstorm warnings for every single part of our line heading through Indiana right now. A bunch of damage reports out of Terre Haute, especially. We do have a lot of power outages there, it sounds like, as well as trees down. There are some reports of trees up to 18 inches in diameter being down. Also, we are getting more tornado reports from earlier. We can see that we had 3 here, another like 4 here, and then another ton here, and a few just scattered around. We've been watching these tornadoes all day. A lot of these reports are delayed, but they're still coming in. Also, one thing I wanted to mention for everyone watching from Indianapolis is we are watching the potential to see this part of the line segment bow out a little bit more. We saw this last night as our QLCS last night moved into Tulsa, Oklahoma. If it does bow out like that, we are going to probably see much more substantial wind gusts than what we are already seeing. And don't get me wrong, 70-mile-per-hour winds is already a lot, but we could see more than that 80 to 85, maybe all the way up to 90-mile-per-hour winds if this does manage to really become a perfect straight linear line, a proper QLCS. And if it does bow out like this, it will have stronger winds as it moves into the Indianapolis metro area.
Alrighty, thank you, Riley, for the update. So that's a little general overview of what's happening right now. And obviously, Indianapolis, be ready for high winds. I would be ready for high winds anywhere in Indiana. Keep in mind that literally the entire state of Indiana is in our level 3 out of 5 enhanced risk of severe weather. Literally all of Indiana. You guys are included in that enhanced risk of severe weather. That is what it looks like right now. All that orange includes Indiana, Western Ohio, Southern Michigan, Northern and Western Kentucky as well. I actually want to go over to Freddie. He has, I think, maybe another funnel attempt.
Funnel. It's not rotating strong. It's trying. It's trying right there.
Another attempt back over in Eastern Illinois. We'll go back to that in a second.
It's got that nice updraft to kind of help it.
It's near Gibson City.
Look at how low top.
Some broad rotation on radar. It's east of 54.
It's like 15,000 foot tall.
Next 0 meter, I'm going with the 14 millimeter lens. Yeah, I agree. Okay.
Oh, dude.
Extreme wide.
We got a new mesoscale discussion from the Storm Prediction Center. This is going to be back over in northern Indiana, southern Michigan, and northwestern Ohio. A fast-moving northern portion of the QLCS with mainly a damaging wind threat will continue. A new tornado watch is expected to the east of 454, which is our current tornado watch. So again, for those in Ann Arbor, Kalamazoo, Monroe, Toledo, Findlay, or Lima, be ready. We're likely going to get a tornado watch here soon. Main concern is damaging winds up to 80 miles per hour. Tornado threat is still elevated. We could see strong tornadoes, but generally speaking, most of the tornadoes are going to be embedded in a line of thunderstorms, meaning they shouldn't be too strong. But with how high our winds are, definitely would not rule out an isolated strong tornado. And then hail is not a huge concern at this point. I know we talked about the hail threat maybe being a bit more elevated in southwestern Michigan, but with the storms being all linear right now, we're not going to probably see much more than just $quarter to $half sized hail. So again, be ready for a tornado watch. We should have that here within the next probably 30 minutes or so, maybe even sooner than that, as this line of storms is already quickly pushing off to the east. Yeah, all right, let me talk about the SPC outlook real quick. So again, we have an enhanced risk of severe weather still in place across Indiana, southern Michigan, all the way back through Cape Girardeau. This is the tornado risk. We've already talked about this a lot, but our 10% tornado risk does include central Indiana and all the way back into eastern Illinois. And this is where we're currently observing our highest tornado threat. This is where we're going to be seeing the highest tornado threat, probably for the next 2 to 3 hours. I do think we're going to probably at least see a few tornadoes both embedded in our line of storms. And then if one of those discrete cells in eastern Illinois can stay alive, we also could see a tornado out of one of those, which is, you know, for example, what Freddy's on, that is a discrete supercell. That is where we could see a better chance for a tornado, but it's going to depend on there being enough instability, basically enough energy in our environment. So it's still kind of up in the air whether that storm will produce another tornado, but if it does, it could also be slightly on the stronger side of things. But for right now, we still have a couple storms that are rotating here in eastern Illinois, one of which is near Melvin, and then another one just off to the south of Chatsworth, which are broadly rotating, moving to the northeast. If any of these start to tighten up, we may get a tornado warning on one of them. And so this back over to Freddy near Melvin, and again, this is the storm that has been trying to rotate. Also, where's everybody tuning in from in the chat? Let us know in the chat where you guys are all tuning in from. We're going to do a little heat map. We'll get an idea of where everybody's tuning in from.
Oh, I forgot to have the tornado play the harmonica.
All right, actually, we got another mesoscale discussion. Another mesoscale discussion from the Storm Prediction Center. This back over in the southern plains for Texas and Oklahoma. A few storms are expected to develop along an outflow boundary. Large hail and severe winds will be a possibility. So up to 2.5-inch diameter hail, 70-mile-per-hour winds, and an isolated tornado are going to be possible. Also, if you guys have any photos or videos from any of the storms that we've seen today, you can add us on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. Be keeping an eye on photos and videos that are sent in. This is kind of interesting. This is Storm Runner Media. They're on a little supercell near Towanda, just northeast of Bloomington, which does not have a warning right now, but it did look like the clouds are very low here. This is a storm that has produced tornadoes in the past, and it is discrete, and it's actually trying to ramp up again. Got a little hook on this thing. The only thing that's keeping it from producing right now is a little cell off to the east. You can see how low the clouds are here.
Tornado on the ground to the west, I think. Is that a funnel?
Runner Media says there might be a tornado here.
Yep. You see it?
Yeah.
Out there behind that pole. Yeah, there's a... that's that original circulation we're watching.
Yeah.
There may be a tornado on this storm. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, we have reports of funnel clouds in Ohio and Erie County just 3 minutes ago.
Alrighty. Thank you for the update. So this would be back over here. Let me go to... Where's Erie County? Erie County, Ohio. That's actually near Sandusky. So that's coming off the lake. We actually got a few storms here that reportedly have funnel clouds. So I would assume it's this one, but there could literally be any of these that have funnel clouds from Toledo back through Norwalk. I highly doubt these produce tornadoes, but just something to keep an eye on. I mean, these have just been firing up here over the last like 20 minutes. But there are reports of funnel clouds. It does look like we have a slight bit more of rotation on the one near Bloomingville. There is actually a chance we get a tornado warning for this. There is a little bit more of a couplet there trying to form. That's going towards Huron, Berlin Heights, Florence, and eventually towards Vermilion, just west of Cleveland. We no longer have any tornado warnings in Indiana, but we have a huge swath of damaging winds, and there is still a chance of a few tornadoes with this line of storms. Biggest concern right now is damaging winds crossing, or basically paralleling I-70 going up towards Indianapolis. Few areas of circulation are also trying to develop right now near Morton, heading up towards the Rochdale area. But otherwise, I think most of the stuff near Lafayette is mostly just wind right now. We've had a couple of attempts at tornadoes. There's still a little couplet trying to come together.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Dude, what is up with this timing? Literally 10 seconds ago, there's no tornado warnings in Indiana. Now we have one for Cass and Fulton counties in Indiana. It's probably a QLCS tornado. Well, it has to be. All right, so that's north of Logansport. We've been talking about this one for a while. I was just about to talk about that. There is a little couplet, though, just southeast of Royal Center, going up towards Fulton, 12 Mile, and Grass Creek. So also be heading up towards State Route 114 and Rochester. So get to your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible, and get to an interior room of your home or building if you're in this tornado warning. Even if you were not to get a tornado, we still have a significant threat of damaging winds. Upwards of 80 to 90 miles per hour still being measured on radar, which, again, we're looking aloft, so it's probably a little bit lower than that, but no matter what, the winds, I would say, are still pretty high here. We have a photo. This is from Let me go over to here. This is a photo from a tornado earlier. This is back over in Springfield, Illinois, or just outside of Springfield, Illinois. This was the Jackson tornado. This is mentioned by Richard on Twitter, also from Dan Grant. What crazy looking tornado. This is the one in Jacksonville, Illinois earlier. Also, we got a photo. This is from Jacksonville, Illinois, of some of the damage. Let me try to full screen this. This is some of the damage in Jacksonville that we had. Jacksonville had a possibly a strong tornado. This looks like some really big damage. This is like a baseball field, I think maybe to a school. Here's another photo. I mean, there's all sorts of stuff bent. A whole, like, bleacher thing flipped over. Part of a building. Look at the building here. This building literally got, like, completely... almost like... it literally got split in half. The entire roof got ripped off and everything. This was almost undoubtedly a strong tornado. At the time of this tornado happening, we had a big debris signature, for the record. It was the largest one I think we've had all day. All right, back over to our tornado warning near Matea and Royal Center. Again, the main area of rotation right now is tracking to the east-northeast, going towards Fulton and 12 Mile and Macy. And this is a QLCS tornado. We could have a tornado at any time embedded in this line of thunderstorms, so seek shelter. We have a little bit of broad rotation as well, trying to develop west of Plymouth, but mostly wind for right now. And then off to the west of Indianapolis, it is a lot of wind. We don't have a whole lot of rotation with this line right now, but we are still keeping an eye on this. Also, this is really interesting. So this is where everybody's tuning in from on this stream today. You ready for this? We also have a much better map, so everybody can see where everybody's tuning in from here. Nearly everybody tuning in today is in the Midwest, is literally in the Midwest or the Ohio Valley. This is a heat map, so it shows us where basically the highest amount, or basically where everybody's tuning in from, wherever you put your location in the chat. We got to basically plot a map, right? Almost everybody is in the Ohio Valley. This is a very localized area for today. That is watching. We have a few people from Minneapolis. We got some people in Kansas City, some of the more like, populated cities. This is pretty impressive though, I gotta say. This map style looks way better. At least we can kind of read where everybody's from now. Got a few people over in Florida too. San Francisco. Got a couple people in Maine this time. We haven't really had many people in Maine. Thank you guys all for participating. Pretty cool.
The western one of the two, there was a brief tornado down, and then the one a little bit...
This is Storm Intermediate. They did report a brief tornado a few minutes ago from this storm.
But it failed.
Still very low clouds behind them here. Thank you, Kathleen, for becoming a moderate velocity member. How do you guys like the heat map, by the way? Do you guys like me showing you guys that? I think it's kind of cool. If you guys have any feedback on it, let me know in the chat.
Definitely saw as a strong motion now.
Looks like it might be down.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, I'm gonna move just myself. I gotta find the right and left edge. I don't know if it's ground circular.
There may be a tornado on this storm. This is not warned right now. This is near Lexington.
Right in there.
Map is cool to see. We'll definitely try to do that heat map like every hour or two, or whenever we can. It is really useful for me too, because like I know where everybody's watching from, so we can at least focus on certain areas more. But basically, the entire state of Indiana is covered in purple, which means basically there's a lot of people watching from Indiana.
See it down.
No, you don't see it down.
A tornado is attempting to drop here near Lexington. Very low clouds.
Chat.
Yeah. It'd be right there if there was one. I can't tell if it's down or not, but the circulations. Okay, there was another one that went that way, but now there's another storm that could be producing coming.
Hey,
right
Kathy,
here,
for becoming a member.
All right.
Thank you also August for the PayPal donation. Nathaniel for the Venmo donation.
What?
There's a tornado attempting to drop near Lexington. This is an unwarned storm right now.
I'm just trying to look at radar signature. I'm trying to see what's going on here.
While they're kind of wrapped in the rain,
It's already moved over us.
this is Freddie McKinney's view of our storm that is now, for the most part, oh, that is not the view of the storm. There was a view of the storm that has been kind of falling apart. This one is near Gilman. This one was rotating for quite some time. It is not as organized as before. Lower tornado threat on that storm at this point. New severe thunderstorm warning in southwest Michigan near South Bend going towards Michigan City and New Carlisle. This is going to be for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. If you are in the severe warning, seek shelter, get away from windows as this storm continues to move to the northeast over the next several minutes. And further down to the south, Indianapolis, you are now almost in the warning. We are on the kind of cusp here. We've got a brand new severe thunderstorm warning going towards Indianapolis, I-74, and also right along I-70 between Greencastle and Indianapolis. This is for damaging winds up to 70 miles per hour, and there is also a tornado possible label on this line of storms. We still have some areas of rotation. The main areas that I'll be keeping an eye on is near Cloverdale, another small one near Putnamville, going towards Mount Meridian and Stillsville, and then elsewhere it's mostly just wind off to the north. But we are keeping an eye on the wind threat more than anything. High winds are likely with this line as it continues to push to the east, which we should have a camera coming up in a moment back over to the southwest of Indianapolis on this storm. I'm going to get that camera over here that's in Cloverdale. We may be able to see some of the wind. We haven't had really a glimpse of the wind yet, but we should get a pretty good glimpse of the wind here shortly. Thank you, Tina, for becoming a member. The tornado warning was just condensed for Cass and Fulton counties, a little bit smaller. If we have a tornado on the ground, it'll be heading into Fulton over the next few minutes near State Route 25, and that'll track towards Highway 31. Thank you, Anon, for the super chat. Any more severe storms expected in St. Louis metro area? I don't think so. I think St. Louis is chilling. We quickly go back over to Maryland. We did have a tornado possible label on the storm earlier. At this point, it's mostly a damaging wind threat. Actually, a little bit of rotation on this storm now near Star. We may get a tornado warning on this. It was rotating earlier. This going towards Greensboro and Ridgely in Maryland, eventually going into Delaware. So if you're in this area, be ready for a tornado warning. Possibility for one does exist for the Greensboro area. And yeah. Also, no tornado warnings or any warnings at all anymore in any part of Illinois. Everything is now into Indiana. We actively have no warnings at all in Kentucky. We do have a tornado watch here. Storms are beginning to go up in western Kentucky, but no warnings as of now. Back over to the west of Evansville, we did have a severe warning here, which this storm probably will not continue as a severe warning. Main threat at this point is just going to be gusty winds and some small hail. Much weaker storm than before. Everything further down to the south is mostly just discrete to semi-discrete, but the environment is not as favorable for tornadoes down here in southern Indiana. And then again, the line of storms approaching the Indianapolis area here over the next hour. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, so where we do actually have some sort of tornado threat is Canada. So that is more or less an extension of the same system that we're talking about over here on the American side of things. However, it's obviously in Canada. So slightly different looking outlook. We have a moderate risk, which for them is a 3 out of 4 risk. We only have 4 categories in Canada. That is minor, high, moderate, and extreme. So this yellow risk that you see, that is the region B. This is where we could see gusty winds and hail, or gusty winds up to 90 kilometers per hour and up to 30 to 50 millimeters of rainfall. Our main tornado threat is further down here to the south, basically in the Detroit area where we've been talking about a tornado threat as well. That is where we could see winds up to 100 kilometers per hour and a couple of tornadoes. We also have a more widespread threat with a different system back in Alberta, Saskatchewan, and Manitoba. We have a tornado threat here that we'll actually be dealing with on the U.S. On day 3. The SPC is talking about a system that's going to make its way into the U.S. from Canada. They have that up there in Canada, but there's our risk for tornadoes in Alberta. We also have another moderate risk for parts of Manitoba and Saskatchewan as well for some gusty winds and small hail.
Alrighty, thank you for the update. For those in Canada, if you're tuning in from Canada, there's actually a risk of severe weather today, back over in mainly Ontario. We already have a severe watch issued for that part of Canada. You can actually see it already. It's an issue just east of Detroit there through London. They issue the watches and warnings really ahead of time, which is, I mean, there's literally nothing severe up here in Canada right now, but they do issue the watches well ahead of time. It's very different from what we usually see from the National Weather Service offices or even the Storm Prediction Center in the United States. They usually issue them, you know, within an hour of the event happening. Instead, that is issued well ahead of time. Like literally, it was probably issued like an hour or two ago. Tornado warning back over in Fulton is not nearly as intense as before. We still got a little couplet there near Fulton. That's over State Route 25 going up towards Macy over the next few minutes. And then otherwise, it's a huge surge of wind right now going into Rochester. This is likely producing damaging winds as high as 80 miles per hour, about to cross right over Highway 31 here over the next few minutes. And unfortunately, we do not have any cameras in this area, but if we did, I think we would see really high winds going right across Rochester right now. And as a reminder, if you have any photos or videos, you can add us on Twitter or Facebook at MaxVelocityWX. We'll be trying to show some of those here throughout the stream. I am most concerned, though, still about the Indianapolis area. We have a very large line of storms that'll be pushing into Indianapolis here pretty soon. With the main concern, again, being damaging winds as high as 70 miles per hour. There is a potential, though, still for damaging winds as high as 80 miles per hour, mainly near Greencastle, that is moving into Fillmore right now, in Coatesville. That'll also be approaching Clayton, Plainfield, and then Indianapolis. And if you are in Indianapolis, you're really only about 30 minutes away from seeing damaging winds. Like, we're literally half an hour away from damaging winds impacting almost all of the Indianapolis area. So get ready in Indianapolis for damaging winds, hatch down trampolines, protect loose line items. We are likely going to see some very significant wind move right into Indianapolis here in the next half hour. Keep in mind that this line of storms is moving east at approximately 60 miles per hour. So it is a very fast moving line of thunderstorms. And speaking of our wind threat, this is a little look at our flying trampoline meter for today. For those that don't know, flying trampolines are very common with high wind events like this, and we do have a high risk for flying trampolines today across Indiana. That is where we have an enhanced risk of severe weather, so hatch down trampolines, protect loose line items. If you have pets outside, bring those in. If you have plants outside, bring those in, but we could easily see a little flying trampoline outbreak here across Indiana today. Today's Wednesday, right? Or is today Tuesday? Yeah, today's Wednesday. So it's Wacky Weather Wednesday, not technically tossing trampolines on Tacos Tuesday. All right, we have a new severe thunderstorm warning. Then I want to go to our new SPC outlook because that just came in, but we do have a new severe thunderstorm warning that is for Bloomington and Bedford in southwestern Indiana going towards I-69. Damaging winds up to 70 miles per hour is the biggest concern. There is also a tornado possible label on this severe segment of storms, so we could see a spin-up tornado embedded in this line. We are watching for some of these storms near Washington to kind of merge into our line of storms, so it should become a bit more organized. So again, if you're anywhere in the severe warning, stay away from windows and be on the lowest floor possible as this moves to the east. And then our new SBC outlook has just come out. We're going to see if there's any big changes to this outlook. All right, we do have our new outlook. This is the latest from the Storm Prediction Center. So first off, our tornado risk, or our general risk, excuse me, has been condensed. We still have a large enhanced risk of severe weather that goes from about the Mississippi River Valley and far western Kentucky all the way back over into southern Michigan and also western Ohio, where a few tornadoes, damaging winds, and hail are all possible. But overall, it has been condensed a little bit. Does not really include most of Illinois anymore. The tornado risk has also been condensed a little bit. We still have a 10% tornado risk in place back over in central and northern Indiana, which does include areas like Indianapolis, and then a 5% tornado risk, which also goes back over into western Kentucky, also as far north as Detroit and Michigan. And then our 2% tornado risk does include Columbus, Ohio, all the way back towards actually the Red River Valley in North Texas and southern Oklahoma. And then again, damaging winds being the biggest concern for the remainder of today, which this is actually a little bit more condensed than what it shows here because this is the last outlook. But nonetheless, that's kind of the general outline here for the rest of today. Thank you, Katie, for the $5 super chat. Please, or bring your washing in, no flying underwear, please. Yeah, if you hang your clothes on lines, that is probably a good idea. Flying underwear would be a new risk from severe weather. That'd be quite impressive. Thank you, Step Annan, for also for the $10 super chat. Is it mostly a wind threat for Indiana, or is there tornadoes a big possibility? I think tornadoes will be a bit more of an elevated threat once this line of storms organizes a little bit more. I really think this tornado threat is going to be peaking around Indianapolis. I think within the next hour or so, this will really start to peak back over in Indianapolis, Fishers, and Greenwood. The only thing that this is not it does not have right now is actually being a fully organized line of thunderstorms, because we have a lot of convection still popping out in front of this line. But once this is all just one Boeing segment, we should see actually a potential for multiple tornadoes in this line of thunderstorms. The rotation is actually increasing just to the west of Indianapolis right now near Coatesville, and we may get a tornado here in a few minutes going towards Danville, and there's another area near Cloverdale that's doing the same thing. There's also another one near Fillmore. So we actually may get a tornado warning here shortly just west of Indianapolis. And if we have any cameras coming up in this area, let me know. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Yeah, Max, one area that they're probably going to also tornado warn is our storm moving into Delaware. Yes, Delaware. There's a bookend vortex trying to form just to the northwest of Denton. It looks pretty good on the terminal radar. May see a tornado warning for this shortly.
Alrighty, thank you for the update. That's near Greensboro, or that's going to be approaching Greensboro here over the next few minutes. Rotation is definitely starting to ramp up on this thing. You can see the velocities couple it on radar. We've been talking about this storm for a little bit. This was one that almost got tornado warned south of Baltimore earlier, and it's now crossed over the bay and is now moving towards Harrington. So be ready for that if you are in far eastern Maryland or in Delaware for this storm. Apparently at 12:05 p.m. in Fraser, Michigan, there was a report of a probable tornado with downed large tree limbs near Kelly Road between 14 and 15 Mile Road. That was over in Macomb County in Michigan. That was actually back up here near Detroit. So that is the first report that we've had from up there today. This is also back over to Storm Intermedia. They did have a brief tornado not too long ago. This is their view of that storm right now. It looks a lot more elevated now. The storms in Illinois have been falling apart quite a bit. They're coming up on this storm. Still has a little bit of a low cloud base.
Copy. I'm debating whether I'm just going to go home or I'm going to start heading north for the next days.
Hey, Cassie, for becoming a member.
I think our plan is to at least head to, I mean, we got Thursday in the Dakotas, so I believe we're at least gonna...
Ominous skies for right now, but that is a storm that has been falling apart. This one has been producing tornadoes for quite some time. I do think the mesoscale convective vortex tornado outbreak that we've had over the last few hours is winding down for most of Illinois, but continue to stay weather aware at least for the next hour. The tornado watch technically does go until 4 o'clock Central Time for all of mostly central and eastern Illinois. And then back over near Danville, we still have a couple of little supercells that have tried going up, but they've been struggling. But they're definitely not fully done yet. Still keeping a close eye on those. Hey, Kimball, for becoming a member. Also getting a report of crazy wind in Plymouth, Indiana from somebody in the chat. We may have a tornado trying to drop right now near Coatesville, Indiana. There's a little tight couplet on radar near Springtown and Amo. That's going towards Clayton, Danville, and eventually towards Avon. This may be a QLCS tornado heading in the direction of Indianapolis. This was from a... This is kind of scary. This is from Farmer City, Illinois. This was on a doorbell camera, believe it or not. Somebody caught this tornado on their doorbell camera back over in Farmer City, Illinois from Dro on Twitter. That's wild. Imagine you looking outside and seeing that. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, so they actually beat me to it. I was going to talk about the 80-mile-per-hour winds that we have on radar near Worthington and Bloomfield, moving up towards Indianapolis, and they did just go ahead and issue a destructive severe thunderstorm warning for that. So that's for winds with 80 miles per hour. I wouldn't be surprised if we may have winds higher than that as this segment continues to bow out. But we talked about this a little while ago, and it seems to be happening. Luckily, it's south of Indianapolis, but still going to be somewhere here that does see very strong winds, maybe upwards of 80 miles per hour.
All right, thank you for the update. So yeah, this warning has now been upgraded to 80-mile-per-hour winds. That is moving into Elliottsville, Bloomington, eventually approaching Martinsville, and also going towards Nashville. So very high destructive winds for this entire area. Make sure that you're staying away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. I would treat this as if it is a tornado warning, because this is basically tornado-level winds for this area. So for your own protection, get to an interior room of your home or building. Back over here near I-69, if you are traveling along the interstate, you may want to avoid this entire area. I know we have a lot of truck drivers probably tuning in right now, and I mean, again, we have a huge line of storms that is going to be producing damaging winds anywhere from 60 to even up to 80, maybe even 85-mile-per-hour winds. So please make sure that you're staying away from windows, and if you're a truck driver, I would try to pull off as soon as possible if you're in any of these warnings. Try to avoid getting, directly hit by this. Also, we got a report coming out of Center Point, Indiana. There's tree damage near I-70 north of Center Point, reported via Twitter. Terre Haute, we've also had multiple damage reports. Several tree limbs are down in that area from high winds. We had 12 to 14 inch diameter trees down also on the north side of Terre Haute, and then west of Rockville, 10 to 15 inch diameter tree limbs are also blown down onto a home. So it gives you an idea of what some of these storms are already doing here that are all moving towards Indianapolis and surrounding areas. And obviously, if you are in Bloomington, please make sure to stay away from windows as we have 80-mile-per-hour winds coming up. This is a life-threatening situation. It is a very populated area too. We have 160,000 people that are included in this severe thunderstorm warning for 80-mile-per-hour damaging winds. Also got another report of super windy in Rochester, Indiana. Once again, if you guys have any photos or videos, you can add us on Twitter. We are continuing to check those. We'll try to show you guys some of what's happening out there in real time as well from some of the people that are sending that stuff in. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, one thing that I want to mention, just because I saw some of this on Twitter and that it may happen in the Indianapolis area, if we do see a destructive severe thunderstorm warning, that is something that meets the EAS requirements. So we may see tornado sirens be sounding, or we may hear tornado sirens go off for that. Even though there's not a tornado, they're using those tornado sirens for a reason. It's because this is effectively just as dangerous as a tornado warning. So if you hear those tornado sirens, even though you don't have a tornado warning, go ahead and take them seriously, because it's going to be just as dangerous, if not more.
Alrighty, thank you for the update. Yeah, once again, if you're in Indianapolis, if you got any friends or family in Indianapolis, make sure that they're ready for this. Indianapolis is technically not in a severe warning yet, and people that are living in Indianapolis or surrounding areas like Beech Grove or Greenwood might not even know that this is a severe storm rolling in. Like, they might not have a clue. Like, if they're at work, if they don't care about the weather, they might have no clue about this. So if you have friends or family in Indianapolis, give them a little heads up. Again, you can share the stream with them if you want as well. We're gonna have a lot of live cameras in Indianapolis as well as this line of storms rolls in, and we'll be able to give you a little look at what's happening in real time. This is the remnants of our storm northeast of Bloomington.
I did at the end of the other stream the other day, but
still spinning a little bit, but again, it's really weakened to the point where there's almost no way we get another tornado warning on this storm in Indiana, or sorry, not Indiana, Illinois. That is basically all she wrote, I think, for the mesoscale convective vortex in most of Illinois. You do this. All right, we do have a new severe thunderstorm watch. I believe that was just issued. I'm trying to pull it up. Somebody send me the severe watch. Oh, I got it. Never mind. All right, we do have a new severe thunderstorm watch that was just issued. This is going to be back over in Michigan and also northwestern Indiana. The biggest concern here will be a couple of tornadoes being possible. On top of that, isolated ping pong ball sized hail is possible, and then scattered damaging wind gusts up to 70 miles per hour is likely. So this will be back over here in the Great Lakes region, really. So make sure that you're staying weather aware. We got about 8 million people in this severe thunderstorm watch. It is not a tornado watch, but nonetheless, there is still a chance for a couple of tornadoes. If for some reason we see a couple of discrete cells fire back over in southern Michigan, we may end up seeing a more elevated tornado threat, but otherwise it'll be a QLCS tornado threat, which means it's coming from our line of thunderstorms. So a couple different threats that could evolve here. I think it'll be mainly a line, but we may end up seeing a threat of a supercellular storm or two. Also, we have a new mesoscale discussion from the Storm Prediction Center back over in southern and central Indiana, and also a very small sliver there of northern Kentucky, where the main concern here will be damaging winds and a couple of tornadoes being a possibility near Jasper, Corydon, Louisville, Seymour, Bloomington, and back into Indianapolis. They have currently the peak wind intensity being upwards of 80-mile-per-hour damaging winds for right now, but it could obviously be a little bit higher than that with this line of storms as it continues to track to the east. You can actually see the frontal boundary back over near Charleston. That's where some of the cold air is back at right now. Looks like everybody is winding down right now. We're going to have to get cameras in Indiana. All right, we have another update. We have another destructive severe thunderstorm warning back over in Maryland. 80-mile-per-hour winds on this storm near Greenland and Denton. So stay away from windows and be on the lowest floor possible. If you are in this severe thunderstorm warning, this is another destructive and life-threatening severe thunderstorm warning in Maryland. Again, get to your safe place away from windows and on the lowest floor possible if you are in this severe thunderstorm warning. Riley has another update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, I wanted to talk about our quickly increasing tornado threat in Oklahoma quickly. This is actually a little bit weird on the ARRR, but we're going to look at it anyways. All the storms kind of like spawn from one point and then like spread out in any direction. There is a marginal tornado threat here, and I do think we could see actually a tornado or two, specifically with any of these storms that start to move right. So that's basically in this segment here. STB values are upwards of 3 or 4 in some of these areas. It's really localized around storms, but that is something that we could start to see over the next couple of hours. We may see a very small severe watch for any region of storms that we do have fire that is a little bit stronger. So keep an eye out for that.
Alrighty, thank you, Riley, for the update. We'll be keeping an eye on that. It's a very conditional risk that we see tornadoes down there, but it is a possibility, which is why they have mentioned that there is at least a 5 or 2% tornado risk down there, and they also mentioned the mesoscale discussion that an isolated tornado is a possibility. I'm going to try to pull up the cameras. They're not working, by the way, Hayden, at all. Like, it's been there for like 2 minutes. It's a live look. Should have a live look here in a second in Danville. Right now in Danville, we do have a significant wind threat coming in. Also, we do have a threat of really high winds on the, basically right on I-70 right now, moving right into Mooresville and Plainfield over the next few minutes. So if you're in this area, stay away from windows. Very high winds moving into Plainfield, Mooresville, and Indianapolis over the next few minutes. This could be upwards of 80-mile-per-hour winds that are currently tracking towards the Indianapolis metro area. Beech Grove is also going to be in the path of this. Stay away from windows if you are in this severe thunderstorm warning area. We have, again, there are cameras along the center state. I'm trying to pull them up. Hey, Troy, for the $10 super chat. What's the difference between an MCS and a QLCS? QLCS just means embedded tornadoes in a line of thunderstorms, and MCS is a combination of mostly wind, but also tornadoes. They're not very different, to be honest. Almost the same thing. Hey, Craig, for becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities. Got a new severe thunderstorm warning in Ohio. That's going to be for Trimble County. There was reports of funnel clouds of the storms that are ongoing west of Cleveland. This severe warning will be back over near Warren for damaging winds going towards Sharpsville and Hermitage, just out of Greenville. Very low tornado risk. We got very weak, not really rotation, but at least a decent little RFD surge moving into the Brookfield Township over the next few minutes. Yeah, the cameras aren't loading at all into the program, at all. They're just literally frozen. No clue why. I can refresh if needed, though. Once again, we do have a destructive severe thunderstorm warning near Bloomington, just south of I-70. Again, 80-mile-per-hour winds are still a possibility with this line as it continues to push to the east-northeast. Get ready if you're in Indianapolis for very high winds here over the next few minutes. This is a live shot right here of the winds moving in. This is eastbound on State Route 39. Just had the video, now it's loading. Okay, well, I'll go back to that in a second. It was just working, now it's gone. All right, we got shame if this video loads. We literally have shame just out to Hazelwood. There's a car parked under the overpass. These are some of the high winds that are coming in right now. This is, again, in our destructive severe thunderstorm warning with 70 to 80 mile per hour winds being a possibility. This is an idea of some of the winds that are going to be coming into Indianapolis here over the next few minutes. There is a chance again for a tornado with this as well, this entire line of storms. The winds are very high. Now, on top of that, you got a car parked under an overpass. I don't get the shame. Well, you're not supposed to park under overpasses. It's very dangerous. Especially since if there were more traffic than this, there would be everybody be backing up in the same exact spot. Like we would have a entire traffic jam literally because there are so many people that do that for whatever reason with wind. And again, you're basically in a debris filter. Like the winds are high enough, you're probably going to see more damage than if you were to just keep driving. The wind is still really strong here. This has been going for about 3 minutes or so. These are pretty close to hurricane force winds. It's been consistently going here for several minutes now. It's a little bit further to the north. This is also live on State Route 39. It's also on I-70 just southwest of Indianapolis. All right, we have another destructive severe thunderstorm warning. This one is going to be for This is going to be it for Indianapolis. So all of Indianapolis, you guys are now included in a destructive severe thunderstorm warning. This is going to be for 80 mile per hour damaging winds. So if you're in Indianapolis, Plainfield, Beech Grove, Lawrence, you guys are all included again in an 80 mile per hour severe thunderstorm warning. If you're anywhere in this area, stay away from windows, be on the lowest floor possible. This is a very dangerous storm, once again, that is currently moving to the east-northeast. $80 mile per hour winds, once again, moving into Indianapolis. On top of that, we have a little bit of rotation just to the north of Hazelwood. Let's see if the terminal radar site picks up on that. Not really. Maybe a little bit of rotation, though, just southwest there at Belleville. That'll be coming up into Plainfield over the next few minutes. But once again, you need to be staying away from windows and being on the lowest floor possible if you're anywhere in Indianapolis right now, as we have a destructive line of thunderstorms producing up to 80 mile per hour damaging winds. Got another camera coming up here in a second as well. I'm going to go full screen to that in a second. And once again, this entire line of storms is producing damaging winds, basically anywhere from 70 to 80 mile per hour winds. This is another live shot. This is going to be back on I-70 at CR 525. This is going to be back over just east of Center Valley. The wind is starting to pick up pretty quickly here. It's going to really ramp up here in just a moment. Here comes the wind. We'll check northern Indiana in a second. It's mostly just damaging winds, though. 70-mile-per-hour wind's the biggest concern up there. We have South Bend cameras. We have one up there. What is this one? We have Elkhart. So again, this is inside of our destructive severe thunderstorm warning.
A new tornado
80-mile-per-hour
warning
winds
has been
being
issued.
possible. We have a brand new tornado warning also for Indiana. I'm going to go to that in just 2 seconds. All right, let me go to that tornado warning. We're checking on South Bend here in a second as well. All right, brand new tornado warning. This is on the northwest side of Indianapolis. This will be back up near Fayette and as well as Zionsville. That is actually a very tight couplet of rotation just to the northeast of Pittsburgh, north of Brownsburg. That is going to be coming up on I-65 here in a few minutes. Seek shelter immediately if you are in this tornado warning. Get away from windows and get on the lowest floor possible. This is a dangerous storm here just outside of the Brownsburg area. We actually have winds picking up. This is inside of our tornado warning right now. This is literally on the south side. This is in Brownsburg live. You can see the wind really starting to ramp up here. This is likely around 70-mile-per-hour winds. On top of that, we probably have a tornado. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Yeah, Max, I think there is a tornado on the ground with that tornado warning. There's a tornado debris signature on that. Also, I would support a tornado warning for Indianapolis proper. There's a little area of rotation near Plainfield that's definitely looking a lot more significant in the last few scans. Indianapolis, we should be taking shelter because of that destructive severe thunderstorm warning anyway, but there may be a tornado on the way as well. So please take shelter.
All right, thank you for the update. So right now we do have a tornado in progress back over to the south of Fayette. It's a very small little weak tornado just off the north of I-74 that is going to be coming up on Royalton, I-65, and Eaglewood Estates here in a few minutes. And then further down to the south, just to the west of Indianapolis, we have a very tight area of, at least a very tight hook echo, very strong inflow. The velocities are also really intensifying right over Route 40 going into Plainfield. This will be moving into Indianapolis here in just a few minutes. So if you are in Indianapolis, you need to be ready to go to your safe place. I would already be there just because of the wind threat, but there is clearly a hook that is developing here just north of I-70, and this may be moments away from dropping a tornado as it continues to track off to the northeast. So please be in your safe place. This is, again, live inside of our tornado warning near Brownsburg. Again, the winds are very strong right now in Brownsburg. This is looking northwest, which is looking towards where the tornado would be located. It may be a little bit rain-wrapped, but we do think that there is a tornado down here. Is it still shameful to hide under an overpass during traffic? Yes. Should not be hiding under an overpass or during, at least during traffic when there's a storm, because it literally will just cause a traffic jam. And it's also very dangerous with how low visibility can also be. We will have a few more cameras coming up closer to, I don't know what interstate it is. Let me double check. Coming up closer to I-65 here in a minute. Again, the tornado will be located just north of Brownsburg. It'll be kind of in this area here. That's where our velocity signature shows. So the tornado, again, in progress, coming up on State Road 267. It'll be crossing over that route here in just a moment, and then coming up on North County Road 800 eastbound. That'll be going towards Royalton over the next few minutes. And then we may get a tornado warning here in a moment near Plainfield going into Indianapolis. There is a pretty definitive hook echo and a strong inflow going to the storm right now. And that'll be approaching 6 points, I-74. And then moving into Indianapolis here in just a few minutes. Our latest scan shows possibly still a tornado on the ground. It's a very weak one if there is one, southwest of Royalton. Yeah, that's where our velocity signature is. So possibly still a weak tornado in our tornado warning north of Brownsburg. That'll be approaching I-65 here in just a few minutes, coming up on Royalton. It's also a live shot from Royalton. Decent amount of traffic at this hour. Obviously, it's 3:26 p.m. on a Wednesday, so rush hour is within the next hour or so. Very calm conditions out in front of the line of storms. probably not be very calm for much longer. Large severe thunderstorm warning also issued for Fishers, Noblesville, Anderson, and Alexandria. That is for 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds. Also, back up near South Bend, we do not have a severe thunderstorm warning other than off to your west. It's mainly a damaging wind threat. We have a bunch of little QLCS tornadoes that are trying to drop right now south of Milford. That's going up towards North Webster and Syracuse. They just issued a new severe thunderstorm warning for this entire area. That'll be for damaging winds up to 70 miles per hour. So a large line of thunderstorms that is bowing out up there. And then back over near Indianapolis, again, we still have a hook echo and a little area of rotation and a strong inflow just to the north of Mooresville. I still think a tornado warning should be issued for this. We have rotation for sure on this storm. And on top of that, there are 80-mile-per-hour winds that'll be moving into Indianapolis over the next few minutes. I'm going to try to pull up a camera on the west side here of Indianapolis to see what the winds look like now. This, also, by the way, these storms are coming up on the Indianapolis airport. So the Indianapolis airport is en route for these storms here in the next few minutes. I'm guessing there's probably a ground stop at Indianapolis airport if I had to guess. You go back over to, trying to get a camera here. There's a live shot on the west side of Indianapolis where the 80-mile-per-hour winds are coming through right now. The camera's shaking quite a bit. Traffic is pretty heavy, and it's only going to get worse because of how high the winds are. This camera is shaking like crazy now. This is looking southwest, by the way. This is still on I-70. That's just outside of the Indianapolis airport. So again, the highest winds right now are going to be moving right along I-70, coming up towards the radar site near 6 Points in Drexel Springs. The tornado that we did have on the ground does not appear to be on the ground anymore, but if we have a tornado at all, it'll be coming up on Royalton, crossing I-65 here in the next minute or two. So again, if you're on I-65, be staying away from windows, lowest floor possible, near Eaglewood Estates and also near Zionsville. This is likely still at least producing some high winds as it crosses the highway over the next few minutes. This is a live shot also from Royalton, which is right inside of this tornado warning. It is still very calm out in front of this, but the winds are beginning to at least pick up a little bit out of the west. So our damaging wind threat should be increasing here over the next minute or two. I'm going to go back to that camera in a second. Let me go back down here to the south. Leave it off the screen here for a second. Let me go back to the storm near Plainfield.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, this one doesn't surprise me. They did issue a new tornado warning further off to the north. This can be all the way back up towards Elkhart in Indiana. We actually have a strong area of rotation back over to the west of Milford. We have multiple other areas of rotation near Oswego, but this is the main one. That is heading up towards the Goshen and Millersburg area. They basically issued a warning for all of this, though. There's a lot of different QLCS spin-ups embedded in this line of thunderstorms that are all rotating, attempting to produce a tornado. So if you're anywhere in this tornado warning, get to your safe place away from windows and get on the lowest floor possible. This is a dangerous line of storms that is mainly producing a threat of high winds, but also could produce the threat of embedded tornadoes as this continues to move to the east-northeast. Main area of rotation is just to the southeast, a lot going towards New Paris, but we have a bunch of other areas of circulation near Oswego and North Webster. We're very close to the radar site, so it's easy to see, but it's also going to get a little bit harder to see once this is right inside of that radar site. So we might lose visual here for a minute or two once it gets closer to North Webster, but tornadoes are possible with that entire area of storm activity. Got a little hook even forming near Mooresville. I don't think that's rotating too much right now. Still got a hook echo near 6 Points. That has not gotten warned by any means, but I still would not be surprised if we got a tornado warning there. This is live near the Indianapolis airport. It is extremely windy here. So again, this is inside of our destructive 80-mile-per-hour severe thunderstorm warning. Again, this is looking westbound. And the wind started to pick up a little bit further to the east now. This looking eastbound on I-70 just southwest of Indianapolis. Again, 80-mile-per-hour winds going to be coming in here over the next few minutes. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, so the Indianapolis airport is actually currently showing no delays on inbound flights, but there are heavy delays on outbound flights. It looks like there's a lot of flights ranging from anywhere from 45 minutes in delay all the way up to 3.5 hours. JFK is currently the most delayed outgoing flight with an update or an average delay of 3 hours and 31 minutes. And it looks like flights are not going to be allowed to depart until after 4 p.m. Eastern.
All right, thank you for the update. So that's a little update if you're flying out of Indianapolis International Airport. That is one of the airports that is currently getting literally hit right now by the highest winds. The airport's right here near I-70, and we currently have damaging winds as high as 80 miles per hour. As a reminder, this is a destructive severe thunderstorm warning for the Indianapolis area. We could easily have flying trampolines and a lot of other debris go flying here over the next hour as this line of storms pushes right into the heart of Indianapolis, Beech Grove, and Lawrence. So stay away from windows and be on the lowest floor possible if you're anywhere in this severe thunderstorm warning as this line continues to push through. Unfortunately, the traffic just keeps getting heavier. This is on I-465. The wind, again, is going to be really picking up here over the next minute or two, but the traffic is very heavy. There's a lot of people on the roadway. Keep in mind, if you're traveling right now, there is going to be very low visibility. And then on top of that, we have very high winds that are moving through the area, which is going to reduce visibility even further on top of there being very heavy rainfall. So this is again on I-465. The wind is going to pick up there substantially in the next minute or two. We also have a new severe thunderstorm warning for Columbus, Franklin, Greenwood, Shelbyville, and also Nashville. That'll be for damaging winds up to 70 miles per hour. And then on top of that, there is also potential for an isolated spin-up tornado out of this line of thunderstorms. We've also been noticing a slight uptick in rotation with these little discrete cells that are firing off in southern Indiana. There's one back over just to the southwest of Paoli that may get a tornado warning at some point. It's very weak rotation for right now. Mid-level rotation, according to the radar site in Indianapolis, is a little bit stronger. You can see that right there. Very strong mesocyclone near Wickliffe going towards Youngs Creek. We also got another one near French Lick and then another broad one near Mitchell. So 3 different areas of rotation, all these being a little bit more discrete cellular storms that are moving off to the northeast. So don't be surprised if we get tornado warnings a little bit further down to the south. And then our tornado warning off to the north, back up near Locke in Benton in Indiana. Mostly a wind threat right now, but we have a little bit of rotation heading up towards New Paris in Bantertown. And then weak rotation near North Webster that's going to cross over Lake Wawasee over the next few minutes. Let's go back down to Indianapolis. Again, damaging winds up to 80 miles per hour moving into Indianapolis right now. This is a destructive severe thunderstorm. This is live on I-465. The traffic is starting to get even heavier because of the rain and as well as the wind picking up. Yeah, feel free to send me cameras if I can just search them. That's actually a pretty good skyline view. This is a skyline view on the northwest side of Indianapolis. Very ominous skies. And once again, traffic has been pretty moderate for the most part, getting heavy at times. If you are anywhere in Indiana and you have any photos or videos, you can add us on Twitter or Facebook at MaxVelocityWX. We'll try to show some of those photos and videos. This is on I-465 as well. This camera is shaking like crazy. This is looking northbound. Almost everybody has their hazard lights on, or multiple people at least have their hazard lights on. Here's another live shot as well. This is back up near Crawfordsville. See the rain curtains as well going left to right. Again, very high winds right now going through the west side of Indianapolis. Those winds are now going to be pushing into the downtown area of Indianapolis over the next few minutes. We still have a destructive 80-mile-per-hour severe thunderstorm warning for Indianapolis, Beech Grove, and Plainfield. Also, further down to the south, do want to give a quick little update for our storms that are back over in southern Indiana. We've already talked about this, but there are a couple storms that are rotating. Really no major updates to these. We still have a strong area of mid-level rotation near Wickliffe. I would really not be surprised. I would actually support a tornado warning for this storm here if this continues to intensify, going towards Pioli and Marengo and English. And then the storm near Bedford is also rotating. That's near Mitchell. It'll be going towards State Route 446 over the next few minutes. Our northern tornado warning near Warsaw, that one is mostly just producing damaging winds. There are a couple areas of rotation, though, that could produce tornadoes. Got a little bit stronger rotation near New Paris. That is going to be coming up on Goshen over the next few minutes. So if you are in this tornado warning, make sure that you're continuing to stay away from windows as this the cluster of storms continues to move towards Benton, Goshen, and Middlebury over the next few minutes. And again, the winds continue to get stronger and stronger here on the west side of Indianapolis. The visibility is very low. I'm going to try to see if we can get a different shot in Indianapolis. Let's go back over to... All right, this is going to be a good view right here. This is a good skyline view. This is on 38th on I-65. This is going to be a pretty good skyline view. The wind is just starting to pick up now. We got our outflow boundary coming in. Should get really windy here in just a second. Actually, let me check this one. This is not the right camera. Where in the... What? This is a pretty good shot right here. This is exactly where the wind is peaking. It's on the west side of Indianapolis. Hi. My cat is on my bed. She's trying to look at the wind from behind me. This is probably around 60 to 70 mile per hour winds, at least from what we're seeing right here. Let me go back to that skyline view camera. Wind is just starting to pick up here. This is just to the northwest of Indianapolis. All right, Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, looking west of Morgantown, Indiana, there's a little bit of a velocity couplet there. There's something that we could see try and spin up a tornado. If they do tornado warn this, it'll probably include Morgantown and, oh wow, Trafalgar? No idea what that town name is, but yeah, you'll be in there.
All righty, thank you for the update. That's Morgantown going up towards Franklin over the next 2 minutes. If you are in this area, be ready for a tornado warning. State Route 135 is kind of the general area. There is definitely some rotation, though, there that is moving to the east-northeast right now. The wind is starting to pick up again over on the west side of Indianapolis. This is actually on the northwest side. This is looking northbound. It's a pretty good traffic cam. It's literally a skyline view here. See how fast the traffic is also picking up. A lot of people have their hazards on. Think about half the cars that I'm seeing right now have their hazards on. But the wind is coming out of the west and northwest, and if you're traveling on the northbound direction, I mean, you're definitely going to have some problems. This semi is, looks like pulling over onto the shoulder here. Almost every, it's basically getting almost to a standstill here on the northwest side of Indianapolis. We go to a different camera. Wait, a different camera here. Oh, that camera's out. Here's another view. This is on, let me get the exact location here. This is going to be on I-65, 21st Street, northwest side of Indianapolis. Traffic is starting to really back up here, probably from the severe weather, but also being rush hour. Winds are also picking up here. Any report of power out in Greenwood, Indiana. We also just got a report of a 71-mile-per-hour wind gust from an ASOS at the Indianapolis International Airport. So winds are definitely at least at 70 miles per hour. Go back over to live radar. So our highest winds right now are pushing right through Indianapolis. All the yellow that you're seeing on velocities, that is where the highest winds are going to be located here, pushing right through the heart of Indianapolis. It'll be coming up on Lawrence, Beech Grove, and then eventually tracking towards Greenfield. Tracking right along I-70. So again, seek shelter. If you're anywhere in the Indianapolis area, we still have a 80-mile-per-hour severe thunderstorm warning here for pretty much all of Indianapolis. And then on top of that, we are starting to see some rotating supercells back over in southern Indiana, one of which is near State Route 145 going towards the Valine and Hardinsburg area over the next few minutes. We got another skyline view camera. It's actually a pretty good view of the storm. We actually might have a little view of the shelf cloud that's rolling in. It's looking southbound in Indianapolis. Got a report in the Mishawaka, Indiana area that power is out for a couple of minutes, according to somebody in the chat. Keep in mind, power outages are going to be a possibility, especially with how high the winds are. See the shelf cloud at the very top of your screen. The wind is probably going to pick up in a few minutes, but it's a pretty good skyline view there on the south side of Indianapolis. I still would not be surprised if we got a tornado warning on this storm heading up towards Youngs Creek and Valine. Chambersburg also in the path of that. Would not surprise me. We still have a tornado warning also in Elkhart County. This one is probably not going to continue for much longer, but we have a very broad area of rotation now near Baintertown and Benton that's going towards now Millersburg. And after that, it'll be approaching the southeast side of Goshen, then going towards Emma and Topeka. We have a wind threat that's going to be coming up into Michigan here over the next little while. We have a very broad spinning area north of Michigan City that could actually produce a low-end tornado threat on the west coast here of Michigan, but otherwise the damaging wind threat should begin to increase over the next hour or so. We also have some discrete cells that are starting to go up here in southern Michigan, and I did allude to this. If we get any discrete cells in Michigan, the threat of severe weather when it comes to tornadoes will be a bit more elevated. It'll be a better chance of tornadoes, especially with the amount of wind shear that we have. So again, if we have any discrete cells that can mature here, definitely be mindful that a few tornado warnings are possible. We may even see a couple of tornadoes come out of those storms. Also, a new severe warning west of Fort Wayne for 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-sized hail. That is for Columbia City. This is from Capus from downtown Indiana. By the way, whenever you guys send in photos, make sure to put your locations on them, just so we know where they're at. But this is a photo from downtown Indianapolis. Some Kappas cards on Twitter. You got the shelf cloud rolling in. Very ominous skies as well. Little blue tinge back in there. That is from the sun being at a certain angle, basically reflecting all of our water droplets. Kind of a cool little look there. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, it sounds like power has gone out in at least some portions of Indianapolis. So if you already have power that's out, make sure you just keep an eye on streams like this to get that information. And if you haven't lost your power yet, just know that it could be on the way.
Thank you for the update. So power outages are starting to accumulate. Also, we have a report out of Warsaw, Indiana of a tree down onto power lines, which resulted in a fire back over in Warsaw, Indiana. We are getting a lot of damage reports across northern Indiana. They should start to ramp up as well around the Indianapolis area here over the next little while. The highest damaging wind threat right now is moving into Indianapolis. They still have an 80-mile-per-hour severe thunderstorm warning for downtown Indianapolis. So continue to stay away from windows and be on the lowest floor possible if you're anywhere in the severe thunderstorm warning. By the way, and if any of these have wind, just let me know and I'll put them up. Try to do that one. This is a pretty good view on the, this is in Indianapolis right now. This is definitely 70 to 80 mile per hour winds. Look at this. Wind is really picking up here. Thank you, Liz, for the $5 super chat. These storms hold together into central Ohio. I don't think this line will be as intense, but I do think we'll still have damaging winds through central Ohio. It'll be a bit more scattered by that point. This could easily be up near 80 mile per hour winds here. This is in the 80 mile per hour severe warning that we have. So once again, in Indianapolis, if you're just tuning in, Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, so there's a storm in southern Indiana, near Youngs Creek. It does look like it may be trying to rotate a little bit more. The velocity on it has started to get just a little more spinny. It did put out a little bit of a hook. It just took on a small storm merger as well, which could strengthen it. There's actually a damage report from this storm about 15 minutes ago. Apparently, there are a few trees down, and it was blocking travel on SR 164 near Celestine, Indiana.
Alrighty, thank you for the update. So this is a little discreet supercell. Again, if this thing is able to stay discreet, it may produce a tornado as it goes towards Salem and eventually long-term going towards Scottsburg and Austin. But this is definitely a short-term tornado threat that we're gonna have to keep an eye on. Rotation's pretty broad for right now, but it is attempting to intensify as it moves to the northeast. Back over in Indianapolis, we still have significant damaging winds moving through. We've had very high winds over the last few minutes. This camera on I-70 near Arlington Avenue has been showing consistent 60 to 80 mile per hour winds, literally for the last 5 minutes. It is still going. You can see the rain curtains going across the highway here from west to east. And obviously we are looking west here. Oh, shoot. Thank you, Danielle, for becoming a member. Also, we no longer have any tornado warnings. Let me change the thingy over. The tornado warning in Elkhart was just canceled. That is the wrong screen. This has literally been consistently 60 plus mile per hour winds for probably about 5 or 6 minutes here in Indianapolis. And this again on I-70 near Arlington Avenue. Everybody going westbound is going pretty slow. People going eastbound, they're basically going with the wind. Maybe you'll get some extra mileage with the wind going east. Hey, Trev, for the $10 super chat. Is the threat for tornadoes in Lafayette, Indiana pretty much over? Yeah, it's a pretty low chance at this point because the line of storms already moved through. The only other way you get a tornado is if it came from the mesoscale convective vortex back off to the west. All right, let me go back over to here. I'm going to go back to live radar. Let's see if we can get this other camera up on here too. Let me know if there's any others with wind. So again, the highest winds have just moved through Indianapolis, now going through Lawrence, Fishers, Nobleville, and then approaching Anderson and Greenfield over the next few minutes. We have pretty significant traffic building up as well. This is near Keystone in central Indiana. Probably a mix of both it being rush hour and also from the severe weather that we just had roll through. You can actually see a lot of cars are also driving through some puddling down here. That is also likely from the amount of rain that we just seen. Probably poor drainage here on this interstate. All right, we got a couple other updates too. First off, I want to go to a video. This is from, literally the name is Buttfart from downtown Indianapolis on Twitter. So this is in downtown Indianapolis. The wind picking up in downtown. This is near the Indiana Pacers Stadium, I believe. Which I've not been keeping up with the NBA, but I'm pretty sure they lost. And once again, if you have any photos or videos, you can send them to us on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. Also, we have a brand new severe thunderstorm watch that has been issued. This is going to be for Ohio, northern Kentucky, and southeastern Indiana. This will be for the threat of a couple of tornadoes, damaging winds as high as 75 miles per hour, and then isolated ping pong ball sized hail as possible. This goes until 10 p.m. tonight. So this includes Dayton, Middletown, Cincinnati, Maysville, Portsmouth, Lancaster, and Columbus. That will pop up here in a second as well. A big line of storms coming your way here over the next 30 minutes, or next couple hours. Not really 30 minutes, but next couple of hours. We may have a little QLCS tornado trying to drop here back up near Wolcottville. This is in northeastern Indiana. A little bit of circulation there, heading up towards South Milford, eventually going towards Angola. So just something to keep an eye on. We have a lot of little storms that have been firing up also in Michigan. None of these are rotating yet, but we'll be keeping an eye on a low tornado risk if any of these storms can organize back over in central southern Michigan here over the next several minutes. By the way, Hayden, do we want to do the heat map thing? You try it. Also, this is a pretty good skyline view. This is on I-70 on CR 200. Wrong thing. This is back over on the east side of Indianapolis. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, so we are receiving a ton of different reports of power lines blocking traffic, basically all the way from Indianapolis all the way up through Fort Wayne, Indiana. If you are coming across one of these power lines that is downed over the road, please do not attempt to drive over it. There's a lot of energy moving through those power lines, and unfortunately, this is one of the things in the past few days that has caused a fatality. There's an individual driving over a downed power line, and they ended up passing away after they were electrocuted by that. So please just turn around. Don't try and cross any debris, whether it's a power line, some random sheet metal, anything. Just go around it and find a different way.
That's a good point. Thank you for the update. So yeah, definitely make sure that you're not getting anywhere near that. We have a lot of power lines down again across a large chunk of Indiana. And once again, we are now about halfway through our enhanced risk of severe weather. A lot of this has been damaging winds so far. We've had some tornadoes as well. All these little black circles that you're seeing are different damage reports, and we've had plenty back over in northern Indiana. Same thing back even over in western and southern Indiana. And we'll probably see more coming in here in Indianapolis here over the next several minutes as we continue to get some new updates from people that are reporting. Also, this looking westbound on, I believe this is also I-70, or yeah, I-70. This is CR 700. The wind is starting to pick up a little bit. This is on the northeast side of Indianapolis. Also, shout out to Denim Donuts with a $20 super chat. Thanks for everything you guys do to keep people informed and safe. I really appreciate that. I'm glad I can help. We can help. So I think that camera may have just gone down. So maybe another power outage there. That is on the northeast side of Indianapolis near Fishers. And the highest winds now have pushed through Indianapolis. That's now moving into Greenfield and Anderson over the next few minutes. We do have a report out of Indianapolis, specifically in Speedway, Indiana, that there's a 1.5 foot diameter limb down from a live walnut tree. That is a new report that we're getting there. All right, we're going to do another one of these. Where's everybody tuning in from? Let me know in the chat. We're going to do a little heat map, see where everybody's tuning in from. You can put your location in the chat or state, whatever you'd like to do. Get a little idea of where everybody's tuning in from this afternoon. Also, we have a new severe thunderstorm warning for Marion and Gas City near Fairmont. This is a little discreet cell, but it really doesn't have much time to even produce a tornado threat. This is just outside of Sims as well, eventually going towards Lancaster, tracking up 69. So if you're in the severe warning, stay away from windows. Quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds are the greatest concern with this storm as it moves off to the east-northeast. Not really seeing anything currently imminent for a tornado. We have still a lot of areas of QLCS spin-ups back off to the north. The one storm that may become tornadic at some point here in the near future is going towards Salem. We just had another little storm merger with this thing. If this thing can still just stay discreet, there is a chance of a tornado going up towards Salem. They have actually put out a severe warning for Salem, Indiana, that is now for golf ball-sized hail and 70-mile-per-hour winds. So one of the more significant hailstorms that we've had so far today that is currently moving to the northeast. Also, a little heads up, back over in Oklahoma, we have a couple storms that are attempting to go up right now near Lawton. We had a little attempt at one near Lawton. We're keeping an eye on this because if we do get a storm down here, we may even see a tornado or two, but the biggest concern still being hail and wind. Also, we got a new NATOcast outlook for the rest of today. So this is generally speaking what our tornado threat is going to be here for the next several hours. We have a 10% tornado risk basically across central and northern Indiana. That's where we've been seeing QLCS tornadoes. 5% tornado risk, which goes back towards Dayton, Ohio, southern Michigan, just outside of Detroit, and a large 2% all the way from Oklahoma, all the way back over into northeastern Ohio. Huge shout out to Astrius with a very generous $50 super chat. What's in store for Fort Wayne for the next hour? Love the stream. Happy to support. I really appreciate that. I think Fort Wayne, the biggest concern will be damaging winds. The biggest concern is this right here. The other storms are going to be off to your north. This right here will be damaging winds, probably around 70 miles per hour or so. That'll be probably the peak. I don't think it'll be much higher than 70. They haven't issued a new severe warning for this entire segment yet, but I still wouldn't be surprised if we at least have 60 to 70 mile per hour winds there. We actually have a flood report back over in Devore, Indiana. There's some flooding being reported on US 231 between Owen County line and Cloverdale. That is likely going to become a bit more prominent also in Indianapolis. Despite this being a fast-moving line of thunderstorms, it also may produce the potential for some localized flooding. All right, Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, actually, we're going to start it off with a time lapse that was sent in to us from Plainfield, Indiana. So this is what it looked like when the storms moved over there. Seems like my mouse actually doesn't want to interact. I think my remote access just crashed. Give me a second. I'll get that pulled back up. But this was when the storm moved through Plainfield, Indiana. This is when it was a considerable severe thunderstorm. It is no longer that strong in Plainfield, but this is what it looked like when that moved over the area. A little bit of a small shelf cloud there, and a hail core and a rain core as well. In other news, it does look like our system is starting to sort of fall apart and become a little less significant. If I move the radar back even just an hour to an hour and a half ago, we can see that it had a lot more of a pronounced line at the front. This is when it was at its strongest, and it does not look like it is going to be like that for much longer. If we move the radar back to real time, we can see that it is starting to get more of these gaps in there. Those gaps do lead to a somewhat increased tornado potential, but it does also mean that at least some of our damaging wind threat will be a little bit less significant. It is obviously still going to be producing damaging winds probably all the way through the severe thunderstorm we have into central Ohio, but it does look like we have seen the worst of it, at least hopefully. In terms of flash flooding, that's something you just touched on a little bit, but where we don't see the storms sort of moving off the east as fast, which is going to be down to the south and also off to the north, where we're going to see them trail over an area for a little bit more time. That is where we're going to have the most significant chance of flash flooding. I think the most significant is probably going to be up here in Michigan. We can already see we have a bunch of prefrontals, and we also have the MCSs yet to make its way through as well. This is where we have already seen probably 1 to 2, maybe even 4 inches of rainfall. We have some reports of that over the last few hours and basically since last night. So this is where we would see the worst of the flash flooding. This does include places like Kalamazoo and Lansing.
All righty, thank you, Riley, for the update. All right, we got our new little heat map for where everybody's tuning in from. This is actually pretty cool because we also have a zoomed-in view now, so we're getting advanced here. All right, so this is where everybody's tuning in from generally in the stream right now. We got a little heat map for, you know, if you put your town name in the chat, basically plots on here. So most people are still tuning in from Indiana. Indiana is literally covered in purple. Same thing with southern Michigan and western Ohio. Basically, where our enhanced risk of severe weather is today, that's where the majority of you guys are tuning in from. But here's even a cooler thing. We can zoom in here. We got a little zoomed in view back over in Indianapolis. That's where the majority of you guys are tuning in from right now. We also have a lot of people in Fort Wayne, Columbus, Dayton, Cincinnati. Also back over in Detroit, Kalamazoo, Grand Rapids, basically the major cities out here in the Ohio Valley. So also Louisville is included in that. So even got some people in Pittsburgh and Buffalo tuning in right now. Also a little bit further away from our severe weather threat, but we apparently have people tuning in from Alaska and Hawaii. I never really thought many people watch from these areas, but we do have a couple little green blobs. Got a couple up there in Alaska and a couple over there in Honolulu. So pretty cool stuff. This is a crazy photo. This was sent in. I don't know if we have the person's name. Can you send it to me? If there's a name. I'll say it in a second, but this is what it looks like. This was the tornado that was back over in Plainfield, Indiana, apparently today. Plainfield, Indiana tornado. That is a crazy looking tornado there. We'll get the name of whoever sent that here in a second. All right, we are sitting at 11 severe thunderstorm warnings. We actually have a brand new one in Michigan. This is east of Lansing. The reason why this one's a bit more important is because we have 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds, and there's also a tornado possible label on this severe thunderstorm warning. So if you are in this warning, make sure that you're staying away from windows, and we may get a tornado out of the storm. Low chance, a little bit of broad rotation south of Williamston. And again, these are your prefrontal discrete cells that are popping up, and they will have a more elevated tornado threat. Also, we have a camera coming up in Kalamazoo. Let me pull that up. Kalamazoo. Kalamazoo, bottom right of your screen. This is interesting. This is sent in by Harold Finch back over in Eldridge, Iowa. This from today? Yeah, this from today. This is apparently a little bit ago. Possibly a little funnel cloud, maybe even a brief tornado back over in Eldridge, Iowa. There's really nothing over there right now, so that's kind of surprising. Has sus hour passed? I mean, probably. I need to call out sus hour more. Kind of forgot to call it out. I've not really called it out recently. Back over near Hardinsburg in Indiana, we do have a small area of convergence that's trying to come together. This is a storm that is discrete. We may get a tornado warning on this here soon if it's able to organize. Going up towards Salem, Indiana. So here are your greens. Those are the winds going towards the radar. Red's going away from the radar. This is attempting to organize right now near Livonia. The only thing that it's lacking right now is the inflow. We have a pretty decent amount of rain still out in front of our hook, so that's going to kind of hinder its development, at least in the short term. Huge shout out to Mary with a very generous $30 PayPal donation. Thanks for keeping us safe with excellent weather updates in South Bend, Indiana. Really appreciate that. And thank you, Brian, for the $20 Venmo donation saying, Brownsburg, Indiana, thanks you for your service. Thank you very much for that. Appreciate that. Thank you, Spider, also for the super chat. Watching from the Battle Creek area, was watching your stream when the tornado came over my house a month ago. I've had a lot of tornadoes this year. Also, shout out to Christy with the $20 super chat. Nice job, Riley and Max. Always informative and a solid weather team. Really appreciate that. Thank you, Christy. We have a new damage report on the east side of Indianapolis, back over in Lawrence, or Cumberland, excuse me, Cumberland, where a tree fell onto 2 vehicles in Cumberland. So that just came in moments ago. We have a slew of damage reports also near Warsaw with trees and power lines down all around the Warsaw area. Large tree down on a road. A tree fell onto like a home or line that caused a fire. Another tree blocking a road. Down power lines on Tippecanoe and Mentone as well near Mentone, Indiana. So the damage reports keep increasing here. And we are still keeping an eye on our northern segment of storms here, back over near LaGrange, where there is a chance for an isolated tornado, mainly a damaging wind threat, though, going up towards the Bronson area in southern Michigan. So be ready in southern Michigan for an increasing damaging wind threat over the next hour. Also, bottom right of your screen is a live shot in Kalamazoo, which is located right here. We have a pretty good view of that line of storms coming in here shortly. Should have a shelf cloud as well. If you guys have any reports, photos, videos, you can at me on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX or Facebook, and also you can post reports in chat if you have any like textual reports. Also, a little update on our power outages so far. Indiana is looking at some pretty substantial power outages. We're currently sitting at 117,000 customers without power in the state of Indiana. This is according to poweroutage.us. About 3.25 million people are tracked by this website. And back over in Putnam and Owen counties, those are where we've had the majority of our power outages. Upwards of almost 50% of those people without power. Even back over in Indianapolis, we have not really had many power outages yet, but that number should increase. At least 25,000 are without power there. Further to the north near Fulton County, about 2,800 without power, and then really across the western half of the state. That's where the bulk of these power outages are. Just keep in mind that these will continue to increase throughout the rest of this afternoon. And then back over in Illinois, we have 26,000 without power, majority of which are actually in Morgan County. I'm not sure if that's from severe weather or something else, because that seems like a really high number for a very localized area there, but the eastern half of the state has the majority of those power outages. Ohio has 15,000 without power from some of the severe storms in northeast Ohio over the last couple hours, and then Michigan is currently sitting at 10,000, mainly in Cass and Berrien counties, which is where the wind has begun to pick up here over the last hour. Also, this is a photo from David DC on Twitter back over in Noblesville, Indiana. A little tree just fell down here back over in Noblesville. Thank you, Ann, for the $10 super chat, and also Chef for the $5 super chat. Appreciate that. Jacksonville, Illinois, and Morgan County. Oh, okay, that makes sense. Yeah, okay, that makes more sense. We had a significant tornado there in Morgan County then. That was the Jacksonville tornado. We have a brand new severe thunderstorm warning for Allen, Noble, and Whitley counties in Indiana. That'll be for 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-sized hail. Actually, a little bit of broad rotation developing near Gas City and Upland. A little bit of broad rotation. I don't think we're going to get a tornado warning on this unless this thing starts to ramp up really fast, because the line of storms will merge with this little discrete cell. But there's a little bit of rotation going up towards I-69, Arcana, Fairville, and Van Buren here over the next few minutes. So be ready for maybe a low chance of a tornado. It's a very low chance. It's a very short window for that storm. And then off to the west of Fort Wayne, brand new warning here. It does not include Fort Wayne, but the northwest side near Arcola and Hunterstown. That is going to be for 60-mile-per-hour winds and ping pong ball sized hail. Also, we have a new severe thunderstorm warning just out to Cleveland. That is also for 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-sized hail. This is from Vincent K on Twitter. This is another view from Indianapolis as the storms rolled through about 15-20 minutes ago. Was there a lag? My stream might have just lagged for a second there. Should be good. I hit my Ethernet? I might just hit my Ethernet. It should be good. Alright, I think I hit my Ethernet cable by accident. If you're still lagging, just refresh. This is back over in Greenwood, Indiana a few minutes ago. I hit my Ethernet cable. My apologies. I'm pretty sure that's what just happened. Should be good though now. Hey, Sonia for the $10 super chat. Back to the 3-cam view here. So at this point, all the severe storms are down back to 60-mile-per-hour winds, aside from the one near Anderson, which is still 70-mile-per-hour winds. There is still a tornado possible label on this going up towards Muncie. This is also just outside of Newcastle. I actually have some live cams up here. Let me see. Hey, let me know if any of the cameras have anything on that, on the near the Muncie area. We got some damage photos coming in from Terre Haute from Dylan on Facebook. This is one of them. You can see a large tree down on a fence. And you got a little trailer flipped over as well near a barn. Looks like more trees down as well. Looks like even part of the roof may have been ripped off. I can't tell if that's from this storm or that was maybe from before. But those are some of the photos there out of, again, Terre Haute, Indiana, where we had some significant severe weather earlier, mainly damaging winds back over there in that area. Hey, Rhonda, for the $10 super chat. I'm heading to Georgia for Ontario. Any storms to be aware of? I mean, this line of storms will eventually go in the direction. I don't know where you even go from Ontario to get down there, but I mean, this line of storms will be going through Western Ohio over the next few hours and Southern Michigan. So make sure that if you're driving, make sure that you're staying aware of that. All right, we have an upgrade to our severe warning east of Indianapolis that is up to quarter-sized hail now. It's the only upgrade to it. I can't even full screen that video. I don't know why it doesn't let me. Thank you, Mary, for the $20 Venmo donation. Really appreciate that. Thanks for all you do in Madison, Indiana. Getting ready. Stay safe there in Madison. This is pretty crazy. Back over in Sandusky. Go back a second. It's over in Sandusky. Back over in Ohio. We reported funnel clouds earlier. That's one of them. So we had some reports of funnel clouds earlier back over in Sandusky, Ohio. So we actually did have a legit funnel, but I don't think we end up having an actual tornado. Also, a little update. Northeast of Wolcottville, we do have a small area of rotation attempting to develop along our leading edge of this line. That's going into Wildwood. That will eventually be tracking towards Jamestown and Angola. So low chance of a spin-up tornado still with this line of storms as it continues to push towards southern Michigan. They may issue a tornado warning on that. It's at least enough rotation, I think, for a tornado warning, but it is a QLCS spin-up that is moving off to the northeast right now, going towards Jamestown over the next few minutes. Also, a new severe thunderstorm warning for Bartholomew and Brown counties in Indiana. That'll be for 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds. There's also a tornado possible label on this. Moving towards Hope, eventually Greensburg, and I-74 will be in the path of that. Also, they did remove the tornado possible label from the storm near Williamston in Michigan. There is a little small hook near Fowlersville in this storm with very weak rotation right now west of Brighton Township. We're still keeping an eye on that, but chances of a tornado are still fairly low at this time on that storm. We have also another severe thunderstorm warning southeast of Indianapolis for Greensburg, Shelbyville, going towards Batesville for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max. Earlier we did have that destructive severe thunderstorm warning in Maryland, and we are receiving reports of a tree that's apparently inside a house. So we did see ASOS reports of 50 to 60-mile-per-hour winds. However, it does sound like we may have had a bit higher than that in some parts of Maryland and Delaware.
Alrighty, thank you, Riley, for the update. All right, we do have a camera in Muncie, Indiana that I'm trying to pull up here. That bottom middle of your screen. So Muncie, Indiana is in the track of some of the severe storms. We'll keep that there. Thank you, Lisa, for becoming a member. For anybody that's in Western Ohio, I've been seeing a lot of questions about Western Ohio. If you're back over in Western Ohio, the biggest concern, again, will be damaging winds. This entire line of storms, though, is capable of still producing spin-up tornadoes. So continue to stay away from windows whenever you're under a severe thunderstorm warning. The one thing I'll point out with this line is that it did peak right around Indianapolis, as we have been mentioning basically this entire stream. It's kind of going to be, it's not weakening, but it's getting a little bit more disorganized, which means that we're going to have multiple different kind of clusters with this line continuing to push to the east. We have one cluster in particular that's kind of split off from our line that's going into southwestern Michigan. This will be producing the potential for some spin-up tornadoes in addition to damaging winds. Everything further down to the south should be mostly a wind threat unless we get any discrete cells cells that fire off in front of our line of thunderstorms. Those could also produce the potential for tornadoes. But generally speaking, the wind threat is right now the greatest concern. But I do think QLCS tornadoes, like embedded tornadoes on a line of thunderstorms, will continue to be a threat, at least into western Ohio. And if we go back into our tornado risk for today, you'll notice that our 5% tornado risk still encompasses a very large area. It still includes western Kentucky, even a little sliver there of Tennessee, western Ohio, and southern Michigan, where a few tornadoes are still possible. The majority of our 10% tornado risk has already been used up. We have a little bit of it still remaining back over in Fort Wayne and Muncie, and as well as Newcastle. But generally speaking, the majority of our storms have now moved through most of the 10% tornado risk that is outlined. That does not mean our tornado threat is over. It is still a very elevated tornado threat, especially since we have a large 5% tornado risk that is still in place. So continue to stay weather aware across the board here. Do we have any cameras that are traffic cams along this route? Back over near Muncie. The highest winds right now, if you're on I-69, the highest winds right now are on State Route 67 coming up towards Muncie. There's a live shot bottom middle of your screen in Muncie of the very ominous skies. It is obviously dark. The wind is going to be picking up right along the interstate here over the next few minutes. You're back over near Middletown and then come up on Yorktown. And then southwest side of Muncie will be in the path of this as well in just a few minutes. Also, the storm near Salem in Indiana is still broadly rotating. It's not as strong as before, but we're still keeping an eye on that. There's actually a strong area of rotation just north of Plattsburgh. I don't think this will get tornado warned, but there is actually rotation on this. It is a very small little cell here that is moving to the northeast, so I'll have to keep an eye on that. Also, what is storm intermediate looking at?
I should have just kept it in my wallet. But see, I feel like that's such an important piece of information.
Just keep it in like your bag or something.
Where is storm intermediate? Oh, they're near. Okay, there's nothing there. That looked like a little funnel for some reason. All right, they're back over in central Illinois. There's nothing left there. Saw a very slight rotation over my house in Anderson. There's a chance. I mean, you'll probably, if you look outside at this line of storms and look up into the sky, you'll probably see some spin. Like, there's probably gonna be a little bit of spin up there, but I mean, a lot of the time, there aren't gonna be tornadoes out of a line. It really comes down to there being enough of an inflow, and then on top of that, there even being like a hook or a little Boeing segment that we get. Like this right here, like we could maybe get a little tornado going towards Muncie, but it's a pretty low chance. But right now, this line is not super favorable for tornadoes. It's gonna have to organize a little bit more. It's got a little bit disorganized here over the last 30 minutes. We may have a camera view. Let's go to this. Oh, look at the wind picking up. This is on I-70 at State Route 109. This is just east of Indianapolis in eastern Indiana. Winds are starting to pick up here. Hey, Dakota for the super chat. If you're, I don't know where Greenwood is, but if you're like west of Indianapolis, you guys are pretty much done for today. Thank you, Twinkle, for becoming a member. Pretty windy here. Again, this is on I-70. Any real concerns for Louisville? It's a conditional threat, but we could see damaging winds and a low tornado risk. It's conditional. It is very low visibility, and it is pretty windy here. This is once again I-70. I think it's on State Route 109. So I think mile marker 70, if I'm not mistaken. Also a camera a little bit further to the east. This is also another good live shot. Wind's picking up here as well. This is near a gas station. It's also on I-70. I think this is mile marker 123. All right, the other one was 115. I think this is 123. I think I'm reading that right. Thank you, Santa, for the super chat. What's likely of seeing a tornado in the Fort Wayne area? It's a low chance. It's not zero, but it's on the low side of things with how the storms are currently set up. There's a decent amount of traffic here. The wind's just picked up. That may have been the outflow boundary. Probably going to get a lot windier here in a second. That is, once again, this is back on I-70. This is going to be just to the south of Newcastle. I believe that is the location right there. The other camera was right about here. So we'll have a pretty decent view of the winds coming in here over the next few minutes there on the I-70 corridor near Spiceland in Indiana. But yeah, as I was just mentioning, Fort Wayne, the chances of a tornado are very low. Again, this line is not as organized as it once was. And so generally speaking, I think even like severe wise, I don't even know if we're going to see anything severe weather wise for Fort Wayne. It might just be gusty winds. The velocities are very weak. The line of storms is pretty outflow dominant at this point. So the odds of there being a tornado by any means are very low in my opinion, but not zero. Just continue to stay weather aware. All right, Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, we did get one tornado from last night rated. This was the EF1 tornado near Pryor, Oklahoma. We don't have that much information on it because it's not been added to the damage assessment toolkit yet, but if we do get that, I will let you know.
Alrighty, thank you for the update. So that's one of many tornadoes that happened last night back over in Oklahoma. Also, shout out to Montague for the $10 super chat for South Bend, Indiana. I think South Bend is mostly going to be rain from here. Not much else is left behind that. We have some of the remnants of our mesoscale convective vortex moving across northwestern Indiana right now, but keep in mind that even though these are going to be rotating storms and they'll probably spin, you might even see a brief funnel cloud, there's a very low chance they produce tornadoes because of the fact that our environment was already used up by this huge line of storms. So we have a lot less instability essentially in place across western Indiana. So there really is not much left for this environment to, essentially use back over in northwest Indiana. Also, thank you, Jeffrey, for the $20 super chat from Toledo, Ohio. I'm in my Bale Tornado t-shirt. Keep us updated when you can. Appreciate you picking up the shirt. Thank you for the super chat. We'll keep you posted in Toledo. Should be mostly a wind threat there. We got a new severe thunderstorm warning for Henry, Randolph, and Delaware counties. Should pop up in a second. There it is. A little weird shape. This is going to be for Newcastle, Winchester, Muncie, just south of Portland. Muncie live shot, bottom middle of your screen. We're gonna have another live shot too, just south of Muncie in a few minutes. This is a full cam view, not that. The stream is not ending. This full cam view here of Muncie. So pretty calm right now, the calm before the storm. Thank you, Bearman, for the super chat. What about Muncie, Indiana? Should be mostly 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. Thank you also, PGA, for the $20 super chat. Thanks for all you do. I have a flight out of Newark at 5:30 tomorrow, and assuming I'll be delayed at some point. Any thoughts? There's a chance. I mean, the storms are going to be pretty scattered, so it's not guaranteed, but it is possible tomorrow for sure. Thank you, Dakota, for the $10 super chat. Greenwood is pretty much due south of Indianapolis. Yeah, you're good. Yeah, you're done. That's basically Indianapolis area. We got another photo that just came out of Hudson, Indiana. This is from Jason Pruitt on Twitter. Beautiful, beautiful picture here. Right over the lake. Can't get much better than that. It's also a video. What the video is. It's actually a time lapse. Look at that. Little time lapse action. I always find it fascinating. Like, obviously the winds are coming from this direction, and you can see the water also going right with that here on the lake. It's kind of cool. We had a camera like a month or two ago, I think, in Tennessee that was on a lake, and we actually saw like legit like waves coming off the water from how high the winds were. It's kind of cool to see that. But cool little time lapse there. Say live shot in Newcastle, where we are starting to see damaging winds increasing. This is just south of Muncie, so this will give you an idea of what Muncie is likely going to be seeing. Hey, Doug, for the $10 super chat. Thank you, Max Mods, and your chats for the kind words. I'm just north of Owensboro. Storms passed by me again. Good news, they passed by you. Hey, Luis, for the $10 super chat. Our wife has a flight into Detroit tonight. How are things looking for that area? Well, storms are going to be hitting Detroit tonight. Depending on the intensity, there could be some delays. So, just depending on how the storms go. Wind is picking up a little bit here. This is mostly gusty winds so far. Haven't seen anything really severe yet. Camera's starting to shake a little bit. It's again in Newcastle. This is a live traffic cam. Got a new large severe thunderstorm warning in Indiana and Ohio. Bunch of counties. We'll go to that in one moment. Hey, Austin, for the $10 super chat. Power out in Columbus. Extremely heavy rain and wind and lots of lightning. Appreciate the report. Yeah, once again, if you guys have any reports, you can leave those in the chat too. We are reading. I am reading chat as much as I can. For reports. Apparently there was a tornado in Juneau, Alaska on June 16th. So there are people in Juneau, Alaska that saw a tornado before I even have. That's wild. We got a new severe thunderstorm warning. This one's going to be for Connorsville, Richmond, Oxford, Hamilton, and Fairfield. So pretty populated area back over in eastern Indiana and western Ohio. Wow, look at Muncie. This is live in Muncie right now. It just got really windy. In Muncie, Indiana. So Muncie, Indiana, definitely dealing with 60 to 70 mile per hour winds here. This is right on the railroad track, for those that are familiar with this area.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, we do have a new tornado warning. This one is going to be in Michigan. I'm going to go back to that in a second. I want to go back to this live shot. This is again in Muncie. The winds are very high right now. Back over in Muncie. New tornado warnings for Branch County, by the way. Bottom right of your screen, that's going to be near Madison and Union City for that new tornado warning. Also going towards Girard. This wind is literally non-stop in Muncie. It's been non-stop winds right around 60 miles per hour for about 3 or 4 minutes. Does this count as a derecho? No. Nowhere near it. All right, back over to live radar. This is our tornado warning. This is near Matson and Union City. We actually could get a tornado at any time out of this. The velocities are pretty strong. Very strong winds going toward or away from the radar. A little bit of inflow also going to the storm. So this could drop a tornado going to Madison and eventually going towards Hodunk, Girard, and also going towards the Tay cone shot area. Union City is also going to be in the path of this. So if you're in this tornado warning, seek shelter, get away from windows, and get on the lowest floor possible. This is currently tracking to the northeast. We have a little bit of rotation also near Jamestown. That's going to be crossing I-69, going towards Algansee, and also going towards Coldwater here over the next few minutes. And then back over in Kalamazoo, we got some gusty winds coming in. Nothing severe as of now, but we're keeping an eye on a low tornado risk in that general area. It is still very windy in Muncie. Anybody tuning in from Muncie right now? Out of curiosity, wondering if anybody's tuning in from Muncie. It's over in Bargersville, Indiana. This is a shelf cloud sent in by David Cadigan on Twitter. A cool little photo here. Also, this is some more of the damage in Terre Haute. This is from Jonah Clark. Oops. Got a tree that literally fell right into the front porch of this house. Got some plants down too. This is one of the things that we always talk about. Protect the plants. One of the reasons why. Want to protect plants, bring those inside, all that good stuff. Well, Muncie's getting a little bit quieter. The wind is not as strong now. Kalamazoo should ramp up here in a second. We're going to go to that camera in a moment. That's bottom right of your screen. And then back over at Madison, we still have strong rotation. Again, this is inside of our tornado warning coming up towards Union City over the next few minutes. We don't have a tornado on the ground yet, but it could drop at any time. Actually, you might have a tornado. We got a little CC drop perhaps right there. Maybe a small tornado that has just dropped near 86. Got a small little CC drop there going up towards Madison. So there may be a tornado here. Just west of Batavia Center. It's another photo from Nicole out of Muncie, Indiana. This was just moments ago. Muncie, Indiana, currently dealing with a threat of an elevated threat of significant damaging winds. We just saw damaging winds around 60 to 70 miles per hour, and we also have a shelf cloud that just rolled right through the area. Once again, if you have any photos or videos, you can send them to us on Twitter and Facebook at MaxVelocityWX. Latest scan showing a smaller CC drop. So again, maybe a weak tornado just happened near Madison on the southwest side. Could get another one as that continues to move to the north. It's also a live shot from Kalamazoo in Michigan, where we are likely going to see some gusty winds. Really not a whole lot of severe weather for Kalamazoo, but gusty winds will be moving through, a little line of storms coming through. This is kind of the northern periphery here of our line of storms. Not really anything significant here, but it is raining. We have confirmed rain in Kalamazoo. Got a report in the chat also, power going in and out in Muncie. Also, new damage report coming out of Brushy Prairie, Indiana, of trees down on Route 3. And then just to the south of Marion, there's also a report in Home Corner. Multiple tree limbs are down 1 to 2 inches in diameter, or 1 to 2 inches thick. And on top of that, Pete, a dime-sized hail is reported to that area. And there's also trees down and power lines over in Huntington County, which is just south of Huntington. Got a lot of damage reports also that are delayed coming out of Indianapolis. Most of them are just about tree limbs that are down. Large tree branches also down in the Geest Reservoir. There's also several 3 to 5 inch diameter tree limbs that are down from a healthy catalpa tree. Reported on Twitter. I cannot speak right now. It's over in Indianapolis. Got a little shelf cloud at the top of your screen here. This back over in Kalamazoo. You can kind of see the shelf cloud at the very top of it. Is in Kalamazoo, Michigan. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, we talked about this a little bit earlier, and you actually had a picture of that funnel in Iowa. It sounds like an off-duty NWS employee has confirmed that this was a landspout tornado that occurred in Eldridge, Iowa.
Alrighty, thank you for the update. We did show you that photo earlier of a pretty weak-looking tornado, and so it has been confirmed as a land spout back over in Iowa, believe it or not. Out of all places, Iowa was not really in the forecast to see anything today, and we actually had a land spout. And honestly, Iowa has had a very quiet year this year. There's not been much that has happened over there in Iowa, so a little bit surprising. Once again, tornado warnings for Branch County in Michigan. The rotation is a QLCS spin-up tornado that is wrapped here kind of in the rain. Have a pretty strong inflow still going into the storm, so this may produce a tornado as it comes up towards Union City over the next few minutes, eventually going towards Marshall, Albion, just south of Battle Creek. So continue to stay in your safe place if you are in this tornado warning. But back over in Kalamazoo, the rain is picking up, and also our shelf cloud is moving overhead. We really didn't even have gusty winds here. There is a special weather statement for the Kalamazoo area for gusty winds as high as 40 miles per hour, but have not seen much of that so far. Is this a train live stream? This isn't. I mean, the middle camera is a train stream, but it also looks at weather, so. Oh, actually, the bottom left one does too. We have two cameras that are looking at trains, or train tracks. Little update, by the way. Back over in Oklahoma, we are expecting storms to fire off at some point in the next hour or two. We have not seen anything fire yet. There is a chance, though, of an isolated tornado in addition to large hail if any storms get going. So back over in Oklahoma and North Texas, continue to stay weather aware. It is a conditional threat, but it is a possibility. Also, back over in Kentucky, so far we have a tornado watch in place, but basically nothing has happened so far. It's mostly just been a few storms that have fired, nothing more than just a little bit of gusty wind, some small hail. There is a slight uptick in storm activity back over in Tennessee right now, back over near McKenzie. That may start to become a little bit more interesting when it comes to our threat of severe weather, but right now I'm not seeing anything that looks severe or significant by any means. There's a couple live shots over here that we'll be keeping an eye on too. This is one storm that I'll have to keep an eye on near McKenzie. A little bit of lightning starting to pop off with that storm as well here over the last couple minutes. They've just updated this tornado warning for Branch County. Still radar indicated rotation. This only includes Matson, Union City, just west of Garrard right now. Did all the chasers give up? I mean, the chasers didn't give up. It's just most of them positioned in Illinois today where the main tornado threat was. Otherwise, you're chasing a big line of storms, which is not easy to chase. Especially with how fast this thing's moving. Most of it's moving east at like 50 to 60 miles per hour. Some cases even faster than that, so. Here's the latest radar scan. Still some rotation on the south side of Union City. It's not as strong. It's a little bit broader than before. There's also a little bit of rotation attempting to form back over south of Coldwater. That'll be going towards Jonesville here over the next few minutes. We've had a few prefrontal storms firing off across areas like Lansing, Holt, and Genoa. This storm's actually a right mover, and it has actually been broadly rotating, so there's a low chance of a tornado with this as it goes into the Osceola Township, Heartland Township, and then Highland. We'll be keeping an eye on that. Nothing too crazy yet, but it is a storm we'll be watching. Let me see if we have a terminal radar site, but I don't think it can see it. Oh, no, it can. It's still fairly weak rotation, but there's a little bit of something there that I'll have to keep an eye on. If this storm can grow in size a little bit further, it may become tornadic. It's only at 34,000 feet right now for a cloud top peak. But it's not very high yet. What does Cleveland, Ohio look like? Cleveland, Ohio should be mostly a wind threat tonight. This entire line of storms, again, is all pushing towards Ohio. Let me go full cam to this. You can see the entire line of storms, again, stretching from just north of Louisville all the way back up towards Kalamazoo. That's approximately 275 miles from north to south. The biggest concern across the board, again, is damaging winds. There is still a chance for a few embedded tornadoes. The discrete supercell potential of tornadoes is much lower, but in central Michigan is one area that I still think is possible that we get some supercellular tornadoes. It is in play. It's just going to depend on if these storms can grow in height. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, if you want to pull up the National Weather Service watch warnings and advisories page, we did just get a very large excessive, actually I don't think it was excessive. Let me take a look. Yeah, extreme heat watch in parts of Minnesota and Wisconsin. There's more of these as well. We're actually going to have really high temperatures behind this system. Parts of Minnesota and Wisconsin, as well as North Dakota and Iowa, South Dakota, places like that. You could be seeing temperatures that feel like up to 115 degrees. Personally, as someone from Minnesota, and living in Wisconsin right now, 115 sounds absolutely terrible. I'd rather have 115 below zero, but unfortunately, yeah, it's going to be really, really hot later this week.
All right, thank you for the update. So very warm weather's on the horizon back over in the northern plains, and tomorrow's video will probably be talking quite a bit about that. It's going to be one of the bigger heat waves that we've seen so far this year, especially for the Midwest, but even across most of the other country as well. Once again, our only tornado warning right now is in Branch County. Rotation's broadening out a little bit. They may continue the tornado warning up towards Marshall. Battle Creek, Marshall, and Albion, currently 60-mile-per-hour winds is the main concern. Tornado possible label is also on this. Thank you, Maggie, for the 5 gifted memberships. Appreciate that. There was a report of a brief tornado moments ago back over near Wheatfield, which would be this storm here. I believe. Yeah, this storm apparently just produced a brief tornado. It's near Osceola Township, according to Eric Fox, who's not currently live, but he had has at least reported a brief multi-vortex tornado here near Howell. So this storm actually just produced a brief tornado. It has not been tornado warned. It doesn't look super impressive on radar, but may try to produce something. How's Chicago weather right now? Just raining. Just raining. That's really about it. Severe weather's not really anticipated over there in the Chicago area. New severe thunderstorm warning for Auburn, just north of Fort Wayne. That's for 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-sized hail. There's a little bit of weak rotation as well near Highway 69, just south of Auburn. That'll be coming up on St. Joe over the next few minutes. Also, we have another severe warning just west of Cincinnati that is also for 60-mile-per-hour winds. The majority of these storms right now are damaging wind producers. There's actually one small, I'm trying to get a different radar site here. There's actually one storm here that is east of Columbus that is discrete. It's this thing right here near North Vernon. This is rotating. It could actually produce a tornado. It's going up towards Batesville and Greensburg, just west of Versailles. They may issue a tornado warning on that. Up towards Batesville over the next few minutes. We're still thinking about getting another cat. It was more of a joke, but I might. I don't know. We'll see. Hey, Christiana, for becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities. All right, tornado warning still continues. I don't think it's going to last much longer. I still think the storm that is west here of Detroit could get tornado warned, but it is just such a small little storm. There isn't really a whole lot of rotation on radar, but we did have a brief tornado with it, so we'll see if they issue a warning on it. It is discreet. Everything to the around Lansing is mostly just wind right now, but we got a couple more storms that are starting to go up. If any of these storms can organize between Lansing and Grand Rapids, we may even see a tornado warning out of one of those. A little bit of broad rotation right now, moving to the north. By the way, we have a little update, if I can find the right graphic here. Where is the thing here? So a little update back over in tropics. Don't have anything in the Atlantic Ocean right now, but we actually have a Category 2 hurricane off the coast of Mexico right now. Just felt like I wanted to bring this up because I don't think we've talked about it at all on videos, but there's actually a Category 2 hurricane that might make landfall near Mexico here soon. You can actually see the eye on satellite imagery here. So this is, I think, Hurricane Eric. We're already up to 5 named storms in the Pacific. It's moving right up towards Mexico right now. Might even become a Cat 3. Might be the first major hurricane of the year. We've had nothing in the tropics in the Atlantic Ocean so far. I think that'll change in July, but I also want to point out this. This is another fun fact. If we don't get a named storm in the Atlantic Ocean by the end of this month, we will actually go, for the first time since 2019, without a named storm in all of June. That has not happened in a long time. Hey, John, for the $5 super chat. Got to drive from Bloomington, Indiana to Cincinnati. Should I cancel the trip? I think it'll be fine. I mean, you'll run into the storms at some point, more than likely, but I mean, this is the only round. So they're all moving east at like 50 to 60 miles per hour. So if you go the speed limit or under the speed limit, you'll probably get to Cincinnati without even really running into the storms. So you should be fine. New severe thunderstorm warning in Ohio. This one's for Salina and Greenville. That'll be for 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds. It's interesting because we don't have a warning for Portland right now in Indiana. This is a different National Weather Service office, so a little bit interesting. We have the Van Wert camera. We need to re-add the cameras. There is a report back over in Hodunk, Indiana, Hodunk, Michigan. So that's back up here near this storm that is near Union City, of a rotating wall cloud. That was a report from a storm chaser, Clayton Ronk, a few minutes ago. As of 7 minutes ago, there was a report of a rotating wall cloud. So there is still rotation on this storm. Again, it will be moving outside of our tornado warning in a moment. It'll be going into Tecumseh over the next few minutes, and then going towards Homer and Marshall. Moving to the northeast. Hey, Mystic, for the super chat from Detroit. Thank you for all you do. No problem. Hopefully Detroit isn't too bad, but I do think there will at least be some severe weather there in a few hours. Little update on our timing. By the way, are we in Eastern time zone now? Have we moved fully into Eastern? Or are we still in Western? Or not Western, Central. I think we're on Eastern, right? Change over the clock. Western time zone. Western time zone, new time zone. All right, we're in EST. I changed the time at the top, but oh yeah, let me look at the time. Let's look at the timing real quick for the rest of this line. Those that are curious. Give you guys a little timing guide. We'll do 2 different regions. We're gonna do the Midwest, and then we'll do the Ohio Valley. Make it a little bit easier, or Great Lakes, I should say. It's more than anything where this is. So this is kind of the general timing for the rest of the today. Go to about now. So this is right about now. Again, line of storms pushing through Indiana and Michigan. By around 7 o'clock Eastern time, this line will continue to push into Ohio. We should continue to see damaging winds and a few tornadoes still being a possibility. Notice these little oval shapes. These are little updraft helicity tracks, and that's essentially where we could see rotating storms embedded in our line of thunderstorms. So that'll be most prevalent mainly across northwestern Ohio and also western Ohio, maybe even southern Michigan. And then by around 8 o'clock tonight, this line will be pushing into Detroit, also moving through areas just to the east of Cincinnati and Dayton. Storms also moving through Kentucky. And then by 9, 10, 11 o'clock, the storms are moving into the Cleveland area, also moving to Columbus, with damaging winds being the main concern. Tornado threat should be done by around 9 tonight. So it's really going to be the next 3 to 4 hours. And then that's it really for this area. Further down to the south, we'll have plenty of storms firing up over the next few hours across Kentucky and Tennessee. This will try to congeal into a line of storms. I don't think it'll be as organized though as what we've already seen off to the north, but scattered damaging winds, a low tornado risk is going to be a possibility. And then we might even see a little line of storms fire overnight tonight back over in Arkansas and Ohio, with some damaging winds and maybe a very low tornado risk. And then back over in Oklahoma and Texas, a few storms are possible over the next few hours. We haven't seen anything fire yet, but if anything does form, there will be a chance for an isolated tornado or two. All right, we had a new camera. I'm gonna put this up on here. All right, we got a camera in Western Ohio. Let me put that up on the bottom left. Also have more cameras coming up in the Dayton area here pretty soon. Hey, Sherry, for the super chat. Also, thank you, Scott, for the $10 super chat. Michigan's an EST. Thank you. We got that fixed. Did I put that link right? Try this again. It isn't working. Oh, sorry, it's EDT. Wait, is it EDT? Oh, Riley, you gotta fix that. The time thing says EDT. I think it's EST. Small fix. I actually kind of forgot about that. I forgot we changed time zones. All right, now it's working. Never mind. I got it. The link in wrong. All right, tornado warning still continues here for 8 more minutes just south of Tech-Kosha. It does not look like they're going to extend this tornado warning, but there is still some rotation. About to cross over I-69 here in southern Michigan. This is going to be tracking up towards Homer, Albion, and Marengo over the next few minutes. The storm that is off to the west of Detroit that had a brief tornado a little while ago near Osceola Township still has weak rotation. That is tracking towards the Brighton Township over the next few minutes. The only thing this storm's really struggling with is actually staying somewhat tall. It's been a very small little supercell here. Not nearly as much wind shear either out here in eastern Michigan right now, but in an hour it should increase. So if that storm's still going in an hour, there may be a slightly more legit tornado threat. There's also some very weak rotation, more than anything just wind right now near Plainwell going up towards Wayland and Irving. Low tornado risk in about an hour or so as this gets up towards Grand Rapids. Might become a little bit more concerning in the near future. It's EDT? Oh, it is EDT. Never mind. I thought it was EST. What's for dinner tonight? Figuring that out. All right, that tornado warning is going to be allowed to expire in 6 minutes. There is a brand new severe thunderstorm warning for Decatur, Portland, and Van Wert for 60-mile-per-hour winds with a tornado possible label. This will be moving to Decatur over the next few minutes, Van Wert, and Highway 30. So stay away from windows if you're in this severe thunderstorm warning. Waffle House for dinner? I'm not getting Waffle House. Bowling Green, Ohio? Where's Bowling Green? We have another severe thunderstorm warning. This is in northeast Ohio. That's for Kent, Akron, and Stowe. That'll be for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds and quarter-sized hail. There's actually a little hook on this storm going towards the north side of Akron. There is an outflow boundary, though, that it's currently just off to the west of. And as long as this outflow boundary is out in front of this hook, we're likely not going to see a tornado. There is a low chance of a tornado as this moves towards I-76, eventually going towards Youngstown and Boardman. We do have a new report at 2:46 p.m. that there's trees down and possibly snapped in Portage County. We did have a severe storm here earlier, but those storms that were severe are actually now into Pennsylvania, where we do have some isolated to scattered damaging winds between Bradford and Pittsburgh. Shout out to Kayla with the $20 PayPal donation. I appreciate that. We are about to be back down to no tornado warnings, at least for now, in about 4 minutes. Still have a little bit of rotation over that tornado warning storm that we had going back up towards Marengo and Albion and Marshall. So a little QLCS tornado potential there. We did have a rotating wall cloud about 15 minutes ago. Probably still rotating wall cloud there. And just west of Cincinnati, we did have a discrete cell that was rotating right near our line of storms near Versailles. There is still a low chance of this producing a tornado as it tracks towards Batesville. But generally speaking, I think the biggest concern is going to be wind and hail. Probably not going to see a tornado out of this since the line is congealing pretty quickly towards this area. McDonald's? I am not getting McDonald's. Apparently we're getting Wendy's, though. Or I'm getting Wendy's. I'm so hungry. Akron? Is it Akron? 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 Yeah, I want a Frosty from Wendy's, but it would screw up my voice so much if I did that. I haven't had a Frosty from Wendy's in such a long time. Really on-topic stuff here. Make a salad? I can't make a... You want me to make a salad while I'm live? You think that's gonna, like, work out? It's impossible. There's a report of a tree down at the Reserve Township in Allegheny, Pennsylvania. Dave's triple. I'm doing the chicken nuggets. It's easier to eat on stream. I just got McDonald's and the new McFlurry. Hershey's and s'mores is insanely good. I actually forgot they have that. I gotta try that. It sounds really good. Not even gonna lie. Sounds really good. Get a 50-piece nugget. I am not queso. I'm not getting 50 nuggets. Got a update to our severe thunderstorm warning in eastern Ohio. It's really not that important of an update, but apparently the hail threat is observed now. It's up to dime-sized hail that has been observed just off to the west of Hamilton. You get the other cameras over here. Middletown, Franklin. Put Franklin bottom middle of your screen. That'll be a camera back over near Dayton. Apparently it's Akron. All right, Akron. All right, tornado warning officially expires in 1 minute. It has already technically been canceled, but it hasn't actually been canceled. It's just gonna be allowed to expire in a minute. Still rotation on this storm, but not as intense as before. West of Detroit, that little supercell that was producing a brief tornado, no longer producing, and rotation's gotten very weak. The storm is actually shrinking in heights. You can see the echo tops. They've actually gone down all the way to 30,000 feet. It was at 35 to 40,000 feet when this thing was actually producing a tornado. So no longer as tall of a supercell, and it should be weakening as it continues to track east in a very low shear environment. Also, we have a new photo from Dylan out of Richmond, Indiana. This is a look at Richmond, Indiana, just a few minutes ago. Actually, I think this is like literally within the last minute or two. Very ominous skies back over in Richland, Indiana. Again, if you have any photos or videos, you can add us on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. You can also send them on Twitter or also on Facebook, same platform as well. Max is a great meteorologist. I appreciate that. I am officially a meteorologist for those that don't already know that. It's a live shot back over at Centerville Road on, I believe this is I-70. Wind is starting to pick up a little bit here. This is with our line of storms producing damaging winds up to 60 miles per hour. Let's see if there's a different camera here. This camera's shaking quite a bit. I think it might be loose, though. Thank you, Brandon, for the $10 super chat. Absolutely raining cats and dogs in Sterling, Illinois. Wondering why this line is moving so slowly? I mean, Illinois, it's just rain. That's around our low pressure system or our mesoscale convective vortex that developed. So the rain's kind of just spinning and circling in one area, which is why it's moving so slowly.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, well, we got a new tornado warning in Ohio. That is going to be for several different counties. Oh, is that Northeast Ohio? That is Northeast Ohio. We were talking about this storm a few minutes ago. Brand new tornado warning, though, in Ohio. This will be back over in Ravenna, Deerfield, Lexington, Alliance, Randolph, Atwater in the path of this. If you're in this tornado warning, seek shelter, get away from windows, get on the lowest floor possible, and get to an interior room of your home or building. Brimfield, Randolph, Atwater, all in the path of it. Alliance, Marlboro, also in the path of this. This is right along an outflow boundary. So again, if we get a tornado, it would be right in this hook right here over Cuyahoga Falls. It'll be crossing over I-76 here in a few minutes. Velocities aren't really that strong right now. I mean, it's rotating, but it's not really strong rotation. It's still a little bit outflow dominant. But if this little hook can catch up to our outflow boundary, there will be a better chance of this producing a tornado after it crosses over the interstate. So seek shelter immediately if you are in this tornado warning. It's getting very windy on I-70 near US 35. But the line of storms coming in right now. Why this camera just got really bright for some reason. Wind is very strong here. This is it's hard to tell because you really can't see the trees very well, and this camera might be a little bit loose, but we probably at least have gusty winds going through the I-70 and US 35 stretch there in eastern Indiana. We still got a large line of storms all tracking right now into Ohio. This thing's huge. Pretty much the entire line of storms is warned for damaging winds right now, around 70 miles per hour. 60 to 70. So if you're in Cincinnati, Hamilton, Middletown, Dayton, you guys got about 45 minutes until damaging winds and a low tornado risk is going to exist in your neck of the woods. And then further off to the north near Fort Wayne, that line of storms has just pushed through. Nothing severe for Fort Wayne, but outside of Fort Wayne, damaging winds a possibility. Heading up towards Bryan, Defiance, and a low tornado risk also going towards Van Wert right now. Once again, if you're just tuning in, our tornado warning is in northeastern Ohio. This is near Kent and Akron, sorry, I keep saying Akron. Akron, near Goodyear Heights. If we have a tornado, be over Talmadge, and then eventually moving into Brimfield and Bunkers Corners in about 3 minutes. Also approaching I-76, and then it'll go towards Randolph, Industry, and Atwater. That is where our tornado will be located if we have one. Currently tracking to the east-southeast. Keeping an eye on that camera, too, in Indiana. That thing is not shaking anymore, so the wind must have just calmed down. Might get stronger again, though, as that line moves in. We just got a new mesoscale discussion from the Storm Prediction Center. Should have an update on that in a second. By the way, this tornado warning includes 293,000 people. It is a very populated area. There isn't a whole lot of rotation, as I've mentioned before. It's still outflowy, but obviously with how many people are in this warning, you need to treat this seriously. In case we do get a tornado, there could be plenty of debris flying around. Ravenna, Kent, Brimfield, Deerfield, Atwater, Limaville, all included in this tornado warning. All right, Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, just taking a look at the storm reports for today. We do have 11 or 15 total tornado reports now. One in Iowa, one in Michigan, and the rest have been basically on that storms that we were seeing in Illinois. I'm pretty sure almost every single one of these reports we had on stream. It was mostly Connor Croft and Storm Runner Media who are on these storms. We also had that storm over there in Michigan and Delaware, but other than that, outside of basically Indiana, it's been very quiet today. Obviously, on the tornado side of things, there's more Illinois, but almost every single county in Indiana has had some sort of damage report today or a wind report. So Indiana is definitely the hot spot for wind right now. This will expand into central Ohio eventually. Today is most certainly not a derecho. I still see a few people asking. In order to see a derecho, we do need significant wind gusts, and we can see down here that we see that 149/0. That means out of 149 wind reports, 0 of those have been significant. Significant meaning 65 knots or higher. So there is a 0% chance of a derecho today, although it was still a strong QLCS.
Alrighty, thank you, Riley, for the update. So a little update, generally speaking, about our report so far today. Again, about 15 tornado reports. This is already it already was a tornado outbreak. Again, we had probably more than 15 tornadoes for the record. We had a bunch of different tornado reports in Illinois. Also, our tornado warning, the main area of rotation right now seems to be in a non-precip area over the last couple scans. It actually looks like it is ramping up on the last couple scans here. If we have a tornado, it's going to be right over I-76 near Springfield, and it's going to be moving into Bunker's Corners over the next few minutes. So there is actually a bit more of a legitimate chance now of a tornado with this storm just to the south of Kent. We do not have a clear debris signature right now. A lot of what we're seeing on the CC is clear air contamination, meaning there's literally nothing there. But right here is where we have the strongest area of rotation, very strong winds, especially going away from the radar, right over I-76. And then we have a little bit more inflow now. The hook echo, or the little outflow boundary, is starting to basically be caught up to by our hook echo. So there's a better chance now of a tornado than before, moving into Randolph and Atwater over the next few minutes. So please seek shelter if you're in this warning. It has uptrended just a little bit here on this latest scan. Also, here's our new mesoscale discussion. This is basically the area that we're talking about. Akron, Canton, just outside of New Philadelphia, Youngstown, back into Du Bois and Pittsburgh in Pennsylvania. Isolated damaging winds will remain possible over the next few hours, but a watch is not expected to be issued for this area. So just continue to stay weather aware back over in northeast and eastern Ohio, and also back over into western parts of Pennsylvania. Also, small little update back over in Oklahoma. Storms are starting to get, we actually have a storm going up now. So a storm has fully gone up back over to the east of Medicine Park. It's right along an outflow boundary. This could become a tornado concern here soon near I-44. It is rapidly ramping up here. We have a couple of storm chasers down here. We're going to keep an eye on them. This thing could easily produce a tornado, though. It's literally on the boundary. Definitely got to keep an eye on that. Looks pretty classic for springtime. This is a photo from Sean Voicey on Twitter that has a view of that storm right now, and that's what it looks like. We already have a pretty decent storm base forming on this. I am actually going to go ahead and put, we're going to put somebody on this. Let me see who's down there. We got a few chasers down here. We're going to wait a minute, but I'm going to probably put one of them on here soon. All right. Also, let me go back over to here. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max. We have a report from Hartford in Tennessee. That's in Cook County, I believe. I already forgot how to say it. I literally just asked Pettis. But I-40 is closed due to flooding and debris near mile marker 451. Apparently, there's multiple vehicles that are stranded, and there are water rescues ongoing.
Alrighty, thank you for the update. A little update on our tornado warning also for Portage, Stark, Mahoning, and Summit counties in Ohio. This is still a tornado warning. They just updated it. Still radar indicated, nothing confirmed as of right now. Main area of rotation right now is near Brimfield. This is going to be moving east-southeast towards Randolph and Atwater over the next few minutes. So if you're in this tornado warning, continue to stay in your safe place, away from windows, and on the lowest floor possible. This is back over in Oklahoma right now. This storm is rapidly organizing. Look at that. Looks like a wall cloud forming already. Just for reference, this is back over east of Lawton. Right on the outflow boundary. If this thing can survive, there could easily be a tornado with this thing. It stays right along the boundary. We're gonna keep an eye on that. Also, I want to go to the Van Wert camera. It's over in Van Wert, the emergency management back over in western Ohio. We got a very clear shelf cloud rolling in right now near Van Wert. Bottom right of your screen is that line of storms rolling in. Also, an update on our tornado warning back over near Brimfield and Bunkers Corners. We still have a strong area of rotation right now over the south side of I-76 near Bunkers Corners going towards Randolph, Atwater, and also Deerfield. We do not have a debris signature right now, but the velocities are still strong enough for there to be a tornado. So once again, if you're in this tornado warning, seek shelter, get away from windows, and get on the lowest floor possible. There's still well over 200,000 people that are included in this tornado warning. A shelf cloud in the distance here in western Ohio. And this is a wall cloud that is forming back over east of Lawton, Oklahoma. I'll have another radar scan in a second on this tornado warning in Ohio. In the Ohio warning, it sounds like there's something on the ground. Nothing definitively on radar that's on the ground. It might be from the RFD surge. But I don't see anything clearly. I mean, there is definitely strong rotation here, but it's not tight enough to the point where we definitely have a tornado. We don't have a CC drop yet. Also, the severe weather threat entirely has moved out of our 10% tornado threat. This is our 10% tornado risk that was in place and went all the way up to Fort Wayne and Indianapolis. This entire line has now exited the 10% tornado risk and now is moving into southern Michigan and western Ohio, where we still have an elevated 5% tornado risk that is in place. We also have a large 2% tornado risk that goes all the way into Oklahoma and even North Texas. There has been a wall cloud trying to form on that storm just to the southwest of Oklahoma City. This is right along a boundary. It's not rotating quite yet, but it is going up just south of Elgin. It will be tracking towards Marlow, Rush Springs, and Duncan here over the next several minutes. I honestly would not be surprised, though, if this thing produced a tornado at some point down the road. It definitely looks interesting for sure on radar. We also got a random storm in Kansas right now that is currently producing quarter-sized hail. We actually have a storm. There's a storm chaser actually on this, which is actually crazy. In that bottom middle of your screen. That is interesting. We have a severe thunderstorm warning west of Bellefontaine near Sydney and Piqua. That is going to be for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds and hail threat very minuscule in that storm that is currently moving to the east. We'll have another radar scan on our tornado warning in a moment. This is the latest one as of 5:11 or 6:11 p.m. Eastern time, so this is still about 2 minutes old. But the main area of rotation is, again, just southeast of Brimfield. It should be in Randolph in about 3 to 4 minutes, so if you're in Randolph, you need to be in your safe place now. And then back over in Atwater, you should be in your safe place. The storm, again, is tracking east-southeast. Alliance, you're about 15 minutes out from this storm producing the potential for a tornado. We got a really incredible looking shelf cloud here back over in western Ohio. Back over at the Van Wert Emergency Management. Thank you, Lauren, for becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities. Really incredible view here. Latest radar scan for our tornado warning just came in. Still pretty... it's like moderate to low end rotation still moving into Randolph. Is Alabama going to be okay? Alabama will be fine. There's still a tornado possible label on this Van Wert storm. I don't see anything rotating, but the shelf cloud looks just incredible. And we're starting to shake a little bit. The storm's again producing damaging winds up to 60 miles per hour. Isn't Max in Tennessee? I am not in Tennessee. Also, let us know where you guys are all tuning in from in the chat. We're going to do another heat map. Put your location in the chat. So everybody's tuning in from now. I'm guessing there's a lot less people in Indianapolis now, so it'll be interesting to see where everybody's from. It was right over the camera here. It's actually spinning a little bit. It's actually broadly rotating. A little bit of left to right, right to left motion. It's actually broadly rotating over this camera. That's actually interesting. You kind of see it spinning a little bit. The storm does have a tornado possible label on it. It's low-key spinning. The entire thing is literally just spinning. It's very low. It's still a low chance of producing a tornado, but it is spinning. Is there a power flash? Did I miss it? Bro, there's no way. I wasn't looking for a second. Apparently there was a power flash. Somebody send me the photo or clip. I have to go back and watch it. How did I not see that? Apparently we just had a power flash, though. So here it goes right over the camera. The wind's now starting to pick up. Wind is really picking up. This is easily 60-mile-per-hour winds. Might even be higher than that. Saw a bird go flying across the camera, too. Wind is definitely high. This is likely 60 to 70-mile-per-hour winds right now, rolling across Van Wert in Ohio. Hey, Riley, for the $5 super chat. Thank you for keeping Thank you for many hours dedicated to keeping us weather aware and safe. Glad I can help. Thank you, Joseph, also for the super chat. I was in the Ohio tornado warned storm when it was over Cuyahoga Falls. There was definitely a wall cloud and slight rotation, strong winds and hail. Appreciate the report. Looks like that camera just went out. Likely power outage because of all the high winds that are in the area. As a new report that just came out. Let's go over to Aaron J. Jack. He's on that Oklahoma tornado warned storm. Or, sorry, not tornado warned, but it is severe warned. A $0.5 size tail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. There is a wall cloud that's been forming on this thing. See right there in the middle of your screen. By the way, if you guys missed it, this was the power flash. I missed it personally. Some of you guys probably did not miss it. This was the power flash that happened. Oh. What? I need a new Kodak. I need to pay 99 cents to do this? Bro, what? Can you send me another video file, please? I'm not paying 99 cents on live stream to watch my own stream. All right, well, I guess we'll wait a second. My goodness. No way we're getting charged 99 cents to watch a video from my stream. This paywall's behind everything nowadays. Hey, this is at least a photo. I guess we can use the photo for free. This is a photo of the power flash. A little bright thing there. In Van Wert. See if this works. Let's see if I don't have to pay 99 cents this time. All right, I don't think I do. Oh, no, I still have to pay 99 cents. Bro, what is going on? I need a new Kodak to play this item? Bro, I don't know what that means. It's still low. Bro, all right, I guess we're not watching my own video. I guess that's what it's just going to come down to. All right, well, there was a power flash. If you want to go back in the stream, you could probably find it. Use VLC? I don't know how to use VLC. Open file? We're going to learn something new here. Open file. Let's try one of these. It's still low. Oh, look at that. Why does this look so weird? All right, well, this was when the power flash happened. See it right there in the middle of your screen. That was the power flash. Likely from high winds, but there was rotation there, so. All that for that. All right, a little update on our line of storms. Once again, got a big line of storms rolling across western Ohio right now. This is still producing damaging winds between 60 and 70 miles per hour. On top of that, there is still a chance for a tornado or two. We still have some rotation also near Sugar Valley going towards Eaton, West Alexandria, and Dayton. Also, back over north of Canton, our tornado warning still continues. The rotation's gotten broader over the last few minutes, but there is still some rotation. Moving into Atwater, low chance of a tornado going towards Deerfield, Lexington, and Alliance. Just continue to stay in your safe place if you're in that tornado warning. Back over in Michigan, we got a little segment of storms now moving into Jackson, going up towards Lansing. Genoa is also going to be in the path of this. It is mainly producing damaging winds around 60 miles per hour. There is still a tornado possible label on this as well, going into Jackson and then eventually going towards Genoa. Back over near Bryan and Van Wert, damaging winds are continuing with this entire segment of storms. Really not a whole lot of a tornado risk, but maybe an isolated QLCS tornado still being a possibility. And then obviously we just talked about this, but narrowing down on Hamilton and Dayton, we are still mainly looking at a wind threat. Low chance of a tornado, damaging winds up to 70 miles per hour is the main concern. And then we also have a new severe warning near Irvington and as well as Radcliffe, southwest of Louisville, for damaging winds around 60 miles per hour and also quarter-sized hail. And then back over in Oklahoma, we have had a wall cloud on this storm developing. Nothing rotating really that far beyond just a wall cloud, but Aaron J. Jack's been looking at least at a lowering there off to the left. At least a decent storm base forming there. See that right there? This near Central High going towards Duncan over the next few minutes. Right on an outflow boundary, so it could produce a tornado at some point.
Severe storm here in Oklahoma, east of Lawton. No ragged wall cloud on it.
Where's that? This is again near Central High, Oklahoma, northwest of Duncan. There's a legit tornado threat down here. Can we see the heat map? I'm about to show that in a second. Back to Aaron here in a second. I'll put him bottom right of your screen. This is the map, by the way, for those that are wondering, for where everybody is tuning in from right now. So again, the greatest concentration still across the Ohio Valley. That's where most people are tuning in from right now. Detroit, Michigan, back into Ohio and Indiana, a little bit of Kentucky as well, tuning in right now. And this right here is a little bit more of a close-up view. So most of you guys are in Dayton, Cincinnati, Hamilton, or near Cleveland, Warren, or Akron right now. And also Detroit, Grand Rapids, Lansing, some other hot spots, Columbus. Pretty cool to look at this, though. This, again, just generally where everybody's tuning in from. Whenever you put your location in the chat, it basically will plot onto this thing when we have the thing on, so... Also, here's a little map here of all of our storm reports and our power outage density so far. The majority of the power outages happen in Indiana. All these little blue circles are wind reports, and then we've had 22 tornado reports so far today. Majority of them in Illinois, but we've actually had a few even outside of that. One near Detroit, one in northern Ohio, and then a few others outside of that, a couple in Missouri, and then also one in Iowa. So we are currently sitting at approximately 22 tornado reports, 177 wind reports, and then 17 hail reports. This already classifies as a tornado outbreak today, mainly for Illinois. Here's a picture of a organizing wall cloud back over near Lawton, Oklahoma from Max Archer, who's also going to be on the bottom left of your screen when I go back to the 3-cam view. And this is our tornado warning in Ohio right now. This is just to the south of Ravenna, going towards Alliance and Deerfield. Broad area of rotation right now, going towards Atwater and eventually going towards Sebring and Salem. So continue to stay in your safe place. They're going to probably continue this tornado warning at least for a little bit longer. And then also a new mesoscale discussion is out for southern Michigan near Detroit, Lansing, Ann Arbor, back into western Ohio and far northern Kentucky. Damaging winds up to 70 miles per hour is the main concern, but they have mentioned that severe gusts, a few instances of marginal severe hail, and perhaps line-embedded tornadoes will remain possible with this mature QLCS line of thunderstorms. Back over to Aaron J-Jack on the Oklahoma storm. We got a video. One sec. This was from Jordan Hall earlier. A little a close range intercept of a small rope tornado near Bellflower, Illinois earlier. It was a little earlier. Tornado crossed right in front of him. Freddie McKinney was also on this. You guys missed that. We had a lot of tornadoes today. This was one of the smallest, weakest, and most interesting tornadoes we've had on a live stream. It literally did barely any damage. I don't even know if it really impacted the crops much. So that was a pretty cool little video there. Crossing in front of the road. That was even from Jordan Hall. Freddie's got a nice windshield now. I think he did fix it. You got it fixed. Yeah, he fixed a lot of stuff yesterday. He had a back window out too, and I think he fixed that. But yeah, again, this is the storm in Oklahoma that we were talking about. Air J-Jax on. It is trying to rotate. Really not much rotation on radar, but it's right along an outflow boundary. Still a chance of a tornado. I think the main risk, though, will be damaging winds and hail. But still has a chance. Shout out to Music with the $10 super chat. Way to go, Max. Thanks for keeping us weather aware. We really appreciate you and your hard work. Appreciate that. All right, back over in Western Ohio. Significant damaging winds are now coming into the Hamilton, Middletown areas here over the next 15 minutes. Stay away from windows if you are in this area. We will have a few live shots of this coming into Middletown here soon, Dayton and Cincinnati. But again, widespread damaging winds between 60 and 70 mile per hour winds is likely as this line continues to track into Ohio. Another storm firing west of Frederick. Yeah, we got a little storm trying to go up near Chillicothe. The greatest tornado threat will be in this area. This storm has the best chance if it can stay discreet. Just northwest of Duncan. It's not rotating a whole lot right now, but there is a wall cloud. Thank you, Express, for the $10 super chat. And Dayton, will I... Okay, we don't have to be that dramatic of a living, or dramatic of a question, but I mean, over there in Dayton, the main concern will be damaging winds up to 70 miles per hour. Also, new severe thunderstorm warning that does include Cincinnati, Ohio, near Crittenden. That is going to be for 60 mile per hour winds and quarter-sized hail. This line is moving to the east. Thank you also, Bob, for becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities. Yeah, your patio furniture, yeah, that's a good reminder too. If you're anywhere in the Cincinnati area, be ready for the potential for flying furniture outside. So a little bit of a rotation on the storm in Oklahoma. Sorry, Crittenden, Kentucky. I don't know if I said Ohio. Crittenden, Kentucky. Yeah, right now, really not rotating much. It has a little lowering, but I think it's going to take some time for that thing to really kick into gear. A little update on our tornado warning also to the east of Akron. This is still broadly rotating over Atwater. It's about to move into Limaville here over the next few minutes. And if we were to get a tornado, it'll be approaching Lexington, North Benton, Sebring, and Alliance. So just continue to stay in your safe place. If you're back over in New Milford or back over here near Brimfield or Bunkers Corners, you guys are good. You can get out of your safe place. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, we did just get a 68 mile per hour wind gust on that storm that's headed in Dayton, so we could see this. They actually did just upgrade that warning to have a 70 mile per hour tag on it. Also, we did have a tornado report on that storm that's tornado warned over by Akron. However, it was just a funnel cloud report, so I would imagine that that's why it's warned, and hopefully there was no tornado on the ground with that storm.
Alrighty, thank you for the update. Yeah, so back over there, obviously, that was about 300,000 people in that tornado warning, so let's hope there was no tornado. But at least a funnel cloud report. That is at least the second funnel cloud that we've had today. We had one also in Sandusky, back over near the Great Lakes as well. I was about to sneeze. I was trying to wait for it. All right. Thank you. Nope, never mind. Is the line of storms in Ohio and Michigan considered a derecho? It is not. This is nowhere near a derecho. It is a pretty, I mean, it's a damaging line of thunderstorms, that's without a doubt. But there's almost no way this gets classified as a derecho. It's not significant enough, not widespread enough. In my opinion. Hey, Tom, for becoming a Maximum Velocity member. Thank you, Chelsea, also for the $5 super chat. Any chasers in Ohio? Not that I'm aware of. Most chasers were in Illinois today. Panda Express for dinner? Bro. I'm not gonna lie, you just reminded me. I think I've had food at my door for like 15 minutes. You go back. Actually, I'll go to Aaron real quick. We'll put him on.
A little.
I'll get my food. Give me 2 seconds.
It's been cooking. I don't think it was twisting like that before.
Whoever said you have are you getting Panda Express for dinner? You honestly reminded me that I forgot I even ordered food. Or I didn't even order it. It was Riley that did, but still.
We got some little merger going on here right now. That should help. You can see here on radar. Here's what we're looking at. We're looking right into this hook right here, right into the notch, and then you got this little cell that's going up.
This is what Riley decided to put into my bag. Ghost Pepper Ranch. You know what's not happening is I'm not eating that on the stream. No way. I don't know why I have honey mustard in there, for the record. I didn't get a straw, once again. Dude, what is up with these straws? I get myself a straw. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max. So just an overall update on our storms in Indiana and Ohio. They did just expire our tornado watch, I believe. So we're down to only a severe thunderstorm watch in parts of Indiana and Ohio. I would agree with the decision to cancel that watch just because it does seem like our tornado threat is overall starting to get much lower, which is of course a good thing. We're going into the part of the day where this MCS is starting to die down. It's no longer as strong as it once was, and a lot of our cells are starting to take an orientation like this, which is not really favorable for a tornado. We'd want to almost see it the exact opposite way, where it's more like this, and there would be that hook if we were looking for tornadoes. So hopefully we're done with tornado warnings for the day. There's still the chance that we're going to have a spin up here and there, but we are very excited to see how that Ghost Pepper Ranch tastes. So let us know. Oh, and I don't think he's here. GG's. Okay, so we're back. We'll just keep going through. Oh, are you back? Oh, you're trying to find a straw. So what he just said is that we actually need to be more straws sent through the fan mail. He's only got about 10,000, maybe even 100,000 so far, but more straws. Down here in Oklahoma, this storm is starting to look actually a bit more favorable. They did go ahead and severe warn that. It is starting to take on an orientation in which it would be favorable to form an inflow notch and potentially have a rotation couplet on it. So this could try and actually produce a tornado. If it did do so, it'd probably be around the time that it gets to Highway 7. Actually, this might be new convection as I'm talking. That's going up into the Hook region, which would sort of inhibit its ability to produce a tornado. So that's a good thing if you live in Cox Corner or Bethel. You can't find
I cannot find a straw. I don't know why, dude. I don't know where all my straws went. I've been looking for a straw for 2 minutes. I literally had 500 straws. Where'd they all go? Dude, I found a straw. It's on my desk. This is from Culver's, apparently. I literally looked everywhere. I looked in every drawer possible. I was like literally running around. I could not find a straw. I've been fan mailed like 500 straws for those that don't already know, and I literally cannot find a straw. And DoorDash never gives me straws for some reason. That was terrible. I've never been gone for that long on a stream looking for a straw. All right, let me go back over to here. All right, tornado warning still ongoing near Alliance in Ohio. It goes for 6 more minutes. I would assume they're not going to continue this, but there is still some rotation over Atwater. Maybe a weak tornado there near 183. It's going into Limaville right now, and then that'll be approaching Lexington and Alliance. We got 6 more minutes on this tornado warning. A little bit stronger than the last scan. Riley wants you to try the sauce. I'm not trying the sauce. Absolutely not. Just no way. Actually, a little bit interesting. Back over to the west of Chicago, we actually have some really weak rotation right now. back over near Rochelle. I highly doubt we see a tornado out of this, but we could even see a funnel cloud or two. We did have a little funnel cloud / land spout back over near Davenport earlier in Iowa, so wouldn't rule it out. It is a possibility. It's back over to Aaron on the storm in Oklahoma. Hey, JCC for the super chat. Des Moines should be quiet tonight. This is a live shot.
I tell you what.
Back over near in Warren County, Ohio, in Franklin. So this is just north of Dayton. Pretty ominous skies right now. Got a line of storms that's gonna be rolling in here over the next few minutes. It's again near Hamilton and Middletown right now. Got a few little discrete cells that have gone up out in front of this line, but the greatest concern right now is damaging winds with the line of storms. The discrete cells may produce a little bit of large hail. And then back over in Cincinnati, we are getting ready here for 60-mile-per-hour winds. Again, stay away from windows as this line pushes through Cincinnati, Hamilton, Dayton over the next several minutes. Back up into Michigan, we also have a slew of severe warnings right now, mainly for damaging winds. There is a chance for an isolated tornado. There's a little bit more rotation coming together on a few of these storms west of Waterloo Village. So we'll be keeping an eye on that as it continues to move towards Unadilla, Hamburg, Genoa, Fowlerville, and Williamston. So still a low tornado risk. I think the greatest tornado threat for the next hour or two will be out of this segment of storms up here in Michigan. Going up towards Detroit, Ann Arbor, and Flint. So if you're in Michigan, definitely be ready for the potentially an increasing tornado threat with our line of storms. And we also have a very early severe thunderstorm warning for Toledo, Bowling Green, Findlay, and Waterville, Ohio. That'll be for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds as this line of storms continues to move to the east. This is Scott Peak. Actually looking at a little bit of rotation. It was just a second ago. A little bit of broad rotation on our storm in Oklahoma. Just zoomed into it for a second.
Oh yeah.
Hop and sock.
Yeah.
With a kangaroo.
Didgeridoo.
Didgeridoo? Yes, that's
Over to Aaron J. Jack.
There was one little piece of hail that hit the windshield earlier. Did you guys hear that?
How long did Max go without soda? 152 days.
Right.
152 days.
Good.
Ended back in January, I think.
Let's see what it looks like outside. Stretch my legs.
We have a new severe thunderstorm warning further to the north. This is for Bellefontaine, Kenton, and Ada, Ohio. This is going to be for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. The most intense part of this line is actually moving through the most populated areas in southwestern Ohio, unfortunately. It's much weaker off to the north, but yeah, the most intense winds are going to be moving to Dayton, Cincinnati, and Hamilton here over the next several minutes. So if you are anywhere in this area, make sure that you are ready for high winds. I'm going to put the Franklin camera bottom left of your screen. That'll be back over to the south of Dayton. A few other cameras coming up also near Mason. There's still a low chance of an isolated tornado with this line as well as it continues to move east. So be ready again for possibly a tornado warning somewhere in here. I think that generally speaking, the tornado threat is lower, but still a possibility for an isolated tornado embedded in our line of thunderstorms. We have a new damage report in Montezuma, Ohio, as of 5:20 p.m. or 6:20 p.m. Structural damage to a building. Part of a roof was ripped off over there. It's off to the west of Bellefontaine. Also, another one in Van Wert, Ohio. That's as of about 5 or 6:20 as well. Several trees down and power lines down, including a tree on a home. A few other reports coming in there. We have a new severe thunderstorm warning south of Louisville. We went towards Shepherdsville. That's me for quarter-sized tail and 60-mile-per-hour winds moving to the east-northeast. Is it not Bellefontaine? That sounds pretty fancy. It's Bella Fountain. It's Belle Fountain, apparently. Belly Fontaine. Sounds fancy. All right, tornado warning has now ended in Ohio, so we're back down to normal severe thunderstorm warnings. Thoughts on these storms popping up rapidly southwest of Ann Arbor? The new cells, I don't think these new storms are going to do much. There's a low chance of a tornado if one of them can get going, but I don't think there'll be enough time. This line of storms is going too fast. With that said, the line of storms is still going to be capable of producing the threat of a few embedded tornadoes as it moves across central and eastern Michigan. But no longer any tornado warnings. At least for now. A beautiful view of our storm over here in Oklahoma. We're going to go back to Ohio here in a second. Storm's got a little bit more elevated. It is on an outflow boundary just east of Lawton. You have the tornado warning overlay? That is true. I'll fix that in a second. Max, you should do hurricane landfall stream for Hurricane Eric. We only do landfalling streams for the United States. We don't have any like cameras down there. There would really not be much to like other than like just relaying stuff. Like, but I'm also like the other problem is like there's a language barrier there too. So it's hard to like relay everything. Specifically for that hurricane. Thank you, Lori, for the $10 super chat. There was another time too, like there was a hurricane like last year. Can't remember what hurricane it was. I think it was Beryl. If I'm not mistaken, it was like early July. I'm pretty sure it's Beryl. It impacted a bunch of like the Caribbean islands and stuff. And I mean, we could have done a landfall stream, but there's just there is a language barrier sometimes with some of these things, unless you're in the United States, because you know, obviously every country has a different language for the most part. So. All right, highest winds now, moving into Dayton here over the next few minutes. If you're in Dayton, Ohio, be ready again for damaging winds up to 70 miles per hour. They have added a tornado possible label to this. There's actually a little area of rotation attempting to come together right now near Fairfield. That'll be moving into Hamilton over the next few minutes, so there is a chance of a spin-up tornado as this approaches Mason. So be ready if you're in Mason, Fairfield, and Hamilton for a low tornado risk. On top of that, damaging winds again up to 70 miles per hour is likely. There's also a little area of rotation west of Middletown. That is from this storm that is just fired up out in front of the line. That might produce a brief tornado too, but it has a very, very short window to do so. So some of the highest winds are about to be moving into the Dayton and Hamilton areas over the next few minutes, and then Cincinnati is about 10 minutes away from damaging winds around 60 miles per hour. There are no tornado warnings in Pennsylvania right now. All right, while this line of storms are also going to do this. All right. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, I figured I'd talk about a hurricane a little bit just because it is probably a major hurricane right now. This is what the past track and future cone looks like. We can see at 4 p.m. Central Time, it was updated to 110 mile per hour storm with a 967 millibar low pressure area. This is what that storm looks like on radar. This is a loop of what it's looked like over the past little bit since around 19Z. I think it's currently a 23Z about. So definitely has opened up an eye. It's probably a category 3 storm at least right now. So that does make it a major hurricane. It is almost on its way to making landfall and making land impacts as is. This could honestly make or landfall at a Category 4 hurricane. I think it's only forecast for a Category 3 hurricane, but could definitely be stronger than that. Once again, this is like a hurricane we can't really cover because there's a very large language barrier there, but I believe it's going to make landfall somewhere around Punta Maldonado, just southeast of that, actually. But yeah, that is our hurricane in the Pacific.
All right, thank you for the updates. So that's again going into Mexico. It actually could impact Mexico City. One of the only things I'd point out for the United States for impacts is that this actually may be able to bring more moisture up into the Great Plains next week, and that could help to increase our threat for severe weather. It won't be really that major of an impact, but it is something that I just want to point out there. There's actually some small effects that will be felt from it when it comes to our severe weather pattern in the Great Plains, so something to throw out there. All right, back over at Hamilton. Latest radar scan, we still have a little couplet that's been trying to form here off to the west of Fairfield. May get a brief tornado with this line of storms near Hamilton. That's going to be approaching Monroe over the next few minutes, and Mason. Also approaching I-75. And then back over near Jacksonville, we still have a little area of rotation. This is about to merge into our line, so very low tornado risk in the long term. Still rotating just a little bit. This is a live shot from, not this one. This is a live shot from Middletown in Ohio, which is where the line of storms is about to be moving into. You can see the huge rain shaft there off to the left. Don't really see much of a shelf cloud here, which is a little bit surprising for this line of storms. But definitely might actually just be a really fat shelf cloud that's rolling overhead right now. But huge rain shaft, heavy rain's going to be coming in. Low visibility is expected here across I-75, really anywhere from all the way up towards Toledo, back here towards Cincinnati. Also, we have a couple more damage reports coming out of Toledo with numerous trees down in the area just outside of Toledo. That is from a storm earlier. More storms are about to be moving into Toledo here in the next hour. Line of storms coming out of the west. Obviously, if you're in Toledo, Bowling Green, you might be wondering why the severe thunderstorm warning got issued just so early. Well, the main reason why is because this line of storms is quickly moving off to the east, and it is going to be approaching all of these areas within the next hour, and it's basically guaranteed that these will still be severe storms by then. Very high confidence ahead of time that this will still be a severe thunderstorm warn cell because of the wind threat out of this. Still around 60-mile-per-hour winds. Back over in Michigan, we still have a little bit of rotation on our line all the way back up to the west of Hamburg. It's a broad area of rotation going towards Fowlerville, just west and northwest of Waterloo Village, west of Unadilla, going towards I-96 in Williamston, so continue to stay weather aware if you're in this area. Main concern being damaging winds, but there's still a low chance of a tornado. And back over to the west of Lansing. Everything so far has been mostly gusty winds. Not really anything rotating so far. It's been just, again, mostly wind across the board here in central and southern Michigan. We also have a new severe thunderstorm warning in Ohio. This is going to be for a bunch of different counties. I think this is southern Ohio. Champaign, Clark, Miami, Greene, Montgomery, and Warren counties. So that's going to be for Dayton. Dayton, Springfield, South Charleston, and Fairborn. For 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds, there's also a tornado possible label on this entire severe thunderstorm warning. Right now, not seeing a whole lot of rotation on radar. It should be mostly wind for now, but there's still a chance of a spin-up tornado at some point down the road. I still think the main area that we have to keep an eye on for a tornado threat would be this thing right here, going into Fairfield, eventually approaching I-75, and then going into Mason. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, actually a few different things. It sounds like our storm in Comanche County, Oklahoma has started to produce hail, so that might be strengthening a bit. Also, we have a bunch of different flooding reports. One out of Maryland, it sounds like Bells Mill Road between Democracy Boulevard and Falls Road in Congressional Man, Maryland, is closed with at least 6 inches of water flowing over the road. Another flooding report out of Plainfield, Illinois. There's multiple roads that are closed there via Emping. And then another flooding report out of Indiana in Elkhart County. It sounds like that's another area that we have 3 to 4 inches of water flowing over the road, and that is why it is closed.
Alrighty, thank you for the update. Let's go back over to... Actually, I want to go to this. This is Storm Chaser Kip Metcalf. He's actually back over here in Ohio right now. This is in Midway, Ohio. You can see how ominous the skies are. So he is currently located. I'm getting his exact location corresponding to where our line is. So he's basically near Dayton right now. Those are not familiar with the area. So very ominous skies. I'm going to keep them bottom middle of your screen. We'll at least have some sort of view of this line of storms as it pushes in here over the next several minutes. Also, we are continuing to see at least some rotation right now near Hamilton and Fairfield. There is still, again, a chance of a tornado with this storm. They have not tornado warned it. They don't always issue tornado warnings for these little QLCS spin-up tornadoes, but they may end up issuing it. We'll see. Still a little bit of rotation there. It's not strong enough, in my opinion, for a tornado warning yet. Aside from that, the biggest concern right now for Dayton, Hamilton, and Cincinnati will be damaging winds up to 70 miles per hour. Hey, Shields, for becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities. Is the tornado outbreak over? I mean, the tornado outbreak technically isn't over because, I mean, it usually, like, a tornado outbreak technically would last, like, 12 to 18 hours, like, in general. Like, that's the span that we count a tornado outbreak in. Doesn't mean it has to last that long. That's just, like, the period of when we count tornadoes in. But overall, the majority of our tornadoes have already happened. I mean, we've already had 25 tornado reports, or 22, something like that. Most of them were in Illinois. There's almost no way we have another 22 or 25 tornado reports. We're not going to double that number in the next 3 or 4 hours. So there's almost no way that happens. I mean, we'll probably see at least another tornado or two, but definitely not 22 tornadoes. There's just very low chances that ever happen with this setup, because it's just a line of thunderstorms that's moving in. This is a live shot again near Dayton, Ohio. This is again on the east side of Dayton, near Medway. Ominous skies out in the distance, got a shelf cloud rolling in. Should see some winds picking up here soon. Keeping an eye on that. Also, the line of storms is now moving through Hamilton and Fairfield as we speak, approaching Forest Park, and then going towards Cincinnati the next 10 minutes. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, we may see a tornado warning in Pennsylvania. We just got a new severe thunderstorm warning for this area, but there's a couplet southwest of Luthersburg, Pennsylvania, that has become more prominent in the last few scans. Big Run is another area that's a few scans behind in the evolution of a possible tornado couplet. So we may see a warning for one of, if not both of these areas of rotation sometime in the next 20 minutes.
Alrighty, thank you for the update. So a little bit stronger rotation there just south of Du Bois, going to Luthersburg over the next few minutes, and then going towards Rockton. Goshen and Clearfield will be on the track of that, going towards I-80. So if you're in the severe thunderstorm warning, main concern being damaging winds, but possibly a spin-up tornado still being a possibility as that goes towards Clearfield. Let's go back over to the Dayton area. Again, Dayton, Ohio is about to get hit by the high damaging winds. Stay away from windows if you are in Dayton. The worst of the wind is currently moving into town here over the next few minutes. The highest winds are still mostly located near Hamilton, still around 70-mile-per-hour winds. And as a reminder, if you guys have any photos or videos of this storm rolling in, you can add us on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. There is a link in the description there to both our Twitter and Facebook pages. This is a live shot again from Kip Metcalf back over in Medway, Ohio. Of this storm rolling in. Still got a large shelf cloud, very ominous skies here. All the wind is going to be buried back in there in the rain for the most part, aside from our outflow boundary. Thank you, Juicy, for becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities. This is on the east side again of the Dayton area. Hey, Caleb for the super chat. Anything to worry about around Jefferson City, Fulton, Missouri? I think you guys will be good for tonight. You guys will be chilling for tonight. We actually have a pocket of high winds approaching the north side of Middletown right now. There's a live camera here in just on the south side of Franklin that may feel some of those winds. This is like a little pocket of like 70, possibly 80-mile-per-hour winds that has just popped up over the last few scans. The last scan that we just had a peak of 75, 76-mile-per-hour winds. So there could be a pocket of high winds right now moving into Miamisburg over the next few minutes, and that'll be eventually going up towards Centerville and West Carrollton. Kettering's also in the path of that. A little pocket of high winds here over the last few minutes with that little area of storm activity. Also, the rotation that we've had near Hamilton, still there. So we got a little area of circulation just southwest of Princeton. Still a very low chance of a tornado moving towards Mason and Lebanon over the next few minutes. So again, if you're anywhere here near Hamilton or Dayton, continue to stay away from windows because of the damaging wind threat, and then possibly embedded tornadoes in this line as it continues to move east. Also, this is getting a little bit more concerning. Back up near Bunker Hill, Michigan, north of Waterloo Village, there is actually some strong rotation right now developing, going up towards I-96, going towards Fowlerville and Williamston. You can actually see the velocities. They're right now measuring at nearly 100 miles per hour. And I don't think it's 100 mile per hour winds near the surface, but there's definitely a possibility aloft that they're pretty high. I would not be surprised, though, if we have 70 plus mile per hour winds moving in the direction of Fowlersville over the next few minutes. But there's definitely some rotation here. They may issue a tornado warning for this. That's going to be going up again towards I-96 in Fowlerville over the next few minutes, and then eventually long-term going towards Flint. This is, again, really still where I think the greatest tornado threat is for the next hour or two. Should be mainly around Detroit, Flint, and then back through the Ann Arbor area. Back over to the Dayton, Ohio area. You got a shelf cloud rolling overhead here, and then the wind should pick up here in a moment. So this is live.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, they have issued a tornado warning on this storm. Not surprising at all. The rotation's really picked up over the last few minutes. Again, strong tornadoes not impossible with this either. So new tornado warning, once again, that is just to the east of Dansville, going up towards Fowlerville and I-96. Seek shelter if you are in this warning. They'll probably issue a new warning in a moment as well, going towards Fowlerville. See the wind picking up here near Dayton. This is likely around 55, 60 mile per hour winds here in the Dayton area. Thank you, Ashley, for becoming a member. Hey, Aquarius for the $5 super chat. I think the greatest tornado threat will be in southeastern Michigan for the most part. Once again, this is our new tornado warning. It's near Fowlerville in Michigan. Would not be surprised if they end up upgrading this to, or not upgrading, adding a new warning here in a moment, just further off to the east. We are in a different CWA region, which means this is a different National Weather Service than this county has. So we will likely get a different tornado warning in a moment that includes areas like Fowlerville, assuming that this rotation stays strong enough. Because as of right now, there's definitely a big surge of wind going towards the radar. Just needs a little bit more inflow, but this thing may try to produce a tornado in a few minutes as it continues to move to the east-northeast. This is also a photo that one of our viewers sent in. This is Catherine back over in Jackson, Michigan. Cool little shelf cloud rolling in back over in Jackson. Look at that shelf cloud. A little blue tinge back in there. That's from all the water droplets reflecting from the sunlight. A pretty cool view there. And then also this back over in Dayton. The winds are even getting stronger in the Dayton area. This is definitely severe levels here. This is likely 60 to 70 mile per hour winds in Dayton. These winds have really picked up here. You actually got some debris flying around too. You got leaves flying around. Wind has definitely picked up here near Dayton and Hamilton. So once again, stay away from windows if you're in the Dayton area or Hamilton, really anywhere in these severe warnings. The winds are definitely high. There's some flying debris too, at least some minor debris that's flying. We also just got a new severe thunderstorm warning for 60-mile-per-hour winds east of Middletown going towards Wilmington, Mount Arab, and Batavia. So again, the winds are really picking up here. That's continued to stay pretty strong here, back over near Middletown and Dayton. So continue to stay away from windows as this line of storms continues to push to the east. There's also a live shot in Warren County of the wind picking up, but it looks like it's just gotten a little bit calmer. There's a few more live cameras coming up here in a few minutes as this line continues to push to the east as well. So pretty strong line of thunderstorms moving to the east right now. Also, our tornado warning, again, in Michigan goes for 24 more minutes. The rotation's actually broadened very quickly over the last few minutes. It was pretty strong. It's gotten a lot broader, so they may not issue a tornado warning for Fowlerville, but for at least right now, there is a tornado warning in place here. Back over in Fowlerville, just to the west of Genoa. So continue to stay in your safe place. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, so we did get confirmation that there were 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts that occurred in Dayton. Also, earlier we talked about a tree that had fallen onto a vehicle and utility lines in Conway County, or Conway, Kentucky. That has been corrected by the National Weather Service. It sounds like that was actually a landslide. It says that a corrected time in previous report from Conway. After further clarification, it was reported that it was not thunderstorm winds, rather runoff along a slope caused a tree to fall onto a vehicle and utility lines to come down as well. So that was probably associated with flash flooding, causing the ground to become unstable, and that is what caused that tree and power pole damage, and not a thunderstorm.
Alrighty, thank you, Riley, for the update. So once again, we do have a pretty intense line of thunderstorms moving across Ohio and Michigan. Again, we've already hit the peak at this point for severe weather, but obviously we are going through very highly populated areas, which the severe weather is not showing any signs of slowing down at this point. We still have very high winds right now pushing into Mason, Loveland, Montgomery. Again, we are currently at least seeing 70-mile-per-hour winds here moving into these areas. Pretty clearly evident as well by what we've seen on Kip Metcalf's feed with the very high winds, which right now he has low signal, but there's been a lot of little debris that has gone flying across the road as well. This is all going to be moving to Mason here in the next few minutes. We should have a pretty good view of the shelf cloud rolling in as well in just a moment. Actually, we have a pretty good view of the shelf cloud. This is in Turtle Creek camera. So there is a shelf cloud view here. I'm going to put that bottom left of your screen, but we do have a shelf cloud rolling in here just south of Dayton. That is, again, an entire line of storms. Springfield's also in the path of this. Back up near Bowling Green and Toledo, the line of storms is now approaching those areas, mainly with the damaging wind threat. Tornado threat is pretty much zero for all of those spots as of right now, but damaging winds should continue as this area of storms continues to track to the east.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Well, I've issued a tornado warning. This is going to be for Wyandotte, Seneca, and Hancock counties in Ohio. Oops, Hancock County, Ohio. So that's back up here, actually, near Bowling Green. So this is going to be near Findlay, just south of Bowling Green. Should pop up here in a second, but we now have a tornado warning. So if you're in this warning, get to your safe place away from windows and get on the lowest floor possible and get to an interior room of your home or building. Just south of Findlay, going towards Cary, just outside of Crawford. Honestly, it's hard to see really much on radar. If we had a tornado, it would be right in this little hook down here near Route 30. That's going to be crossing 68 here in a few minutes, and then going up towards Cary and Crawford. Seek shelter if you're in this tornado warning. Get away from windows and get on the lowest floor possible. It's back over to the shelf cloud that's rolling in back over near Dayton. This is a live shot here in Lebanon, Ohio. Damaging winds will be increasing here within the next few minutes as the shelf cloud comes overhead back over near Dayton, Fairborn, and Springfield. Slowly moving in. Also, quick update back over a couple different areas I want to check in on. First, back over in Oklahoma, we do have a lot of storms have been going up here over the last hour. Biggest concern is damaging winds. The tornado threat seems pretty low for right now. There will also be a threat of large hail if any of the storms that really get going. Bottom right of your screen is a storm chaser that is in that general area that I'm keeping a close eye on. We also have some severe weather ramping up back over in Tennessee, just to the south of Clarksville, with damaging winds up to 60 miles per hour being the main concern with these storms. I actually have a decent view on the Stewart County EMA back on the right side of your screen. A little cloud of ground lightning there, but this is a storm that has quickly gone up. Biggest concern should be damaging winds, but there is a low chance of an isolated spin-up tornado even down here into Tennessee. I was moving up towards Clarksville here over the next few minutes. We also have some severe storms going up down in northern Alabama and southern Tennessee. That's mainly for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. There's also a storm south of Louisville that is also producing those same hazards. So again, spotty severe weather down there to the south right now, nothing too significant. The worst of the severe weather is once again rolling right into the heart of southwestern Ohio near Hamilton and Cincinnati. Stay away from windows if you're in Cincinnati here over the next few minutes. This is also going through Dayton, Springfield, and eventually going towards Columbus. And we also have our tornado warning once again near Findlay, going towards Cary and Crawford. This is again the shelf cloud that is currently rolling in here throughout southwest Ohio. We also have a new severe thunderstorm watch that has just been issued. This is going to be back over in Oklahoma and Texas. It's a pretty small watch near Lawton. Wichita Falls, about 360,000 people are included in this watch. That'll be for scattered 2-inch sized hail. Damaging wind gusts up to 70 miles per hour, and also frequent lightning will be the biggest concern. They've also just issued a new severe warning for, well out in front of this line, for Tiffin, Buck Ruston, as well as Marion. That'll be for 60-mile-per-hour winds. Also, we do have a little bit of rotation that's developing right now near Sanders and I-71. This is a little discrete cell just to the southwest of Crittenden in Kentucky. Low tornado risk with this storm as it tracks to the northeast. It's basically paralleling I-71 going up towards Cincinnati. So stay weather aware if you're in this area. A little bit of rotation, though, on that storm moving off to the northeast. Here comes the shelf cloud here in Lebanon, Ohio. Moving in. We don't have a shelter. Stay in an interior room. Best thing you can do. Lowest floor. Fire sirens blowing here in Brighton, Michigan. There are no tornado warnings anymore in Michigan. They did cancel that one tornado warning we had. But nothing currently tornadic in Michigan. There is still a chance, though, of an isolated tornado or two. Just going to depend on it if this line of storms can stay organized up there. Here comes the shelf clouds going right overhead here. It's a pretty cool view, too. This is on the, this is in Deerfield. It's another one of the live shots here. I'm going to get Deerfield on here, too. That is back over here near Mason. Got a decent view of the storm rolling right overhead. The shelf cloud already has passed this camera. So this is underneath the shelf cloud. And then this right here would be the actual shelf cloud. So this camera's about to go right underneath the shelf cloud, and the wind should pick up at any moment. And damaging winds are still expected to be around 65 to 70 miles per hour with this line of storms between Cincinnati and Kettering. And here comes the wind. The camera's starting to shake a little bit. How we send videos? You can send it on Twitter or Facebook at MaxVelocityWX. Those are the best ways to do so. There's also a photo that we just got sent in by Runtles on Twitter. A little ominous sky action over here near Springfield, Ohio. Looks like a little bit of a shelf cloud maybe there out in the distance. Kind of hard to tell for sure from that perspective, but that was back over there in Springfield, Ohio, which is an area that we're about to see 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds over the next few minutes. Hey, Melissa for the $5 super chat. Is Columbus at risk for tornadoes? The risk overall is going to be on the low side, but it's not zero. I think for the most part, it'll be mainly a damaging wind threat as this moves across central Ohio. But there's still a chance for an isolated tornado. We already have one tornado warning back up here near Findlay, so it's not impossible. But I think the main concern will be wind. This gives you an idea of how high the winds might be. This is back over again in Lebanon, Ohio. The winds are starting to pick up quite a bit here over the last couple minutes. Actually, a slightly better shot is looking at the Warren County one. Or the other Warren County one. This is one that's in Mason, Ohio. If it loads. There it is. See, the tree's a little bit better here. So this is going to be back over near Loveland and just south again, or in Mason. It's on the south side of Mason, though, just north of Loveland. Velocities are still measuring upwards of 60 to 70 mile per hour winds. It's up to 80, but that's probably going to be winds aloft. And I think it's a little bit contaminated there. The wind should definitely increase here over the next minute or two. You can see the rain curtains kind of going across the bottom of your screen. Club World Cup in Cincinnati just got suspended. The Reds game is delayed. So we're getting some updates there in the chat for some of the events happening in Cincinnati. We have a cam in Fostoria? Don't see one. So far, the winds haven't been much more than gusty in this area in Mason. I'm going to keep that bottom left of your screen. They've not looked too crazy yet. The line of storms has gotten a little bit less organized here near Cincinnati over the last few minutes. The highest winds are probably near Lebanon. Does this camera have anything? Turtle Creek? Turtle Creek is pretty windy right now. Look at Turtle Creek. But Turtle Creek bottom left. That's probably where our highest winds are. The one near Mason does not seem to be much more than gusty winds, though, at this time. Also, back up into Michigan, we are watching, again, multiple storms. Really not a whole lot of rotation on any of the storms south of Ann Arbor. It's been mostly just damaging winds. Little supercell tried to pop up here west of Detroit. That's not really producing a whole lot of rotation, though. It's been mostly just gusty winds, maybe some small hail. The line of storms that did have a tornado warning actually looks like it may try to be producing another tornado here in a few minutes. We got a little tight area of rotation that has been developing near the Marion Township. That's moving towards Osceola Township, Heartland Township, and Brighton Township over the next few minutes, going over I-96 and then coming up on Highway 59. Otherwise, this is just a big surge of wind. So this is not really going to be anything tornadic, at least for now. Big surge of wind, though, going to be crossing over the interstate over the next few minutes. Velocities are still measured upwards of 70 miles per hour, so continue to stay away from windows. Now, on the lowest floor possible if you're in the severe warning. They did upgrade the wind to 70 miles per hour. It is specifically really for that area that's going up towards Genoa. Also, this is a look at our storm that is trying to organize still in Oklahoma. It's from Scott Peak.
Bear cage and been scared.
Oh, yeah.
Back over near Lawton.
Yes.
A wall cloud that's been trying to form.
Well, not scared, but
and very
like
slowly
nervous,
rotating.
I guess, more than anything else. But yes. I try not to get myself in those situations. Yeah, not fun.
Will I be live tomorrow? There's a chance of a live stream tomorrow. Not super high, but it's like probably a 35-40% chance.
What is happening with the cloud formation?
Right now?
Yeah.
So you're looking at a wall cloud. It's underneath this rotating thunderstorm. So rain-cooled air is being re-ingested back up into the updraft of the thunderstorm. It condenses and lowers, and you get this cloud formation called a wall cloud. So it's condensing lower to the ground, or it's meeting the base of the storm. So that's what's happening right now. That's what you're looking at right now, is that with that wall cloud.
What's going on, Oklahoma? We got a few pop-up storms. There's a 2% tornado risk down here.
Like I said, this is right on.
There's a wall cloud.
Nice
I don't know if it's going to produce, but
then you're looking at.
It's been very weak. Low-level rotation at this point. The rotation was a little bit stronger about an hour ago when the storm first initiated.
But that's the what we call the business area of the storm. That's where your tornadoes can occasionally form, right in there, and that's.
It's a pretty cool view from Aaron J-Jack too.
Most of the severe weather comes from right now.
Pretty cool view from Aaron J-Jack. He's kind of underneath this thing. It's east of Lawton, Oklahoma. Really not moving. It's like it's literally not even spinning at this point, but there's a wall cloud. See if the rotation kicks up at all, but so far it's not. That bottom middle and bottom right of your screen. Back over in Cincinnati, we do have some high winds moving into town. Likely 60 to 70 mile per hour winds in Cincinnati. I think the storms near Mason have been pretty weak overall. Velocities are still showing like 60, 70, 80 mile per hour winds, but there's no way that's translating to the ground. We've only seen at worst really 65 mile per hour winds, at least via what we've seen on the cameras. They've not been super strong, but winds are going to continue here through Lebanon, Harveysburg, going towards Wilmington. This is also going to be approaching Columbus here soon. And then we still have one tornado warning in effect southwest of Tiffin. I have not seen anything on radar that really looks that definitively as if there's a tornado, but we do have a little hook here. And if we were to get a tornado, if we go up towards Crawford over the next few minutes, eventually going towards Bloomville and Tiffin. So stay in your safe place if you're in that tornado warning. The radar coverage is pretty poor in that area. And then back up into Michigan, we did have a tight little area of rotation. Well, I think we still do. We may even have a tornado just south of Howell. Velocities have glitched a little bit, but you can see out right there. There may be a tornado here south of Howell, or there might be one in a moment that is heading up towards Howell, the Osceola Township, and Heartland Township here in Michigan. Currently not warned, at least not a tornado warning as of now, but there's definitely some tightening there. Moving off to the northeast. This is the latest scan. There's definitely pretty strong rotation here. Really wouldn't be surprised if they tornado warned this. Just to the west and northwest of Genoa. Moments away from crossing over the interstate. Also, new severe thunderstorm warning south of Cincinnati. That's for 60 mile per hour damaging winds going towards Dry Ridge and Crittenden over the next few minutes. It's a live shot in Macy, Ohio. We got a large shelf cloud rolling in. I'm going to put that camera bottom left of your screen here in a second. See the shelf cloud rolling in. And then a lot of rain. You got the birds flying by, too. The birds are getting out of there. They know the storm's coming. And here comes the wind. Actually picking up already. That's from the outflow boundary. Well, it's definitely windy here. This is easily 60 mile per hour winds here. It's actually picking up quite a bit. I'm not going to lie, this is probably by far the strongest winds that we've seen in this entire line. Outside of what we saw in Indiana, at least in Ohio. This is definitely 60 mile per hour winds, maybe even higher. And the visibility is just basically dropped to zero. Got leaves flying as well. This is all straight line winds, but it's likely around 60 to 65 mile per hour winds, maybe even a tad higher than that. Shout out to Scott and Pam, and as well as Kayla for the PayPal donations. Thank you for the coverage. Love watching your live feed. I appreciate that. And also, somebody else said thank you from Ohio. What is that?
See that funnel cloud, guys?
There's a funnel cloud right there. It's back over in Oklahoma in the middle of your screen.
It's right there in the rain, on north of the.
Thought I saw something.
Just above on the top part of the stream there. Got a little funnel cloud.
A little funnel buried in the rain. That's back over near Duncan.
It's dissipating pretty quick. Yeah, that's the other cell.
Storms also work for golf ball sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds.
That was cute.
I think it just dissipated, but there was literally just a funnel there for a second.
Yeah, that was pretty cool. A little RFD cut right there.
Look at the inflow tail coming from the right. Storm's actually trying to organize a little bit. A little tilted updraft too. You can see it tilting.
Feeding into the storm. You got your flanking line on the left side of the storm, left side of the road, feeding in. You got your exploding towers going up into the storm.
Velocities haven't really come together much, but it's getting slightly more organized. Storm definitely has a chance to do something. It's back over in Waynesville, Ohio. Just east of Dayton. And damaging winds up to 60 miles per hour is likely. Could be as high as 70 again with this segment from what we've seen over the last few minutes. Hey, Chad for the super chat. Anxiously waiting from Columbus, Ohio. You thinking just high winds for us? Yeah, I'd say Columbus will be mainly a damaging wind threat. The tornado threat should be pretty low there. Let me go back up to Michigan here for a moment. Back up near Genoa, we still have a strong area of rotation here. Moving right over I-96, coming up towards Heartland Township. Be in your safe place, at least for the wind threat. There's still enough rotation here for there to potentially be a tornado at some time here in the next 10-15 minutes. They've not issued a tornado warning on this, but it is warned for 70-mile-per-hour winds and has a tornado possible label on it. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, that storm that Scott Peak is on actually just had a hail report of 2 inches in diameter. I think this updraft might be trying to strengthen a little bit, which means that it could try to get its act together. It's funny because the other 2 severe thunderstorm warnings in Texas and Oklahoma are tagged with tornado possible. However, this one is not. I think the thinking there is that the other severe thunderstorm warnings have convection closer to the boundary, and it really needs to latch onto that boundary to stretch the rotation down to the surface in order to produce a tornado.
Alrighty, thank you for the update. So yeah, this storm actually, I'm kind of surprised too, this does not have a tornado possible label. We have not seen a whole lot of rotation on radar. Just had a brief funnel cloud though, and right now velocities do not look anything near what we would need for there to be a tornado, but it is likely trying to organize. It is not far from the boundary, and it is pushing down to the south, and they've just issued a new warning for this west of Duncan for golf ball sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. So if you are in this warning, continue to stay away from windows. Again, bottom, middle, and bottom right of your screen are 2 different storm chasers that are on this storm, so we'll keep an eye on them. All right, back over in Ohio. Again, big line of storms right now rolling through, going towards Columbus and a few other areas here over the next few minutes. Continue to stay in your safe place if you are in these severe warnings. We have not really seen much above 65-mile-per-hour winds in quite a while, other than the storm that may have just gone through that Cameron near Harveysburg. Like, this could be a small surge of 65, 70-mile-per-hour winds, but I do not think, at least for now, the winds are anything higher than 70. Also, we got a new severe thunderstorm warning going towards Columbus. That is also for 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds going towards Columbus, Circleville, Grove City. Keep in mind that this line of storms probably has about another hour and a half, 2 hours before it really starts to fall apart. So the worst of it will be within the next 2 hours. And then after about 9 o'clock tonight, I think severe weather is really winding down here across at least most of the Ohio Valley and also back into the Great Lakes region. And also for those around Detroit, Ann Arbor, and Flint, you don't have to wait much longer. You really are going to start seeing severe weather here within the next hour or two. Majority of the severe weather will be happening between now and about 8:30, and then after about 8:30, 9 o'clock, the severe weather is going to be winding down. The severe thunderstorm watch here does go until 10 o'clock, I think. Yeah, 10 o'clock Eastern time, but most of the severe weather should be done by 9. Again, a lot of it's going to be within the next few hours, which is good news. We can at least all go to bed probably at a reasonable time tonight, unlike yesterday. We were live until just about 2 in the morning yesterday, so it'd be nice to at least have a slightly earlier end of the stream at some point. Thank you, Judy, for the $10 super chat. Most of the events that we have during this time of the year too are usually daytime or nighttime threats. I mean, today has been more of a daytime threat. Thank you, Ashley, for becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities. Toledo is getting dark and windy. Thank you for the report. This is over to Aaron J. Jack. Also on the storm in Oklahoma. A little windy. Storm is trying to rotate a little bit. Decent rain shaft. Getting loud in Tennessee. Decent amount of lightning out of these storms that are forming in Tennessee. And as I mentioned a little bit ago when we went through the future radar, we are likely going to see a weak line or cluster of storms develop anywhere from about western and southwestern Tennessee all the way back up towards Louisville. Generally speaking, the greatest concern will be isolated damaging winds and hail. I think the tornado risk will be very low across this area. The tornado threat that we were at least anticipating may develop really hasn't materialized at all so far here in Kentucky. The tornado watch goes only for another hour and 29 minutes, so I don't think that will be continuing, but yeah. Also, this is a look at Russellville, Kentucky. Actually, a pretty beautiful shot here. The sun setting out off to the right there. A little lowering trying to develop there, but the biggest concern here will be damaging winds. The storm is currently producing quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds there. Then back over near Clarksville. That's what it looks like near Clarksville. Another beautiful shot of the storm rolling in here. This is a photo that we just got sent in back over in Greenwood, Indiana. Got a bunch of, looks like trees down. This is from Mora on Twitter. There's a big tree down. The dog is sniffing it, looking at what he can do to get the tree out of the way. Why is that tree there in my yard? Big tree snap there. It's another look at the tree. See how it snapped from the base of it. This is interesting. It's from Rob Rawlings on Twitter. He sent this into us back over in Odenton, Maryland. There may have been a tornado, but there was at least a funnel cloud here. Back over in Odenton, Maryland earlier. We had pretty strong rotation a couple of times with that storm. That's interesting. Thank you, Brayton, for the $20 super chat. Really appreciate that. That was once again back over near that was back over in Maryland. Odenton was where that was located. We still have one tornado warning in effect. That is in Ohio near Cary and Crawford. That's moving towards Tiffin and Bloomville. Continue to stay in your safe place if you're in this tornado warning. Again, rotation's mostly rain wrapped. There's really not much of a way to see this rotation anyway. We don't have a radar site looking at it that's not contaminated, but just assume that there may be a tornado here and continue to stay in your safe place. Otherwise, the biggest concern right now is numerous to widespread damaging winds here across western Ohio, anywhere from 60 to 70 miles per hour. That's anywhere from, again, southeastern Michigan all the way back into northern Kentucky. Also, that area of rotation that we had back up in Michigan, that one is weakened again. It's mostly wind again back over near Brighton Township. So that one will probably not be getting a tornado warning anytime soon. Lightning has really intensified over the last few minutes. We have a lot of lightning. Let me actually look at the lightning maps. So out of this line of storms, we are currently seeing, at least measured at this point, we've at least gotten around 130 lightning strikes every minute across this entire line, which stretches all the way from northwest Tennessee back into Michigan. So a pretty large area, but it's a lot. We get Russellville on here. Put Russellville, Kentucky, bottom left of your screen. Choppy audio? If the audio is choppy, just refresh your stream. This is a photo that we just got sent in back over in Fowlerville, Michigan. Just moments ago. There's a beautiful shelf cloud up there in Michigan. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, we have a decent hail core on our storm in Alaska. This time it's actually radar indicated, but yes, we do have another severe thunderstorm warning in Alaska. This is for 1-inch sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. However, I would not be surprised if this does end up producing hail larger than 1 inch in diameter.
Alrighty, thank you, Riley, for the update. This storm is moving west. Near Shaw Creek's Flats. I don't know why I found that funny, but it's literally moving west. And it's also in Alaska. Go figure. This is where we're expecting our severe weather outbreak today, was Alaska. I think that's the second time in the last 3 days we've had a severe warning there.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We have a new tornado warning. This one is going to be back over in Ohio for Crawford, Seneca, and Wyandotte counties. Should pop up here in a second. And there it is. A brand new tornado warning. It's going to be for Tiffin, Bloomville, north of Bucyrus, or Bucky's, near Upper Sandusky as well. So if you're in this warning, seek shelter, get away from windows, and get on the lowest floor possible. Again, this is the area of rotation they'll be looking for right here. Again, it's very contaminated on radar. They're probably just issuing it just out of spite, just in case this thing does produce. But if you're in this warning, seek shelter. This is a continuation to our previous tornado warning. It's a cool view of our storm in Russellville, Kentucky right now. It's actually a beautiful storm. This thing is, it's not even really severe anymore. They might continue the severe warning. We do have a little downburst area of wind going towards Russellville that's actually upwards of 70 miles per hour, so they may continue the severe warning here. But incredible looking storm here with the sun setting as well. This is also back over in Clarksville. It'll pop up in a second. Oh, hasn't loaded. Never mind. This is over in Clarksville right now as well. Kind of a similar looking storm. This is not the same storm by any means, but it looks very similar. You also got really low-hanging clouds off there to the right. There's really no rotation with any of these storms, but plenty of moisture in the atmosphere. Yeah, this Russellville storm looks really cool. Absolutely gorgeous storm. Put this onto a calendar, a portrait. You can do anything with it. Beautiful storm in Kentucky. Back to our full screen look. I'll put that camera bottom right. All right, Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, I was just going to give an update on everyone who's asking how much longer this is going to continue. So we're looking at the tornado risk as well as the multi-radar here on Radar Mega. We can see that in most parts of Indiana and Ohio, we are out of that 5% tornado risk. The only part that we do still have that 5% tornado risk present is that little area here in Michigan and northern Ohio. Once we get off to the east of this, that tornado threat is going to be pretty much done for the day. I think at this point we may only see warnings in this corridor only because that's where we don't have the greatest radar coverage. So we kind of have to assume there's a tornado on the ground just because we really don't know for sure. So better to be safe than sorry with that. If we go over and look at our wind outlook, however, the wind risk is going to last well after our tornado risk is over. We're still in that 30% region of wind risk. We have a little bit left of that across Indiana, Ohio, and all the way into Michigan and Kentucky as well. This does stretch out even further, though, all the way into Pennsylvania, as we just see the gusty winds as the storm system eventually starts to fall apart and be done. Done strengthening for the day. So we're probably not going to honestly see an extension to our severe thunderstorm watch. We're probably going to just see some localized NWS office updates for that area. I would be surprised. However, down here, we are continuing to see an expansion of our risk. We're up to 5 or 6 individual storms that have fired now, and this is going to be mostly a hail threat. There is a 2% tornado threat for the area, but it seems like that outflow boundary or boundary that these storms are latched onto is just surging a little bit too far to the south. So hopefully we don't see any tornadoes there. However, 60-mile-per-hour winds and hail up to 2.5 inches in diameter is not out of the question yet.
Alrighty, thank you, Riley, for the update. The general overview of what we're looking at across the board. And we're going to go right back over to our storms in Ohio. So right now we have 2 tornado warnings still in effect. We got one near Tiffin and Upper Sandusky going towards Bloomville. Again, the greatest concern with this storm will still be wind, but there is a chance for a spin-up tornado as this goes into Bloomville and Willard over the next few minutes. And then further off to the east, we actually have another storm that went up southeast of Cleveland. It's only for 60-mile-per-hour winds, but something to keep an eye on. And also, we had a waterspout reported, apparently earlier today. I don't know if we talked about this, but near Kelly's Island, Ohio, we actually had a waterspout reported just north of Huron, Ohio. New severe warning also issued for Sandusky, Huron, and Norwalk for 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds. And despite the line of storms not being there yet, it's going to be there in the next 20 minutes or so. So get ready to go away from windows and be on the lowest floor possible back over near Vermilion and Norwalk. And then back over in southwestern Ohio, the biggest concern right now is damaging winds. Not really seeing a whole lot of a tornado threat. You can see the outflow boundary. It's definitely reaching out in front of our line, and most of this activity is not as intense as before. This will gradually weaken as it moves into central Ohio, but it is still going to be producing high winds. I don't think the tornado threat is that concerning at this point for this area, but the wind threat will continue to stay elevated at least for the next hour and a half to 2 hours as it moves towards Columbus, Newark, Circleville, Chillicothe, Lancaster, and also Logan. And then back over in eastern Michigan right now, we still have an ongoing threat of mainly damaging winds. There is still a low chance of an isolated tornado as these storms continue to push into areas like Detroit. But again, mostly a wind threat for the time being. That could definitely change, though, as this line continues to push to the east. This is a live shot back over in Clarksville. Go back full cam to this. This is Clarksville right now. Beautiful looking storm down here. A few really cool looking storms over here near the southern Kentucky, northern Tennessee border.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, that's interesting. Well, they have issued a new tornado warning. While we're talking about that, new tornado warning, this one's going to be back over in eastern Ohio, western Pennsylvania, near Columbiana, going towards Beaver Falls. So Beaver, Lawrence counties in Pennsylvania and Columbiana County in Ohio for radar indicated rotation. It's going to be this storm here, which do not see much with right now. Little area broad rotation aloft, at least, that's going into Middleton, eventually into East Palestine, and eventually going into Unity, and it'll cross over Pennsylvania in about 15 minutes going towards Big Beaver. So if you're in this tornado warning, seek shelter, get away from windows, and get on the lowest floor possible. This is a little discrete cell that is currently moving down to the east-southeast. So not super concerning, but something to keep an eye on. It's even though it's discreet, there's not a whole lot of wind shear out there. Also, new severe warning for Mansfield for 70-mile-per-hour winds. We've had a couple prefrontal storms going up near Mansfield. Generally speaking, there shouldn't be much of a tornado risk with these, but if they're able to grow in size, which we haven't seen much success with any of these storms in the last few hours with, there may be an isolated brief tornado threat. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, we have an update from yesterday, actually. We had a tornado yesterday in Colorado, and it just got rated. So this tornado was northeast of Divide in Teller County. They rated that tornado an EF1 with an estimated peak wind speed of 106 miles per hour.
Alrighty, thank you for the update. We ended up having several tornadoes yesterday in Oklahoma. Most of them were during the dusk hours. Most of them were after 7 to 8 o'clock. Let's back over to Clarksville. This is not Nashville, by the way. I know it says bottom left. This is not Nashville. This is Clarksville. We'll fix that for the next stream, but really pretty looking storm there. Riley has another update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, this is an update on our hurricane in the Eastern Pacific. This has been upgraded to a Category 3 hurricane. That is a major hurricane. Recent aircraft data did find that it was, or it did have the wind speeds of a Category 3 hurricane. So that update just came out now. It's still moving at 315 degrees at 9 miles per hour.
Alrighty, thank you for the update. So that is the first major hurricane of the 2025 hurricane season. Not in the Atlantic, but in the Pacific. That is some big news there. And that's going to be making landfall in Mexico within the next couple of days. So definitely not what you want to see. By the way, we may have a tornado trying to drop right now. This is back over near Milan in Michigan, going towards the Augusta Charter Township, just outside of the London Township. Got a little tight area of rotation popping up on the terminal radar site. That's going to be going up towards the Huron Township and Taylor. Rumulus and as well as the Van Buren Township are also in the track of this. So that is a little tight area of rotation. It's going to go right towards that little terminal radar site. And there's no tornado warning on this. It was actually pretty tight multiple scans ago even. We may have even had a tornado back when this was near Milan Township. Hasn't had a warning yet. The regional radar site's also picking up at least on some rotation, and it's also showing rotation near Raisinville Township, but I haven't seen anything on the terminal radar site for that quite yet. So a little bit more of a localized radar site that is showing this. Also, we just got a new severe thunderstorm watch. This is going to include Kentucky and Tennessee. This goes until 1 a.m. tonight. Main concern will be a couple of tornadoes, damaging winds up to 65 miles per hour, and then ping pong ball sized hail is possible. This includes about 3.5 million people. So just make sure you're staying weather aware. Have multiple ways to receive alerts. Portsmouth, Louisville, Lexington, Danville, back through Nashville and Cookeville. You guys are all included in this severe thunderstorm watch. But yeah, I still wouldn't be surprised if we got a tornado warning on this. That's definitely rotating. Could get a little QLCS spin up tornado. Looks like it's getting a little bit weaker on the last scan, but that is definitely something that may have already produced a tornado, and that's an area that we need to keep an eye on. That's going kind of in the direction of Detroit. At least the southwestern suburbs of Detroit will be in the path of that. There may also be a little bit of rotation developing near Lyon Charter Township. It's not much right now, but just something else to keep an eye on out here to the west of Detroit. We go back down to the Cincinnati area. So right now, most of the storms that push through Dayton and Cincinnati, greatest concern at this point is just, again, damaging winds up to 60 miles per hour. I don't really see a whole lot of anything beyond 60 mile per hour across this entire line of storms. They have warned the northern segment of this line for 70 mile per hour winds, which is entirely possible. We haven't had any recent METAR or ASOS stations get any sort of measurements on our wind up here, but no matter what, I mean, damaging winds can basically do the same thing at 60 and 70 miles per hour. So just continue to stay away from windows and be on the lowest floor possible. And also, we no longer have any severe warnings for southern Kentucky or northern Tennessee, even though they have issued a new severe watch for the other further to the east. Everything is just kind of trying to congeal into one line, and once this becomes one line of storms, it'll likely produce slightly more significant severe weather as it tracks to the east. But at least for now, the threat of severe weather is at least a little bit low at this time, but it should increase a little bit later. And back over at our severe watch, back over in Texas and Oklahoma, we got a bunch of supercells that have been going up. The one near Duncan has been falling apart. The one that is back over here near Manitou going towards Frederick has been trying to rotate. There's actually a tornado possible label on that. Scott Peak, bottom right of your screen, is heading towards that storm right now. Otherwise, most of these storms here along the Texas and Oklahoma border will be mainly a wind and hail threat. There's still a chance, though, for an isolated tornado. Back to our tornado warnings here. We'll start with the one near Bloomville first. And this is just so contaminated. Again, if we have a tornado, it'd be near Melmore or Bloomville going into Attica. Over the next few minutes, also going towards Willard and New Haven. I'm really not seeing a whole lot, though, when it comes to rotation on radar. And then northwest of Pittsburgh, this is our tornado warning for that little discrete cell near Columbiana. The latest scan shows a slightly tighter area of rotation. It's not very strong. If we had a tornado here, it would probably be on the weak side of things, but that is moving into Middleton right now, and then it will be moving into East Palestine. And then after that, moving into Pennsylvania, just west of Big Beaver. Looks like Clarksville's about to get hit by that storm. Back over to Scott Peak. It's coming up on that tornado possible storm back over in southwestern Oklahoma. Anything exciting happening in Iowa tonight? Not really. Not really. Iowa's gonna be pretty quiet.
Yes, that's exactly what I said.
We have a new mesoscale discussion from the Storm Prediction Center. This is back over in eastern Ohio, northern Kentucky, and western Pennsylvania. Main concern here will be damaging winds up to 70 miles per hour, maybe an isolated tornado as well, but they have mentioned that a severe squall line will likely persist into the Ohio-Pennsylvania border with a downstream severe weather watch being likely. So be ready for another watch in eastern Ohio, western West Virginia, I think it might have said Kentucky, western West Virginia, and also western Pennsylvania. 80% chance of a severe watch. I would anticipate that we do get a new severe watch. Again, this line of storms not really going to die down anytime soon. It's just going to get a little bit weaker gradually over time. It will likely weaken a lot more as it gets past Columbus, but at least in the next 30 minutes to an hour, the severe weather threat will stay a little bit more elevated here. What made the storm direction change? All the storms are pretty much going the same direction right now. Is there anything left for Cincinnati after the main line? No, this is the only line of storms that you guys are getting tonight. Could be another round late tonight, but there won't be anything really severe out of it. But all the storms in our line right now are moving east at around 40 to 50 miles per hour, so it's still a pretty fast-moving line. Everything else that's out in front of it is going to kind of vary, just purely because it's not really organized like a line like that we have off to the west. Some of these discrete cells are moving east at like 20 to 30 miles per hour. And then we also have another cluster of storms back over near State College that developed. And this one's mainly going to be producing 60 mile per hour winds going towards State College, going through Phillipsburg right now, and then going towards Lamar and Lock Haven. Tornado risk out of that line is very low at this time. Just want to... how do I pull this up? Bro, I need to get a screenshot of this. Real quickly. This one person in the chat has asked, am I tired? A lot in the stream. Very interesting chat history. Thank you, Kylie, for the super chat.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Can you give me a quick update on the Toledo area? Just had a huge tree branch hit my roof. Toledo's gonna be winding down, but yeah, the highest winds and also the worst of the severe weather has already moved through. New tornado warning, that's for Ottawa and Lucas counties in Ohio. That is right along the Great Lakes. So that's gonna be near Oak Harbor, Rocky Ridge, going towards Port Clinton, near Highway 2, east of Toledo. So if you're in this tornado warning, seek shelter, get away from windows, and get on the lowest floor possible. Honestly, if we get a tornado, it's probably actually going to turn into a water spout. We have an area of rotation here near Highway 2 that's going to be crossing into the lake in just a moment into Lake Erie. And then the other one, it would be near Oak Harbor. That's going to be going towards Put-in Bay and then Isle St. George, but mainly going into Lake Erie. So honestly, if we get a tornado, it'll be within the next like 3 minutes. After that, it's going to be into the lakes. This is some storm damage back over in Indianapolis from earlier, and there's actually a fire that started from this damage. So this back over in Indianapolis, one of the photos that was sent in, got a tree down. Tree completely snapped. Power lines came down. You can actually see the power lines drifting down here in this photo. And then a fire started, likely from lightning, or actually no, that was definitely from the power line. See the power line attached to that tree branch. So a fire started, and this is one of the dangerous ways that fires can start from severe storms. Something just like this. And then another tree branch down in the yard. And then there's another view of the power line being completely, almost completely down to the ground. It also got bent. So it might take a little bit of time for power to get repaired in some areas like Indianapolis. Definitely not what you want to see. Can we see it on video? There's no videos of that. There's also another photo. This is from Northwest Ohio from Bryce on Twitter. Really cool looking shelf cloud here. Oops. Really cool looking shelf cloud here. I've had a lot of cool shelf cloud views across Ohio and Michigan today. Here's another view of the shelf cloud. And then one more view of that shelf cloud. This is in Temperance, Michigan as well from Braden. This is an incredible looking shelf cloud. Looks like a large little roll. Looks like a kind of one of those, what do you call them? Swiss rolls? Kind of looks like one of those. Thank you, Marika, for the super chat. Also, thank you, Weathered, for the super chat. And Ontario for the super chat. Yeah, I'm going to keep an eye on those storms in Ontario if anything gets significant. New severe thunderstorm warning. This one's going to be for Columbus, Ohio, Newark, and Grove City. That'll be for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. This is moving off to the east. It's a weakening line of storms, but it is still going to be producing damaging winds at least for some period of time here. We also have a new severe thunderstorm warning south of Elizabethtown, back over in Kentucky. It's going towards 1140. Biggest concern here is wind and hail. Not really much of a tornado risk, at least for now. There's also a live shot in Bowling Green, Kentucky. I'm going to put this one up in a second on the bottom left. Nice little view here of that storm off to the north and west of town. We also have a new large severe thunderstorm warning south of Clarksville. That is going to be for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. No tornado risk with this, but 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds will be possible going towards Pleasant View and also I-24. That storm's going over Clarksville right now. We haven't seen anything, though, too crazy there. It's been pretty calm across the board. Even in Waverly, you know, there's a severe warning even for Waverly, and it's just raining. It's pretty calm, but it might pick up in intensity here over the next few minutes. Was that a turtle? Did Scott have a turtle? I wasn't looking. That might have been a turtle that they were rescuing from the road. They're back over near Frederick, which is where we still have a severe warning with a tornado possible label. Back over in southern Oklahoma. Are tornadoes less likely to happen this time of the year? It depends on where you're at. I mean, typically our peak is obviously March, April, May, and then June. So usually that's our peak tornado season, but we still see tornadoes outside of that. Just depends on where you live. I mean, Dixie Alley has their own severe weather season. That's like November until I think April or so, even though we even had severe weather this past May. I think we even had severe weather in early June. We've actually had a pretty long severe weather season. This is Blanchard, Ohio. It's a video from Blanchard, Ohio. I'm putting the audio. It's in Blanchard, Ohio. From Waylon on Twitter. No reaction to that lightning, by the way. The camera was pretty much still. I would have jumped out of my seat and run away. We'll update on our tornado warning northwest of Pittsburgh. Right now, broad rotation still in the storm, moving towards Big Beaver. I really don't see enough here for there to be a tornado warning anymore. I mean, the rotation's been pretty broad. Don't even know why it really got warned in the first place, but if you're in the warning, continue to stay in your safe place. It's mostly just broad rotation. The mid-level rotation is a little bit more organized, so there might be a wall cloud or a little funnel cloud maybe briefly that we've had, but generally speaking, the storm is not rotating a whole lot. It should be mostly just an isolated wind and hail threat. Also, the tornado warnings north of Buc-ee's or Bucyrus near Bloomville, mainly going to be a wind threat. There's still a little hook on this storm, so we may get an isolated tornado going towards Norwalk. I think the chances of that are low. And then the tornado warning that was issued for Oak Harbor, the rotation's about to be moving offshore. Got a little rotation area near Highway 2, and the other one's also north of Highway 2. So both these are about to move offshore. So this tornado warning may just be allowed to expire here soon because of it. All the rotation mostly going away from the land. Let me go back over to Michigan. And right now across Michigan, it's mainly wind. We have not seen much of a tornado risk with these storms in quite some time. There's been a few areas of rotation that we've briefly seen. There's still a low chance of a QLCS tornado or two. I do think the chances of a discrete supercell producing a tornado in eastern Michigan are basically zero. So it should be mostly just from our line of thunderstorms. This is also from JJ on Twitter. This is back over in northwestern Ohio. We got a bunch of cool photos here. This is one of them. This is underneath the shelf cloud. So if you've never been underneath a shelf cloud before, this is usually what it looks like. And this obviously right here would be the leading edge of our shelf cloud. And this is the next photo. That is the photo of the actual shelf cloud. This is pretty sick. I like a panoramic view of that shelf cloud. And then this is the last one here. Beautiful look at that. It's back over there in Northwest Ohio, which has already seen their storms, and you guys are now no longer in the severe thunderstorm watch unless you're near Toledo. Also, this is a damage photo that is coming out of Jackson, Michigan. We had a large tree branch. Or large tree down. The tree actually got snapped here. So a large tree got snapped and is now on the roadway. This back over at Elm Road, North Elm Road in Jackson, Michigan. Part of the road is now closed off because of that tree being down. Also, watch out for this little thing right here. We were talking about this storm earlier, and it was rotating just off to the southwest of Detroit, and we are still seeing a little level of rotation here on this storm. This is going up towards Detroit here over the next few minutes, but there is still a little bit of rotation. This will be a little QLCS tornado spin up. If we go back over to reflectivity, you can kind of see that little hook on reflectivity that's coming together just out the Van Buren Township. We've been talking about this for a little bit, and I think this already did produce at least one tornado, but it is still trying to produce a tornado now, going up towards Romulus, and then eventually towards Taylor. That is tracking off to the northeast right now, but there's pretty clearly a hook echo on radar. Lots of these aren't super tight right now, but it is attempting to intensify. Columbus, Ohio will be getting hit. Yeah, Columbus is about to get hit. 60 mile per hour wind's the biggest concern. The line of storms is starting to weaken as it moves into Columbus, as kind of expected, but it will at least be producing some level of wind as it moves through. I do think the line will probably make it all the way towards Canton and Akron with at least some level of severe wind, but the tornado threat in general is definitely going down in this area. Also, brand new severe thunderstorm warning for Detroit. Detroit, Michigan, you are under a severe thunderstorm warning that is for 60 mile per hour damaging winds. Max looks like he just got up. Long day. Well, my hair is kind of going crazy. My bad. I wasn't even paying attention to my hair. How do you read velocity colors? The greens on radar are what is going toward. It depends on your color table, but greens going towards the radar is usually winds. The greens are winds going towards the radar. The reds are going away from the radar. So all this wind right here is pushing away from the radar. Also, the latest terminal radar site scan on this little area of circulation south of Belleville is still on the strong, at least on the somewhat. It's on like kind of the moderate stage of rotation. I mean, it's not tight to the point where we definitely have a tornado, but there's definitely enough rotation, I think, for there to be a tornado warning near Belleville. Or at least a tornado possible. They didn't even put a tornado possible on the severe warning. You can still see the hook echo here. There's a little hook just south of Belleville, Michigan. It's a little velocity, couple it also on our regional radar site, but that's much further away and off to the north, so it's harder to see QLCS tornadoes like this, since they're usually in the lowest couple thousand feet of the atmosphere. But there's definitely still rotation here, and the latest scan now showing mostly wind, so may have just had a brief spin up or something along those lines, but it may now be a bit more outflowy. But definitely a damaging wind threat going into Romulus. The terminal radar site picking up on winds around 60 miles per hour. That's coming up on 275 here over the next few minutes. Also, the tornado warnings we'll go over these two tornado warnings. So the first off, they've condensed this tornado warning for Bloomville. It is still ongoing. I'm not sure if they're going to issue a new one, but if they were to, it'd be going towards Willard and New Haven, and then eventually tracking towards New London. But I've not seen a whole lot of rotation on this storm. It's been very contaminated this entire time, but this would be where a tornado would be located. I think mostly at this point it's just wind. Our tornado warning also in eastern Ohio is still ongoing near East Palestine. Main area of rotation is over 170, and it'll be coming up on 376 here in a few minutes, then going towards I-376. Big Beaver is also in the path of that, just to the northwest of Pittsburgh. Rotation overall, though, is pretty weak on this storm. Thank you, Brianna, for the super chat. My friend is in Romulus, and my messages to him are not sending. That is not what you want to hear. But I think it's mostly going to be wind. The tornado risk is low. It looks like that tornado risk that was there for a moment, it looks like it's mostly just wind now. We have a considerable severe thunderstorm warning in North Dakota right now. It's up to 2-inch diameter hail all the way back up here near Sherwood. So stay away from windows if you're in that warning. Going towards Tully. I think that might be the largest hailstone size that we've had on any warning today, for the record. That's why I was pointing that out. Also, in Circleville, we have 60-mile-per-hour winds coming your way. Another severe warning here. We're currently sitting at 19 warnings across the board, and then 3 tornado warnings. Let Max take a vacation. They need a vacation at some point. It's been non-stop weather for weeks now. We had a little break last week. We had no live streams for like 7 days, but we're still doing a lot of back-end stuff. And we have had 3 days in a row of streaming, 4 days in a row. And then tomorrow might be a stream day. Friday also could be a stream day. We might continue our streak of live streams. I'm not sure yet. Depends on what happens tomorrow. Also, I'll have another SPC outlook for tonight in approximately 45 minutes to an hour. Just real quickly, this is tomorrow's risk of severe weather. We got a large slight risk across the East Coast, marginal threat in the northern plains and the Midwest, with the biggest concern being damaging winds and hail, but a low tornado risk across the East Coast. There is a chance of a live stream tomorrow, for the record. And then Friday could be significant across the northern plains. I think Friday is also a stream day, possibly. We'll see. This is a photo sent from Jennifer Lance back over in Wentzville, Missouri. Apparently, this is currently in Wentzville, Missouri. Wow. This is a crazy looking shelf cloud. And I just closed it out by accident. Beautiful look at that shelf cloud, though, back over in Wentzville, Missouri. Hey, Erica, for the $10 super chat. What's the outlook for Canton, Ohio? Biggest concern will be damaging winds up to 60 miles per hour. I think once we get past this little white line that I just drew here, everything is going to be mostly just 60-mile-per-hour winds, and there really shouldn't be much of a tornado threat by the time this line gets past that. The current tornado risk outline, for reference, this is our SPC outlook for tornadoes. It basically, we're all into the 2% tornado risk now, so which I agree with. I don't really think there's going to be many more tornadoes in central Ohio. It'd be mostly wind, since every storm for the most part is outflow dominant, and I think that'll pretty much continue even over towards Akron and Canton and Cleveland. They still have a 5% back over near Detroit, but we haven't had anything discrete, and overall the line of storms has not really produced much when it comes to a tornado threat up here. We still have a very broad area of rotation near Romulus. There has been, again, a hook on radar, but nothing really imminent, it seems like. There's still a little bit of rotation over Romulus. That'll be coming up on Taylor in a few minutes and then going towards Dearborn. But definitely a pocket of higher winds going through Romulus in Michigan right now. That is, again, tracking to the northeast. Thanks for the updates, no problem. I keep saying Akron, but it's Akron. I'm aware, thank you. Thank you, Daniel, for the $20 super chat. Risk potential for Beaver, Pennsylvania. I don't think there's gonna be much more in Pennsylvania other than the storms that we already have out there. Like, this line will probably fall apart by the time it gets to Pittsburgh. There might be some gusty winds or isolated damaging winds, but severe weather should be a pretty low threat. The only storm right now that I am concerned about near Beaver or Beaver Falls or any of these other areas would be this little cell, but it's falling apart. No rotation really left. That tornado warning will definitely be allowed to expire here in a few minutes. Back over near State College, there's a severe thunderstorm warning here that is still for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds, and another one in northern Pennsylvania. Overall, though, these storms are not going to last much longer. After the sun sets, it'll be mostly just isolated damaging winds as this line continues to push to the east. This is Max Archer. He's coming up into the storm that has a tornado possible tag in southwestern Oklahoma.
I guess. Max says they're just not lasting.
Pretty low precip where he's at right now.
So the Pike Pass is unglued.
Yeah.
I hope you're getting red.
Won't speak about it.
I tried. It won't.
Try it.
Alright, I'm going back to radar. Driving over towards that right now. There's still one more. There's actually now 3 warnings in Oklahoma, but they just issued another one. Just a large area for quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. Let's look at outflow boundary shooting off to the north. The tornado threat at this point, pretty much 0. It's still very, very low. I mean, there could be a brief tornado, but it would take a lot for that to happen. There's not really been a whole lot of low-level rotation with every storm, for the most part, being outflow dominant. Also, we have another severe thunderstorm warning for Clarksville going towards Springfield. That is for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. Also, a little mezzo, actually, near Parsons. Do we have a view of that? A little area of rotation, it looks like, on radar. I don't see anything. Hey, Flicks with the sewer chat. How's Shelby and Buckhurst, Ohio doing? You guys are pretty much... Oh, you're almost going to be done. I mean, after this line moves through, it's mostly going to be 60 to 70 mile per hour winds, and then you'll be done here in about 20 minutes. So, you guys are going to be chilling here soon. They may issue a new severe thunderstorm watch here soon, going towards the eastern Ohio for this line of storms. We'll have to wait and see. They may issue a new severe watch here soon. Oh, they just did. Bruh. What is this timing? They issued a new severe thunderstorm watch. Till 3 a.m. I mean, I guess the timing is just... It works perfectly today. It was literally just issued at 7:12, so literally now. This goes into... Or 8:12. This goes until 3 a.m. Eastern Time. Cleveland, Akron, New Philadelphia, Wheeling, Pittsburgh, Butler, Erie, back through Parkersburg, and Huntington. You guys are all included in this. With a couple of tornadoes being possible, isolated hail up to the size of quarters being possible, and then scattered damaging wind gusts up to 70 miles per hour also being a possibility. And be ready for at least some high winds. The tornado threat, in my opinion, like I don't even see there being another tornado that far east tonight, but you know, you never know, I guess. I just personally do not see this line of storms producing any sort of tornado threat beyond where it's already at, but we'll have to wait and see. The only area that I could see there being a tornado would be probably up here near Cleveland. Like, this general segment could still produce an isolated tornado. Everything else should be mainly wind. It's bowing out a little bit more up here, so a low chance of a tornado in northern Ohio. It's a live shot in Bowling Green. This is a beautiful looking storm right now in Bowling Green, Kentucky. This one's warned right now for 60 mile per hour winds, or actually, no, it's not warned at all. Just a special weather statement. But a beautiful looking storm here going into Bowling Green. You check the weather for St. Louis. St. Louis is not looking at any severe weather. Columbus, Ohio, damaging winds up to 60 miles per hour is the biggest concern. That's about it. Hey, Todd, for the $10 super chat. Think we'll get one crazy outbreak before the tornadoes move to the northern plains for the fall? Probably not. I mean, everything's already shifting to the north. Like, we're going to continue to see severe weather in, like, the southern plains, for example, and central plains and whatnot, especially the central plains. But, like, the southern plains, for example, like Texas, usually severe weather starts to shift north. We don't usually see that much severe weather this time of the year. So I think overall, like, we're probably not going to see many more outbreaks across the southern plains or anywhere back over in the, you know, Dixie Alley. Could we see one? Yes, but the odds are much lower now, and the next time we'll actually have a legit threat, I think, will probably not be until the fall. But we will have still severe weather events. They're just not going to be based off of these large-scale synoptic features. They're going to be mesoscale features, which we can still get tornadoes with. We can still get big hail with, all that stuff. It still happens in June and July. It's just, it typically isn't anything, you know, super organized or large-scale. Also, back over near Taylor, we do have an area of rotation still. It's pretty broad right now, going into Inkster and Dearborn. Going up towards Dearborn Heights and Detroit. Still not tornado warned, but definitely a damaging wind threat. Let's move off to the north. Riley, look at chat.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We have a new tornado warning in Tennessee. This one's going to be for Perry County, Tennessee. That's actually just east of Parsons. So if you're in Parsons, Tennessee, seek shelter, get away from windows, and get on the lowest floor possible. And get to an interior room of your home or building. So that's, again, just to the west of Linden. Going towards Lobelville right now. Again, seek shelter if you're in this warning. Get away from windows. Get on the lowest floor possible. This is a little bit of a surprise. I mean, this is one little discrete cell. There is definitely a little bit of rotation on this. That's going towards Lobelville right now. All right, Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, I just wanted to talk about the progression of things throughout the night as we start to wind down the severe threat here. So this is the HRRR for the next 18 hours. It looks like this is also an agreement that we're basically done with our severe threat up north. I mean, it's going to linger around, but we're definitely done with the most substantial part of it. In fact, this shows it starting to basically degenerate and be gone within the next 2 hours. I don't think it'll happen that fast. I think we will have severe thunderstorm warnings all the way into Pennsylvania, but we are on the downtrend. We do have storms convecting further off to the south, like that tornado warning that we just got in Tennessee. However, the environment there is very, very marginal, and I do not know if we're going to see any other storms that look as good as the one right now in terms of tornado potential. So hopefully we don't see tornadoes there. And honestly, this system is going to stretch all the way back to the Texas Panhandle. So there's going to be a lot of... All right. Sorry, no. So this is going to continue over the next couple of hours. Obviously, as we finish out the day, we're going to lose that daytime heating, and this is all going to fall apart. Tomorrow, we are going to see the system sort of kick back off in parts of Virginia, Maryland, North Carolina, and that is why we do have a slight risk for tomorrow.
All right. Thank you for the update. Sorry about that. All right. Let's go back over to radar again. We do have a tornado warning in effect. This is back over near Pineville and Loboville and Linden here in Tennessee. Moving to the east, going towards Pleasantville. So again, if you're in this tornado warning, seek shelter, get away from windows, and get on the lowest floor possible. There is a decent little mesocyclone on this storm. Also, this back over in Bowling Green right now, we got a pretty nice looking storm here. This one's not currently tornadic, but has a pretty cool little look to it from this visual. And we should have a live shot also of this storm north of Linden here in a few minutes. Wind is starting to pick up a little bit here in Bowling Green as well. They have issued a large severe warning for the Bowling Green area for 60-mile-per-hour winds. So they've actually put a warning out on this storm. By the way, our only tornado warning right now is in Tennessee. It's the only tornado warning that we currently have. All the tornado warnings in Ohio have ended. Bottom right of your screen, by the way, rotation's getting a little bit stronger here near Plainview. Going towards Loboville. Rotation's been ramping up a little bit here on radar. This is the latest radar scan. Still have a pretty strong area of rotation. It's heading towards Highway 13 south of Loboville. I have a hook echo and everything. I mean, this thing definitely could try to produce a tornado as it goes into Linden here over the next few minutes. Again, if you are in Linden, make sure that you are staying away from windows on the lowest floor possible. Say a live shot from Linden right now on the Has cam. So this is actually a live shot inside of our tornado warning. This is right inside of our tornado warning. Very ominous skies. Actually, it's spinning right here. Try to circle it. Right here is actually spinning. You can see the left to right and right to left motion. You can kind of see it broadly spinning in that area, though. Might actually be just across this entire mesocyclone. It's spinning everywhere here. The entire thing is basically spinning in a circle. I think the area of interest, though, is going to be this right here. Yeah, right there is the area of interest. I'm gonna get this full screen here. Let's do 2. Let's go full screen to this. Again, this is inside of our tornado warning. It is definitely rotating. See if this thing actually drops. But the entire thing is spinning, this entire mesocyclone. Strongest area of rotation is south of Pineview. This will be coming up on Highway 13 and Chestnut Grove in about 5 to 10 minutes. I just said in the chat, it is so muggy. It is very humid, for sure. Very humid across basically the entire Ohio Valley. You'd still see it spinning. Again, the main area of focus right there is right there in the middle of your screen where you kind of see the scud. You can see the left to right, right in front, right to left kind of in the back there. That's the broad area of rotation that we currently have. think this thing may try to drop a tornado here in the next few minutes. Whole thing's just spinning. Rotation's really slow. Yeah, it is slow rotation, but it is rotating. We just got a new tornado warning also in Ohio. Erie, Lorain, and Huron counties.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, this one is going to be pretty populated area here. This one's back over in Ohio. That's for Elyria, Avon Lake, Lorain, and Vermilion. This is where I was mentioning where we actually have maybe a legit tornado threat just northwest of Wellington. So seek shelter if you're anywhere in this tornado warning. Get away from windows and get on the lowest floor possible and get to an interior room of your home or building. This can be a pretty populated area here. We're going to get the population number in a second, but there's a lot of people that live here. There's about 298,000 people that live here. So Berlin, Amherst, Avon Lake, Berlin Heights, Wakeman, Clarksfield, Grafton, Elyria, all included in this tornado warning. So about 300,000 people are included in this tornado warning. So seek shelter. If you're in the warning, get away from windows and get on the lowest floor possible. Currently moving to the east-northeast. Main area of rotation is going to be near Norwalk. I'm trying to get a better radar view of this because unfortunately the other site for some reason is contaminated. But the main area of rotation will be near Highway 18 right now. So that's going to be moving to Wakeman over the next few minutes and then coming up on Oberlin and then going towards Elyria and Amherst. So seek shelter. This is back over. That's not back over. This is back over to our Tennessee tornado warning near Linden, which we have a large broad area of rotation. Have a large rotating mesocyclone here. A little bit of scuddy stuff hanging down, but we've had some stronger rotation at times with this. It is moving towards the north side of Linden and Chestnut. The latest scan actually has a slightly tighter area of rotation. So this thing may try to drop a tornado here in the next few minutes. It's again just outside of Linden, Tennessee. Hey, Kat, for becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities. A lot of cloud ground lightning with this storm too starting to pick up. Things just slowly rotating everywhere. I'm gonna go back up to Ohio here in a second. All right, Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, this is a new report out of Springfield, Tennessee. Emergency manager is reporting there was an injury when an individual was carrying a portable generator. They got struck by lightning. That's all we know, but apparently that just happened in Springfield, Tennessee.
Alrighty, thank you for the update. So that is back over in Tennessee. We have a lot of lightning right now, and obviously that is a big concern as well. On top of all the other severe weather that we have ongoing, the lightning is definitely something that can be dangerous. So do not be outside if you are anywhere near any of these severe storms. Should be kind of common knowledge, but sometimes I do think people kind of think like, oh, there's lightning in the area, but like, you know, it's never going to strike me. There's no chance, but it's legitimately possible. Very possible thing to happen. Also, back over east of Spring Creek, rotation is still ongoing here north of Linden. Bottom middle of your screen is still a live shot of a broadly rotating mesocyclone here going towards Chestnut Grove, just southwest of Beardstown. Again, seek shelter if you are in this tornado warning. This is a live shot again of this storm right now, which is still broadly rotating. Still broadly rotating. Rotation's still pretty tight on radar. A little tightening near 923. So it's still possible that thing tries to drop here in the next few minutes. This is back up in Ohio. So we were just talking about this, but again, the main area of rotation is going to be near Clarksfield, going into Wakeman, Oberlin over the next few minutes. Again, near Florence. So again, seek shelter if you're in this warning. We do not have a great radar view for whatever reason. The velocities are a little bit contaminated from the east, but that's the main area of circulation. It's basically over Highway 20 right now, going into Wakeman, then approaching Birmingham, Henrietta, South Amherst, Whiskeyville, Kipton, and Oberlin. Elyria is also in the path of that, moving towards I-80. So again, if you're in this warning, continue to stay in your safe place. Got a lot of little storms also popping up out in front of it. None of this should be tornadic, but a little bit of small hail and gusty winds may prelude all the storms that are coming out of the west right now at this line. Hey, Pete, for the very generous $50 super chat. I drive a truck out of Texas and watch your channel even when there's bad weather. Thank you for keeping us updated. Happy graduation gift and get some dinner. I appreciate that, Pete. Thank you for the very generous $50 super chat. Man, this storm just feels so still. It was rotating like a decent amount earlier. The main area of rotation that we'd have to be looking at is on the right side of your screen, where we have like a slight bit of a lowering there. But I don't really see much rotation on this Tennessee tornado warning, despite there being rotation on radar. It's definitely not rotating a whole lot, even in the low levels. Cleveland update. There's no update for Cleveland right now. The main concern, again, being damaging winds. There is a low tornado potential, though. I think the greatest tornado threat will be in northern Ohio for that line of storms. There probably will not be much of a tornado threat in central or southern Ohio, like from Columbus southwards. Kind of doubt there will be much of a tornado threat there. We still got a little bit of really slow right to left motion back further. Like if we look back further, there's a little bit of right to left motion, and then in front, there's still a little bit of left to right motion. It's just very, very slow. I think it would take a little bit more low-level shear to kick in for this thing to actually produce a tornado. Also, this is a photo back over in Durant, Oklahoma, at a Starbucks drive-thru. Little shelf cloud out here, or a roll cloud. A few moments ago here, as the sun sets over there in Oklahoma. This is also a view from Brandon, Moriarty, I think. This back over in Beaver County, Pennsylvania. This one we had a tornado warning. This is actually pretty cool. Not a super tilted updraft, but a little tilted updraft. These are very typical when we have wind shear. Again, let me just kind of draw a line. That's our like kind of tilted updraft, and basically the winds are changing directions, and also they are stronger as you go aloft. So that is why we are seeing this like kind of tilt feature with our updraft, and this is what we basically need for any sort of tornadic supercells. So this is very typical. We don't always have photogenic supercells like this, so this one is kind of just a bit more cut and clear. But yeah. Back over to Linden. Still a broadly rotating storm here near Linden. I don't know if they're going to continue this tornado warning. We'll have to wait and see. It looks like we had a little convection actually coming out of the south, which may hinder it just for a moment. The hook is not nearly as organized, but it is still trying to rotate. We're going to continue to keep an eye on that. We also got some storms near Dixon all the way back through Dareville that are mostly just producing damaging winds around 60 miles per hour. And then also back up near Columbus, Ohio, they are continuing severe warnings back over towards Newark for 60-mile-per-hour winds. This line of storms, for the most part, has been falling apart, but trees could still fall down. Power lines could still come down from our damaging wind threat. More recently, we've had upwards of 15-inch trees that are downed back over near Holiday Lakes. That's in Willard, Ohio. And then west of Mansfield, we also have large tree limbs that are snapped. And then also 60-mile-per-hour winds also going towards Zanesville and Warsaw. That's another severe thunderstorm warning. Still have a tornado warning right along Lake Erie. This back up near Elyria. Main area of rotation right now is near Wakeman. It's still pretty broad, but we could get a tornado here in the next few minutes going towards Oberlin and then eventually going towards Elyria. Basically going right up 20. Storm's getting a little bit more organized here over the last few minutes. It's actually organized, believe it or not. Like, it actually has a little bit more of a lowering. It's still a large mesocyclone here near Linden, Tennessee on the HAZCAM. Velocity's bottom right, still showing at least some level of rotation. It's not tight, but it's a little bit stronger. Hey, good one for the super chat. Green, anywhere in Texas tonight will be mainly just a wind threat. Greenville's not going to see anything, though, I don't think. Hey, Zach, also for the super chat. Really appreciate that. Pretty cool view of our storm here. It's definitely starting to get a little bit more organized here. I'm gonna keep that bottom right of your screen. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, we're gonna go through our severe thunderstorm watches just because we did get an extension to a couple of them actually. So this is a severe thunderstorm watch we have in Ohio and Pennsylvania. This is the one we've been talking about most of the day, but we also have watches all the way through West Virginia and Kentucky. Down here in Nashville, it looks like the storms are actually overachieving a little bit, and this watch did get extended down further through Tennessee. I'm gonna switch over to the single tower radar here instead of the multi-tower radar. That is a new tornado warning there for our storm here that seems to be trying to organize at least a little bit here in Tennessee. This tornado warning is radar indicated and will continue for the next 23 minutes. This includes the towns of Pleasantville, Whitfield, Centerville, and Buffalo. This storm is trying to rotate. It isn't in the greatest environment, but it could potentially produce a tornado. The reflectivity and velocities do look a little strange on it. I do wonder if some of this is a little artifact with the beam, just because it almost looks like it's got rotation couplets on both sides of it. However, this is most likely a precautionary tornado warning because of the radar issues that we are having.
Alrighty, thank you, Riley, for the update. Yeah, so again, new tornado warning here for parts of Tennessee. Hickman, Perry, and Lewis counties are included in this. It is still radar-indicated rotation. This is the live shot of the storm from Linden. It is a broadly rotating mesocyclone. You actually got a little bit of rising scud there in the middle, so a little bit of vertical motion that is coming up from this thing. And so there is still a chance, again, that this thing does try to drop a tornado. It is broadly rotating. It is a discrete supercell, so I mean, like, it has that little advantage to it. A lot of the other storms that we've had are not discrete. This one is like really our only discrete cell that we currently have. So generally speaking, this would have the best chance of trying to drop a tornado moving towards Centerville out of all the storms that we currently have. But again, this is a live shot of it. If we were to get a tornado, it'd be right there in the middle of your screen. It is starting to spin a little bit more again. It's been very slow. It's sped up just a little bit here in the last couple minutes. Velocities are bottom right of your screen. And again, you got a little hook here. See the rising scud right there in the middle, so we're getting a little bit more vertical motion, a little bit of a healthy look to it in Linden. So again, that little area there in the middle is definitely interesting. So, actually might be a funnel trying to develop there in the middle. I think it's still kind of scuddy. I don't think that's definitely a funnel, but that might be a funnel right there in the middle of your screen. And it's scuddy. So I don't think that was a funnel, but it's definitely an area of interest here just north of Linden, Tennessee. This is going to be going into Pleasantville in a few minutes, then towards Buffalo. Also going towards the north side of Hohenwald. Looking dark in Detroit. Got a large line of storms coming through that area, but nothing more than 60-mile-per-hour winds for Detroit. The tornado threat is pretty low across Michigan at this point. So what it looks like back up in Michigan right now. So again, you got a line of thunderstorms moving through Detroit. Not seeing really much of any rotation, but damaging winds will be possible up to 60 miles per hour. And back off to the west of Cleveland, that is where we have our active tornado warning. The main area of rotation, again, is northwest of Oberlin. It'll be coming up into Elyria here over the next few minutes. It actually got a little bit stronger on the last scan. So this thing may try to drop a tornado going towards Elyria, Amherst, Lorraine, Avon Lake, and eventually going towards Cleveland. Very populated area. Again, about 300,000 people are in that tornado warning right now. Otherwise, again, a lot of damaging winds for the most part. Most of this is marginal damaging winds around 60 miles per hour. It should be pretty isolated, too, anywhere further south there of Akron or Worcester. Not really expecting anything too significant for most of Ohio. Northern Ohio is going to be the main concern at this point. Let's back over to our storm that is broadly rotating right now in Linden. Actually, people outside there on the left. Don't know what they're doing. Thank you, Zach, for the $5 super chat. Just came in to check on the unnatural, consistent madness this season. It's not unnatural, but I appreciate the super chat. This is pretty typical stuff. Nothing, I mean, there's been like crazy stuff that's happened this year, but nothing unusual. Like all this stuff I feel like has happened before. Maybe in different areas, but... Is that a funnel right there? Maybe a little funnel right there. It's scuddy. It's definitely trying to spin. It's just so slowly spinning. I just don't think this storm has enough, but it might be a little funnel right there. I think it's just too scuddy though to actually be an actual funnel. Probably just scary looking cloud. It's spinning a little bit. Still spinning. What about Clarksville, Tennessee? Clarksville is pretty much done already. The main threat has already rolled through your area. There is a severe watch for the Nashville area. We have at least some isolated damaging winds coming your way and a low tornado risk. This storm's been spinning. It's really been trying. I don't think it's... I don't know. It's been struggling. It's been spinning, though, right there in the middle of your screen, like this entire time. Been very slowly spinning. Thank you, Ron, for the $20 super chat. Get some food for dinner. I appreciate that. The latest scan actually has a tighter couplet, so that's interesting. They'll update here in a second, but it's actually a tighter couplet in this latest radar scan. You can see the latest scan right here. Tighter couplet. So this might be gearing up right now to try to drop a tornado. It's over Highway 13 just south of Beardstown, Tennessee, and it'll be moving to Pleasantville in a few minutes. You still have a pretty good shot of this storm, at least for the next few minutes until this thing is moving kind of out of the Linden area. There will be another camera in Centerville, so that'll be coming up soon. I think it's Centerville. Or, no, Hornertown. That's the next camera. That'll be in line for this. See that little spin right there in the middle? I still think that's the main area of interest. That little scuddy thing coming down kind of from at a 45, or not 45 degree angle, but at least kind of angled like this. this, like this. Camera's moving. We'll go back to it in a second. But yeah, that's the main area of interest right there. Again, strong area of rotation is now apparent on radar just to the south of Lobelville, as moving towards Pleasantville and Buffalo over the next few minutes. But otherwise, damaging wind's the biggest concern here across most of the board here across Kentucky and Tennessee. This is really the only storm that's actually tornadic. There's a Gold City camera that I want to put up on here. Let me get Gold City on here. Gold City will be bottom left of your screen. That's a pretty good live shot of our shelf cloud rolling in. Back over in south of Buffalo Green. I'll go to that, or Buffalo Green. Bowling Green. I'll go to that in a second. This is our line of storms that is forming back over to the north. You can see a large shelf cloud there. Sun setting off to the left too. It's pretty. But large shelf cloud rolling through, damaging winds up to 60 miles per hour. The main concern across southern Kentucky. This is back over to our tornado warning near Linden. Which on the last scan, the rotation did get a little bit tighter. So it'll be interesting to see if this thing does drop a tornado in the next few minutes. We're going to be looking in the middle of your screen for that. Trees are going to start blocking our view here probably in a few minutes as well. And a bird flying around. Unrelated to the tornado warnings that we have, but this is actually pretty crazy. This is I-40 westbound, exit 20 heading to Tennessee from the North Carolina area. There are a lot of cars that got stranded and major flooding here. I mean, this is major. Back over on I-40. This is, again, I think far western North Carolina. That's crazy. 4 cars stranded in the water there. Latest scan still showing some pretty strong rotation here. Again, this is right in our hook echo just south of Beardstown. That is going to be moving into Pleasantville here over the next few minutes and then going towards Buffalo and Centerville. So again, if we have a tornado, it might get a little bit more rain wrap from this camera perspective. It would be off to the northeast of Linden. So it's going to probably start getting a little bit more rain wrapped here over the next couple minutes. So while that happens, I want to go back up to Ohio. We still have a tornado warning here for Elyria, west of Strongsville, near Avon Lake and Lorain. This is going to be, again, for mainly the 70-mile-per-hour wind threat, but we do have a potential for a tornado. The main area of rotation right now is on the west side of Elyria. We actually have very strong winds currently pushing into Washington Village. Velocities on radar are measuring upwards of 80-mile-per-hour winds near Whiskeyville, going towards Elyria, North Ridgeville, and Sheffield. There's actually a water spout probably offshore north of Lorain, so not impacting probably anybody directly, but if you know any fish back up here in Lake Erie, about 10 miles offshore of Lorain, make sure that they're aware of that. That is moving to the east. Stay north of Avon Lake over the next few minutes. Then here's the, again, latest velocity scan. Main area of rotation, though, right now is over Whiskeyville. It'll be moving towards Westlake, Lakewood, and North Olmsted, and it may actually go towards Cleveland. So if you're over in Cleveland, be ready for this. That's the general direction of where this thing will be heading. This is back over in Gold City, Kentucky. Huge shelf cloud rolling across the sky. Likely going to see 60 to 65 mile per hour damaging winds here near Gold City, Kentucky over the next few minutes. This just literally hit Bowling Green. Also seeing a report of a shelf cloud in Nashville, according to somebody in the chat. Also a report of power flickering on and off in Ashland, Ohio. This is back over to Linden on our tornado warning. The area of rotation is beginning to get rain wrapped, but we'll have another camera coming up here in a few minutes that'll have a view of this. Actually, we already do have one, I think. I don't know if we already have that in the program, but I don't think we do. Oh, I think we do. Never mind. Say a live shot from Centerville, Tennessee. So this is a little bit further off to the east. I believe this is still in our warning. Let me double check. Yeah, so this is also looking in the direction of our tornado warning cell. Hard to see anything from this angle. It's still a little bit of a little scuddy area there in the middle of your screen. So we'll be keeping an eye on this storm again. It is still tornado warned here just east of Linden. Huge shelf cloud again rolling through Gold City, Kentucky, just south of Bowling Green. And what's even crazier is that this is a photo from Ryan Polk on Twitter of a shelf cloud rolling across Bowling Green. Wow. Also, this is back over in Marion, Ohio. This is some damage back over in Marion, Ohio. And that is a tree that fell onto a truck. Wow. That is really bad timing to be driving on the road and having a big tree like that fall right onto the back of the truck. My goodness, that is crazy. Hopefully nobody was hurt. It literally hit the back of the truck. That's a huge tree. One of the reasons why we sometimes say don't be driving on the roadways during severe storms, and as one good example of that. Hopefully they are okay, though. That is crazy. That looks like a boat. I think that was a trailer. Is that not a trailer? That's a trailer. It's a trailer and a truck, I believe. This is the latest radar scan that we have back over west of Cleveland, Ohio. We still have a tornado warning near Elyria, the main area of rotation. Currently located over Whiskeyville and Washington Village. That'll be moving up towards Sheffield over the next few minutes, and then going towards the North Ridgeville area and also Avon. And then after this, they'll be going towards Westlake. So again, there may be a tornado warning here soon going towards Westlake, North Olmsted, and Lakewood. This is going to be a rain-wrapped area of rotation here that's going to be moving up that direction. So don't try to look outside for this. It's not going to be very photogenic. And there's literally no reason to look outside, especially with the sun setting. So if you are in this warning, seek shelter and get ready to go to your safe place if you're back up near Cleveland or right along Lake Erie, where we may get a new tornado warning here shortly. We literally have a water spout or a fishnado ongoing just to the north there of Lorain. So that is also an indicator of at least there still being enough rotation with this line, and also this line of storm still being organized enough for a potential for an isolated tornado or two. And we still have our tornado warning again south of Dixon. This is a discrete supercell, still very strong rotation aloft. And if we go back over to the Clarksville radar site, there's still rotation coming up on Pleasantville. That'll be moving into Buffalo here over the next few minutes. Bottom middle of your screen is a live shot in Centerville, which we're keeping an eye on. Nothing very visible yet. And this is our big shelf cloud once again in Gold City, Kentucky. That wind is horrible in Bowling Green. We're in for around 60-mile-per-hour winds. Hope you're having a good birthday. It is not my birthday. How do you install Twitter? Well, it's called X now, so you might have to look it up as X. I don't think it pops up as Twitter anymore. I just call it Twitter still. I think most people still call it Twitter. For the record. A report in chat of somebody losing power in Elyria. Speaking of losing power, this is the latest update on our power outage map. We're up to 154,000 customers without power in the state of Ohio. Most of them are in Darke County, but there's plenty of places with at least isolated to scattered power outages, mostly west of Cleveland right now. Keep in mind that this does take some time to update, so areas like Cleveland and Lorain and Erie will still be updating here over the next hour. And then also in Indiana, we have 170,000 customers without power now. So a lot of people losing power from this line of storms that's been rolling through here over the last few hours. Michigan has kind of lucked out, only 23,000 without power. This is not as bad as it could be. Also, let me know where you guys are all tuning in from. We're going to do another heat map. Put your location or general area in the chat. We're going to plot it onto a map. See where everybody's tuning in from tonight. This will be the third time today we're doing this. Back over in Gold City, got a large shelf cloud rolling in. You can see the sun setting there on the left. It got a little orange tinge there. All right, Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, so we have some tornadoes added to the damage assessment toolkit, so we're going to talk about those quickly. Both of these are EF1 tornadoes, but this one is actually pretty interesting. This is over in Colorado. This is Colorado Springs, and this is actually the start of the Rocky Mountains, and this tornado actually occurred within the Rocky Mountains, which is not a usual spot for us to see tornadoes. There was just basically some trees snapped and some trees uprooted, and that's why this got an EF1 rating, but it's still not a normal spot that you would see a tornado, so it's interesting nonetheless. We had another tornado over in LSX area. I'm going to move over to that quick. So this was another EF1 tornado that has only been rated by one of the NWS offices in the area, I believe, but this started near... Ooh, it's laggy. This started near Kissinger, and this was also an EF1 tornado that stopped at the Mississippi River as of now. And this is the reason that was rated EF1. Once again, we have some trees uprooted, and as well as some scattered debris. It looks like we have just a bunch of like different shingle planks and stuff, as well as some insulation. Neither of these tornadoes caused any injuries, so we got lucky on that front of things. And then once again, if you guys have been watching for the last couple of days, we had that crazy tornado over in Nebraska that was on the ground for almost an hour. This was that tornado that we had covered, basically the only thing going on for a very long time, and this is what some of the damage from that tornado looked like. We actually saw this on Freddie's McKinney's stream while the tornado is still ongoing, but this was rated an EF2 tornado.
Alrighty, thank you, Riley, for the update. So those are some of the tornadoes that we've had over the last few days. And obviously we've had a few also today. We've had plenty more than just a few. We've had like 2 or 3 dozen. So I'll have a lot more damage reports and all that stuff coming in over the next few days. And obviously if there's anything major when it comes to the tornadoes that have been confirmed today, we will let you know on our social media platforms at Max Velocity WX on Twitter and Facebook, and perhaps even on YouTube, maybe in a video. This is also a live shot back over in Bowling Green, Kentucky. We've had some high winds going through over the last few minutes. I know we've had a few people tuning in from chat that are from Bowling Green. So this is kind of what it looks like right now. It's not as windy as before, but definitely good amount of lightning. Also, rain is still coming down, and it will probably be like this for the next hour, just kind of moist, you know what I mean? Also, the Storm Prediction Center has released their latest outlook for tonight. We no longer have an enhanced risk of severe weather in place. It'll still say that on the right side of your screen, but we no longer have an enhanced risk of severe weather anymore. It is back down to a slight risk of severe weather that is in place. This is going to include a large chunk of the Ohio Valley back into the southern plains, anywhere from about the Red River Valley all the way back up into Ohio. Just kind of waiting for the tornado probabilities and all that to update, because none of that has updated yet. But once it updates, we'll let you know. Let me try to do the SBC website here real quick. See if it says it on here. All right, they have updated. So this is our tornado probabilities. It's just a large little banana 2% tornado risk. So there's no longer a 5% tornado risk in place. It's just a large 2%. Damaging winds still the primary concern, and a little bit of large hail will also be a possibility. So that 2% tornado risk still does include Columbus, Ohio, Memphis, Tennessee, Nashville, Tennessee, Cleveland, Ohio, and Cincinnati, Ohio. For the record, by the way, this is a beautiful live shot here. You got the sun setting right there on the left side, or in the middle of your screen, and then you got the large shelf cloud that just rolled overhead here in Gold City, Kentucky. This is where we're about to see damaging winds up to 60 miles per hour roll through here over the next few minutes. Also, the Pleasantville tornado warning in Tennessee is about to expire. See if they reissue a warning on that or not in a moment. All right, here's the latest by high demand. We have the new heat map for where everybody's tuning in from tonight. And so this is a general overview of where everybody's tuning in from this evening. We got a ton of people Back over in the Cleveland area, Pittsburgh, also near Columbus, Cincinnati. Got a little hot spot also in Tennessee, which is where we have a little bit to the north of where our tornado warning is, and then Dallas. Decent amount of people tuning in from there. And there's some more zoomed in view. That is not a zoomed in view. This is a zoomed in view of everybody. This is basically zoomed in just to the Ohio Valley. So this is a general area of where everybody's tuning in from. We got a little hot spot in Detroit, a lot of people in Cleveland and Akron, and then also Columbus, a good amount of people there as well. And then Cincinnati, also near Nashville. Really not many people tuning in near our tornado warning, which is interesting. The one tornado warning we've been talking about for a long time. Not really many people are tuning in for. So at least from what we're seeing on the tabs here. But also the tornado warning has been allowed to expire here. They have gone ahead and just issued a new severe thunderstorm warning with the tornado possible label near Pleasantville, going towards Buffalo, Bond, and Centerville. Also near Nashville, we got a line of storms coming in right now. Damaging winds up to 60 miles per hour is the big concern. Actually, if we go over to the Nashville cam, let's do Nashville, bottom middle. We got another large shelf cloud rolling in. The bottom middle of your screen, that's for Nashville. Really cool look at that storm here in a second. Also, I'm going to change out bottom right as well. That's going to be the Pleasantville camera, which is this one in this warning. It'll be bottom right of your screen. So we got 3 different cameras all basically here in the Ohio Valley. But yeah, let me go back to the north as well. So we had a tornado warning once again back outside of Cleveland. They have gone ahead and allowed that one to expire despite there still being some high winds and a little bit of rotation. On top of that, in the last few minutes, there is an 81-mile-per-hour wind gust that has been confirmed back at the South Amherst airport, or in South Amherst at the Lorain County Airport. So that's a very high wind gust. They have issued a destructive severe thunderstorm warning for all of the Cleveland area, Parma, Beechwood, also going towards Euclid. That is going to be for 80-mile-per-hour winds, which is a destructive severe thunderstorm warning here. So stay away from windows, be on the lowest floor possible if you're anywhere in this severe thunderstorm warning. There are a lot of people included, by the way, in this 80-mile-per-hour severe thunderstorm warning. This back over in Gold City, Kentucky. Still got a large shelf cloud rolling through. The storm is going to start picking up winds here over the next few minutes. And this is in Pleasantville, Tennessee. It's a large mesocyclone still. We got a little lowering there in the middle of your screen. This is once again where our tornado warning currently is. Our severe thunderstorm warning, which was tornado warned, is. It still looks like it might try to produce, just not enough really low-level shear, it seems like, at least at this time. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, just wanted to point out to anyone who is in Cleveland and is in that destructive severe thunderstorm warning, this could be something that decide to use the tornado sirens to alert you of if you're in the area. You should be treating this like a tornado warning because it is just as dangerous as a tornado warning. So as always, if you're in this destructive severe thunderstorm warning, take shelter in the most interior room of your house or a bathroom, and make sure you stay away from outside during this destructive severe thunderstorm warning.
Alrighty, thank you, Riley, for the update. So that is a little tidbit of information there if you're back over in Cleveland. Once again, Cleveland is home to hundreds of thousands of people. And if you have any friends or family that might be tuning in from Cleveland, or might have any friends or family in Cleveland that might not be tuning in, make sure to get the word out there. Make sure that they're aware that this is a pretty dangerous situation. 80-mile-per-hour damaging winds are essentially an EF0 tornado. I mean, it's like a low-end tornado that we're basically seeing in a pretty large area. So make sure that you're staying away from windows, lowest floor possible if you're in this severe warning. Do we have the warning, by the way? Can somebody send me the warning with the population and stuff? I'll put that on here. It's back to Pleasantville, excuse me, in Tennessee, where we do have a little bit of a rotating mesocyclone here, a little bit of a wall cloud that's been trying to form in this storm. This was tornado warned at one point. Not currently tornado warned, but we're keeping an eye on that. And so, yeah, as we were just talking about, there's not just hundreds of thousands of people in Cleveland. There is about 1.25 million or 1.28 million people around Cleveland that are included in this extremely dangerous severe thunderstorm warning here. Again, this is a life-threatening situation. We have destructive 80-mile-per-hour damaging winds that are ripping across this area. So make sure that you're staying away from windows, lowest floor possible. And also Nashville is now included in a severe thunderstorm warning. This is going to be back over for Henderson, Gallatin, Bethpage, and Fairfield. Be ready for that. 60-mile-per-hour wind's the main concern. This is a live shot from Nashville. We got the shelf cloud rolling over right now. Back over in Nashville, Tennessee. So we have about 3 or 4 million people included in just warnings alone right now. This is also another live shot. This is in Sumner, which is just north of Nashville. Got the shelf cloud rolling over on this camera too. All pretty much the same thing though. This is again live look at the entire city of Nashville. Hey Mark, for becoming a member, welcome to the Velocities. They allowed for the $5 super chat. Just 15 minutes west of Nashville. Should be mostly a wind threat. We actually have an outflow boundary. If you look bottom right of your screen, you can actually see the outflow boundary that is going to be pushing through Nashville. I have a full cram to it, but that's the outflow boundary. That's where the majority of the winds will be coming from this storm. Then we'll have a little bit of winds actually embedded in our actual storms here. But overall, most of this will be around 60-mile-per-hour winds. Could get maybe up to 65, but nothing more than just something that'll knock down some branches and maybe send a trampoline flying somewhere. It's a very small trampoline. It might go flying. Let's go back off to the north. They have gone ahead and not extended the warnings back up near Bowling Green and Glasgow. We do still have a large shelf cloud, but they have not continued the severe thunderstorm warnings here. I do WX or not. Let's put... Oh, is that camera on here? Bottom left of your screen. That'll be the camera back over south at Glasgow. And once again, back up in Cleveland, Ohio, we could have damaging winds as high as 80 miles per hour. The bulk of that right now is moving into Lakewood, Cleveland, and East Cleveland over the next few minutes. So continue to stay away from windows, lowest floor possible if you are in Cleveland, Ohio. This is still a destructive storm moving in. This is back over to Nashville, where we have damaging winds up to 80 miles per hour coming in. Very beautiful sunset. Once again, every one of these cameras has had really cool views of our sun setting out in the distance, which obviously can't see the sun. The cloud ground lightning even looks cooler. Pretty cool storm here. It's also in Pleasantville, Tennessee, which is where we do have still a low cloud base. We've had a wall cloud at times. This storm is not really rotating a whole lot right now, but still has a low chance of producing a tornado. And then this back over in Scottsville, Kentucky. We have very ominous skies. That's in very southern Kentucky right now. Back to Nashville. We just got a damage report on the north side of the Nashville area in Millersville, Tennessee. There is a tree down blocking Louisville Highway and McCurdy Road in Millersville. That's a new report that we're getting out of this little segment of storms that's pushing into Nashville right now. Plenty of lightning right now moving into Nashville. And again, this severe thunderstorm warning goes for 60-mile-per-hour winds. A little bit of hail is possible as well out of it, but probably nothing larger than the size of a pea. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, so we have some damage reports coming in. Expectedly where we had that 80-mile-per-hour wind report in Ohio. It sounds like there's extensive damage to both trees and power lines, and power is out in the area, and there's no estimation on when that will be restored.
All right, thank you for the update. So that's back up near Cleveland, Ohio. So be ready for power lines going down, possibly trees going down here near Parma, Cleveland, and surrounding areas, even going towards Euclid, Mentor eventually, and then long-term it'll be going towards the far northeastern parts of Ohio, going towards areas like Erie County. But right now, the biggest concern is damaging winds. A lot of that wind right now is surging across Parma and the west side of Cleveland, and it will be going towards East Cleveland and Shaker Heights here in the next 10 to 15 minutes. Again, treat this as if it's a tornado warning for Cleveland. I get that it's not a tornado warning, but like winds this high can literally cause damage. Very similar, if not the same, as a low-end tornado. So please be in your safe place again if you are in this warning. Another live shot from Nashville. We've had a lot of cloud ground lightning. It's pretty beautiful here over the skyline. And we have an update for Nashville. Nashville's going to be 60-mile-per-hour winds. That's the biggest concern. I don't think there'll be much more beyond that. Maybe some really tiny hail. Anything happening around St. Louis? Nope. Not tonight. This back over in Pleasantville. Still got a broad area of rotation on that storm. Shelf cloud rolling into Scottsville as well. It's back over to Nashville. North Carolina tomorrow, just isolated damaging winds and maybe isolated hail. That'd be about it. Go back over to live radar. Still a lot of lightning with that storm. This back over in Cleveland, we still have destructive 80-mile-per-hour winds, which are now pushing into Lakewood and Parma. That'll be going into Cleveland here over the next few minutes. A lot of people live here. I'm not going to name off every place, but the highest winds right now are basically between Parma and Lakewood. It'll be moving into Newborough Heights and Cleveland over the next couple minutes. And then about 6-7 minutes from now, East Cleveland, Shaker Heights are going to be on the doorstep here of high winds. Garfield Heights also in the path of that. Euclid is another long-term track of very high winds as high as 80 miles per hour. Also, we do have a severe warning south here of Greenville, Kentucky. That's near Crofton, moving towards Dunmore and Lewisburg. So 60-mile-per-hour winds being the biggest concern. Back over in Bowling Green, we just have a special weather statement. Nothing severe there as of right now. And then back over in Nashville, the biggest concern is 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. Outflow boundary is now just pushed through Nashville, so we might see the winds pick up here over the next couple minutes. In Nashville, at least some gusty winds, and then a big surge of wind should come from behind that. Also, this is a photo out of Elyria in Ohio. This is when we had a tornado warning, I believe. Kind of a crazy-looking storm here. It's from Jane Zabo on Twitter. A pretty crazy looking storm here. Hey, Waco for the $5 super chat. China Spring, Texas is a suburb of Waco that almost had a tornado the other day. Really? Interesting. All right, here comes the wind. It's starting to pick up a little bit in Nashville. So this is the outflow boundary. That would be from our shelf cloud, which would be right above the camera now. Also, this is in Scottsville, Kentucky. We actually have a pretty good view there of the shelf cloud as well. It's not as defined as the one that we just had in Nashville, but... Hey, hype for the $5 super chat. Thanks for everything. How does Central Kentucky look for tonight? Should be mostly a damaging wind threat. That's probably about it for Kentucky, just damaging winds. Very low tornado risk still exists. Wind is still gusting here in Nashville. Definitely getting windy here in Nashville. Probably gusty winds around 50 miles per hour or so. The winds are going to be higher where the storms are. It's definitely getting windy in downtown Nashville. It's actually a different live shot. Let me get this one on here. It's a pretty good live shot. This back over in Old Hickory Boulevard. This is also in Nashville. You can see the wind picking up. Cars are slowing down quite a bit here across the highway. Back on Old Hickory. It's on the northwest side of Nashville. Back to the skyline view. I'm gonna try to find another camera on this highway. And the camera may have just gone out. Oh, nope, came back. Another live shot also in the I-24 interstate near Briley Parkway. It's on the northwest side of Nashville. Also, this was just sent in. This is from Brandon out of South Amherst, Ohio. We got a whole trailer that got flipped over. There's also some other damage in the area, but this is probably the most notable damage. Right next to it looks like some sort of stadium. Or local stadium. Big trailer flipped over from the high winds. So it takes a decent amount of wind for something like this to get flipped over, for the record. Back over in Nashville. This is again on the, this camera in particular is on the south side of Nashville, so the highest winds aren't really moving through this area quite yet. Well, pretty gusty winds. Anybody tuning in from Nashville right now? Just out of curiosity. Let me know in the chat if you guys are tuning in from Nashville, or a general area of Nashville. It's another live shot on I-24. This is eastbound. The wind is beginning to pick up here on the northwest side of Nashville still. Mostly gusty winds so far. I haven't really seen anything be above like 50, 55 miles per hour. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, I have an unwarned tornado on the ground in between South Tunnel and Westmoreland, Tennessee. You can see a little hook reaching out to the outflow boundary and a clear CC drop. So I think this is already in the end stage of its life cycle, but still a tornado on the ground nonetheless.
All right, thank you for the update. So this is a tornado on the ground back over to the west of Westmoreland. We do have a CC drop here. This is going up towards Westmoreland, Tennessee. This is an unwarned tornado, so seek shelter if you're up here near Oak Grove. This is going to be heading towards Westmoreland, again, just southeast of Fairfield. You can actually see the velocity couplet tighten there over the last few scans, and it is definitely a tornado. There's a pretty clear CC drop, and it is still on the ground. So that's near Mount Vernon right now, going into Withimtown and then Westmoreland. So if you're in Westmoreland, Tennessee, you should be in your safe place. Hopefully, if you're in Westmoreland and you're tuning in, you're at least hearing this. We do have at least some sort of weak tornado in progress here. There is a CC drop. It's been going for actually about 4 different radar scans. It actually began back over near Chestnut Hill, and it is still going. So this tornado's been on the ground here for at least a few minutes. And it is going to be coming up into Westmoreland, Tennessee. So if you're in Westmoreland, Tennessee, get to your safe place immediately. If you have any friends or family up near Withimtown or Westmoreland, make sure that they're aware of this, but that is definitely a tornado in progress. It's an unwarned tornado here just north of Bransford, just west there of Lafayette. This has been on the ground since, let's go back 4 scans, since 8:11 approximately. So it's been on the ground for about 7 minutes, assuming that this is still on the ground and it's not just remnant debris. So again, Westmoreland, you need to be in your safe place. Away from windows, get on the lowest floor possible. Thank you, Rachel, for the super chat. Please tell me this isn't going to last long in Nashville. I'm anxious. It will not last that long in Nashville. I think Nashville has like another maybe 45 minutes until most things are clearing out. Once again, there is a tornado in progress near Mount Vernon. Again, there's no warning on this, unfortunately. It's probably occluding or weakening, but still, if you're in Westmoreland, be in your safe place. The latest scan still showing at least a small CC drop. The velocities have gotten a little bit weaker scan over scan, but we do believe there is still a tornado here going into Westmoreland in Tennessee. If for some reason this stayed on the ground for any longer, it'd be going towards New Zion, Pleasant Hill, and Lafayette. Those are some of the areas in the general track of it in the long term. Also, back up near Cleveland, we still have a severe thunderstorm warning. For all of Cleveland, it has been downgraded to 70-mile-per-hour winds, but this is now pushing towards Shaker Heights, East Cleveland, and Euclid over the next few minutes. The worst of it has just arrived to Garland Heights. There's also a small little area of rotation that is moving towards I-271. That'll be going towards Chagrin Falls, and then also going towards Bainbridge. So seek shelter. If you're in any of these severe warnings, I'd still be in your safe place. There is a low chance of this producing a tornado as it goes up towards Chagrin Falls and Bainbridge. Latest scan is not as impressive, but there's still a little area of rotation there, which could drop a brief or weak tornado as that moves into the east side here of Cleveland, more of the suburbs just south of Chagrin. Hey, DOG, or Digital, I should say, for the super chat. Any models show Hurricane Eric rains getting to Texas? It might get to South Texas. I haven't really looked that far into the future, but I do think there's a chance, at least of moisture going into Texas, and that'll probably help to aid a little bit of severe weather next week. But otherwise, there probably will not be a whole lot when it comes to like rain. It'll be mostly South Texas, if anything. We have a new severe thunderstorm warning for Lexington in Kentucky. That'll be for 60-mile-per-hour winds, quarter-sized hail. There's also a tornado possible label on this storm, so if you're in Lexington, stay away from windows. Main area of rotation right now is over the west side of Lexington. There is a camera here. I'm not sure if it's going to load, but there is a camera. Oh, that has nothing right now. So there is a camera, though, there. We'll keep an eye on that. That's near Lexington. That'll eventually go towards Moorhead in the long term, but that is kind of embedded in our line of thunderstorms here. Got a new mesoscale discussion from the Storm Prediction Center back over in eastern Ohio, western West Virginia, and also western Pennsylvania. A few more severe gusts are possible over the next few hours, with the best chance of that being near Cleveland and Akron, just west of Youngstown. Damaging winds mainly going to be between 50 to 70 miles per hour, and then the tornado threat is pretty low, not zero, but an isolated tornado still remains possible. We still have rotation on our little supercell to the south of Centerville. This thing's been rotating pretty much ever since the storm went up about 2 hours ago. And it was tornado warning at one point, but the bottom right camera there is a live shot in Pleasantville, which is near where this
tornado warning is. A new tornado
warning
warning has been issued.
So still keeping an eye on it. Again, broad rotation for right now, but there is a possibility that this thing does try to produce a tornado in the long term, but I think it is a low chance with it not producing so far. All right, new tornado warning in Ohio. We were just talking about the storm. This is going to be for Akron, Kent. Actually, this is a different storm. Akron, Kent, as well as going towards Southington. You guys are all included in a brand new tornado warning. Seek shelter, get away from windows, and get on the lowest floor possible. Main area of rotation is going to be located near the Stowe area, or just north of Stowe. It'll be going into Hudson, Streetsboro, Freedom Dam, and then going towards Haram over the next few minutes. Get to your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom if you're in this warning. This is south of Cleveland. And on top of that, damaging winds up to 70 miles per hour is going to be likely with the storm. It's going to be eventually going towards the Mesopotamia Township as well, and just staying west of Warren. But this is typically where we see these little QLCS spin-up tornadoes, which is why the storm has a little bit more concern. We could get an embedded tornado in this line as it continues to move east-northeast. Once again, if you're in a mobile home, though, you want to make sure that you're getting to a sturdy structure well ahead of time, anywhere in this line of thunderstorms. But on top of that, if you're in this tornado warning, it's a good idea. If you have a sturdy structure, you should get there instead of being in a mobile home. This is radar indicated rotation. No reports on this storm from what I'm seeing right now, but wouldn't be surprised if somebody saw a wall cloud and called it in or something like that. This will be going to Aurora as well here over the next few minutes. Big outdoor event in Akron right now. PGA event, big concert, tons of people outside. Really? Right now? Is that where the golf thing is happening this week? It's a live shot from Nashville right now. The storm has kind of moved through Nashville. It's mostly on the north side. Really kind of a crazy looking view of Nashville here this evening. This is also our storm near Pleasantville, which has had some really weak rotation. Still a little scuddy lowering, but hasn't had much in the way of actually trying to produce a tornado at this point. Need Bobby for the super chat. Once again, if you're just tuning in, we do still have a tornado warning here southeast of Cleveland. Very populated area in this warning. Main area of rotation right now is going to be near Stowe. So if we have a tornado anywhere, it'll be near Stowe and Hudson. I don't see a whole lot on radar, honestly, to prompt a tornado warning. So I'm guessing there was a report of a rotating wall cloud or maybe a funnel cloud. This is the general area of where we're looking at for a possible tornado north of Stowe. Mantua's in the track of that and also going towards Garrettsville. But here's your tornado warning. About 376,000 people are included in this warning. We've had a lot of highly populated areas included in tornado warnings today. It's another example of that. Hey, Jennifer, for becoming a member, welcome to the Velocities.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We have another tornado warning. This one's in Kentucky. Might be the Lexington storm. Where is that? What county was that? Muhlenberg, Kentucky. We're suddenly up to 2 tornado warnings again. Okay, that is really far to the west. Oh, look at that. That actually might be a tornado. That's a tight couplet near Drakesboro right now. That's east of Greenville. Likely a tornado dropping right now. If not, it might already be on the ground. That's going towards Drakesboro in Kentucky, eventually approaching Ennis, Beechmont, and Belton, going towards Rochester. So seek shelter immediately if you're in this warning. This is likely a tornado on the ground. If not, it will be in the next few minutes. Moving off to the east. Rochester again in the path of that, just off to the west of Morgantown. Let me get the Morgantown camera up on here. Morgantown. All right, bottom left of your screen is Morgantown. It's going to be kind of looking in that direction. But likely tornado right now moving into Drakesboro in Kentucky, also going towards Ennis. That little CC drop there, I do not believe is an actual tornado. I think that's just some sort of clear air contamination, but another velocity scan and a CC scan in a second. We've had 30 tornadoes today. We've at least had, I think, 15. I don't know about 30, but I honestly wouldn't be surprised if we had 30 today. We've had a ton of tornadoes. Today has been a full-blown tornado outbreak. Without a doubt. We had so many tornadoes in Illinois. A lot of them were weak, but, I mean, we still had a lot of tornadoes. Hey, Cloud Light for the super chat. St. Louis is chilling. Might be a few storms over there, but you guys are chilling. Just a strong line of thunderstorms. Nothing severe there. All right, here's the latest scan. Not seeing a tornado right now. We still have very strong rotation right now, though, going to Drakesboro. It'll be coming up on 176 in a few minutes, just north of Ebenezer. And then it'll be going towards Paradise, just north of Ennis. And then long-term, it's going towards Rochester, Cool Springs, Highview, and Logansport. So those are some of the areas in the path of this. This is a live shot from Morgantown in Kentucky, which we actually have a large shelf cloud there. There's an outflow boundary right here. You can kind of see it. Oh, the camera is blurry, but you can see at bottom right of your screen, there's actually a large shelf or a large outflow boundary, which is why there is a shelf cloud there. I'll go back to that. We can focus back in. I think it's focusing back in here. You can see that shelf cloud. So that's from our outflow boundary. That's where we're gonna have some gusty winds pushing through the Morgantown area. Keep an eye on that. This storm may have a very short dying over here. It might have a short lifespan because of it being right along the boundary. I need water. I ran out of water. Thank you, Thomas, for becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities. Back to this camera for a second. Really I just about lost my voice in the middle of that sentence. All right, we're good now. But yeah, again, what I was saying is that this storm is going to be staying barely to the... It might be just to the north of our boundary, so the tornado threat may be very short-lived here. But again, seek shelter. That may be on the ground at literally any time. Also, back over in Ohio, there is actually a tight little couplet that has developed on our tornado-warn cell here near Cuyahoga Falls, north of Kent. Got a little tightening here going towards Streetsboro, Freedom Dam, and that'll be moving into Shalerville in a second. And then Mantua and Garrettsville's in the path of that. So that might be a little tornado that has just dropped. That is going to be moving into moving over Highway 43 here in a moment, and then approaching I-80.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Or up to 3 tornado warnings. We got another one. One south of Dixon. I'm kind of surprised they issued a tornado warning on this. We have a view of it bottom right. This thing's been broadly rotating for quite some time. It is a discrete supercell, though, and it is still trying to produce a tornado. So if you're in this tornado warning, get to your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. The main area of rotation right now is near Watson and Buffalo, and that'll be tracking to Maple Spring, Kettle Mills, Shady Grove, and Williamsport are going to be in the path of this. So just like that, we're back up to 3 tornado warnings across the board. We actually have a pretty good live shot of this tornado warn cell. Let me go over to this camera and put it bottom right of your screen. I'm going to go full cam to it. This is from Holdenwald. That's a pretty good view here of our storm. I believe that's a view, not this. Click 3. Here we go. I think that's it right there in the middle. That should be it right there. So this is looking north from Holdenwald, but that's looking at the area of interest. Got a little scuddy lowering. It's been like this for quite some time. See the little mezzo here on the bottom right of your screen. Clouds are definitely moving. It's also back over in Nashville. Pretty view over Nashville right now. And this back over in Morgantown, where we just had a shelf cloud go right overhead. That is where, or near where our tornado warning is. And so this is the latest update on that tornado warning. The rotation's gotten a little bit broader. I do think that this storm may have produced a brief tornado, or might have even been producing a brief tornado here over the last few minutes, but it is north of our boundary, so the chances of this producing a tornado in the near future are very low. It's going to be staying north of our outflow boundary here, so I do think the storm will actually be weakening as it moves to the east, but nonetheless, stay in your safe place for the next few minutes in case there is actually a tornado with that storm. And then back over just southeast of Cleveland on our tornado warning here, we did have a small little tight couplet that is no longer there, but we still have an area of rotation that's going to be crossing I-80 going into Mantua over the next few minutes. That'll be approaching Garrettsville, Haram, and just south of the Troy Township. So seek shelter if you're in this warning. This is just off to the east and south of Cleveland. Damaging winds around 70 miles per hour, still continuing with this entire line of thunderstorms. Thank you, Sydney, for becoming a member, and Hannah for the $10 super chat. Thank you for keeping us informed and weather aware in Avon Lake, Ohio during the tornado warning earlier. My kids love watching. Can you say hi to Emery and Kellen? Hopefully I'm saying the name right. Appreciate you guys tuning in. I'm terrible at pronouncing names, as you probably already know. So I got a little lowering off to the right here of on the tornado warning in Tennessee. Just a little lowering. Really not much. Somebody's reporting in middle of Tennessee, a tree fell next to our door. Thank you for the update. Trees are definitely going to be falling. I really don't know. I don't see this storm producing a tornado. It is discreet, but it has not had any success. I have a small tightening there for a few minutes. It's gotten broader. There's a little lowering. I don't think it's going to be enough, though. But stay in your safe place if you're in that warning, just in case. We actually have a severe storm also that has gone up to the southwest of Memphis. It's going towards South Haven, Memphis, Germantown. That is going to be for ping pong ball sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. Got a few more storms that are attempting to go up as well across Arkansas. There will be an overnight risk of severe weather across a good chunk of Arkansas tonight. That'll be something to keep an eye on. By the way, directly after we had that 81-mile-per-hour wind gust near Elyria, the next time that we had a wind gust was 62 miles per hour northeast of Elyria. So that actually may have been a little microburst there. There's also extensive tree and power line damage across Elyria being reported. And then over in Parma, there's an 8-inch diameter tree down on 2 homes in Parma Heights. And then more recently near Kent, we're getting some reports of trees down in the area. Actually, those are old reports, but that's from earlier. We've already had severe weather in Akron and as well as Kent, and we are seeing even more severe weather, including our tornado warning, which right now, we still have an area of rotation that we're keeping an eye on here, just off to the west of Mantua. It's going towards Haram and Garrettsville here over the next few minutes. Troy Township's also in the path of that. Also have another report in chat of trees down in Wadsworth. Grand Rapids, Michigan clear. Yeah, most of Michigan's clear. The severe thunderstorm watch here technically goes for 23 more minutes, but basically all the storms have moved out of Michigan. So if you're in Michigan, you're good. Just some rain, a little bit of lightning, and then that's it. The only storms that have any chance of doing anything would be these ones, but they are not even close to being severe. The storms going across Ontario, too. These probably won't do much. Mainly just gusty winds, maybe a low-end tornado potential, but I think it'll be mostly just gusty winds there. The tornado warning here for Aurora and areas just east of Twinsburg, Ohio, goes for 8 more minutes. Continue to stay in your safe place if you're in the warning. Mainly a damaging wind threat. Still a low chance of an isolated tornado. Warren County, Ohio, have any risk? I'm pretty sure Warren County's down here, but you guys are done if you're near Cincinnati. You guys are good for tonight. Also, they have gone ahead and canceled that tornado warning in Kentucky, which I completely agree with. That storm was had a very short-lived area of rotation and has completely pretty much weakened now. It's now north of our outflow boundary. So they've gone ahead and allowed that warning to just end. This is a little bit of a look at our storm that is still tornado warned. Is kind of moving off the camera now, but this did have a lowering at one point. Not see anything clearly anymore. Did have a cool lowering there a few minutes ago. Yeah, moving off the screen now, but the storm is still attempting to try to produce a tornado. It's been pretty broadly rotating this entire time. going into Bond, Shady Grove, and Williamsport here over the next few minutes. Appreciate you doing the quick Ontario update. Been sub since 200K. No problem. I am going to try more often to actually talk a little bit about Canada, at least when we're live, if there's something ongoing. Also, this is the latest Storm Prediction Center outlook, or mesoscale discussion, I should say. That's going to be across central eastern Kentucky back into central Tennessee, where severe wind gusts will remain possible with an approaching QLCS line of thunderstorms. A tornado cannot be completely ruled out, but the greatest tornado potential right now is with that discrete supercell that is west of Columbia, just south there of Nashville. Make sure you're staying weather aware and have multiple ways to receive alerts in this area. Also got another camera that we're putting on here. Apparently there is a tornado. It's a Summertown camera. There's a tornado down right now in Summertown. I believe that's a tornado. Possibly down. This is in Summertown, Tennessee. Near Mount Pleasant. May have just had a brief tornado. This is looking at our tornado warning cell, by the way. We may have just had a brief tornado touchdown there. I'm gonna have that camera on standby here, but this is the storm. This is the same storm that has a somewhat stronger area of rotation. This is also the Columbia camera, which is also looking at the storm. You can see how much lightning this thing has. And one thing I want to point out is that whenever we see a lot of lightning like this, it usually indicates an increasing. It can indicate an increasing tornado threat. We've had a lot of lightning here over the last several minutes. This is all moving to Shady Grove and Kettle Mills here over the next few minutes, but the tornado threat definitely is not over with this storm. Velocities are still going. It's a little bit less organized. It's gotten a little bit more rain-wrapped, I think, at least on radar, but it is discreet. I mean, this thing is the only storm within, like, almost 100 miles here of being near anything else. So as long as it stays away from all the other storms, this thing definitely has a good chance at producing a tornado as it continues to track to the east. It'll be going towards Williamsport and Santa Fe here over the next several minutes. The latest scan actually has a tight couplet. Look at bottom right of your screen. We actually have a tight couplet here. This thing might be producing a tornado. So another view of the storm as well. Again, we may have just had a brief tornado. In the middle of your screen is the area that we're looking at. It's kind of a little scuddy, but that'd be kind of the area that we're looking at for a possible tornado. Crazy looking storm. But the velocities have been increasing on this storm. So, I mean, there legitimately could be a tornado here. We don't have a debris signature yet. It would likely be rain wrapped. I'd highly doubt it's actually going to be visible on, at least like in the middle there. I don't think that's where we'd be looking at a tornado. I think it's going to be buried back in the range based off of both reflectivity and velocities. Every time we get a lightning flash, it looks like there is something back there on the right. So this is going to be going up towards Shady Grove and Williamsport here over the next few minutes and eventually going towards Santa Fe. The Ohio tornado warning expires in 1 minute. We'll see if they issue a new one on it. I actually see the updraft right there in the middle too, kind of towering up right there. That's a new updraft, I'm pretty sure, that just went up. This thing's producing a ton of lightning. Latest velocity scan still showing really strong rotation. I mean, like, this thing could legitimately be on the ground, and it would be probably rain wrapped. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, I am like very borderline on whether or not this should be a radar indicated PDS tornado warning. I figured I'd go ahead and mention it anyways because if there's even that debate, it definitely does mean that this cell could produce a strong tornado.
Alrighty, thank you for the updates. So yeah, I do think this is definitely, I mean, again, we don't have any clear evidence of this actually being on the ground. Obviously, it would probably be a rain-wrapped tornado, but the second we get a CC drop, if we get one, I definitely could see that being in play with this being a discrete supercell. Nonetheless, again, I would be in your safe place again near Kettle Mills or Williamsport. Definitely a dangerous storm right now, tracking to the east. Sawdust, Mount Nebo will be in the path of this. This thing is producing a ton of lightning. I mean, the structure just looks incredible. This is also back over in... Oh, Summertown may have just gone now. I'll go back to Columbia. It's our main view right now. Summertown went down, at least for the moment. The tornado warning has been allowed to expire in Ohio. Not reissued a warning for that storm. But again, we do think there is a possible tornado here, and if it is on the ground, it could be on the stronger side of things. We do not have a CC drop as of now. It's south of Bond going towards Shady Grove, Kettle Mills, and Williamsport. Can you tell us the time frame of the severe weather threat in Coney Island, New York tomorrow? We'll have a video, I think, tomorrow talking about that. But if not, I'll try to talk about it here at some point whenever we don't have any tornado warnings or something like that. Latest scan still showing very tight rotation, by the way. This has not gotten any weaker. Again, we could easily have a strong tornado here. If it's on the ground, it would be on the strong side of things. And again, this is a view of that storm from Columbia, which is a little bit further to the east, but at least we got a good view of the structure. If we had a tornado, it'd be kind of in the middle of your screen. Kind of just to the right of that little clearing. This is a new mesoscale discussion that we just got from the Storm Prediction Center for those in Texas and Oklahoma. 2.5-inch size tail and up to 70-mile-per-hour winds will remain possible near Hobart, back through Childress, Texas. The tornado threat pretty much zero at this point. But again, this storm is pretty concerning. Long-term, this discrete supercell is heading in the direction of I-65, just south of Franklin. And it'll eventually go towards Murfreesboro. And that's southwest of Nashville. But again, very strong rotation still with this storm. And again, it could be on the ground literally at any time. They just put on a filter, I think. They made it way darker. Oh, it's getting brighter. Here we go. All right. Getting brighter again. Storm is producing a ton of lightning. And this may drop a tornado at any time as it continues to move east. Once again, if you're just tuning in, this is to the southwest of Nashville. It is a discrete supercell that has still very strong rotation. The latest scan still showing a very tight area of rotation right now that is heading up towards Shady Grove. So Shady Grove, you got about 6-7 minutes until this thing is knocking on your doorstep. So north of Mount Pleasant. Still a discrete supercell that is still rotating pretty strongly. It's also the Somerville camera, which is a little bit further down to the south. If we had a tornado be off to the right, can't really clearly see it. That's where it'd be located. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, one of the things that I'm seeing on radar is this little vortex hole. This is indicative of a very strong updraft and or a strong tornado. It does not sound like they're going to issue an observed tornado warning for this because they said there's no reason to observe it at this point in time. But there's probably a tornado on this ground, so make sure you're in shelter in Bond or Shady Grove.
Alrighty, thank you for the update. So once again, that's back over here. Southwest of Nashville, the storm is rotating, and we're getting another radar scan right now, but there could be a tornado at any time. Velocities are still very strong, likely a strong tornado if it is on the ground. And so you need to be in your safe place. Again, if you are in this tornado warning going towards Williamsport and Santa Fe, you guys will be in the path of this. But they have updated the tornado warning. It is still radar indicated for now. That could change at any time as it continues to move to the east. And latest scan still showing very strong rotation. We do not have a CC drop by any means, but very strong rotation. Could drop a tornado at any time. There's been plenty of lightning. We haven't seen any power flashes either. I mean, this is pretty rural areas for right now, but it will be coming up on Center Star, Shady Grove, and Cartersville. So we'll be going towards slightly more populated areas here in the near future. And eventually it's going towards I-65. This is still a live shot of that storm while we continue to await radar scans and see if we can verify anything via radar. You think it's more chill in Ohio now? Yeah, Ohio's kind of chilling out. I mean, it's still got a large line of thunderstorms. It's not done by any means, but it's not going to be as significant as it was earlier. Should be mainly 60 to 70 mile per hour winds. Very low tornado risk with this line. I don't really see there being anything more than just 65, maybe 70 mile per hour winds at the most, and then maybe an isolated spin up tornado somewhere. This will be moving towards Pittsburgh, Meadville, and Oil City, and as well as Erie. Just be ready for that if you're back over here in eastern Ohio, western Pennsylvania. The majority of our southern line of storms across Ohio has been mostly just gusty winds. They still have a couple severe warnings for 60 mile per hour winds, but I don't think it's going to be severe for much longer. And then back over in Kentucky, we still have a large line of storms, but most of it is not severe, and it probably will not be severe for the most part, just gusty winds, small hail being the biggest concerns. Yeah, really, I mean, this is literally the only storm that is, like, significant. And, I mean, again, if there's a tornado, it will likely be strong. Like, the latest velocity scan still showing very strong rotation, very strong winds going towards the radar and away from the radar. So, again, if there is a tornado, it would be on the stronger side of things. This is, again, really the only live view that we have right now. Again, this back over in Columbia, which is a little bit further east, but it is looking in the direction of the storm. Still a lot of lightning. If we get a lightning strike below the cloud base there, we might have a view of something, but so far we have not had a view of it. It's been pretty much all rain wrapped rotation, too. Max making weather nerds out of all of us. A lot of nerds are watching. I'm a nerd. Latest scan still showing pretty strong rotation going towards Shady Grove and Kettle Mills. I do want to point out the one thing with the storm I haven't really talked about, but the temperature has obviously dropped, which is making it actually easier for there to be a tornado. Just the wind shear has to pick up. As long as this thing remains discreet, the tornado threat will be elevated. Just something to keep in mind. Yeah, let's moving east into Shady Grove here over the next few minutes. Down the road, this will be going towards Spring Hill, Tennessee, maybe Columbia. Chapel Hill will eventually be in the path of this as well, I-65. Back over to the live shot here in Columbia. Power's flickering here. Bro didn't put a location. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, this storm has actually completely moved out of today's tornado risk, so we are now in a less than 2% tornado risk. There was no heads up to these people at all today that there may be a tornado-producing storm in their area. So Santa Fe, Spring Hill, areas like Franklin and Columbia, might as well talk about you too. You have no heads up and no risk for a tornado today, but there is a tornado. So if you know anyone in that area, let them know that this is a potential thing, because if they check the weather at any time today other than the last hour or so, they would not know that there is a chance for a tornado.
Alrighty, thank you for the update. Yeah, we are actually completely outside of our tornado risk. This is the kind of the cutoff line right here. So the cutoff line is basically north of where our tornado warning cell is. And we do have a severe thunderstorm watch here for the record, but obviously this tornado warning cell is out of our SPC outlook for tornadoes, which again, this happens from time to time. Like it even happened, I think we had a land spout in Iowa today, which was not in a tornado risk at all. And even I think the first tornado we had today, I think in Missouri, may have not even been in a tornado risk either. So here's the latest scan. Still very strong rotation once again going into Shady Grove, Jones Valley, and Johnson's Mill over the next few minutes. Still a ton of lightning with this storm as well. Apparently the first 5 tornadoes today were not in a tornado risk. So
a new tornado warning has been issued.
They have continued this tornado warning. This will be for Hickman and Maury counties in Tennessee. This one was going to expire in 4 minutes anyway. This will be just to the west of Columbia. Santa Fe and Spring Hill are in the path of this. So Santa Fe, Williamsport, Fly, Shady Grove, you guys are all included in this new tornado warning. Get to your safe place away from windows, lowest floor possible, and get to an interior room of your home or building if you are in this tornado warning. And the main area of rotation right now is near Shady Grove. It's been very slowly moving to the east at about 30 miles per hour, so assuming it stays at that kind of pace here, it's going to be approaching Spring Hill in approximately 45 minutes to an hour. The rotation's been pretty strong on this thing. It is still a discrete supercell, and it may produce a tornado at any time. So again, a live shot here from Columbia, which is a little bit further off to the east. Got a ton of lightning with this storm from a distance. Getting a little bit harder to see this since it is obviously nighttime now. Thank you, Prods, for the $5 super chat. Paris, Texas should be chilling tonight. Thank you, Stephanie, for becoming a member. Definitely a lightning show. Oklahoma City, you guys are chilling too tonight. Is Kentucky in the clear? Kentucky's not clear, but the main concern, again, is going to be mostly on the eastern half of the state, damaging winds being the main concern there. Latest scan does show a rotation getting a little bit broader, just southwest of Shady Grove. We're going to continue to keep an eye on this. I do want to quickly talk about tomorrow. We do have our new HRRR model run that just came out, so I just want to touch on tomorrow real quick. We do have a slight risk of severe weather in place along the East Coast. Damaging winds, hail, isolated tornado threat will be in play across this entire region. There, again, is a low chance of a live stream tomorrow. It's not very high, but it is a low chance. Reason why is because we might see an isolated tornado or two, mainly in the slight risk. So I'm not looking at the temperatures, but here's the future radar for the rest of tonight. So again, line of storm should continue. That discrete supercell may have another hour or two left in it before it kind of fizzles out. And then by tomorrow afternoon, we got more storms firing up across Virginia, Pennsylvania, and Maryland. There will be a chance for an isolated tornado or two. I think the greatest chance, honestly, is in Maryland and Northern Virginia. And if that ends up panning out, we'll probably be live. So make sure you have the bell icon clicked down below so you're notified if we do go live. But damaging winds and hail should be the primary concerns. And then by around 8 to 9 o'clock, all the storms, for the most part, are moving offshore. But the peak of tomorrow's threat should be from about 3 o'clock until about 7 o'clock. Eastern time. So that's the time frame that will be basically on standby in case we have to go live. And then back over in the northern plains for tonight, things are kind of clearing out, but by tomorrow, we're going to get a bunch of storms across parts of Minnesota. Most of these will be hailstorms. Might even see an isolated spin up if any of these storms can get enough moisture. And right now, the HRRR actually does show an environment where maybe an isolated tornado could be squeezed out there in parts of Minnesota. And then on Friday, look at this. Friday is going to be very conditional, but we have insane significant tornado parameter values on Friday. They are upwards of 9 in some of these areas. This is not something I've seen at all this year so far, this far to the north. So we'll touch on that, though, more here in just a second. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, I have an update on our hurricane. We've talked about this a little bit, and I'm trying not to talk about it too much because obviously we do have U.S. stuff going on, but they just have to abort the recon mission into the hurricane. It's strengthening so fast that we actually have hail in the eye wall now, so they're unable to fly the aircraft through the eye wall to figure out how strong this hurricane is. This is one of the things that we see with rapid intensification, so there is a chance that this would make landfall as a Category 4 hurricane in Mexico.
Alrighty, thank you for the update. So that is the Hurricane Eric, by the way, which is a Category 3 now, which is just off the coast of Mexico. If things can get crazier, this is the HRRR model significant tornado parameter values for Friday night. Again, if storms were to fire, we have an insane environment in Minnesota, the Dakotas, Iowa. This is pretty darn crazy. And granted, I don't know if we're going to see, I don't know if we're going to actually see storms there, at least in the mode that they're supposed to be. And if it was discrete mode, it would be crazy. But if this is just like a linear mess, it might not be too much of anything. It's the Rufus model. Has a bunch of storms firing after sunset. This would not be the right mode, by the way. If we had storms further south, that's where we see a significant tornado threat. If this happens, it's going to be a bunch of wind and hail, maybe an isolated tornado. But man, I'm telling you, like if we get discrete supercells on Friday anywhere to the south, it would be an absolute insane event that would happen up here when it comes to tornadoes. But that's a big if, and it probably won't happen. But something to keep an eye on. We're going to have a lot of wind shear up there for this time of the year. All right, latest few radar scans, they are showing broader rotation on this tornado-worn cell. Definitely not as intense as before. It is heading towards Spring Hill over the next few minutes, so continue to stay in your safe place. Thank you, Wyatt, for becoming a member. Also, thank you, Ryan, for the $10 super chat. I live in Akron, Ohio, but I've been traveling for work today. This stream has brought peace of mind that my family is safe while I'm away. That's awesome. Glad I can help. I appreciate the super chat. So we got a little view of this storm here again from Columbia. The lightning's actually gotten way less frequent, for the record. We've had a lot less lightning over the last few minutes. Got another cool little live shot of this from Hohenwald. This is a live shot, which you actually can see the storm a little bit better from here. And it's actually showing frequent lightning now on this camera. Well, a little bit more frequent in the clouds, so we're actually able to get a little bit more view of the storm from here. Are there probabilities for storms in Illinois? There are storms, but none of them are expected to be severe. Just strong storms for the most part. Thank you, Bree, for the $5 super chat. Check it in on Cortland, Ohio. Let's go ahead and check in on Cortland, Ohio. Main concern, damaging winds. There is a tornado possible label, but I'm not seeing any rotation. Should be mostly a wind threat. Just stay away from windows as the slide pushes through. Same thing with Warren, Youngstown, all the way through Alliance. There is a large severe warning actually extending into western Pennsylvania for 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds. Also includes East Liverpool and Weirton. Cadiz is also included in that. This is the photo sent in from Jose on Twitter, or video. Bro has his cat playing on my screen. This is from the 2 days ago on a live stream. The cat wanted to be part of the weather show. New severe thunderstorm warning in Ohio. This is going to be back over in a few different counties near Athens and Nelsonville for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. Again, mostly isolated winds in southern Ohio now. Thank you both for the $5 super chat. What do you think of this hurricane season, considering a weak La Nina, neutral zone, and a lack of sand from Africa, stronger storms? So far, it's been quiet. We've had a lot of ridging down there in the Caribbean, but I do think the season's going to be active. I mean, I think we'll have at least a few hurricanes. A few major hurricanes, I mean. Probably at least 3. I don't think it's going to be much different from last year. I just think it's a slower start to this year, but it'll probably ramp up a lot in like mid to late July and August. I don't think we're going to see anything though for the next like 2 or 3 weeks. I don't see many signs of that. Hey, Carrie, for the $20 super chat. Max more entertaining than anyone I've ever seen on Netflix, or anything I've ever seen on Netflix. That's an interesting comparison. Appreciate the super chat. It's back over in Holdenwald, Tennessee. Still looking at our tornado warning cell. The velocities have gotten a lot weaker over the last few minutes. They probably won't continue this tornado warning much longer. Hey, Pearly for the $5 super chat in Spring Hill, Tennessee. I've heard it's going east. It is going towards you, but the storm is weakening. So it's definitely been weakening velocities wise. I have not seen a whole lot. The cloud tops have dropped a lot too. If we go back to live radar, these are the cloud tops. You can see how high they were over near Centerville when this thing was peaking. It's at 50,000 feet. And now it's down to about 45 maybe thousand feet. I'm not even buying it's that tall. So it's definitely shrinking in size, and if that continues, which I think it will, the storm's probably not going to live much longer. The only problem is it's going to be running out of energy as it continues to track east, and it's also nowhere near any of our other storms. It's definitely a bit more capped off, I think, south of Nashville. Lapse rates probably aren't as steep, meaning our temperature is not decreasing as fast in the atmosphere. Also, the entire line of storms still pushing across East Ohio right now. Biggest concern, damaging winds up to 60 miles per hour. Could be as high as 70 if you're back over here to the west of Pittsburgh. Hey, Bear, for the $10 super chat. You inspired me to go to school for meteorology, and I'm loving it. That's awesome. I can inspire you. It's a another live shot. Pull this up here. back over in Holdwall, Tennessee. This looking at our tornado warning cell. I do think the storm again is falling apart, so probably not going to see a continuation of this tornado warning unless a miracle happens for this storm to stay alive, which I highly doubt. I think there's just too much. It's lacking too much energy. A lot of reasons why this thing's weakening, though. What's for dinner? I have no clue. Probably going to finish my Wendy's. I'd never finished it. Southwest Ohio, you guys are chilling. Cleveland is pretty much chilling for the rest of the night, too. Still have the Wendy's? I do. I'm going to just reheat it after. Fast food you gotta eat fast? Not this fast food. It's hard to eat it's literally, I always talk about this, but it is hard to eat food while you're live. Like, I talk a lot, and, like, I'm always trying to, like, talk about everything that's happening, especially with outbreaks like today, and, you know, kind of have to... Just kind of have to eat when you can, but it's usually hard to eat an actual meal. That's why I usually get stuff that's, like, easier to eat. But it's also hard, like, I would love to just drink, like, a milkshake on a stream, because, like, that thing would easily fill you up, but the problem is, it literally hurts your voice. Like, you can't drink milk or anything, otherwise your voice will be hurting afterwards. Basically coats your throat. Thank you, Christine, for the $5 super chat, saying this for new food, don't eat leftover Wendy's. I appreciate that. I'm probably still eating the Wendy's. Well, once again, we got a lot of storms moving across Ohio and Pennsylvania. Main concern, damaging winds up to 70 miles per hour. It's going to get a lot weaker, though, as it moves into western Pennsylvania. Should still be an intense, though, line of storms through about 10:30, 11 o'clock tonight. Severe weather is pretty much not done, but it's pretty low chance we're going to see anything severe for most of Kentucky. Just gusty winds, some small hail being a possibility. And then across most of Tennessee, we're pretty much done. We got a few storms still ongoing north of Cookville, and then southwest of Franklin. Very weak area of rotation there. But the storm's probably not going to receive another tornado warning. Still a lot of lightning with this storm, though. We've been seeing pretty good amount of lightning. You can barely see the structure every time we get a decent amount of lightning. Their funnel in the Columbia cam? I don't think so. It's the Columbia cam. This is also looking in the direction of this storm. If we had a lightning strike, we might see something. There hasn't been a whole lot of lightning from this vantage point. Hey, David, for the super chat. I don't know what that is. What does it have to be at night? Everything's been up during the day up until this point. This is the only nighttime storm we've really had that's tornadic. We kind of lucked out. Today was mostly supposed to be a daytime threat, so. This is the only nighttime storm. There's literally no lightning. So if there's a funnel, we probably can't see it. What does purple mox mean? It means it is a tornado warning. Severe thunderstorm watch still continues for another 2.5 hours here, but again, this storm's been weakening quite a bit. Probably does not have much left in the tank. Running into a less favorable environment right now. I-40 closed the Tennessee-North Carolina line due to flash flooding and a mudslide. Yeah, unfortunately, there's been some significant flooding back over in the North Carolina-Tennessee line. We had, like, a whole entire road flooded over. There's, like, 4 stranded cars. So... Thank you, Christiana, for the super chat. Get a burrito. It's the perfect compact meal. I might get a burrito. Might get one from Chipotle. The only problem is everything's closed, so I really can't go anywhere. Just thought of that. All right, well, we're going to end the coverage here, but we are going to continue coverage technically. Riley's going to continue coverage here for the next hour or two as long as there's severe weather still ongoing, which we still got plenty of severe weather ongoing. I'm tired. I'm hungry. I need to go get food. We've been live for like 10 hours, so we're going to go wind down the stream here. But again, if you're new to the channel, make sure to subscribe, click the bell icon so you're notified with our next live stream. Stay on this stream. You guys are going to be redirected to Riley. He's going to continue live coverage here for the next hour or two. So if you live in the risk areas, you'll continue to have live coverage with Riley. He has live cameras also that will have an eye on in case there's anything crazy that does happen. And you'll continue with our tornado warning that we have and also all the other severe storms. So again, you don't have to go anywhere. Just stay on the stream and you'll be redirected automatically to Riley, who's going to continue live coverage. And subscribe to his channel once you go over there. Make sure you stay tuned to our channel. We'll be live again, possibly tomorrow. At least a video, though, in the morning, I think. All right. Thank you guys all so much for watching. Stay on this stream. Again, you'll be redirected automatically. If you don't get redirected, there will be a link in the chat. See you guys all again in